Chapter 1. Iron Man was bested by Batman. Hell's Kitchen, aptly dubbed the Mirror of Manhattan, becomes a realm where even the bravest of policemen dare not tread alone under the cover of night. On this particularly rainy evening, the streets lay desolate, devoid of any pedestrians. Nestled in a secluded alley is an unassuming bar, its flickering sign adorned with a formidable bat. The proprietor of this establishment is a striking gentleman named Bruce Wayne. A month prior, Bruce Wayne was renowned as Batman, the illustrious figure of Gotham's elite. Revered as the wealthiest man in the city, he was often referred to as Master Wayne. Yet, in this universe, no soul recognizes the esteemed Master Wayne, for he has been stripped of his greatest asset, his unparalleled wealth. This unfortunate turn of events stems from the cataclysmic crisis on Infinite Earths, heralded as the most significant calamity within the DC universe, culminating in a complete reboot of the cosmos that, in an unforeseen twist, Bruce Wayne found himself transported to the adjacent Marvel universe, assuming the role of the bar owner in Hell's Kitchen. The bar's remote location, compounded by the unique circumstances of Hell's Kitchen, led to a dearth of patrons over the past month, save for 3 attempts by petty criminals seeking to acquire drinks at no cost. Strangely, on this rainy night, the bar welcomed 2 unexpected guests. Point 1 was a disheveled man, reeking of alcohol, clad in a t-shirt that emitted a soft blue glow, with stubble that suggested he hadn't shaved in at least 3 days. The other was a striking beauty seated in a shadowy corner, her golden curls cascading around her. "Damn it, this drink tastes worse than watered-down cat urine," exclaimed the inebriated Tony Stark, sprawled across the bar, vociferously addressing Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne merely rolled his eyes, as if he himself were not a member of the global elite. Well, at least he once was. Bruce had kept abreast of the news and was aware that this man had just returned from Afghanistan. While others toiled in laboratories for decades, failing to achieve success with the arc reactor, this individual had managed to construct one in a mere cave in Afghanistan. From that perspective, Tony was nearly as brilliant as himself. Bruce mused to himself, his gaze fixating on the blue glow emanating from Tony Stark's chest. Beneath the t-shirt lay the arc reactor, a device designed to prevent shrapnel from reaching his heart. Poor fellow. This very contraption led Tony to believe his demise was imminent, plunging him into a melancholic state where he sought solace in alcohol daily. As for how this man ended up in the Bat Bar, even Bruce Wayne could not fathom. With a rare opportunity to serve a wealthy patron, Bruce decided to present the finest spirits available. Alas, the already intoxicated Tony Stark dismissed them as inferior to Afghan horse urine. What a tasteless fellow. Bruce Wayne chose to ignore the inebriated man before him, opting instead to polish a glass. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Tony Stark reached out to grasp Bruce, but was deftly evaded by him. Despite having lost his wealth over the past month, Bruce's martial prowess remained intact. Otherwise, those attempting to exploit him would not have dared to show their faces again. "Sir, you've had too much to drink." Bruce sighed in resignation, reminiscing about the days when he was Lord Wayne, a time when he was far less bothersome than Tony Stark. "Had too much. Huh, do you think I'm drunk? Are you itching for a fight? Cool me. There are few who can land a blow on this handsome face of mine, and today I offer you a chance." As Tony spoke, he glanced around until his eyes landed on a fighting ring in the corner of the bar, pointing at it and exclaiming, "Let's duel up there, shall we?" "Sir, you've had too much to drink." Bruce had no intention of taking advantage of a drunken man. Even if Tony were entirely sober, he would not be a match for him in his current state. He posed even less of a threat. "What, do you look down on me?" Tony retorted, removing his watch and placing it on the bar. "Kid, if you can defeat me, this watch is yours." Once, Bruce would have dismissed a timepiece worth hundreds of thousands of dollars without a second glance. However now, selling it could procure quite a bit of equipment. Bruce covered the watch with his cloth, clearing his throat as he replied, "Sir, since you insist, I shall indulge you. However, should you sustain any injuries, I cannot be held responsible for the medical expenses." "Injuries? What are you joking about? I've undergone various combat training since childhood. I could defeat you with my eyes closed. Come, let me show you the might of Iron Fist Tony." Tony bounded onto the ring with exuberance fueled by alcohol, calling out, "Come on, kid. You'll regret challenging me." Bruce mused to himself that it would indeed be remiss not to engage with him given that face. Reluctantly, he stepped onto the ring. Who would have thought that even Lord Wayne could stoop for a watch? "Come on, kid." Once Bruce reached the ring, Tony provocatively beckoned, shouting, "Hurry up, they'll give you a 3 count. Bruce remained still, stating, "Sir, I believe it would be best if you were to attack first." "Damn, you think you're better than me? Kid, you'll regret this." Tony swung his fist toward Bruce. To be fair, with the expensive combat instructors he had hired since childhood, Tony's foundation was quite solid. At the very least, he could handle a couple of street thugs without issue. The issue lies in the fact that standing opposite him is the unparalleled master of various combat skills. Bruce Wayne. Thud. Tony Stark found himself on the ground, bewildered as to how he ended up there, only aware that he was caught in a chokehold, struggling in vain against the inevitable. Ah! Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he merely intended to teach Tony Stark a lesson and perhaps acquire a watch in the process. However, unexpectedly, a virtual panel materialized before him. Detecting replicable target, arc reactor technology, replication successful. Almost instantaneously, a wealth of technical information regarding the arc reactor flooded Bruce Wayne's mind. He comprehended every intricate detail involved in the creation of the arc reactor and was confident that with sufficient materials, he could construct one to enhance his Bat-themed gear. Slap, slap. Tony Stark, his face flushed, pounded the floor with his hands, struggling to utter, "I concede. Man, I concede. Please let go. I can't breathe." Chapter 2. Acquiring Black Widow skills. Tony Stark gazed glumly at Bruce Wayne, who was meticulously polishing his watch. His discontent did not stem from the loss of a timepiece, but rather from the fact that, despite investing substantial resources in martial arts training over the years, he had been bested by an obscure bar owner. Where could he seek justice for this indignity? Bruce Wayne, while tenderly caring for his watch, found his mind racing through the intricacies of the arc reactor technology. He felt a perplexing uncertainty. How had he acquired such knowledge from Tony Stark? Was it merely because he had bested him in combat? Had he truly subdued him? Coughing awkwardly, Tony Stark fixed his gaze on Bruce Wayne and inquired, What is your name?" Bruce, pulling his thoughts back to the present, glanced at Tony, who appeared as forlorn as a child bullied at school. He tucked the watch into his pocket and responded, "What? Do you wish to seek revenge?" "What do you mean by revenge?" "Let me tell you. I merely wasn't in my prime today. Next time." As Tony continued, his confidence waned, and he shifted his tone, conceding, "All right, I admit defeat today. But I must know who it is that has triumphed over me." "Wayne. Bruce Wayne," he said. "Should you wish to exact your vengeance? You are welcome to do so at any time, though I must remind you that engaging in another match with me will not come without a cost." Due to the arc reactor, Bruce's attitude toward Tony had shifted. This exemplifies the adage that geniuses are drawn to one another. Money was no object. All he needed was the opportunity, and he was certain he would emerge victorious. As Tony donned the Mark II suit, he struck a stylish pose and declared, "Wayne, await my return. I shall be back." With that, he crashed through the door of the bar as he took flight. Bruce furrowed his brow in irritation, muttering under his breath, "That scoundrel, he must have done that on purpose. Just wait. Next time, I will demand double the compensation." The sound of high heels clicking against the floor interrupted his thoughts. A blonde beauty, who had been seated in the corner, rose and approached him. She took a seat opposite Bruce, propped her right arm on the bar, rested her chin in her hand, and with her fiery red lips parted, asked Wayne, "Would you be so kind as to buy me a drink?" Even a seasoned womanizer like Bruce Wayne found himself captivated by her presence. "It seems a bit unfair. You know my name, yet I remain unaware of yours," he remarked as he poured her a glass of beer. The woman held the glass but showed no intention of drinking. Instead, she provocatively stated, "Natasha Romanoff." Instantly, a virtual panel before Bruce provided feedback. Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow, a former Soviet operative, now a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., proficient in combat, marksmanship, and a myriad of weaponry. Possessing the remarkable ability to swiftly process multiple streams of information, such as threat assessments, and to rapidly respond to ever-changing tactical situations. She has proven herself to be an exceptional commander. In summary, do not be deceived by her youthful appearance, genetically enhanced. She could very well be your grandmother. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow slightly. Were it not for the panel alert? He might have indeed been misled by the Black Widow's exterior. Who would have imagined she belonged to the grandmotherly echelon? "Natasha, the individual you were tracking has departed. Do you wish to linger here any longer?" Bruce Wayne directly unveiled the purpose of Black Widow's presence. Surprised for a moment, she quickly regained her composure. Grasping Bruce Wayne's hand and teasingly remarked, "Your observation is quite astute. Indeed, my task was to follow Mr. Stark to ensure he encountered no troubles. However, now that he has returned home, my mission has concluded. What do you think I desire now? To retire to bed." This was rather overt. Bruce Wayne inwardly chastised himself for possessing such a handsome visage. Even without financial prowess, women were drawn to him. Yet, upon contemplating Black Widow's age, his interest waned. Just as Bruce Wayne contemplated withdrawing his hand, the panel displayed additional information. Detection of replicable targets, Black Widow's combat skills, firearms proficiency, and genetic anti-aging attributes. Replication successful. Skill enhancement through fusion initiated. Fusion enhancement complete. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened as to how he acquired the arc reactor. If he engaged in physical contact with someone for over 3 seconds, he could replicate one or more of their skills. Should their skills overlap with his own? An automatic fusion and enhancement would occur. For instance, Black Widow's combat skills had merged with Bruce Wayne's own, resulting in a slight elevation of ability. If Bruce Wayne's original skill was rated at 100, the enhancement would elevate it to at least 110. Numerically speaking, Bruce Wayne was now more formidable than before. Replication, fusion. Enhancement. Bruce Wayne suddenly realized he possessed an ability far more potent than mere financial prowess. This was indeed exhilarating and worthy of celebration. To hell with age. Bruce Wayne resolved to disregard Black Widow's years. Before him stood a genuine beauty. I have a collection upstairs. Would you care to join me for a drink? Bruce Wayne flashed a smile that could charm any woman. I believe your collection will certainly suit my taste, Black Widow replied with a smile of her own. Both understanding each other's intentions, mutually beneficial. Their private tasting lasted 3 hours, after which Black Widow departed from the Bat Bar. Bruce Wayne had initially hoped that this imminent battle would grant him the mental respite necessary for a rejuvenating slumber. However, he soon discovered that he possessed an extraordinary ability and had acquired the technology of the arc reactor, which rendered him too exhilarated to rest. Rising from his bed, Bruce descended into the basement situated beneath the bar. After a month of renovations, what was once a mere wine cellar had transformed into Bruce Wayne's workshop. Unfortunately, constrained by financial limitations, the basement bore a somewhat crude appearance. A meticulously handcrafted bat suit, constructed from an abundance of alloy, lacked the finesse of Bruce Wayne's previous armor and appeared rather cumbersome. Fortunately, it offered a degree of ballistic protection. The cape of the armor did not possess gliding capabilities. However, the utility belt was equipped with a tracker, underwater breathing apparatus, gas mask, steel cable, grappling gun, and bat-shaped shurikens, among other tools. Additionally, a Remington 700 sniper rifle and 4 tactical grenades were included, sufficiently catering to Bruce Wayne's fundamental combat needs. With a low hum, Bruce mounted his Harley motorcycle, expertly maneuvering it through the elevator to the garage on the first floor, and subsequently drove into the shadowy depths of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 3 The emergence of the night demon rain cascaded down, chilling his face. Suddenly, a gunshot erupted without warning. Bruce Wayne halted the vehicle, turning his head towards the source of the sound. For a fleeting moment, he forgot he was in Hell's Kitchen, as if he had been transported back to Gotham. With a roar, Bruce pressed the accelerator and surged forward, recalling a convenience store run by Chinese proprietors nearby. Indeed, the store was still illuminated. Through the window, he glimpsed 2 men, their faces obscured, brazenly committing theft, one brandishing a worn M1911. The gunfire had intimidated the Chinese owner, who obediently opened the cash register and crouched on the ground, hands clasped over his head. The 2 robbers cackled arrogantly while they ransacked the store until they heard the door swing open. Hey, this doesn't concern you, get lost. The man with the M1911 bellowed. Bruce Wayne stood at the entrance, blocking their escape. Put down your weapons and return the money. I can let you go. The armed man burst into laughter, turning to his companion with dreadlocked hair. Mike, did you hear what that damn fool just said? He wants us to return the money and put down our guns. What a riot. Joe, you idiot. I told you not to call my name. Mike shouted back. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Wait a minute. Mike, you just called my name too. Joe retorted, coming to his senses. Did I? Mike scratched his head, pulling out a switchblade as he approached Bruce Wayne. Forget it. Let us deal with this fool first. Mike, show that idiot what? Joe exclaimed, eagerly tearing open a bag of chips to enjoy the spectacle. Mike stepped in front of Bruce, brandishing the switchblade mockingly. Kid, I'm going to make a hole in you. Where would you like it? With a swift motion, Bruce snatched the knife from Mike's grasp and delivered a powerful punch to his nose. Ah, my nose. It's broken. It's broken, Mike cried, cradling his face as he sank to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. Joe, he broke my nose. Shoot him. Startled, Joe hastily raised his weapon, squeezing the trigger in a panic, but the bullet veered past Bruce Wayne. As Joe prepared to fire again, Bruce flung the switchblade away. Ah, my hand. Joe screamed in agony, the knife having pierced through his right hand, causing the M1911 to clatter to the ground. Bruce Wayne approached, picking up the gun, disassembling it, and discarding the pieces onto the ground. He commanded the 2 thugs, you may now return the money. The thugs exchanged apprehensive glances before hurriedly retrieving the cash from their pockets and placing it back into the register. As Joey placed the money back, he stubbornly exclaimed, Kid, you've landed yourself in deep trouble. Just so you know, we're affiliated with Bullseye, and he won't let you off the hook. The virtual panel before Bruce Wayne promptly displayed pertinent information about Bullseye. Bullseye, originally named Lester P. Jennings, was a professional assassin, a master marksman capable of accurately shooting a bullet into the target's head. He was also a weapons expert. Paper airplanes, paper clips, pencils, pills, pipes, playing cards, any seemingly ordinary object in Bullseye's hands could transform into a lethal weapon. Summary. This individual is a delusional lunatic. It's best to keep one's distance. Having acquired abilities from both Iron Man and Black Widow, Bruce Wayne suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for his encounter with Bullseye. For the past month, he had been seeking a way to return to Gotham. Yet he had found no leads. Nonetheless, Bruce was acutely aware that regardless of how he ultimately returned to Gotham, becoming more formidable was the foundation for his homecoming. He warned Bullseye not to let their paths cross in Hell's Kitchen, for if they did, he would personally ensure Bullseye's incarceration. Now, leave swiftly before I change my mind, Bruce Wayne growled, causing the two thugs to flee in panic. Kid, do you think we fear you just because you dress like a bat? This is Hell's Kitchen. Offending us is akin to offending Bullseye. And you're as good as dead, Joey shouted angrily as he dashed out of the convenience store, only to feel as if he had collided with a wall. Ouch. Joey was thrown back and fell to the ground, and as he turned to unleash a torrent of curses, he beheld a figure clad in a black bodysuit with a mask obscuring his eyes, a pair of billy clubs fastened to his waist. Daredevil. Joey screamed and scrambled away in terror. In Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil's reputation was evidently far more formidable than that of Batman, wielding a greater deterrent effect against crime. Clang. Bruce Wayne emerged from the convenience store, confronting the vigilante of Hell's Kitchen head-on. The panel revealed information about Daredevil, Matt Murdock, a professional lawyer. By night, he transformed into a vigilante, safeguarding Hell's Kitchen and battling against crime. Daredevil's heightened senses enabled him to perceive details undetectable to the average person, such as constructing a three-dimensional image in his mind, hearing heartbeats from 20 meters away, and even instantly discerning the number of grains of salt on a pizza. Furthermore, he was a martial arts expert endowed with a remarkable healing ability surpassing that of an ordinary human. He can facilitate a swift recovery following his injury. Summary. This individual often exploits his visual impairment to elicit sympathy from women, luring them into intimate encounters, with women surrounding him changing more frequently than one would change clothes. A scoundrel who deceives women's affections. Bruce Wayne silently cursed, intrigued by Daredevil's extraordinary senses. Although his own heightened perception, honed through rigorous training, surpassed that of the average person, it was evidently not on par with Daredevil's abilities. Acquiring Daredevil's superhuman senses could significantly enhance his effectiveness in combat. Hey, Hell's Kitchen does not require another vigilante. Regardless of who you are, you do not belong here. Depart swiftly. Daredevil sensed a threat emanating from Bruce Wayne, hesitating momentarily before adding, you should not offend Bullseye. That fellow harbors a deep grudge and will undoubtedly hunt you down. Therefore, leave Hell's Kitchen before he finds you. Chapter 4. Acquiring supersensory perception. Bruce Wayne raised his hands in a gesture of supplication. Thank you for your considerate warning. I shall heed your advice and vacate Hell's Kitchen, but I have a modest request. In truth, I am a devoted admirer of yours. Might you grant me the honor of a handshake? He extended his right hand, pausing for a moment. A mere 3 seconds of contact with Daredevil would bestow upon him the latter's extraordinary senses. I must decline, Daredevil replied. Bruce Wayne's outstretched hand lingered in the air, suspended in a moment of awkwardness. As a superhero, how could you deny such a humble request from a fan? Because you are being disingenuous. Regardless of your true intentions behind wanting to shake my hand, you will not be leaving Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil asserted. The atmosphere grew somewhat uncomfortable. Bruce Wayne had presumed he could easily deceive Daredevil and gain access to his superhuman abilities. Little did he realize he had grossly underestimated the prowess of those extraordinary senses. Daredevil was akin to a walking lie detector. Even the most rigorously trained spies would find their fabrications laid bare before him. Faced with such a predicament, Bruce Wayne resolved to take a more forceful approach. He crouched slightly and lunged toward Daredevil like a leopard on the prowl. While this tactic was somewhat crude, he knew that mere physical contact for 3 seconds would grant him Daredevil's skills, a master of various combat styles. Bruce's prowess had been significantly enhanced through the integration of Black Widow's fighting techniques. However, Daredevil was no slouch in combat either. His super senses enabled him to intuitively gauge the target's heartbeat, body temperature, and even the flow of air around them, anticipating movements with mere glances. Consequently, Bruce Wayne's 3 consecutive attacks met with failure. Can you truly predict my movements? Bruce mused, finding delight in Daredevil's formidable abilities. With a calculated breath, he feigned another assault, only to hurl a tactical grenade instead. The explosion reverberated, its sound and the resultant shockwave momentarily disrupting Daredevil's focus. Are you not capable of foreseeing my actions? Very well, let us see how you fare if I strike swiftly, Bruce thought. His greatest strength did not lie solely in his combat skills, but rather in the cunning intellect he wielded during battle. Given sufficient preparation, he could devise a trap to ensnare even Superman. Confronting Daredevil was hardly a daunting task. The explosion was not intended to harm Daredevil, but rather to momentarily divert his attention. In tandem, Bruce Wayne utilized the chaos of the blast to predict Daredevil's next move. Seizing the instant of distraction, Bruce accelerated forward, ready to engage. As the Night Demon narrowly evaded the blast of a hand grenade, he found himself confronted by Bruce Wayne's sudden assault, leaving him with no choice but to engage. Bruce Wayne's speed was so astonishing that the Night Demon scarcely had the opportunity to grasp the nunchaku at his waist. With a swift leap, Bruce maneuvered around the Night Demon like a serpent, deftly encircling him from the front to the rear, where he executed a grappling technique that forced the Night Demon to the ground, locking his throat and arms. This maneuver, a hallmark of Black Widow's combat prowess, was now employed by Bruce against the Night Demon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As anticipated, after 3 seconds, a virtual panel promptly provided feedback. It detected the replicable target, the Night Demon's combat skills, superhuman senses, and self-healing abilities. Replication successful. Skills began to merge and enhance. Enhancement complete. Having achieved his objective, Bruce Wayne immediately released the Night Demon and retreated to create distance. Coughing, the Night Demon glared at Bruce and inquired, "What is your relationship with Natasha? Does that concern you?" Bruce Wayne retorted in his mind, yet the virtual panel provided an answer. Troubling. Black Widow is the Night Demon's girlfriend, and they have not formally broken up, yet you have been with her. Beware of the Night Demon's vengeance. Recommendation: flee. Bruce Wayne thought, damn. I had no idea you and Black Widow were still together. Moreover, it was Black Widow who seduced me first. Such matters were not easily clarified. Heeding the panel's advice, Bruce swiftly mounted his motorcycle and made his escape. That was close. A man's jealousy can be more terrifying than a woman's, especially when it comes to the Night Demon. While Batman adheres to a no-kill policy, the Night Demon does not. In a true confrontation, it would be an uneven battle. Speaking of the no-kill principle, Bruce pondered whether he should reconsider it after traversing into the Marvel Universe. The Night Demon hesitated momentarily, ultimately abandoning his pursuit. It was not due to the fact that his legs could not outrun wheels, but rather because he understood he was no match for Bruce Wayne. Even if he were to catch up, it would be futile. Upon returning to the Bat Bar, Bruce Wayne reclined on his bed, utilizing his superhuman senses like a child who had just received a coveted toy. The capabilities of his super senses were indeed impressive, allowing him to hear the entire cacophony of Hell's Kitchen and to perceive the inner workings of every individual. This ability proved more practical than radar monitoring. Even without Gotham's supercomputer assisting him, Bruce could discern everything with clarity. Initially, he reveled in the excitement of acquiring this skill, but soon he encountered a vexing issue. On a rooftop 2 buildings away, a pair of drugged-up lovers were engaged in a scuffle, while a basement dweller on the street chewed on potato chips. Engrossed in a pay-per-view film, events such as these made Bruce feel as if he were immersed in the very scene. This is truly a matter of life and death for the single souls. After some time, Bruce Wayne finally mastered the art of silencing his heightened senses, employing them only when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, who could withstand such intensity? After a night's rest, as dawn broke, Bruce prepared himself a bowl of instant noodles for breakfast, then ventured to the pawn shop with the watch gifted by Iron Man. What? 50,000? Take a closer look. Even at 500,000, you wouldn't be able to procure such a timepiece. Upon hearing the pawnbroker's offer, Bruce nearly upended the shady establishment. The pawnbroker, a Mediterranean elder with cunning eyes, chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, if this watch were sold in a reputable store, it would certainly fetch no less than 500,000. However, is your watch of legitimate origin? Should you produce the invoice, I might consider raising my offer to 200,000. The unscrupulous merchant had cut too deep with his blade. Chapter 5. The target. At first glance, the pawnbroker appeared composed, exuding an air of complete control over Bruce Wayne. Yet, Bruce's heightened senses revealed that this individual was merely posturing. From the very moment he laid eyes on the watch, it was evident that the broker was intent on acquiring it. The initial offer of $50,000 served merely as a probe, aimed at discerning whether Bruce was genuinely willing to part with such a sum. The old man was quite the performer. It would indeed be a pity if he did not pursue an acting career. Without uttering a single word, Bruce Wayne pocketed the watch and turned to leave. Observing this, the pawnbroker, unruffled, remarked, "Feel free to explore other establishments. You will soon discover that my offer is the highest in all of Manhattan." Bruce, aware that the broker was growing increasingly anxious, feigned ignorance and continued on his way. As anticipated, when it became apparent that Bruce was unresponsive, the broker's demeanor shifted slightly as he casually added, "However, I must forewarn you, when you return, the best I can offer will be 45,000. Bruce exhibited no reaction and pressed forward. Just as he was about to exit the pawnbroker's premises, the proprietor grew desperate, fearing the lucrative opportunity was slipping away. "Please, wait a moment," he called out, rushing from behind the counter with a smile. "Brother, you seem like a genuine person who must be encountering difficulties. How about I raise my offer to 60,000? I assure you, this is the highest price I can possibly extend." Bruce's heightened senses informed him that the dynamics of the negotiation had shifted, and the stage was now set for him. He replied, 200,000, not a penny less." 200,000? Have you lost your mind?" the pawnbroker exclaimed in astonishment, quickly recovering with a forced chuckle. "Brother, if you can present the receipt. Not only will I consider 200,000, but I could even offer 220,000. To be candid, our line of work entails risks, and I cannot extend such a high offer without a receipt. How about I round it to a neat 100,000? In mere moments, the offer had escalated from 50,000 to 100,000. Even without his heightened senses, Bruce could discern the broker's urgency and the potential for further negotiation. Allow me to share a little secret, Bruce said. This watch was a gift from a friend. If I weren't in a predicament, I would not be selling it. True, I lack the receipt, but you know it's true worth better than I do. How about I offer you an additional 2,000, making it 180,000? The pawnbroker chuckled inwardly. A friend, is it? A girlfriend, perhaps? Such tales are common among those who come to sell to me. Brother, I will give you a firm offer of 150,000. If that suits you, leave the watch. If not, the door is to your left. Bruce Wayne, utilizing his heightened senses, recognized that 150,000 was the broker's absolute limit. Yet he had gleaned another crucial piece of information. Acquiring this sum would not be an easy feat otherwise. This place would not be known as Hell's Kitchen. Very well. 150,000 it is. I demand cash. Bruce Wayne retrieved the watch once more to make his point. No problem at all. The pawnbroker, Mr. Fan, gleefully accepted the watch, well aware that it had barely left the store for a month and had been worn no more than 5 times. It was practically brand new. With proper handling, selling it for 400,000 would pose no challenge. Receiving 150,000 was indeed a remarkable bargain. The transaction proceeded smoothly. The watch was handed over to the pawnbroker, and Bruce departed with the cash in hand. However, just as Bruce Wayne stepped out the door, the pawnbroker pulled out his phone to make a call. Xiaoji, I have a job for you. There is someone here with 150,000 in cash. If you retrieve it for me, I can offer you a 20% cut as a reward. Utilizing his super senses, Bruce Wayne overheard this conversation, his brow furrowing slightly. Noticing a surveillance camera by the roadside, he discreetly continued forward, then turned into an alley. Moments later, Xiaoji and Mike, who had made a $0 purchase the previous night, appeared in the alley. Mike, with a bandage on his nose, held a tracker in his hand, glancing around the deserted alley while muttering, "This is strange. The signal indicates it's right here. Where is everyone? They must be hiding somewhere. Hurry up and search." Xiaoji urged, gripping a machete in his left hand, as his right was wrapped in bandages. At that moment, Bruce Wayne stood atop a rooftop, looking down at the two with a smirk. You again? What a coincidence. Donning a bat mask, he shed his outer garment to reveal a bat suit beneath. The simplest of his bat-themed gear. With a swift motion, Bruce Wayne leaped from the rooftop, using a grappling hook to slow his descent. A striking display unfolded before Xiaoji and Mike. "B-Bat," Mike stammered in astonishment. Xiaoji, more direct, hurled his knife at Bruce Wayne before turning to flee the alley. Shouting, "Boss, help!" Bruce Wayne's super senses radiated outward, detecting a Ford car parked outside the alley, occupied by a man clad in a black leather jacket, armed with various concealed weapons, and marked by a target emblem on his forehead. Target, he mused, pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Xiaoji, running too hastily, stumbled just outside the alley, crashing beside the Ford and howling in pain as his injury flared up. Coincidentally, Target was passing by and overheard the pawnbroker's call to Xiaoji, setting his sights on the 150,000. Observing Xiaoji's predicament, he scoffed, "Fool, what are you panicking for?" Xiaoji pointed toward the alley, his face a mask of panic as he exclaimed, "B-Bat, it's that Batman from last night. He's in the alley." Target, having received ample offerings from Xiaoji and Mike in the past, had earlier promised to assist them in avenging their grievances. After all, Xiaoji and Mike are his subordinates. Last night, the two of them revealed his name, and Batman still dared to act. This was a blatant disregard for his authority. Even if it were not for Xiaoji and Mike, he had to reclaim his dignity. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate the underworld? Without hesitation, he stepped out of the car and made his way toward the alley. Upon arriving at the alley, he was startled to see Mike running out, shrieking in terror. Swiftly, he seized Mike and delivered a sharp slap to his face, scolding him. "What are you panicking for? I'm right here." Blood began to stream from Mike's nose once more, but he paid no heed to his injury as he pointed frantically back into the alley, exclaiming, "Be Batman." In a fit of anger, he shoved Mike to the ground and strode into the alley alone. Chapter 6. The unwelcome thug. Bruce Wayne beheld the individual adorned with a target emblem upon his forehead. Although the data displayed on the panel appeared menacing, Bruce Wayne remained utterly unperturbed. His physical prowess had long since reached the zenith of human capability. The skills possessed by the marksman, mastery in shooting, combat, and the use of any object as a lethal weapon were all within Bruce Wayne's repertoire. In his presence, the marksman was little more than a mere child. Furthermore, having assimilated the combat techniques of both Black Widow and Daredevil, Bruce Wayne was on the verge of transcending human limitations. However, the true strength of Bruce Wayne lay not in his combat skills, but rather in his astute intellect. In stark contrast, the marksman, plagued by a deranged mentality, was merely a lunatic, far beneath Bruce Wayne's caliber. "Are you the Batman?" sneered the marksman, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "Foolish man, do you believe today is Halloween? I shall offer you a chance." Bruce Wayne, uninterested in the marksman's prattle, interrupted by swiftly kicking a piece of refuse towards him. The marksman, quick to react, evaded the flying debris and drew a dagger, lunging it toward Bruce Wayne with remarkable speed. In an instant, Bruce Wayne was upon him. A punch landed squarely on the marksman's abdomen, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist as the dagger vanished from his grasp. In the next heartbeat, the dagger plunged into the marksman's right shoulder. A heavy blow to the head sent him tumbling to the ground, his balance lost. Possessing extensive experience in combating the Joker, Bruce Wayne understood that with lunatics like the marksman, one must not afford a chance for retaliation. A decisive strike was imperative. Consequently, he showed no mercy. With a resounding crack, the marksman's right arm was brutally shattered. Losing an arm signified a considerable reduction in the marksman's capabilities. Writhing in agony upon the ground, the marksman could scarcely fathom encountering such a formidable adversary today. In silence, Bruce Wayne inflicted grievous injuries upon him without uttering a word. Indeed, it was true that the biting creature did not bark. Bruce Wayne extracted the dagger from the marksman's shoulder and drove it into the ground, pinning his left hand. Subsequently, a powerful strike to the chin rendered the marksman unconscious. Detecting the potential to replicate the marksman's abilities, Bruce Wayne assimilated these skills, merging them with his own, thereby further enhancing his prowess. He now stood on the brink of transcending human limitations. After thoroughly collecting the marksman's weaponry, Bruce Wayne dragged him toward the alley's exit. At that moment, Joe and Mike, gathering their courage, ventured inside. Upon witnessing the marksman being dragged like a lifeless dog by Bruce Wayne, terror seized them, causing their legs to buckle as they fell to their knees. "I apologize. We were at fault earlier, and I implore your forgiveness. In truth, our unfamiliarity with the target compelled us to act as we did." Joe and Mike immediately turned against us, shifting all the blame onto the target. With a sharp motion, Bruce Wayne thrust the target before them and coldly declared, "I am assigning you a task. Deliver this individual to the police station." "What? You mean to turn the target over to the police?" Joe exclaimed in shock. The number of heinous crimes attributed to this target is beyond count. Should he be handed over to the authorities, he would likely never see the light of day again. "It appears you wish for me to consign both you and the target to prison. Is that correct?" Bruce Wayne scoffed. Joe trembled in fear and quickly responded, "No. Rest assured, we shall deliver the target to the police. I swear it." Pausing momentarily, he forcefully kicked the target and turned to Mike, exclaiming, "Hurry, bind this scoundrel." "Right." Mike, realizing the urgency, swiftly removed his belt and secured the target's hands behind his back. Together, they hoisted the target and placed him in the trunk of their Ford. Driving hastily towards the precinct, Bruce Wayne followed at a distance, ensuring they truly delivered the target to the police station. Joe and Mike unceremoniously tossed the target at the entrance of Hell's Kitchen precinct. "Who is this guy? He looks strangely familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. Bring me the latest wanted list." "It's the target. This individual is the notorious target, wanted for multiple homicides." With a commotion, the police swiftly subdued the target. Bruce Wayne returned to the Bat Bar, compiling a list of the weaponry and equipment he desperately needed, preparing to make a foray into the black market. Certain items were unavailable on the open market and exorbitantly priced. However, with a stroke of luck, the same equipment could be procured on the black market for merely half the cost. Bruce Wayne prioritized upgrading his battle suit and vehicle, and if finances permitted, he would acquire some computer facilities as well. "Is anyone there? Hello?" Just as he was about to depart, he heard a voice calling from within the bar. "Tony, you scoundrel," Bruce Wayne muttered under his breath, recalling how Tony Stark had smashed the bar's entrance the previous night, leaving it yet to be repaired. The equipment on his list would have to wait. The bar's door required immediate attention, lest the contents be pilfered. Upon returning from the garage to the bar, Bruce Wayne found Joe and Mike standing inside, their expressions tense. The bar had yet to open for business. "If you wish to drink, it would be best to return after sunset." Joe and Mike were startled by Bruce Wayne's sudden appearance. Joe quickly retrieved a wristwatch and handed it to Bruce Wayne, forcing a smile onto his face. "Batman. No, I mean, boss." "Yes, boss. Boss, this watch must belong to you, right? We retrieved it for you. Please check for any damage." Bruce Wayne cast a glance, recognizing the watch as the one Tony Stark had lost to him. "I believe you are mistaken. I have already pawned it," he replied. Joe quickly interjected, "Boss, that is not the case. You did indeed pawn it, but the pawn shop owner betrayed you, hoping we would seize the funds you had acquired from the pawn." "Quite outrageous, really. Mike and I went to the pawn shop to teach that old man a lesson and retrieve the watch for you. Here it is, boss." Seeing Bruce Wayne not reaching out to take it, Joe reluctantly placed the watch on the table. Bruce Wayne pulled out a chair and sat down. "How did you find this place?" Chapter 7. The Night Demoness Overture upon observing the enormous bat emblem displayed prominently on the sign. We speculated that this must be a bar owned by none other than the Batman himself. Mike eagerly stepped forward, his expression animated and filled with pride, as if to proclaim, "Look at my cleverness." Clever? How intelligent could two individuals, who called each other by their real names during a robbery, truly be? The colossal bat insignia atop the bar was crafted by the original owner, intended to be a whimsical attraction to draw in patrons. Ironically, it coincided with the Batman's persona. After arriving in this realm, the Batman had only recently begun to operate publicly under his moniker. Initially, he had contemplated changing the bar's sign. But he suddenly had a change of heart. If two not particularly astute individuals could locate this place, surely others could as well. As long as no evidence was left behind, no one could prove that he was indeed the Batman. The bar could leverage the Batman's fame to enhance its appeal and attract visitors. This certainly simplified matters. Bruce Wayne began to privately strategize on how to utilize the Batman's renown, alongside the bar, to draw in superheroes and supervillains alike. Subsequently, he could seize opportunities to acquire their abilities, thereby enhancing his own strength. "Mike, be silent." Joe, sensing Bruce Wayne's displeasure, interjected sharply, forcing a smile as he spoke. "We merely seek to test our luck." Bruce Wayne glanced at the watch on the table, noting its pristine condition, devoid of any blemishes. "Now, do enlighten me about the purpose of your visit." Mike promptly exclaimed, "Boss, you defeated Bullseye, which indicates your remarkable prowess. We wish to associate with you." Bruce Wayne shot Mike a disapproving look. "Are you implying that you wish to serve as waitstaff in this bar?" "No, what I mean is..." "Mike, be silent." Joe interrupted once more, addressing Bruce Wayne. "Boss, if you are willing, we would gladly serve as bar staff." Mike immediately nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention. As long as you accept us, we are amenable to any task." While Bruce Wayne could manage the bar alone during slow business, he would inevitably need assistance when clientele increased. Having two errand boys would prove advantageous for efficiency. After careful consideration, Bruce Wayne retrieved a meticulously prepared list and a sum of $150,000. "You have 3 days. If you can procure everything on this list, I shall permit you to accompany me. However, you are not to mention the Batman thereafter. In this bar, you shall simply be waitstaff." This was Bruce Wayne's test for the duo. It served to gauge whether they might abscond with the money. Keep in mind, $150,000 would be a staggering amount for the small-time thugs of Hell's Kitchen, and they would willingly risk their lives for such a fortune. Secondly, let us evaluate the capabilities of the two individuals. "Yes, boss, we assure you we will accomplish the task," exclaimed both Joe and Mike in unison. After their departure, Bruce Wayne retrieved his tools from the basement and commenced repairs on the grand door. For Bruce Wayne, the mastermind behind the Batwing and the Batsuit, mending a damaged door was indeed a trivial endeavor. Once the door was restored, Bruce reclined in a bar chair to take a respite until someone entered. The figure stepping through the door was Matt Murdock, impeccably dressed, wielding a cane, and adorned with sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Were it not for Bruce Wayne's own superhuman senses as Daredevil, he might not have recognized this blind man as the very vigilante himself. It was a challenge for anyone to associate a blind man with the nightly exploits in Hell's Kitchen. Upon entering the bar, the refined Matt Murdock effortlessly wore a smile, remarking, "I never imagined a bar existed here. I've never been before. Surely, you wouldn't deny a patron with a disability, would you? Damn it." Bruce Wayne muttered under his breath, aware that Daredevil adeptly exploited his own handicap to elicit sympathy from others. This tactic proved effective not only with women but with men as well. "Take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Bruce Wayne acknowledged that Daredevil had sought him out deliberately. "Just a cold beer will suffice." "Is the bar this way?" Daredevil asked, intentionally gesturing in the opposite direction of the bar. "No, it's on the other side." "Allow me to escort you," Bruce Wayne offered, guiding Daredevil by the arm. "My goodness. It seems I've encountered a good Samaritan," Daredevil said somewhat theatrically, continuing, "Have you seen the news? The villain Bullseye has been apprehended by the police in Hell's Kitchen." "Really?" I haven't caught the news, but Bullseye's capture is indeed a positive development for Hell's Kitchen. "Here we are. You can sit right here," Bruce Wayne directed as he settled Daredevil at the bar. "Thank you," Daredevil expressed gratefully, then added, "Yet, I believe Bullseye's arrest may not be entirely beneficial. That man has numerous blind admirers and followers. Moreover, he works for Kingpin. Neither those admirers nor Kingpin will simply relent. Especially Kingpin. Having Bullseye injured and sent to the precinct is akin to a slap in Kingpin's face. He will not let this go unpunished." "You make a valid point. But what does this have to do with me?" "Your beer," Bruce Wayne stated, placing a chilled beer beside Daredevil. Daredevil lifted the beer with a smile, saying, "This matter holds no significance for someone like us, but I do feel a twinge of pity for the one who injured Bullseye. I hope he exercises caution, otherwise he may not even be aware of how he met his demise. Indeed, this beer is quite delightful." Bruce Wayne scoffed dismissively. I find your concerns rather unfounded. The fact that he can strike the bullseye indicates his formidable prowess. He is unlikely to be perturbed by the retribution of mere henchmen. Perhaps he is even anticipating their approach. Daredevil set his empty glass upon the bar, smirking slightly as he replied, "You do make a valid point. Perhaps I have been overthinking this. Here, this is my drink money. Moreover, this is my business card. I am an esteemed attorney, and my law firm is not far from here. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, Daredevil produced a $10 bill and a business card from his pocket, sliding them across the counter to Bruce Wayne. "Take it. Having more attorney friends is far more advantageous than acquiring another adversary." Bruce Wayne accepted the money and card with a nod. Chapter 8. Happy. Pay up. Not long after Daredevil Matt Murdock departed from the Bat Bar, a new patron arrived, Tony Stark. This time, Tony was not alone. He was accompanied by a towering bodyguard. "Hello, Wayne. Please open a bottle of your finest red wine. I intend to celebrate today," Tony Stark exuberantly announced upon entering the bar. The Bat Bar was scarcely bustling with business, nor did it boast an impressive selection of wines. The best red on the menu cost a mere $200. With a pop, Bruce Wayne uncorked the bottle and placed it before Tony, stating, "$20,000. Please settle the bill in advance." Happy pay up. Tony Stark displayed no hesitation, exemplifying the nonchalance of a super-rich heir. To him, money was merely a string of digits devoid of significant meaning. However, Happy quickly discerned that the bottle was merely cheap wine. Out of deference for Tony Stark, he remained silent and inquired, "Can I use a card?" "Of course," Bruce Wayne replied as he processed a payment of $20,000. Tony poured himself a glass of wine but did not drink. Instead, he swirled the glass and cheerfully remarked, "Wayne, don't you want to know what I'm celebrating?" Bruce Wayne shook his head, signaling his disinterest. Tony, undeterred, pointed to the ring and said earnestly, "I lost to you last night due to my inebriation. Today, I shall defeat you in the ring, and this bottle of red wine is meant to commemorate my victory." "Oh," Bruce Wayne thought with a smirk, realizing that this man had come to enrich him. "Since you wish to challenge me, do you remember the rules?" "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I will reward you with $100,000, Tony Stark declared, turning to Happy and commanding, "Pay up." Bruce Wayne couldn't help but grin, finding Tony Stark reminiscent of his own past self in Gotham. Yet, the difference was that he had been merely playing a part, while this man was genuinely extravagant. After processing another payment of $100,000, Bruce Wayne said, "Tony, you must have noticed the bar's entrance upon your arrival. You damaged it when you left last night." Tony Stark interrupted, "I understand. I will compensate. How does $50,000 sound?" Happy pay up. Very agreeable, Bruce Wayne thought, realizing he was increasingly fond of his affluent heir. $50,000 was more than sufficient to replace the door, yet it had already been repaired. Given the likelihood of future visits from superheroes or supervillains, the door might well face destruction again. Better to let it remain as it was, an unexpected windfall of $50,000. Tony Stark set down his glass and eagerly rushed to the arena, warming up and calling out, "Wayne, hurry up. I can hardly wait to see you get knocked down. You'd better call an ambulance first." Bruce Wayne turned to Happy and said, "Better heed his warning." Happy scoffed, "Don't underestimate Tony. He has won a fighting championship." "A fighting champion?" Bruce Wayne nearly laughed out loud, fully aware that such titles often lacked substance. As long as Tony Stark was willing to pay, there would be plenty of people eager to indulge him. Bruce Wayne stepped into the ring and declared, "As per usual, you can make the first move. Wayne, you will regret this." Tony Stark shouted as he leaped forward, throwing a punch at Bruce. Compared to his drunken state yesterday, today's Tony Stark was indeed a different man. However, Bruce Wayne deftly sidestepped Tony's attack and landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. Ugh! Tony Stark emitted a muffled groan, clutching his stomach and slowly sinking to his knees, his face flushed and body trembling. "Tony!" Happy rushed onto the stage in alarm. "Don't touch me. Let me rest for a moment," Tony Stark replied weakly. "Tony, you can lie down. It might feel better," Bruce Wayne kindly suggested before stepping off the stage to pour himself a cold beer, raising his glass to clink with Tony's from a distance. Indeed, a celebration is in order. After a few minutes of resting, Tony Stark finally regained his composure and grasped Happy's hand, saying, "Get that guy on the floor for me." Happy furrowed his brow slightly. The recent display of Bruce Wayne's prowess had made it abundantly clear that he was no match for him. Yet, faced with Tony Stark's expectations, Happy found himself lacking the courage to refuse and could only nod in agreement. "All right." Helping Tony Stark down from the ring, Happy strode directly to Bruce Wayne and said, "I admit I underestimated you, but I still want to fight." Bruce Wayne assessed Happy with a smile, replying, "If you wish to challenge me, you must be aware of the rules." "I'll cover the expenses," Tony Stark interjected. "As per usual, whether you win or lose, you'll receive $100,000. Tony Stark exclaimed, then turned to Happy, commanding, "Pay up." Happy's lips twitched. $100,000 just to face Bruce Wayne? The key point was that he was highly likely to be on the receiving end of the blows. Happy, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and pay. Get up there and take Wayne down, Tony Stark urged. Ahem. With a hint of exasperation. Happy withdrew $100,000 to secure his chance to face Bruce Wayne in the ring. Smack. Happy clenched his fists together, moving his body as he proclaimed, Wayne. I hail from the borough of Brooklyn as a professional boxer, having clinched the heavyweight championship multiple times. You still have time to reconsider. Happy. I suggest you take action directly. It would allow us to resolve this sooner, Bruce Wayne replied dismissively. Wayne, this predicament is of your own making, Happy retorted, seizing the initiative to strike first. However, he soon felt as if he were experiencing a hallucination, for Bruce Wayne seemed to vanish before his very eyes. In the next moment, a powerful punch landed squarely on his chin, sending him crashing to the ground, consciousness slipping away. Crash. The celebratory glass held by Tony Stark fell to the floor, his gaze fixated on the unconscious Happy in the ring, his voice trembling as he uttered, H. Happy. Chapter 9. Merry with multiple personalities, he is fine, merely fainted. He shall awaken after a brief rest. Bruce Wayne knelt down, feigning an examination of Happy, seizing the opportunity to assimilate Happy's skills. After all, a mosquito's leg is still flesh. Happy, Happy, Happy. Tony Stark approached the ring, gently tapping Happy's cheek to rouse him. Boss, what transpired? How did I fall asleep? Happy inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Tony Stark, somewhat exasperated, replied, Happy, you were not asleep. You were knocked out. It was then that Happy recalled his bout with Lee. Originally intending to avenge Tony Stark, he ended up being rendered unconscious by a single punch. What a disgrace, especially for a bodyguard. With a look of contrition, Happy said, Boss, I am sorry. It seems I must resign from this position. Happy, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. It is not a matter of your capabilities, but rather of the formidable opponent you faced. Come, let us go for a drink. Tony Stark assisted Happy down from the ring. Bruce Wayne approached with 2 chilled beers. This is for you both. Having earned $200,000 effortlessly and gained skills from Happy, offering 2 beers seemed only fitting. During his encounter with Tony, Bruce Wayne had conducted an experiment. Having already acquired skills from Tony Stark, further contact did not yield new abilities. Thus, he could only replicate skills from the same individual once. Wait a moment. Tony Stark called out to Bruce Wayne, who was intent on leaving, rising to speak. Wayne, you are exceptionally talented. It is a disservice to confine yourself to the role of a bar owner. I wonder if you might be interested in a career change. I could employ you. Bruce Wayne promptly interrupted Tony Stark, stating, I'm afraid I have no interest. Work for you? What a jest. Tony Stark's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Wayne, I have not finished speaking. Should you choose to follow me? The salary I offer will far exceed anything you could earn here throughout your lifetime. Is that so? Bruce Wayne feigned contemplation. Tony Stark felt a surge of pride. Indeed. No one could resist the allure of wealth. After 3 seconds of consideration, Bruce Wayne replied, regrettably, I remain uninterested. Tony Stark, believing he had swayed Bruce Wayne, was taken aback by the rejection. The reversal was rather swift. Tony Stark felt a sharp pang in his side. And no matter. Should you change your mind? You are always welcome to seek me out. The doors of Stark Industries will forever remain open to you. With an awkward smile, Tony Stark turned to Happy, who had already downed a beer, saying, I just remembered I have a meeting. Let us depart. After being beaten and rejected twice, Tony Stark merely wished to leave the Bat Bar as swiftly as possible. Even he had his pride, after all. As was customary, the Bat Bar was devoid of patrons. Following Tony Stark and Happy's departure, not a single customer remained. After operating until 10 o'clock, Bruce Wayne decided to close up and, donning the guise of Batman, ventured into Hell's Kitchen to hone his skills further. Just as Bruce Wayne closed the bar's door and had yet to lock it, he heard a cry for help. This was typical of Hell's Kitchen, where crime was an everyday occurrence, and this incident unfolded near the Bat Bar. Upon stepping outside, Bruce spotted a red-haired girl sprinting barefoot in a white dress, pursued by a motorcycle ridden by 2 thugs clad in leather jackets, adorned with numerous tattoos. Suddenly, the red-haired girl was knocked to the ground by the motorcycle. The vehicle came to a halt, and the 2 thugs dismounted, advancing toward her. One of them, sporting a nose ring, brandished a butterfly knife, menacingly twirling it while grinning wickedly. Hey girl, if you make your big brother comfortable tonight, I guarantee you'll be just fine. Otherwise, I'll leave a masterpiece on that pretty face of yours. Please, don't come any closer. The red-haired girl, desperately pushing herself backward with her hands, was seized by the hair by the thug with the nose ring. Let her go? Bruce Wayne was about to shout, ready to play the hero, when the situation took an unexpected turn. With a sudden burst of courage, the seemingly terrified girl delivered a swift kick between the thug's legs. From Bruce Wayne's experienced perspective, the force of that kick could very well have shattered the thug's manhood. Before the thug could utter a cry of pain, the girl struck his neck with her palm, causing his head to lurch to the side, nearly resting on his shoulder. The blow had apparently fractured his cervical vertebrae. The second thug, who had just dismounted, was momentarily stunned by the turn of events and hesitated before attempting to flee on the motorcycle. The red-haired girl seized the butterfly knife and flung it with precision. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself deep into the fleeing thug's back, burying itself to the hilt. As he cried out in agony, both thug and motorcycle toppled to the ground. The girl then pushed the nose-ring thug down and turned towards Bruce Wayne, flashing a wicked smile. Men truly are nothing but trouble. The red-haired girl, who had just moments ago appeared panicked, now radiated an aura of malevolence. Her previous innocence had vanished, replaced by an unsettling demeanor reminiscent of a remorseless villain. Bruce Wayne discerned that this girl possessed a multifaceted personality, with her fierce persona emerging in the face of threat. As the crimson-haired woman directed her attention towards Bruce Wayne, the panel concurrently provided relevant information. Mary Alice Walker, a Hollywood luminary, is afflicted with dissociative identity disorder. The Mary Walker persona embodies the essence of a typical individual. In contrast, the Mary persona is timid, reserved, and possesses a penchant for tranquility. The typhoid persona is characterized by a penchant for adventure, violence, and promiscuity. Meanwhile, the bloody persona is marked by cruelty, sadism, and a profound disdain for humanity. Beware. This woman is perilous not solely due to her formidable skills and extraordinary abilities, but also because she was once the romantic partner of Daredevil. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow slightly. How had he once again become entangled with Daredevil? Surely, there should be no complications stemming from her past relationship? Bruce Wayne scrutinized Mary, who was approaching him, deducing that at this moment, she likely embodied the animosity of her bloody persona. Otherwise, what had he done to provoke such intense hostility from her? Chapter 10. Becoming Extraordinary. What are you watching? Bloody Mary roared, suddenly accelerating towards Bruce Wayne. Mary Walker, an actress with a modicum of combat skills, was not particularly tall. When compared to the likes of Daredevil or Hawkeye, she was outmatched, and even Tony Stark would have no chance against her. The true peril of Mary Walker lay not in her fighting prowess or strength, but rather in her extraordinary abilities. She could conjure ethereal shields or force fields, unleashing devastating energy blasts. Additionally, she possessed the ability to levitate and fly at remarkable speeds. Her powers also included the creation, absorption, and manipulation of fire, allowing her to ignite individuals or objects in her vicinity, and even levitate items such as knives. These extraordinary capabilities rendered Mary Walker exceptionally formidable. In this moment, even Daredevil found himself at her mercy. Bruce Wayne remained motionless until Bloody Mary approached, at which point he swiftly seized her wrist. In a seamless motion, he shifted behind her and embraced her tightly. The gravest error Bloody Mary made was underestimating Bruce Wayne as an ordinary man. Under the overwhelming pressure of his strength, she found herself unable to escape. He detected a target with replicable telepathy. Success in replication. Bruce Wayne acquired Mary Walker's formidable telepathic abilities, which enabled him to implant mental suggestions and illusions within a target's mind, as well as induce sleep in certain individuals and most animals. When Mary Walker manifested as Typhoid Mary, she often exploited this ability to seduce and ensnare others. While Bruce Wayne reveled in this newfound power, a sense of trepidation also washed over him. In Gotham, he had previously been bested by a similar ability wielded by Poison Ivy, who had controlled Superman multiple times, forcing him into life-and-death confrontations with Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne silently thanked his fortune that Mary Walker was currently in her Bloody Mary form and had not immediately employed her telepathic powers. Had she done so, he would have become a mere plaything for Typhoid Mary. He detected a target with replicable Mutant Zero. Success in replication. Mutant Zero represented one of Mary Walker's personalities, manifesting as an armored form imbued with weaponry. This was also her most potent transformation. However, such immense power came with unknown risks, potentially inflicting harm on Typhoid Mary herself. Unless absolutely necessary, this form would not be summoned. He detected a target with replicable object control. Success in replication. He detected a target with replicable fire control. Success in replication. In an instant, Bruce Wayne had acquired numerous skills from Mary Walker. Iron Man, Daredevil, and Black Widow combined possess fewer skills than Mary Walker. More significantly, the powers derived from Mary Walker have transformed Bruce Wayne from an ordinary individual into a being of extraordinary capability, effectively shattering the limits of human potential and resulting in a qualitative enhancement of his strength. If Bloody Mary were to rely solely on her martial prowess, she would stand no chance against Bruce Wayne. With Bruce Wayne acquiring all of Mary Walker's abilities, her prospects of defeating him became even more remote. Seizing the moment while Bloody Mary was still ensnared, Bruce Wayne employed his telepathic abilities, guiding her through mental influence back to her normal persona, Mary Walker. Alas, behold the noble deeds I have accomplished. Upon regaining her Mary Walker form, she sank to the ground, weeping sorrowfully for having harmed two ruffians. In truth, Mary Walker had no recollection of her actions under different personality states. She merely inferred, based on experience, that the two thugs were the ones she had injured. Fear not. They're still alive, Bruce Wayne asserted as he approached and hoisted the two ruffians from the ground, his voice low and menacing. If you wish to avoid dying here, you should leave at once. Furthermore, it would be prudent not to divulge tonight's events to anyone. I cannot guarantee what may transpire should you do so. The two ruffians, already terrified by Bloody Mary and nursing their injuries, fled without hesitation on their motorcycle. Bruce Wayne returned to the sorrowful Mary Walker. Setting aside the matter of her multiple personalities, Mary Walker was undeniably beautiful. Moreover, as a film star, her unique aura eclipsed that of Black Widow. Daredevil truly is a scoundrel. Bruce Wayne found himself inexplicably cursing him inwardly as he extended his handkerchief to Mary Walker, saying, "Do not be disheartened. This is not your fault. Additionally, I believe you could use a drink right now. Coincidentally, this bar belongs to me." Mary Walker accepted the handkerchief, dabbed her tears, and glanced at the Bat Bar's sign, nodding slowly. Bruce Wayne initially intended to pour her a beer or a glass of wine, but Mary Walker insisted on something stronger. Whiskey. Her struggles with multiple personalities had led her to develop a penchant for drinking. After downing nearly half a bottle of whiskey, her demeanor appeared considerably improved. "Forgive me. I have yet to ask your name," Mary Walker suddenly recalled. "Wayne, Bruce Wayne," he replied. Mary Walker brushed her hair back, revealing a smile as she said, "If you enjoy films, you should recognize me. You can call me Mary." Extending her hand towards Bruce Wayne, she expressed, "Thank you for helping me and for treating me to a drink." "No need for thanks," he replied. Bruce Wayne extended his hand to shake with Mary Walker. If it weren't for the superhuman senses bestowed upon him by Daredevil, Bruce Wayne might have struggled to perceive that the woman before him had subtly transformed into her alias, Typhoid Mary. Furthermore, she was attempting to ensnare Bruce Wayne with her telepathic abilities. One does not refuse meat presented so tantalizingly. Accompanied by Black Widow the previous night, and now by Typhoid Mary, Bruce Wayne suddenly recognized himself as a fortunate man. Yet, he could not suppress a mental expletive. Daredevil is truly a scoundrel. He then reassured himself that his former lover should pose no issue, especially since it was she who had initiated the seduction. Bruce Wayne unceremoniously tipped his hat to Daredevil. Achoo! Daredevil had just felled a petty thief when he unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he pondered, "Who is thinking of me?" Chapter 11. Lady Bullseye. Unlike the Black Widow, who departed silently in the dead of night, Mary Walker did not take her leave from the Bat Bar until the break of dawn. Before her departure, she thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Bruce Wayne and placed a stack of cash beside it. Bruce Wayne felt a twinge of gratitude upon seeing the breakfast. Yet his brow furrowed at the sight of the money. What could this mean? As noon approached, Joe and Mike arrived at the Bat Bar, driving a truck laden with the equipment from Bruce Wayne's list. He did not permit them entry into his underground workshop, but instructed them to place the gear in the garage. Upon inventorying, Bruce Wayne was somewhat astonished. In less than 24 hours, Joe and Mike had managed to procure everything they needed. It appeared their efficiency was commendable. "Boss, here is the remaining cash," Joe said, handing Bruce Wayne $2,000. The black market prices were not fixed, although Bruce Wayne had provided them with $150,000 in cash. It might not have sufficed to acquire every item on the list. Yet, not only did Joe and Mike procure all the equipment, they had also managed to save $2,000. This unexpected outcome impressed Bruce Wayne. At that moment, he genuinely decided to accept the two as his subordinates. Though Joe and Mike appeared somewhat dim-witted and hailed from the streets, Bruce Wayne resolved to give them an opportunity, hoping to cultivate them into a new generation of Robins. "I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Divide the money and then return to rest. Report for duty at 6 this evening," Bruce Wayne instructed. Joe and Mike, without pretension, accepted the money primarily because they were living in dire straits. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to a midnight shopping spree. Lacking this money, they would have struggled even to afford lunch. "Thank you, boss," they expressed gratefully upon receiving the cash. "Dad, there's one more thing I need to report." Joe hesitated before speaking. "Go on," Bruce Wayne urged. Clearing his throat, Joe began. "Lady Bullseye has escaped from prison." Bruce Wayne had captured a multitude of criminals, the number so great that he could scarcely recall them all. Among these criminals, many had been apprehended by Bruce Wayne repeatedly, only to escape from prison by various means. The fact that Bullseye, a top assassin, could break free from custody was hardly surprising to him. Joe continued, "It was Lady Bullseye who assisted him in his escape." The name Lady Bullseye was new to Bruce Wayne, but fortunately, the virtual panel immediately provided pertinent information. Lady Bullseye had taken the path of an assassin under the influence of Bullseye. She was an accomplished attorney and a master of weaponry, possessing exceptional combat skills and adeptness in stealth. Additionally, she had the capability to vaporize herself into smoke. Blind worshippers and followers of Target Eye, beware of her vengeance. The extraordinary? Bruce Wayne was somewhat taken aback upon reviewing the dossier on Ms. Target Eye, judging solely from the information. Her prowess appeared to surpass that of Target Eye, particularly her ability to envelop herself in smoke, which was incomparable. I see. Is there anything else? Bruce Wayne inquired after acknowledging the information. After exchanging glances, Joe and Mike began to speak. With Mike taking the lead, the incident of Target Eye being injured by the Batman has spread. Gold has expressed considerable dissatisfaction regarding this matter and has begun to dispatch personnel for investigation. What I mean to say is, boss, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Bruce Wayne nodded, dismissing Joe and Mike before plunging into his underground studio to commence upgrades on his existing bat gear. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Joe and Mike failed to arrive at the Bat Bar on time. However, the establishment welcomed its first patron of the day, a woman clad in professional attire, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and carrying a black leather handbag. Could I trouble you for a cocktail? The woman settled at the bar closest to Bruce Wayne and subsequently produced a business card. Sliding it across the counter towards Ligia, let us be acquainted. My name is Maki, and I am an attorney. Should you require assistance with any legal matters, you may seek my services. Given your striking appearance, I could offer you a discounted rate. It seems that quite a few lawyers have visited me recently. Perhaps I bear a resemblance to someone frequently embroiled in litigation. Bruce Wayne glanced at the business card. Through the panel's data, he was already aware that Ms. Target Eye was named Maki, and this beautiful woman before him was either a namesake or had disguised herself as an attorney to approach him. His heightened senses confirmed that Maki was not deceitful, yet they could not ascertain whether she was indeed Ms. Target Eye, exhibiting his masculine charm. Bruce extended his hand and said, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Bruce Wayne. Perhaps I truly do have a case for which I require your assistance. As a gesture of courtesy, consider your expenses at the bar today on me." That sounds fantastic. Mr. Wayne, I believe we are destined to become friends. Unaware of any ulterior motives, Maki shook hands with Bruce Wayne. Maki, you are truly stunning. I imagine you have many suitors vying for your attention. Bruce Wayne continued to divert her focus, buying himself time. Mr. Wayne, not only are you handsome, but you also possess quite the silver tongue. I presume you have numerous girlfriends, Maki jested. Detecting the ability to replicate the target's smoke transformation. Replication successful. Detecting the ability to replicate the target's combat skills. Replication successful. Initiating integration and enhancement of acquired skills. Upon acquiring the ability to envelop himself in smoke, Bruce Wayne was certain. The seemingly harmless female lawyer before him was indeed Miss Target Eye. Please hold on. Your cocktail will be ready shortly. Bruce Wayne released his grip and began to mix the drink. The huntress remained unaware that her abilities had been entirely replicated by Bruce Wayne and continued to probe. Wayne, that bat outside is quite intriguing. Additionally, I've heard that Hell's Kitchen has recently acquired a new vigilante, a fellow who dresses like a bat. I suspect it has something to do with this establishment. You're overthinking it, Maki. Who would go to such lengths as to don a bat costume? Bruce Wayne remarked, placing the freshly crafted cocktail before the huntress, smiling as he said, "Try it and see if it suits your taste. No need to taste, just by its hue. One can tell it is quite delectable." The huntress lifted her glass and suddenly splashed the drink towards Bruce Wayne's eyes. Chapter 12. Not Batman, but Batman Bruce Wayne. Endowed with extraordinary sensory perception, anticipated the movements of Lady Bullseye, swiftly grasping the cocktail shaker in his hand to capture the spilled concoction. It's free, after all. Don't you think it would be wasteful to simply discard it? Bruce sighed, shaking his head. Lady Bullseye smirked, her expression one of smug satisfaction. It seems my judgment was correct. You are indeed the one who injured Bullseye, the Batman. Bruce placed the shaker on the bar, adopting a serious demeanor. I must correct you. It is not Batman, but Batman. Lady Bullseye scoffed. Batman? You've truly given yourself a charming name. I hope your skills match its elegance. As she spoke, Lady Bullseye shattered the glass in her hand, the shards flying towards Bruce's face like a flurry of sharp blades. Immediately, she lunged with a dagger aimed at his heart. Utilizing his ability to manipulate objects with the precision of a seasoned master, Bruce halted the incoming shards midair. Indeed, possessing extraordinary powers made combat considerably more convenient. With a swift motion, Bruce seized Lady Bullseye's wrist, the grip firm and unyielding. Almost simultaneously, the suspended shards turned and hurtled towards her. Caught off guard, Lady Bullseye had her assault thwarted entirely. In a desperate maneuver, she vaporized her form, narrowly evading the onslaught and breaking free from Bruce's grasp. Bruce leaped over the bar, delivering a powerful punch as she materialized once more. Ah, she cried out in pain, blood gushing from her nose as her nasal bone fractured under the force. In a moment of panic, Lady Bullseye flicked her right arm, launching a throwing knife from her sleeve towards Bruce. However, he caught the blade effortlessly, reversing its trajectory to thrust at her throat. Lady Bullseye had anticipated this encounter long before engaging. To inflict significant harm upon her was no trivial feat. Batman's prowess was extraordinary. After a brief clash, Lady Bullseye became increasingly certain that she was no match for Bruce Wayne. Consequently, she ceased her entanglement with him, resorting to her familiar tactic of vaporization in an attempt to escape the Bat Bar. Yet Bruce was prepared. The instant she transformed into smoke, he seized the corner of a tablecloth and ensnared her within its folds. Thud. Lady Bullseye fell to the ground, solidifying once more. Bruce unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, only ceasing his assault when she pleaded for mercy from within her cloth prison. Setting aside Lady Bullseye's other abilities, her capacity for vaporization alone posed a considerable challenge, unless one were to eliminate her entirely or confine her within an appropriate vessel. Even turning her over to the authorities would likely result in her employing her vaporization to escape. As the tablecloth was lifted, the woman known as Target Eye, her face marred with bruises and blood staining her attire, no longer exuded her former arrogance. Instead, she appeared somewhat disheveled and fearful. "Batman, there is no animosity between us. There is no need for such violence," she hastily proclaimed, attempting to retreat strategically in hopes of navigating through this predicament. "You may leave," Bruce Wayne declared. "Are you truly allowing me to go?" Target Eye responded, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had misheard him. Bruce Wayne's decision to release her was not rooted in a principle of mercy. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that this was his establishment, the Bat Bar. He had no desire to spill blood in his own domain, which could lead to unnecessary complications in the future. As for handing her over to the authorities, that would be futile, for she could easily escape. Besides Black Widow, Bruce Wayne had no significant connections with the more capable agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Uncertain of how they would handle Target Eye, he resolved to let her go. "Are you suggesting I should call S.H.I.E.L.D. to have you detained?" Bruce Wayne provocatively inquired. Target Eye trembled slightly. While she could disregard the police, she could not ignore the formidable presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. If she were truly handed over to them, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Return and inform Bullseye that if he seeks vengeance, he may approach me at any time. However, I assure you, next time I shall not deliver him to the authorities, but rather to the finality of this world. Bruce Wayne issued a stern warning. A flicker of concern crossed Target Eye's brow. As a top-tier assassin, a sudden pang of fear emerged within her. Bruce Wayne, having dealt with criminals throughout his life, was acutely aware that individuals like Target Eye would not readily reform due to a mere threat. This realization prompted him to reconsider his no-kill principle, contemplating its potential revocation. Particularly as he was no longer merely the heir of Wayne Enterprises. Target Eye departed the Bat Bar, clutching her bag. Shortly thereafter, an old Ford careened recklessly to a halt before the establishment. As the vehicle came to a stop, Joe staggered out of the driver's seat, his battered visage revealing the extent of his injuries. The fact that he had managed to drive this far was already a testament to his limits. And after a few futile attempts to rise, he faltered again. Upon his third effort to stand, he caught sight of Bruce Wayne emerging from the bar, a glass of whiskey in hand. "Boss." Joe's voice trembled as he called out. Bruce Wayne crouched down, offering him the glass. "Drink this first, then tell me what transpired." After downing the whiskey, Joe felt a semblance of relief. "Boss, Kingpin has kidnapped Mike. He said that if Batman doesn't show up tonight, he'll throw Mike into the sea." Joe exclaimed with agitation. "I understand. Wait for me here," Bruce Wayne instructed, assisting Joe to the car before closing the Bat Bar's door and retreating to the basement to don his Batgear. Batman. Joe had already discovered that Bruce Wayne was Batman, yet witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat astonished. "It is Batman," Bruce Wayne corrected, as he opened the door and entered the vehicle. "Now, please direct me." They made their way to a bar on 36th Street, a territory owned by the notorious crime lord, Kingpin. Joe began to guide him, and it wasn't long before they arrived at a bar situated on 36th Street. Kingpin was the most formidable gangster in New York, and at one point in an alternate timeline, he had even served as the mayor of the city. The entire Hell's Kitchen was under Kingpin's dominion. Before them stood one of Kingpin's establishments, renowned as the largest and most prosperous bar in Hell's Kitchen. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would undoubtedly be courting death. "Wait for me in the car," Bruce Wayne instructed Joe after he had parked the vehicle securely, then stepped out alone to enter the bar. Chapter 13. The confrontation. At the entrance of the bar stood two burly security guards, their bodies adorned with extensive tattoos. Upon spotting Bruce Wayne, they immediately raised their rubber batons and pointed at him, shouting, "Hey, stand there and don't move." When Bruce Wayne disregarded their warnings, one of the guards swung his baton, aiming a blow to Bruce's head, cursing, "Damn it. Didn't you hear me telling you to stand still? Do you think today is Halloween? Or do you believe donning that outfit makes you a superhero?" "Peter, don't cause any fatalities," cautioned the other guard. Just then, a scream pierced the air as Peter doubled over, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Bewildered, the guards failed to comprehend how Peter had been so swiftly incapacitated. Bruce Wayne, however, had already advanced towards him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. The impact felt more agonizing than a sledgehammer strike, as if his insides were being shredded by a knife, leading Peter to fall to the ground in pain, in stark contrast to the desolation of the Bat Bar. The atmosphere in the nightclub was filled with raucous music, where a throng of revelers danced energetically, appearing as though they were under the influence of substances. Aside from the guards, no one seemed to notice Bruce Wayne's exit from the bar. Ascending to the second-floor office, Mike trembled as he knelt there. His head bowed almost to the floor. Behind a large desk sat a bald man whose imposing figure resembled that of a giant, his taut clothing revealing sculpted muscles. This commanding figure was none other than the bar owner, Kingpin. Kingpin idly swirled his glass, observing the whiskey within morphing shapes, and asked nonchalantly, "So, you mean to say you have no knowledge of the Batman's true nature, nor did you witness how he defeated the target?" "Why, yes," Mike stammered, his voice quivering. At that moment, an alarm blared throughout the office, and water erupted from the overhead sprinklers. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the bar. A henchman rushed over, removing his jacket to shield Kingpin from the deluge. Drenched, Kingpin furrowed his brow in irritation and inquired, "What is happening?" "Someone triggered the fire alarm. It's the Batman. He's below," two henchmen exclaimed in succession. Kingpin rose to his feet, and the henchman shielding him struggled to maintain his grasp. Fortunately, another henchman had procured a spare umbrella from the office, holding it over Kingpin's head. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, Kingpin peered down to find chaos erupting within the bar. Patrons were frantically fleeing, while a man clad in bat-themed attire ascended the stairs. Anyone attempting to obstruct him was swiftly dispatched with a single punch. Kingpin's brow furrowed once more as he placed a cigar between his fingers, murmuring softly, "Interesting." As the other henchmen observed, they immediately rushed out without needing any command, eager to thwart Bruce Wayne. However, one by one, they found themselves incapacitated by his prowess. Soon, Bruce Wayne stood face to face with Kingpin in the office. The moment he laid eyes on Kingpin, Bruce was reminded of the notorious Penguin, a crime lord lurking in Gotham. Could they possibly be brothers? Their resemblance was uncanny. The monitor displayed information regarding Kingpin. He engaged in daily duels with martial artists from around the globe, capable of concluding a 1-against-10 battle in a mere 20 seconds. He was nothing short of a human machine, a paragon of human capability, a formidable adversary to many superheroes. He was indeed a challenging opponent. Caution, beware of his cane. Upon viewing Kingpin's dossier, Bruce felt a surge of confidence. The pinnacle of human potential, which indicated that Kingpin was not a match for Bruce Wayne, who had already transcended such limits. As for Kingpin's cane, it was not merely for show. Akin to the Penguin's umbrella, it was laden with mechanisms capable of firing lasers, toxins, and smoke. No wonder they seemed like kin. "Are you the one who defeated Bullseye?" Kingpin inquired in a deep voice. Bruce Wayne replied, "I prefer to refer to myself as Batman." After a brief pause, he addressed Mike, who was kneeling. "Rise. Remember, those who follow me do not kneel before others." For Mike, the mere mention of Kingpin's name had once been enough to send chills down his spine. Today was different. Bruce Wayne had braved the lion's den and vanquished all of Kingpin's subordinates, instilling a newfound courage in Mike. "Yes," Mike responded, pushing himself off the ground and retreating to a corner. "Batman. So, you are a superhero? Excellent. My favorite pastime is to beat up superheroes," Kingpin declared as he discarded his cigar and umbrella, shedding his coat as he advanced towards Bruce Wayne. No further words were needed. Bruce Wayne and Kingpin engaged in combat. Kingpin proved to be a formidable opponent. In terms of physical prowess and fighting capability, Bruce sensed he was even stronger than the Penguin, with a physique rivaling that of Bane. But what did that matter? Bruce Wayne had never flinched, even when facing Superman, let alone a mere human pinnacle like Kingpin. Bruce Wayne relied solely on his strength and combat skills in this encounter. During the fray, he adeptly replicated Kingpin's techniques, assimilating them into his own repertoire. Coupled with his enhanced senses, Bruce was attuned to every movement of Kingpin's. Mike stood by, utterly astonished. Particularly when he witnessed Kingpin being brought to his knees by Bruce Wayne. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Is my boss truly this formidable? It seems I have chosen the right ally. Kingpin, do you yield?" Bruce Wayne pressed the golden cane against his adversary's throat, delivering an admonition. The man, visibly indignant, furrowed his brow in defiance. "You see, it was your associate who initially provoked me, and then you proceeded to kidnap and assault my subordinate. How do you propose we settle this score?" Bruce Wayne inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, "There's money in the desk drawer. You may help yourselves." "Mike," Bruce called, beckoning him to open the desk drawer. As Mike gazed upon the overflowing stack of cash, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he looked up to ask, "Boss, how much should we take?" Bruce, slightly exasperated by his subordinate's lack of wit, instructed, "Take it all. Whether you take a single dollar or the entirety, it amounts to the same." Naturally, they took everything. Mike could hardly contain his grin as he found a bag to gather all the money from the drawer. Chapter 14. Introduction of Daredevil and the Stick. Bruce Wayne instructed Mike to venture out in search of Joe, then addressed Kingpin, stating, "We're even now." Even? Kingpin scoffed, coldly retorting, "Batman, if you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, this matter remains unresolved." Kingpin, as a crime lord, your words are exceedingly unwise. What advantage lies in compelling me to take your life? Bruce Wayne sighed, shaking his head, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for the Penguin. Had it been the Penguin, such words would never have escaped his lips. The Penguin understood the essence of compromise. He knew when to yield. Even if he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Batman, he would never utter a harsh word under such circumstances. "Kingpin, should you trouble me or my two associates again, I shall ensure that you lose the most precious thing in your life," Bruce Wayne proclaimed, only to realize how villainous he appeared in that moment. "Humph. The most precious thing? Batman, do you think, after tonight, I possess anything of value left?" Kingpin retorted with a cold snort. Batman had stormed into Kingpin's bar and vanquished everyone, including Kingpin himself. This humiliation would certainly spread, jeopardizing his standing in the New York underworld. "And what of Vanessa?" Bruce Wayne inquired. Vanessa Mariana was Kingpin's new girlfriend, a prize he had pursued with considerable time and effort, whom he referred to as his one true love. Suddenly, Kingpin seized his weapon, his emotions flaring. "Batman, I warn you, if you dare to touch Vanessa, I shall devote my life to finding you and ending yours with my own hands." Bruce Wayne smiled, remaining silent, and stepped back, releasing his cane. As he was about to exit the office, Kingpin called out, "Wait, can you tell me why you choose not to kill me? Should I take your life today?" Before dawn, a second Kingpin would undoubtedly emerge, perhaps even a third or fourth. "However, if I spare you, perhaps we could forge an agreement," Bruce Wayne replied. "The principle of sparing lives?" Kingpin mused. "Batman adheres to such a principle in Gotham, doesn't he? Killing one criminal merely paves the way for another to emerge in their stead. Rather than squander energy in that cycle, it is wiser to spare a life, allowing them to keep other criminals in check. This explains why Batman consistently captures and confines the Joker's ilk, only to pursue and recapture them once they escape. In this relentless cycle of capture and release, an unspoken understanding develops between Batman and those criminals. The rationale behind sparing Kingpin aligns with this very principle. Bruce Wayne understood that Wilson Fisk would certainly not relent, so he provided funds to Josie and Mike, instructing them to find a safe haven to recuperate before returning. As Bruce anticipated, Fisk initiated his scheme that very night, first ensuring Vanessa's protection, then attempting to capture Josie and Mike once more to uncover Bruce Wayne's true identity. Although Fisk's men failed to locate Josie and Mike, they discovered the Bat Bar instead. From dawn until dusk, the Bat Bar remained open, and by evening, several groups had gathered outside, covertly surveilling the establishment. When the bar finally opened its doors, 3 patrons entered, settling into various corners. Business appeared promising that day. "A pint of beer, please." Daredevil, Matt Murdock, re-emerged at the Bat Bar, donning a suit and carrying a briefcase, exuding an allure that captivated numerous women. Bruce Wayne poured Matt a beer, teasing, "It seems that being a lawyer is quite lucrative." Indeed, the legal profession can be quite profitable. However, Matt, who operated his practice in Hell's Kitchen, found himself lacking in funds. The reason being that the cases he took on often yielded little profit. And sometimes he even worked pro bono. "Wayne, I heard there was an incident at the bar on 36th Street yesterday?" Matt took a sip of his beer. "Weren't you present?" "Why ask me?" Bruce Wayne bluntly pointed out that he was aware of Daredevil's presence nearby, even before entering Fisk's bar. The happenings within the bar were as clear to Daredevil as if he were witnessing them firsthand. Matt dropped the pretense, his demeanor serious. "Listen, you've made a grave mistake by antagonizing Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, the most formidable figures in all of New York. Fisk will not let you off easily. And even the patrons in your bar right now are likely placed there by him." "Oh, then I should express my gratitude. Otherwise, I would have had no business today." Bruce Wayne jested. Matt's expression darkened, disapproving of Bruce's flippant attitude. Taking a breath, he said, "Wayne, I don't know what you're thinking, but I recognize that what you're doing is playing with fire. Hell's Kitchen is far more complex than you realize. If you wish to continue navigating this world, you must alter your approach. It would be wise to seek a partner." Bruce Wayne leaned against the bar, speaking softly. "Your words lead me to believe you desire an alliance." Matt shook his head. "Not me. Have you heard of Stick?" "Stick?" Bruce Wayne murmured, beginning to search for information. Stick, a martial arts master, is the mentor of both Daredevil and Elektra. Like Daredevil, he is blind, a wanderer in search of gifted children to nurture. Notably, his true identity is the leader of the ninja clan known as the Chaste. "I've never heard of him." Bruce Wayne shook his head. Matt continued. "Stick is an immensely powerful individual, and he has returned to Hell's Kitchen. If you wish, I can facilitate an introduction. Trust me. Gaining Stick's support will significantly enhance your standing in Hell's Kitchen." Bruce Wayne was not averse to forming alliances. He was acutely aware that no matter how formidable he became, there would inevitably come a time when he would require the assistance of others. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Joe and Mike as his subordinates. As for Stick, perhaps it was best to forego that idea. Bruce Wayne harbored a disdain for ninjas, regardless of whether they aligned with the forces of good or evil. Matt, I do not believe my current circumstances are lacking in any way. On the contrary, I find myself quite content with my present life. Bruce Wayne declined Daredevil's suggestion. Chapter 15. Acquiring the PIM particle technology. Matt felt a twinge of regret at Li Jie's refusal, yet he did not press the matter further. After sipping a beer, he settled the bill and departed. With Matt's exit, the atmosphere in the bar grew tense, patrons fidgeting restlessly. Two factions among them began to argue, testing Bruce Wayne's patience. Hey, if you intend to throw punches, it's best to step outside. Any damage within this bar will provoke my ire, and that is something you would not wish to witness. Bruce Wayne intervened, forcibly separating the brawlers. A rhythmic tapping echoed through the establishment as an elderly man with graying hair, clad in denim and donning sunglasses, entered the bat bar, a blind cane in hand. The patrons fell silent, clearly recognizing the blind figure as Stick. The leader of the Chaste Order, Stick's greatest adversary was the malevolent ninja faction known as the Hand. One of the most formidable dark forces in New York, second only to the likes of Kingpin. Yet, the Chaste Order's enemies were not limited to the Hand. In Hell's Kitchen, any criminal or criminal organization could find themselves at odds with them. Moreover, Stick's unique connection with Daredevil drew the attention of numerous wrongdoers. Upon entering the bar, Stick made his way directly to the counter. After taking a seat, he smiled and requested, "Please, a beer, no ice." He continued to ramble. "As one ages, various ailments arise. Consuming cold drinks induces stomach pains for me." Bruce Wayne released the two quarreling ruffians and returned to the bar to pour Stick a beer. "Quite delightful," Stick remarked, extending his tongue to savor the froth at the corner of his mouth before adding, "Wayne, I presume you are well aware of my identity?" Bruce Wayne nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, though I believe I have made my refusal quite clear." Stick maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "I understand. No matter, I believe we can start by attempting friendship." He paused, deliberately glancing back at the ruffians, flashing a smile. Under Stick's unwavering gaze, the thugs began to squirm uncomfortably. One group, unable to withstand the pressure he exerted, chose to leave prematurely. The remaining patrons adopted a more subdued demeanor, observing the unfolding situation. Turning back to Bruce Wayne, Stick remarked, "At the very least, being my friend could alleviate much of your troubles." "I can't shake the feeling that befriending you might invite a multitude of complications," Bruce retorted. "Furthermore, this is my territory. Anyone wishing to cause a ruckus here must first contemplate the consequences." As Bruce fixed his gaze upon the remaining thugs, they felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Hastily placing their money down before vacating the premises, Stick smirked, saying, "Wayne, you possess considerable strength. You ought not to confine yourself to such a modest establishment. You deserve a broader horizon and a more splendid stage for your development, and I can provide you with all of that. My apologies. I believe my stance has been quite explicit. Do you require me to reiterate?" Bruce Wayne declared. Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter, setting down his cup and extending his hand towards Bruce Wayne, saying, "No worries, let us commence our acquaintance as friends. One cannot dismiss skills that are offered at one's doorstep." Bruce Wayne clasped the old man's hand and replied, "I hope we can indeed become friends. Furthermore, if your sole intention is to enjoy a drink, you are always welcome. However, if there are ulterior motives, then perhaps we should forego that." The system detected a replicable target for combat. Replication successful. Similar skills began to merge and enhance. The panel provided a notification as Bruce Wayne successfully acquired the old man's skills. After releasing his hand, he casually picked up a cup and inverted it upon the bar. "Trust me, becoming friends with me will not lead to disappointment," he stated. The old man exhibited a confident smile, pulling out money from his pocket and placing it on the bar before departing. The thugs lurking outside observed the old man's exit, with a part of them trailing after him. Bruce Wayne's attention was drawn to the inverted cup on the bar, within which a black ant was scurrying about, desperately attempting to escape. "Humph." Bruce Wayne let out a soft scoff, saying nothing, as he invoked Mary Walker's abilities, summoning a flame from his palm. Subsequently, the flame descended upon the cup. Under the heat of the fire, the walls of the cup gradually glowed red, and the temperature inside began to rise. The black ant continued to dart back and forth, appearing anxious and agitated. Moments later, with a loud pop, the cup exploded, and a figure materialized from thin air. Jumping down from the bar, the figure began to pat out the flames on his body, exclaiming, "Good heavens, were you trying to incinerate me?" After extinguishing the flames, he removed the ant headpiece, revealing a man with graying hair, resembling a university professor. "I apologize, I did not intend to frighten you. To clarify, I had not planned to meet you in such an awkward manner. In truth, I merely wished to observe you up close today." The man extended his hand towards Bruce Wayne, stating, "Let us introduce ourselves. I am Henry Jonathan Pym, though most refer to me as Dr. Pym, and many more call me Ant-Man." As the individual introduced himself, A corresponding profile appeared on Bruce Wayne's virtual panel. Henry Jonathan Pym, the first Ant-Man, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for the Goliath project. He studied human reduction technology. His greatest achievement to date is the discovery of subatomic particles capable of altering the size of objects, which he named Pym particles. Note: Pym particle technology represents a revolutionary advancement in scientific development. Wayne, Bruce Wayne, proprietor of the Bat Bar. Bruce Wayne extended his hand to shake with Dr. Pym in a discreet manner. He detected the replicable target of Pym particle technology and successfully replicated it. Within Bruce Wayne's mind, the intricacies of Pym's technology began to unfold. As he delved deeper into this knowledge, his admiration for Dr. Pym grew ever more profound. Truly, he is a remarkable scientist. You forgot to mention, you are still Batman. Dr. Pym remarked with a smile. Before continuing, please forgive my abrupt intrusion into your underground laboratory. I have also observed the equipment and designs you have stored there. You are indeed a genius. Moreover, are you researching the arc reactor? Bruce Wayne was indeed endeavoring to create the arc reactor for incorporation into his own equipment. Dr. Pym, do you not think it rather impolite to delve into the secrets of others? Chapter 16. Are you just teasing me? Apologies, I was merely momentarily tempted. Dr. Pym humbly continued, I have had the privilege of collaborating with Howard Stark for a time, thus I am quite familiar with the technology of the arc reactor. It is astonishing that this technology has ultimately been mastered by Howard's son, Tony. Wayne, I have reviewed your arc reactor design, and it is remarkably mature. If all goes well, you shall be the second individual, after Tony, to successfully create an arc reactor. Truly commendable. Is this a compliment? Bruce Wayne pondered, sensing sincerity in Dr. Pym's demeanor. The Pym particle technology had garnered Bruce Wayne's respect for Dr. Pym, coupled with the system data indicating that Dr. Pym was not a villain. Bruce poured a beer for him. Thank you, Dr. Pym expressed gratefully, taking a sip before continuing. I apologize. My previous remarks may have veered off course. I merely wish to clarify that I do not intend to pry into your secrets. I seek to enhance my understanding of you, ensuring you are qualified to join our team. Why me? Bruce Wayne inquired with curiosity. Why you? Dr. Pym paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement. Brother, are you jesting? Just yesterday, you single-handedly infiltrated the bar of Kingpin and dealt him a blow. This tale has spread throughout Hell's Kitchen. To put it plainly, you have become a household name, a hero in Hell's Kitchen, rivaling even Daredevil in popularity. No, I must revise that. Look at this. Dr. Pym produced his phone to showcase a video capturing Bruce Wayne's confrontation with Kingpin. Judging by the angle, it appeared to be footage from Kingpin's office surveillance. Someone had edited it and clandestinely shared it online. Dr. Pym exclaimed, this video has gone viral. You could say you achieved overnight fame. Did you see the comments? Many are eager to uncover the true identity of Batman. So, that is how it is, Bruce Wayne mused quietly, realizing that the situation had escalated more rapidly than he had anticipated. Dr. Pym, let us return to your purpose for being here. You just mentioned a team. Bruce reminded him. Indeed, a team, Dr. Pym reiterated. Through my ongoing battles with the Wasp, we discovered that not every superhero can triumph over villains. Often, the villains possess powers that far exceed those of the heroes. Particularly when confronting certain extraordinary challenges, a single superhero is simply insufficient. Thus, the Wasp and I contemplated the formation of a superhero team to tackle those seemingly impossible tasks. The Wasp even devised a name, the Avengers. What do you think? The Avengers? Bruce Wayne murmured. Panel, the Avengers is a formidable assembly of superheroes. Many mistakenly believe it operates as a unit under S.H.I.E.L.D. But in truth, the Avengers are an independent grassroots organization formed spontaneously by heroes. Note, the initial proposal to establish the Avengers came from Dr. Pym and the Wasp. Indeed, it is the Avengers. Our rallying cry is, Avengers, assemble. Dr. Pym grew increasingly animated as he spoke, even incorporating comical gestures. Bruce Wayne, consider joining us. Together, we can confront those formidable villains and tackle issues that the government cannot resolve. Dr. Pym extended his invitation once more. Bruce Wayne found himself intrigued by the Avengers, as their adversaries were indeed those powerful wrongdoers. In other words, Bruce Wayne saw an opportunity to acquire the skills of these villains, thereby augmenting his own strength. Simultaneously, he could combat crime, truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, the Avengers reminded Bruce Wayne of the Justice League he had initiated back home, as both organizations were founded on similar principles and responsibilities. However, Bruce Wayne remained cautious about whether to join the Avengers. Dr. Pym, I would like to know who else is part of the Avengers besides you and the Wasp? Dr. Pym cleared his throat, took a large swig of beer, and awkwardly admitted, currently, it is just me and the Wasp. Bruce Wayne, fearing Bruce Wayne might decline his offer, Dr. Pym quickly added, Wayne, do not worry. Although the Avengers currently consist only of the Wasp and myself, you need not be concerned about membership. In fact, aside from you, we have several formidable candidates. For instance, Iron Man and the Hulk. Bruce Wayne was aware of Iron Man, having bested him in combat twice. The Hulk, however, was a stranger to him, prompting him to seek assistance from the panel. The Hulk typically refers to Dr. Bruce Banner. He is an exceptional physicist who, after being exposed to gamma radiation in an accident, transforms into the Green Giant whenever he experiences anger. As his fury escalates, so too does his strength, leading to exaggerated destruction, earning him the moniker the Incredible Hulk. Note, this entity possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities and cannot be killed even by nuclear weapons. Upon reviewing the Hulk's profile, Bruce Wayne's eyes sparkled with anticipation for a meeting with the Green Giant. Noticing the change in Bruce Wayne's expression, Dr. Pym smiled and proclaimed, "Wayne, trust me. Joining the Avengers will bring you nothing but benefits. Dr. Pym, if you can truly persuade Iron Man and the Hulk to join, then I too shall lend my support." Bruce Wayne stipulated. "Splendid," Dr. Pym exclaimed with delight, though his expression soon betrayed a hint of discomfort. "What seems to be the issue?" Bruce inquired. Dr. Pym lifted his glass and took a hearty gulp of beer before responding, "I can certainly attempt to initiate a conversation with Tony. Although securing the Hulk's involvement may prove to be somewhat problematic, you may be unaware, but he has concealed himself to evade General Ross's relentless pursuit, and his whereabouts remain a mystery to all. Locating him will require some time and the application of certain unconventional methods. However, rest assured, once the Hulk emerges, I am confident in my ability to persuade him to join the Avengers." Bruce Wayne retorted, "So you came here merely to spin tales for me?" Chapter 17. Iron Man's Palladium Poisoning. Wayne, I have learned 2 new techniques. Today, I shall surely defeat you. The voice of Iron Man, Tony Stark, resonated even before he entered the Batbar, followed closely by a striking red and yellow mech that soared into the establishment. "Dr. Pym," Tony Stark exclaimed, somewhat taken aback upon seeing Dr. Pym. Given Dr. Pym's connection with Howard Stark, Tony had known him since childhood. However, their last encounter was at the funeral of Tony's parents. "Hello, Tony. I was just discussing you with Wayne," Dr. Pym said, a smile adorning his face. "Is that so?" Tony Stark glanced at Bruce Wayne and quipped, "You must have been speaking ill of me, right? Indeed, I have been bested by you twice. But that is not a matter of shame. Today, I will undoubtedly defeat you." Bruce Wayne interjected. "Oh, Tony, you misunderstand. Wayne has never mentioned your defeats." Dr. Pym quickly clarified, then continued, "In fact, the Wasp and I are planning to establish a superhero team called the Avengers, and we wish to invite you and Wayne to join us. Is that so?" Tony Stark's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. He then turned to Bruce Wayne, inquiring, "Have you responded?" Bruce Wayne shook his head, replying, "I have yet to decide." Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Pym stated, "Tony, Wayne needs some time to contemplate, but I am confident he will ultimately join the Avengers. Now, I extend to you my most sincere invitation, hoping you will consider joining our ranks. Allow me to introduce the purpose of the Avengers." "Stop." Tony Stark raised his hands, interrupting Dr. Pym as he stepped out of the mech. "Dr. Pym, I hold you in high regard, particularly for your groundbreaking Pym particle technology. I am truly grateful for your invitation. However, I must unequivocally inform you that I will not be joining the Avengers." "Why?" Dr. Pym was perplexed by Tony Stark's abrupt refusal. For no particular reason, Tony Stark responded, his heart clearly elsewhere. He tossed a card to Bruce Wayne and rapped his knuckles on the bar, saying, "Wayne, please settle the bill. Hurry up. I can hardly wait to see you laid low." "Tony, it appears your memory is rather short," Bruce Wayne remarked as he proceeded to the arena after settling the bill. "Word has it you bested Green Lantern?" Tony Stark inquired nonchalantly. "How is that any of your concern?" Bruce Wayne retorted. Tony Stark replied, "I merely thought your bat suit looked rather outdated. Should you desire, I could assist you in designing an entirely new bat suit. Rest assured, it will cost you nothing, provided you can defeat me today in the arena. Designing can wait," Bruce Wayne dismissed. "However, if you could provide me with some materials for constructing a mech, I would be immensely grateful," Bruce Wayne remarked. Tony Stark bounced lightly in the arena, responding, "No problem. Aside from the arc reactor technology, I can furnish you with mech materials. By the way, aren't you curious how I deduced that you were Batman?" "I'm not interested in asking," Bruce Wayne replied, well aware of Tony Stark's remarkable intellect and the advanced technology of Stark Industries. With the help of the intelligent assistant Jarvis analyzing the visuals, it would be effortless to ascertain that Batman was indeed Bruce Wayne. Furthermore, Bruce had never intended to conceal his identity. Otherwise, those working for Penguin would not have been able to locate him. "Wayne, be careful. I'm coming," Tony Stark shouted as he charged towards Bruce Wayne, throwing a punch at full speed. A smile curled at the corners of Bruce's mouth. He had sensed something unusual about Tony since his entrance into the Bat Bar, prompting him to utilize his heightened senses for observation. Indeed, he uncovered a hidden secret. Tony had concealed a rudimentary arc pulse cannon, commonly referred to as a palm cannon, within his left palm. Although it was a simplified version, usable only once, if it struck Bruce unexpectedly in the arena, it could prove fatal. That crafty devil seeks to deceive to win this round, Bruce thought to himself, yet refrained from exposing Tony's scheme directly. Tony initiated a feint with his right fist, keeping his left hand hidden behind his back. As they approached, he suddenly extended his left hand, intending to surprise Bruce with the palm cannon. Bruce, however, had already seen through Tony's ruse. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the cannon's assault, and delivered a kick to Tony's lower body. With a thud, Tony fell forward, landing awkwardly. Tony, resorting to such underhanded tactics won't do. Next time, Bruce began to jest, but abruptly sensed something was amiss. Tony Stark lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Bruce's heightened senses indicated that Tony's condition was not feigned, but rather a manifestation of poisoning. Tony. Bruce rushed over, flipping Tony onto his back, tearing open his shirt to reveal the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Surrounding the reactor were black, web-like veins. Dr. Pym hurried over, glancing at the scene and exclaiming, "My God, he has been poisoned by the palladium in the arc reactor." Tony had been shot during his kidnapping, and he constructed the arc reactor to prevent shrapnel from reaching his heart. However, this also resulted in palladium poisoning, placing him in constant peril of death. This was also the reason he had succumbed to depression upon his return, living each day in the shadow of mortality. "Quick, call an ambulance. We need to get Tony to the hospital," Dr. Pym urged. "It's too late." Bruce Wayne pressed his right hand against Tony Stark's chest. Utilizing the superhuman senses of Daredevil and the telekinetic abilities of Mary Walker, in an attempt to extract the palladium element from within Tony Stark's body. This approach was merely a temporary fix. As long as the arc reactor remained inside Tony Stark, he would continue to suffer from palladium poisoning. With a cough, Stark expelled a foul, dark blood and gradually regained consciousness, furrowing his brow and asking, "Am I still alive?" Dr. Pym replied, "Tony, I am uncertain how Wayne accomplished it, but he indeed saved you." "Wayne, thank you for rescuing me," Tony Stark expressed gratefully. Bruce Wayne, with an impassive demeanor, responded, "Tony, there is no need for thanks. Unless the palladium issue is resolved, you remain at risk of succumbing to poisoning at any moment." "I understand," Tony Stark replied with a wry smile. Chapter 18. Erica, if we could discover an alternative energy source to replace palladium, we might resolve this dilemma, Dr. Pym asserted. Tony Stark shook his head, replying, "It's futile. I have conducted numerous experiments, and there is simply no element capable of substituting palladium." Dr. Pym cleared his throat lightly. "Tony, I do not wish to exploit your predicament. However, if I could guide you towards a potential energy source that could replace palladium, would you consider joining the Avengers?" "Dr. Pym, do you possess a solution for the palladium issue?" Tony Stark inquired with palpable excitement. No one contemplates death while they are alive, particularly not someone like Tony Stark, who has recently emerged from the brink of demise. There is far too much in this world that he cherishes. Dr. Pym responded, "What I mean to say is that this could be a viable avenue. Dr. Pym, if you genuinely have a means to assist Tony, then please, do not keep us in suspense," Bruce Wayne interjected. Dr. Pym then stated, "Have you heard of the Tesseract?" Tony Stark replied, "It is said that the Tesseract is a powerful energy source from an alien civilization, initially discovered by HYDRA, which provided significant research for Red Skull. However, during the battle between Captain America and Red Skull, the Tesseract unfortunately fell into the ocean and was lost." A smile crept across Dr. Pym's lips as he remarked, "Tony, what you recounted is merely the official narrative. In truth, the Tesseract was soon recovered, and the individual who found it was none other than your father, Howard Stark." "Dr. Pym, are you suggesting that the Tesseract is in my home?" Tony Stark furrowed his brow. Dr. Pym shook his head, clarifying, "No. I mean to say that the Tesseract is in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do not forget, Howard was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and personally oversaw the Pegasus project, specifically, the research concerning the Tesseract. As far as I am aware, your father's research yielded significant results. He discovered a formidable energy within the Tesseract. However, at that time, our technology was incapable of harnessing such immense power, which is why the related studies were ultimately suspended. Tony, I recommend you explore whether this energy could serve as a substitute for palladium." Tony Stark, still frowning, remarked, "But according to you, the Tesseract is currently with S.H.I.E.L.D. How would they ever grant it to me?" Bruce Wayne spoke up, "Tony, I believe you should first attempt to speak with the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, your father was a founder, and both you and Stark Industries hold special significance for them. If they are not utterly foolish, they certainly would not wish to see you perish. Yet they would never easily relinquish the Tesseract to me. Those individuals are nothing but greedy wolves," Tony Stark cursed, but then smiled, adding, Wayne, once again, I thank you for saving my life. Dr. Pym, should the cosmic cube prove capable of resolving the issues surrounding palladium, I would earnestly contemplate the prospect of joining the Avengers. Now, who among you desires a drink? My treat. On second thought, I shall refrain. With age, one's tolerance diminishes. Furthermore, I must devise a means to locate the Hulk. As Dr. Pym spoke, he abruptly vanished, his voice echoing through the air, Wayne. I shall return. Bruce Wayne discerned that Dr. Pym's display was a deliberate ploy to showcase his prowess to Tony Stark. The Avengers were destined to evolve into a formidable coalition of heroes. This old chap certainly knows how to make an impression, Tony Stark mused. Yet his thoughts had already drifted far from the Bat Bar. After consuming a pint of beer, Stark departed the establishment in pursuit of leads regarding the cosmic cube. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. As Bruce Wayne attempted to close the door, he was met by the frantic entrance of a strikingly attractive woman. Her expression was one of distress, and she rushed to Bruce, pleading, Sir, someone is pursuing me. I implore you to assist me. What superb acting. Were it not for Bruce Wayne's heightened senses akin to Daredevil's, he might have been deceived. His extraordinary perception quickly unraveled the facade, revealing that the woman was indeed lying. There were individuals pursuing her outside, 2 trained ninjas, to be precise. What chance did an ordinary girl stand against such skilled adversaries? Wait here a moment. Bruce Wayne refrained from exposing the girl's deceit, stepping outside to observe. Upon seeing Bruce, the 2 ninjas pivoted and retreated. Have they departed? The girl inquired, trembling as Bruce returned. Rest assured, they have fled. You are safe here, Bruce reassured her. Oh, that is a relief. Sir, had I not encountered you, I shudder to think of what might have transpired tonight. By the way, I am Erica. And you? Erica exhaled with relief, extending her hand in greeting. Panel, Erica. One of the most esteemed students of Stick. Proficient in various weapons and assassination techniques, she is a formidable ninja endowed with minor supernatural abilities. Exercise caution. She is also the former girlfriend of Daredevil. Bruce Wayne's heightened senses detected no animosity from Erica. However, the mention of Stick in her profile immediately alerted him to the likelihood that her appearance was a calculated move orchestrated by Stick himself, a classic case of a femme fatale. Stick intended to utilize Erica to draw closer to Bruce Wayne, with the ulterior motive of persuading him to join the chase. Yet again, why must she be the ex of Daredevil? How many hats must I wear for him? My name is Bruce Wayne. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bruce Wayne extended his hand, clasping it with Erica's, seizing the opportunity to assimilate each other's skills. Among these was the extraordinary ability of hypnotism and telepathy. Erica brushed her hair back and said, I am concerned that those individuals may still be outside. Furthermore, I have nowhere else to go. Might I spend the night at your bar? Rest assured, I shall depart at the break of dawn, ensuring I do not impede your business. Bruce Wayne discerned that Erica was subtly employing her telepathic abilities while she spoke, even attempting to hypnotize him. However, compared to Mary Walker's telepathy, Erica's prowess in this regard was rather rudimentary. Moreover, with Bruce having integrated Erica's skills, he felt no trepidation towards her minor tactics. Erica, you are truly enchanting, Bruce Wayne remarked, gently caressing Erica's cheek. A victorious smile graced Erica's lips. Is that so? Chapter 19, The Night Devil's Drunken Rampage at the Crack of Dawn. The impeccably dressed Matt rapped insistently on the door of the Bat Bar. A resounding thud echoed as Bruce Wayne hurled a slipper from the second-floor window, cursing vehemently. Whoever you are, it is far too early for this bar to be open. Get lost, or I shall be compelled to call the police. It's me, Matt. Could I trouble you for a moment of your time? Matt retreated a couple of steps, ensuring that Bruce Wayne could see him from the upper floor. Matt? You appear to be in quite a wretched state today, Bruce Wayne remarked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was a dismal day for Matt. Particularly so, as his superhuman senses had just revealed that Erica was nestled in Bruce Wayne's embrace. This revelation nearly drove the Night Devil to kick down the bar's door and unleash a torrent of fury upon Bruce Wayne. Yet, recalling that he and Erica had been separated for quite some time and that he had since moved on to other relationships, Matt swallowed his indignation. However, Bruce Wayne's expression of innocence tightened Matt's fists in frustration. He suspected that Bruce was already aware of his presence downstairs, yet lacked the proof to confront him. Wayne, I'm having a terrible day. May I come in for a drink? Bruce hesitated before responding. Very well, consider it my treat. With a swift motion, Bruce shut the window and turned to Erica, who was propped up on the bed, gazing at him. Apologies, a friend has arrived. I must attend to him. Not a problem. Could you bring me a sandwich when you come back? Erica concealed the history between herself and Matt, even feigning ignorance of their acquaintance, completely disregarding her promise to leave at daybreak. And now she was requesting a sandwich. How inconsiderate. Bruce Wayne, clad in his pajamas, opened the door for Matt. Would you like to drink? Beer or whiskey? Whiskey, please. Matt settled onto a bar stool. Bruce poured a glass of whiskey for him. Could you fill it to the brim? Matt inquired. Bruce hesitated, then filled the glass to the top and slid it across to Matt. Matt, we aren't truly friends. I can offer you a drink, but I am neither your confidant nor your therapist. After you finish this, you ought to head to work. Wayne, you are truly heartless. Matt lamented, as though Bruce had betrayed his trust. After taking a sip of his drink, he began to ramble. Wayne, you know Natasha, don't you? Don't even think of deceiving me. I know you're acquainted with her. The move you used against me before was one of her signature techniques. She taught you that, didn't she? Wayne, as men, I implore you, answer me. Do you know Natasha? Faced with Matt's incessant chatter, Bruce Wayne felt as though he were listening to a monk recite scriptures. He shrugged his shoulders and said, well, I do know a girl named Natasha, who is exceedingly beautiful. A few days ago, I treated her to a drink at the bar. That is all there is to it. It was apparent that Matt was consumed by jealousy. Naturally, Bruce Wayne would not divulge the intimate details of his connection with the Black Widow, so he asked, Matt, what does this have to do with you? Matt lifted his glass and took a hearty gulp, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to weep. What does it have to do with me? Wayne, your words are truly hurtful. Natasha is my girlfriend, and I love her dearly, but I have been unable to reach her for the past few days. This morning, she unexpectedly appeared at my home. We engaged in something quite reckless together, and then, she broke up with me. Oh God, Wayne, I have never been rejected before, yet here I am, cast aside by Natasha. I begged her for forgiveness, nearly kneeling before her, but she left without a backward glance. Wayne, can you understand my current state of heart? Can you fathom the pain of being spurned? I am deeply saddened. Bruce Wayne realized that Matt was indeed experiencing heartbreak. But what did it have to do with him? True, he had shared a moment with Natasha that transcended mere friendship. Yet the blame could not rest solely upon his shoulders. Once more, it was she who had taken the initiative, just like Erica upstairs. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man before him, Bruce refilled Matt's empty glass. Matt, finish this drink and then go home. Skip work, take a day off, and get some proper rest. It's just a breakup. It's not the end of the world. The sun will rise again tomorrow. With a swift motion, Matt downed his drink, slammed the glass onto the bar, and pointed an accusatory finger at Wayne. I challenge you to a duel. He paused momentarily, then rose to remove his jacket, tossing it onto the floor before dashing to the makeshift ring and shouting, come on, Wayne, if you are still a man. Come and face me in combat. Bruce Wayne pondered whether the man had simply had too much to drink or was deliberately acting out under the influence. Regardless of whether he was genuinely intoxicated or feigning madness, Bruce Wayne would not allow this ruckus to continue. It was merely a breakup, and it was not his concern. Ascending to the ring, Bruce addressed Matt. I will indulge you in a match, but permit me to say one thing first. Do you know Mary Walker? Yes. The movie star. A couple of days ago, Mary Walker spent the night at the bar. Since Matt was already aware of the connections with the Black Widow and Erica, Bruce Wayne felt no hesitation in provoking him further. If he needed to vent, it was best to let it out all at once to avoid future outbursts. Wayne, you are a complete scoundrel, Matt shouted as he lunged toward Bruce Wayne. Even if Daredevil had indeed indulged a bit too much, his assaults remained fierce. Showcasing the prowess of a gifted martial artist, Bruce Wayne summoned his ability to manipulate objects, causing Daredevil to trip slightly. The force was not overwhelming, yet sufficient to disrupt his balance. With a swift motion, Bruce seized the opportunity to deliver a punch. A resounding thud echoed as Matt's body lurched backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Oh my God. Wayne, you truly are a cunning little man, Matt exclaimed, his heightened senses revealing the reason for his downfall. Bruce Wayne, with a smile, retorted, Matt, do not be so sensitive. I prefer to call this wisdom. Besides, if I possess such abilities, why not utilize them? As Matt propped himself up on the ring, he was acutely aware that Bruce had previously defeated him without resorting to his extraordinary powers. Now, he felt he stood even less of a chance. Wayne, buy me another drink, or I shall refuse to leave this place. Matt, you are nothing but a scoundrel. A thoroughly shameless scoundrel, Bruce rebuffed. Chapter 20. 3 women. Matt staggered out of the bat bar after draining an entire bottle of whiskey. Bruce Wayne did not follow him to close the door. Instead, he opened another bottle of whiskey, poured it into a new glass, and sat quietly, awaiting the inevitable. Moments later, the Black Widow, clad in sleek attire, pushed the door open and entered. Did you know I would come? She inquired, noticing the liquor on the table. With a smile, Bruce Wayne replied, it seems that even after parting ways with Matt, you remain concerned for him. Are you worried I might harm him? The Black Widow approached, taking a sip of the whiskey. No, I am concerned for you, fearing that Matt may cause you harm, she retorted. A lie. Bruce Wayne, utilizing his heightened senses, discerned the truth immediately. This woman before him was far more skilled in deception than Erica upstairs. Trained professionally, she could evade even the most advanced testing devices in the world. Unfortunately, her tricks were futile against the heightened senses of Daredevil. The Black Widow shrugged. Wayne, you need not worry. My breakup with Matt has no bearing on you, and I shall not become a nuisance. Wayne, I saw your friend leave. Is my sandwich ready? Erica's voice echoed from the second floor, and upon seeing the Black Widow, she froze momentarily. Hello, Erica. It seems you haven't changed a bit. The Black Widow greeted with poise, raising her glass. Then, she brazenly unveiled Erica's true identity. Wayne, how did she introduce herself to you? A fallen girl or a pitiable homeless wretch? Trust me, she is no saint. Countless innocents have perished by her hand. Natasha, if you're looking for a fight, we can step outside. There's no need for jibes here. Erica spoke in a low tone. Regrettably, I did not come here to fight, but to seek Mr. Wayne. The Black Widow replied, swirling her drink. Wayne, I don't know how you became acquainted with Natasha, but there's a name you may not know, Black Widow. Just hearing it reveals how formidable she is. To speak of death, innumerable souls have met their end at her hands or due to her influence, Erica countered sharply. In the face of the two women's verbal sparring, Bruce Wayne wisely chose silence. What a pity. We could have discussed this upstairs. Perhaps we could find a way to coexist peacefully, the Black Widow remarked with a slight scoff. Erica, if memory serves. Your initial approach to Matt was to recruit him into the Pure Truth Society. When he rejected you, you promptly chose to sever ties, even pursuing him for a time. Am I correct? She paused momentarily before continuing. Wayne, you must be cautious of this woman. Her approach to you undoubtedly serves a purpose. And should she fail to achieve her aims, she may resort to violence. Natasha, should I have a lawyer send you a formal letter? Do not merely speak of me. Dare you claim your proximity to Wayne is without purpose? A smile graced the lips of the Black Widow as she replied, I fear this may disappoint you. A few days ago, while executing a mission here, I happened to meet Mr. Wayne. Today, I have come specifically to clarify any potential misunderstandings regarding him. Since you imply I harbor ulterior motives, would it not be remiss of me not to find some justification for my visit? Wayne, you may already be aware that I am employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Should you be interested, I could introduce you to the agency. This way, certain individuals would no longer be able to pursue you, and you would gain the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha. There is no need to elevate S.H.I.E.L.D. to such lofty heights. You are more aware than anyone of the sordid deeds it has committed behind closed doors, and naturally, your contributions are not insignificant. At that moment, a knock echoed through the bat bar. Bruce Wayne, utilizing his heightened senses, discerned that the visitor was an elegantly attired elderly lady, her hair striking white, clad in a cheapal. Yet, lurking behind this seemingly harmless figure were four formidable bodyguards, each discreetly armed. With a creak, the lady knocked not for permission, but out of courtesy, as she pushed the door open and entered. Pardon me, I am not so old as to be deaf, and your voices were raised enough for me to overhear your conversation. The elderly woman addressed Erica and the Black Widow with a smile, suggesting, if you wish to heed the advice of someone with experience, I recommend you step outside and have a proper fight. With only one of you remaining, all issues will resolve themselves. Madame Gao? Both the Black Widow and Erica whispered in unison. Panel, no one knows Madame Gao's true name. Yet she is undoubtedly the most powerful woman in Hell's Kitchen. She controls the drug trade there and is recognized as one of the 5 fingers of the hand. In addition to her mastery of martial arts, she is multilingual, a master of psychological manipulation, and possesses the extraordinary ability of telekinesis. A woman who has lived for over 4 centuries, should she take an interest in you, one must tread carefully. Over 400 years old, the Black Widow found herself unable to compare with Madame Gao. Bruce Wayne was taken aback. The elderly lady appeared ancient. Yet who could fathom she had lived for more than 4 centuries? As Madame Gao began to speak, her 4 bodyguards drew their firearms, each aiming at the heads of the Black Widow and Erica. I have come to speak with Mr. Wayne here. If you two do not accept my earlier suggestion of stepping outside for a duel, then you shall remain seated and refrain from disturbing us. Otherwise, you should be more aware of what may transpire than I. Madame Gao gracefully pulled out a chair opposite Bruce Wayne and took a seat. A smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Mr. Wayne, given that you have established your bar in Hell's Kitchen, you must be somewhat familiar with the name Gao. Bruce Wayne's demeanor shifted slightly, a frown creasing his brow. As a cultured individual, should not the first meeting entail a handshake, a moment of mutual recognition? Are you perhaps waiting for me to resort to violence? Is Madame Gao truly renowned? Wayne shook his head in response. I apologize, but I have never heard of her. At that moment, the 2 individuals flanking Bruce Wayne swiftly directed their firearms towards him. Yet, Madame Gao erupted into laughter, raising her hand to signal her subordinates to lower their weapons. Indeed, you are the one who has triumphed over the likes of the Joker. Your words carry an exceptional weight. Extending her hand, she continued, Mr. Wayne, since you are unfamiliar with Madame Gao, let us take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. Greetings. I am Madame Gao. Chapter 21. Let's focus on the arc reactor first. Bruce Wayne extended his hand to shake Lady Shiva's. Suddenly, a line from a song came to mind. A bow and a handshake. You are my dear friend. How absurd. How could Bruce Wayne, Of all people, consider befriending a criminal? Lady Shiva, I wonder if you have come here today for a drink or perhaps for another reason? Bruce Wayne inquired, seizing the opportunity to prolong the handshake. 3 seconds swiftly passed. Detection indicated that the replicable target, Lady Shiva, possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan. It also noted her telekinetic abilities and proficiency in multiple languages. Bruce Wayne suddenly realized he had become one of the longevity bearers himself. If all proceeded without incident, he could very well live 400 or 500 years, or perhaps even longer, much like Lady Shiva. This extended lifespan presented Bruce Wayne with myriad opportunities to accomplish many endeavors. As for Lady Shiva's telekinesis, it was akin to Mary Walker's ability, albeit more potent. Mary Walker could only manipulate light objects, like daggers, and her range was severely limited. In contrast, Lady Shiva could effortlessly propel formidable opponents like Iron Fist across the room. The amalgamation of both abilities endowed Bruce Wayne with even greater telekinetic powers. Lady Shiva withdrew her hand, pondering, why does he hold on to my hand so tightly? Is it possible that, despite my age, I still possess an irresistible charm? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, saying, if I were to tell you I came specifically to seek your friendship, what would you think? Well, Bruce Wayne replied, I am curious about your motives. One reason is that Batman has the audacity to venture into the territory of the criminal underworld and confront them. Just this alone qualifies you to be my friend. Lady Shiva explained, of course, you need not acknowledge your identity as Batman. That is of no consequence. The second reason is that I am aware that the old man, the Stick, has approached you, hoping you would join the hand, regardless of whether you ultimately agree to his proposition. Having one more friend is far preferable to acquiring another enemy. Bruce Wayne hesitated before responding, Lady Shiva, what if I declined your offer of friendship? Lady Shiva chuckled lightly. Wayne, there is no need for you to rush into a decision. As I mentioned earlier, having one more friend in this world is undoubtedly better than gaining another adversary. Trust me, forming a friendship with me will not lead to misfortune for you. Both the criminal underworld and the Stick will think twice before crossing paths with you. Huh? Erica scoffed dismissively. If I recall correctly, your name is Erica, is it not? Lady Shiva turned to face Erica and continued. I am uncertain of the notions the Stick has instilled in you, but I can assure you that he is far from the paragon you might envision. At the very least, he and his hand do not embody justice. Even in the face of adversity, I believe that the true purity society must be far cleaner than the Hand Alliance, Erica retorted. With a slight chuckle, Lady Gao remarked, Erica, having lived for so long, I have come to accept many things and discern the truths of human nature, which is the most unpredictable. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Go home and inquire with the old man about how your parents met their demise. Erica's father was a diplomat, which granted her a childhood more fortunate than most. However, upon arriving in America, her parents fell victim to a brutal assassination. This event left a deep wound in Erica's heart. The mere mention of her parents' death ignited her emotions. What exactly are you trying to say? Lady Gao nonchalantly replied, Erica, you nearly lost your life while seeking the murderer of your parents. Do you truly believe that it was the old man who saved you at that moment? What do you mean? Erica pressed for clarification. She had always believed that it was the old man who had rescued her, and he had never denied it. Lady Gao sighed softly. It was, in fact, a member of our Hand Alliance who saved you. I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but you could investigate this matter further, including the circumstances surrounding your parents' deaths. In a surge of emotion, Erica stood abruptly, but after a moment, she regained her composure and dismissed Lady Gao's words, saying, Lady Gao, I recognize your skill in manipulation and your ability to sway others' thoughts. However, if you believe that these few words can sow discord between the old man and myself, you are gravely mistaken. Lady Gao offered a slight smile, choosing to disregard Erica's outburst and placed a business card before Bruce Wayne. Wayne, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I cannot speak for other places, I still hold some influence in Hell's Kitchen. With that, she stood, nodded slightly, and departed with her 4 bodyguards. Wait. Clarify your words before you leave. Erica exclaimed, her emotions spiraling out of control, as she picked up a chair and pursued Lady Gao. Suddenly, Lady Gao turned and gestured dismissively, causing Erica to be flung backward onto the ground. Child, if you have time to bicker with me, you would be better off returning to the old man to seek the truth. Bruce Wayne observed, impressed by Lady Gao's control over her surroundings. Such abilities would undoubtedly aid him in overcoming adversaries in battle. Erica, her brow furrowed, felt her previously steadfast resolve begin to waver. After Lady Gao exited the bat bar, Erica finally picked herself up from the floor. Casting a glance at Bruce Wayne, she followed suit and left the establishment. Now, it was just the two of us. Bruce Wayne turned to the Black Widow. She rose with a smile, saying, Wayne, I know what you're thinking, but today is not the day. Matt hasn't strayed far, and I don't wish for him to harbor further misunderstandings about you. Furthermore, I suggest you reconsider the prospect of joining S.H. It offers more security than befriending Lady Gal. Bruce Wayne smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. In comparison to S-H-I-E-L-D, he preferred to align himself with the Avengers. The rationale behind this preference lay in the fact that S-H-I-E-L-D is an official organization, where joining would subject him to institutional constraints and bureaucratic influence. The Avengers, conversely, offered a more liberating environment. Observing that Black Widow had also departed, Bruce let out a soft sigh. It seemed rather disheartening. Everyone had left, leaving him without a companion. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on crafting his equipment. After all, could one truly rely on women as much as on technology? Bruce Wayne immersed himself in his underground workshop, diligently working away. The arc reactor and PIM particle technology inspired him with new ideas for his gear, yet practical limitations prevented him from executing them all at once. He decided to prioritize the development of the arc reactor first. Chapter 22. Saber-toothed tiger at long last. Bruce Wayne beheld his newly crafted bat suit, nodding with satisfaction. Although the constraints of his circumstances meant that the suit lacked the exquisite finesse of Tony Stark's armor, it was undoubtedly capable of surpassing Mark I. Bruce had enhanced the defensive capabilities of the suit, incorporating an arc reactor for propulsion and integrating pulse devices into the palms and chest. He conceded that this particular design bore a slight resemblance to Iron Man's technology. However, both the flight and weapon systems remained unrefined, necessitating further funding and materials to fulfill his ambitions. Fred, initiate the testing of Bat-1, Bruce commanded, activating the computer system. Over the past month, he had developed an intelligent system using a desktop computer, naming it Fred in honor of Alfred, who had served the Wayne family for generations. After completing the debugging process, Bat-1 was ready for utilization, and data on its performance began to be recorded. A somewhat stiff voice emerged from Fred. The advent of Bat-1 marked a significant advancement for Bruce Wayne in this world. Yet, to craft a more perfected suit of armor and devise a means to return to Gotham, he required additional resources and finances. This was a pressing dilemma for Bruce, as relying solely on a scarcely profitable bar and the occasional financial assistance from Tony Stark would not suffice. Virum, clad in the Batsuit, Bruce Wayne rode his motorcycle through the darkened streets of Hell's Kitchen. This motorcycle had also been modified. When Bruce mounted it, it would automatically connect to the arc reactor in his suit, rendering fuel unnecessary and allowing for a swifter ride. After a leisurely tour, he parked the motorcycle in a secluded alley. The preliminary operational test of Bat-1 had been completed, yet combat testing was still imperative. A suitable experimental target was required. With a swift motion, Bruce employed his grappling hook to ascend to a rooftop, then utilized his heightened senses to survey the entirety of Hell's Kitchen in search of an appropriate target. Crime was a daily occurrence in this area. Yet Bruce was uninterested in the typical petty criminals. He sought a formidable adversary. Daredevil found himself besieged by several ninjas, embroiled in a fierce struggle. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than his longtime rival, Lady Bullseye. While Daredevil could easily contend with a few ninjas, the unexpected barrage of darts from Lady Bullseye made his situation increasingly precarious. A muffled grunt escaped Daredevil as one of the ninjas scored a long gash across his back, blood oozing from the wound in a gruesome display. Just as another ninja seized the opportunity to strike, a bat-shaped shuriken sent the weapon flying from his grasp. Greetings. It appears you are in need of assistance. Bruce Wayne called out from atop a lamppost. Daredevil's lips moved, yet he uttered no words. He was reluctant to allow Bruce Wayne to witness his current disheveled state. Yet he found himself powerless. Daredevil, Lady Bullseye exclaimed, casting a glance at the already injured vigilante. With a hint of frustration, she stamped her foot and turned to flee. Those little rascals are left to you. I shall pursue Lady Bullseye. As Bruce Wayne spoke, he dashed after her. Despite Lady Bullseye's remarkable speed, Bruce Wayne soon caught up with her. Batman, she scoffed coldly. Bruce Wayne turned his gaze to the surrounding darkness, his heightened senses confirming the presence of two individuals concealed within the shadows. One was indeed Lady Bullseye's idol, Bullseye, while the other remained an enigma. His acute perception revealed details invisible to others. He noticed that Bullseye's wounds had miraculously healed, and his bones had grown stronger, infused with a rare metal previously unseen by Bruce Wayne. This metal was the hardest he had ever encountered in this world. As for the unfamiliar man, he exuded power that rivaled both Bullseye and Lady Bullseye, perhaps even surpassing them. Bruce Wayne noted, detecting the stranger's nails elongating suddenly, unnaturally sharp, slicing through a sturdy garbage bin with ease. A mutant. Bruce Wayne quickly deduced that this mysterious man possessed extraordinary abilities, with his claws serving as weapons. Come forth, Bruce Wayne called with excitement. 3 formidable opponents would be sufficient to test the combat capabilities of Batmobile 1. It seems you ambushed Daredevil to ensnare me here, he remarked. Batman, do you not realize that it is too late to learn all this now? Lady Bullseye retorted disdainfully, slowly drawing two katana blades from her back, crossing them over her chest. Heh. Bullseye emerged from the darkness, a series of chilling laughs escaping his lips as he spread his arms wide. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Batman, I ought to express my gratitude. Had you not injured me, I would not have obtained adamantium and been reborn. Panel, adamantium. A novel metal forged from extraterrestrial meteorite-derived ore is currently the hardest alloy on Earth. Captain America's shield and Wolverine's skeleton are composed of adamantium. Upon learning of the existence of the hardest alloy on Earth, Bruce Wayne felt a surge of desire. If he could forge a bat suit from this metal, it would be immensely powerful. The utility of adamantium extended beyond this. It might serve as a crucial material for his return to Gotham. Bullseye, is it not a waste to expend such a fortune for the sake of a single individual? The stranger remarked as he too emerged from the shadows. The target spoke expressionlessly. Victor, never underestimate this bat. Do not be deceived by his unremarkable appearance. His strength is formidable. Even with the Edmund alloy at my disposal, I cannot guarantee 100% victory over him. Your presence here is solely to ensure that he does not live to see the sun rise tomorrow. Do not let me down. Bruce Wayne. Unremarkable? What is your sense of aesthetics? Do you have any idea how many women are enamored with me? Panel. Victor Creed, also known as Sabretooth. He possesses claws and fangs akin to those of a tiger, along with the same regenerative abilities and immortality as Wolverine. His strength, speed, observational skills, and perception all surpass those of Wolverine. A paranoid individual. He makes a timely appearance every year on Wolverine's birthday. Chapter 23. The Edelman alloy. Bruce Wayne acquired an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan from Lady Goth. Yet he could not preserve his youth. However, the saber-toothed tiger possessed the remarkable ability to delay aging, which perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. Furthermore, the saber-toothed tiger's superior regenerative capabilities far surpassed those of Daredevil, which was also highly coveted by Bruce Wayne. In his eyes, the saber-toothed tiger was a delectable dish presented before him. The saber-toothed tiger noticed Bruce Wayne's intense gaze, so reminiscent of his own predatory stare upon his prey. An unsettling sensation coursed through the saber-toothed tiger's mind. Meanwhile, the target eye, convinced of his role as the evening's protagonist, felt a surge of anger at being disregarded by Bruce Wayne. Where are you looking, you wretched bat? As he spoke, Target Eye hurled a dart and charged forward. Simultaneously, the dual-wielding Target Eye lady crouched slightly and lunged at Bruce Wayne at an incredible speed, her blades slicing through the air like silver streaks. With a moment's hesitation, the saber-toothed tiger spat on the ground and lunged at Li Jia with claw-like hands. Facing the trio's assault from three different directions, Bruce Wayne remained remarkably composed. His enhanced senses captured every detail of the scene, while his mind functioned like a high-speed computer, instinctively formulating countermeasures. With a swift motion, Bruce Wayne caught the dart and, turning, flung it back at Target Eye Lady, while simultaneously raising his other hand towards Target Eye. Unaware that Bruce Wayne concealed a pulse cannon in his palm, Target Eye was caught off guard and sent flying backward. Target Eye Lady managed to deflect the dart with her blade, but upon witnessing Target Eye being struck, her focus wavered. Just then, Li Jia followed up with a pulse shot that struck Target Eye Lady, sending her flying as well. The saber-toothed tiger, witnessing Bruce Wayne effortlessly repel both Target Eye and Target Eye Lady, felt a renewed sense of unease. However, having been paid for the job, he could not afford to abandon it at this juncture, for such an act would tarnish his reputation. In this profession, a ruined reputation would spell the end of one's career. Moreover, with Bruce Wayne's back turned, the saber-toothed tiger was reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity. Just as the saber-toothed tiger believed he could successfully ambush from behind, Bruce Wayne abruptly spun around, grasping the saber-toothed tiger's clawed hands. Did the saber-toothed tiger possess eyes in the back of his head? Having undergone enhancements from the Edelman alloy, Target Eye's resilience increased significantly. The damage inflicted by the earlier pulse shot was minimal, and once he steadied himself, he immediately rebounded with renewed ferocity toward Bruce Wayne. As he charged, Target Eye hurled two more darts. Target Eye Lady, having sustained slightly more severe injuries, found one of her katanas knocked from her grip, and blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. As Bruce Wayne confronted Sabretooth, Bullseye launched an assault. Lady Bullseye inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of formidable power and speed towards him. Both Bullseye and Lady Bullseye were mistaken. They believed Sabretooth had ensnared Bruce Wayne, unaware that he had intentionally engaged in physical contact with Sabretooth to replicate his abilities. 3 seconds felt like an eternity in the presence of such formidable opponents. Suddenly, Bruce Wayne struck Sabretooth's head with his own, a move designed not to inflict harm but to divert his attention. Although Batsuit 1 lacked flight capabilities, Bruce had equipped it with a thruster on its back. With a thunderous roar, the thruster activated, sending Sabretooth off balance as Bruce propelled him backward. Bullseye's thrown darts and Lady Bullseye's slashing blades missed their targets entirely. Without hesitation, The duo pivoted to pursue. With tremendous thrust, Bruce Wayne and Sabretooth crashed through a wall into a warehouse. He detected Sabretooth's regenerative abilities, successfully replicating them as similar skills began to merge. A smile graced Bruce's lips as he planted his feet firmly, hurling Sabretooth behind him. Bullseye and Lady Bullseye were merciless, despite employing Sabretooth as their hired help. They showed no hesitation in attacking him when their assault was thwarted. Thankfully, Sabretooth skillfully evaded their strikes, only sustaining minor injuries, which brewed resentment within him. As Bruce Wayne intentionally waited for Bullseye and Lady Bullseye to draw close, he unleashed a pulse cannon from his chest, having just learned the cannon's capabilities. The two adeptly sidestepped left and right as it fired. Bruce raised both hands to unleash a barrage towards them, purely to test the suit's performance. Bullseye and Lady Bullseye scrambled in disarray, while Sabretooth stood idly by, showing no intent to attack. "Didn't Bullseye tell you? I will kill you the next time we meet," Bruce Wayne declared amidst the chaos. Bullseye, rolling on the ground, shouted, "My life hangs in the balance. If you have the guts, come and take it." Pausing briefly, he added in frustration, "Victor, I didn't hire you to spectate. Get moving. You two hold him off. I'll be right there." Sabretooth retorted before turning and fleeing. "That scoundrel." With a sharp retort, Target Eye turned back and shouted to Target Eye Lady. "I'll divert his attention. Seize the opportunity to eliminate him." "Understood." Target Eye Lady concealed herself behind a pillar, steadying her breath as she sought a chance to strike down Bruce Wayne. Crack, crack. Target Eye dashed swiftly between obstacles, firing his weapon. Bruce Wayne remained unmoving, allowing the bullets to strike him. The defensive capabilities of Bat-1 were also a part of the test. Buzz. The sound of a car engine echoed from outside, and soon a pickup truck barreled in. "Sabretooth, take him out." Target Eye shouted deliberately, attempting to distract Legia. This tactic might work against an ordinary person, but it proved futile against the supersensory Bruce Wayne. As the pickup truck charged, Bruce Wayne activated the thrusters, propelling himself into the air, then unleashed a pulse cannon that sent the truck and Sabretooth flying. He landed and charged toward Target Eye. The game was about to conclude. Clang, clang. Target Eye unleashed a flurry of concealed weapons toward Bruce Wayne. Normally, a playing card could become his lethal weapon, yet now, none of his armaments could breach Bat-1's exterior. As Bruce Wayne approached, Target Eye steeled himself and lunged forward, hoping to create an opening for Target Eye Lady. A cold smirk crept across Bruce Wayne's face as his fingernails elongated and sharpened, striking toward Target Eye. With a sickening sound, several gashes appeared on Target Eye's neck. The sharp nails severed his carotid artery, blood spraying forth, and even the cervical vertebrae were nicked. After all, his skeletal structure was merely infused with a portion of adamantium, not wholly replaced like Wolverine. Target Eye's eyes widened in shock, glancing at Sabretooth, who had just emerged from the pickup truck, confusion etched across his face. Wasn't that Sabretooth's technique? How could Batman wield it? What was their connection? Sabretooth was equally bewildered, in all his years. He had never encountered another with similar abilities. Was this person also a mutant? Target Eye Lady cried out in anguish, gripping her katana and lunging at Bruce Wayne. Without turning, Bruce Wayne waved his left hand backward, utilizing his telekinetic abilities to send Target Eye Lady flying. In the next instant, Bruce Wayne struck towards Target Eye's neck. This blow shattered the already fractured cervical vertebrae, separating head from body. Target Eye was neither Wolverine nor Deadpool. Once decapitated, he could not revive. Target Eye Lady screamed in despair, rising from the ground to once more attack Bruce Wayne with her blade. Bruce Wayne barked, "If you don't leave now, you'll perish here." The death of Target Eye signified that Bruce Wayne had officially shattered his vow against killing. For him, today was sufficient to claim a single life. Should Lady Bullseye and Sabretooth disregard his counsel, he bore no qualms about adding a couple more corpses to the tally. Having already forsaken his principles, Lady Bullseye's blade hovered in the air, a reminder of her previous defeat at the hands of Bruce Wayne. Now, even with the trio's collaboration, she found herself vanquished before them. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she realized that Sabretooth would not exert himself as she had, and venturing forth alone would only lead to her demise. After a moment's hesitation, she sheathed her knife, filled with resentment, declaring, "Batman, I shall return." Witnessing Lady Bullseye's retreat, Sabretooth offered Bruce Wayne a smirk, remarking, "Truth be told, we have no vendetta. I merely passed through. Farewell." With that, he slipped away. Bruce Wayne knelt beside Lady Bullseye's lifeless form, pressing his hand against her body to discern the location of the adamantium using his heightened senses, and gradually extracted it with his ability to manipulate objects. Is this all? Bruce Wayne pondered, observing the adamantium in his grasp, no larger than a baby's fist, contemplating its potential uses. His superhuman senses alerted him that Lady Bullseye had not strayed far. She lingered to reclaim her fallen comrade. Thus, Bruce Wayne opted not to squander time on scene cleanup and departed. As he glanced at the time, still shy of 8 o'clock, another knock reverberated from the bar's entrance. This visitor was none other than Daredevil. Doesn't this rascal require sleep? Bruce Wayne cursed inwardly as he donned his pajamas and descended to open the door, grumbling, Matt, this is a bar. Work at night, sleep during the day. If you keep knocking at such an hour, I might have to seek a restraining order against you. Wayne, don't be like that. Look, I brought you coffee and breakfast, Matt replied with a beaming smile. I came specifically to thank you. Bruce Wayne took the bag, glancing inside and mused, perhaps this scoundrel is quite courteous after all. All right, I'll accept the items, and you may take your leave now. Bruce Wayne promptly ushered him away. Wait a moment. Wayne, aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Matt asked, still smiling. Apologies. But I lack that inclination. You drank a bottle of my whiskey yesterday. I am not keen on incurring further losses today, Bruce Wayne firmly declined. I can settle the bill today, Matt quickly interjected. Bruce Wayne shook his head, responding, regrettably, the bar is not yet open. If you wish to indulge in libations, you will have to return at night. All right, I can see that I have come with something to discuss. Just a few words. Please let me in to speak. Matt raised his hands in surrender. Come in, but I shall grant you just a minute. Furthermore, I will not be treating you to any drinks. As Bruce Wayne spoke, he took a sip from the coffee he had just extracted from the bag, noting its pleasant flavor. It appears that Daredevil has invested considerable thought into this matter. Once both parties had taken their seats, Matt addressed Bruce Wayne, who was indulging in his meal. The bullseye perished last night. What does that have to do with me? Bruce Wayne retorted, casting a sidelong glance as he took a hearty bite of his hot dog. It was you who took his life, Daredevil continued earnestly. Bruce shot him another glance. Matt, if you're accusing me, then I implore you to present your evidence. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to sue you for defamation. Moreover, as a lawyer, you are aware that anything I say here today cannot be used against me in court. Wayne, let us be candid, Matt insisted. I have visited the scene. Bullseye met his end at your hands. Bruce consumed the last bite of his hot dog, wiping his hands on a napkin as he replied, Matt, be direct. What exactly do you wish to convey? Wayne, I am merely a touch concerned, Matt stated. Concerned about what? Fearful that I might become a murderer? Matt, I find it hard to believe that you have never taken a life, Bruce countered sharply. Daredevil's expression turned grave. Listen. Should I ever discover that you have slain an innocent, I swear I will personally ensure you are incarcerated. I extend the same sentiment to you, Bruce Wayne remarked, lifting his coffee. Now, I believe it is time for you to take your leave. As Matt rose from his seat, he declared, Wayne, I will be watching you. I will be watching you as well, Bruce Wayne replied. After Daredevil departed, Bruce found himself wide awake, pondering with a tinge of unease whether he too might succumb to the darkness of becoming a killer. Chapter 24, The Troubles of Iron Man After a Week's Absence. George and Mike returned to the Bat Bar. Not long before, the two had been severely beaten by the henchmen of a certain individual named Kim, leaving them with what appeared to be serious injuries, though in reality, they were merely superficial. After a week of recuperation, they seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Bruce Wayne had arranged for them to work at the bar, allowing him more time to conduct experiments or engage in other pursuits. On this particular day, as the bar opened its doors, two patrons arrived. One was an elderly gentleman with white hair, reminiscent of a professor, while the other was a middle-aged woman exuding a certain charm, both appearing quite intimate as they supported one another. Upon entering the bar, they settled into a corner booth and ordered 2 beers. Where is Wayne? Inquired the white-haired gentleman, addressing George. Do you know our boss? George asked cautiously. A smile spread across the gentleman's face as he produced a $10 bill and handed it to George. Please inform Wayne that Dr. Pym is here to see him. And I have brought a friend to introduce. Recognizing that Pym bore no ill intentions, George replied, please hold on. He returned to the bar and contacted Bruce Wayne, who was busy in his underground laboratory. Moments later, Bruce Wayne, impeccably dressed, appeared before Dr. Pym. Compared to before, Bruce Wayne now exuded a more authoritative presence. If I am not mistaken, this lovely lady must be Janet, he remarked, glancing past Dr. Pym to address the Wasp. Janet. Wayne, you certainly have a way with words. Janet replied with a smile. Moreover, Pym never mentioned you were quite so handsome. Were you 20 years younger, I might just be tempted to stray. Dr. Pym, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, well, were I 20 years younger, I could rival him just as well. After a brief pause, he turned to Bruce Wayne with curiosity. How did you recognize Janet? Bruce Wayne responded, since you wish to collaborate with me, it is only natural that I conduct some research on you and the Wasp. Besides, would you dare bring another woman to the bar aside from Janet? A cough escaped Dr. Pym, who refrained from responding. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce extended his hand and said, Janet, it is a pleasure to meet you. Wayne, the pleasure is mine. As long as you are at the Bat Bar, I believe I shall frequent this place often. Janet replied. 3 seconds later, Bruce Wayne found himself unable to glean any skills from the Wasp. This was entirely expected. Although she too was a superhero, her abilities relied entirely on the Wasp suit designed by Dr. Pym. Bruce Wayne had already acquired Pym particle technology from Dr. Pym, which included the method for creating the Wasp suit. Thus, he gained no additional skills from Janet. Wayne, I wonder how you have considered the matter I mentioned to you last time? Dr. Pym inquired with curiosity. Bruce Wayne, who had been somewhat tempted to join the Avengers, ultimately decided to formally enlist after days of contemplation. The advantages of joining the Avengers were undeniably apparent. In addition to acquiring resources and equipment from Dr. Pym, it was crucial for Bruce Wayne to enlist the aid of a genius scientist like Dr. Pym should he wish to return to Gotham. Technology, magic, the extraordinary. Whatever it took to facilitate his return to Gotham, Bruce Wayne would seek to obtain. With such a stunning woman as Wasp around, I find no reason to decline. Bruce Wayne replied. Wasp gently caressed her cheek, blushing slightly as she remarked, Wayne, I had no idea I held such influence. Had I known, I would have sought to meet you sooner. Upon learning of Bruce Wayne's willingness to join the Avengers, Dr. Pym breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand, proclaiming, I hereby announce that the Avengers are officially established. Bruce Wayne and Wasp placed their hands atop one another, completing a simple founding ceremony. Doctor, have there been any updates regarding the Hulk? Bruce Wayne proactively inquired. Beyond his desire to acquire skills related to the Hulk, Bruce Wayne sought to gather brilliant minds like Dr. Banner around him. Dr. Pym responded, Regrettably, I have yet to locate the Hulk. However, you need not worry. I have been discreetly investigating General Ross and discovered that his forces are quietly assembling, indicating that a significant development is imminent. Dr. Pym implied that General Ross had likely uncovered Dr. Banner's whereabouts, and if they continued to track General Ross, they would soon find Dr. Banner. Wasp elaborated. General Ross, the father-in-law of Dr. Banner, a stubborn man whose life goal has become the capture of the Hulk. Bruce Wayne. Is this a conflict between father-in-law and son-in-law? Dr. Pym, I understand now. If there are any updates regarding the Hulk, please inform me. Of course, after all, we are a team. Dr. Pym smiled and inquired, Any news from Tony? Bruce Wayne shook his head. Since the last incident when Iron Man Tony collapsed at the bar due to palladium poisoning, he had been absent for several consecutive days. No matter. Locating the Tesseract and creating a new element to replace palladium is no simple task. Tony needs some time. Dr. Pym paused momentarily, then added, Wayne, you have a good rapport with Tony. If he has any updates, please inform us, and it would be best if you could persuade him to join the Avengers. I will, Bruce Wayne replied. Dr. Pym and Wasp remained at the Bat Bar until 10 o'clock at night before departing. As they left, they invited Bruce Wayne to visit the Pym laboratory. Since the Avengers have been established, it is essential to have a convenient location for gatherings and strategizing. Upon the suggestion of the Wasp, it was decided that they would convene at the Bat Bar, a place that would not draw undue attention. Meanwhile, Pym Laboratories would be responsible for providing supplies and equipment. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from outside the Bat Bar shortly after Dr. Pym and the Wasp departed. Mike glanced at the surveillance monitor in front of the bar, his face lighting up with excitement. It's Iron Man. Goodness, Iron Man has come to our Bat Bar, he exclaimed. Joe, you must help me get a photo with Iron Man. However, Bruce Wayne frowned. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had just landed face first, causing the pavement in front of the bar to crack in a spiderweb pattern. Clearly inebriated, he had made quite the entrance. Joe, open the door quickly, Bruce Wayne shouted. It was too late. With a tremendous crash, Tony Stark barreled through the bar's double doors, swaying as he entered. Wayne, come out and fight me, he bellowed. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, pondering the damage. Last time you broke one door, now you've destroyed both. How much am I going to charge you for this? Just then, with a thud, Iron Man collapsed, his legs giving way, and he crashed into a table. Bruce Wayne thought to himself, I'll have to raise the price. A snoring sound emanated from the armored suit as Tony Stark had apparently fallen asleep upon his dramatic entrance. Joe and Mike had intended to take a photo with Iron Man, but upon seeing him sprawled on the ground, they were momentarily at a loss. If you want to take the picture, go ahead, but after that, fetch a bucket of water from the restroom, Bruce Wayne instructed. With permission granted, Joe and Mike quickly crouched beside Iron Man for a photo before rushing off to retrieve a bucket of water. Bruce Wayne approached and lifted Tony Stark's helmet, commanding, Pour the water. Mike hesitated, holding the bucket. Boss, this is Iron Man, he protested. And so what? Bruce Wayne retorted. I'll do it, Joe exclaimed, snatching the bucket from Mike's hands and dousing Tony Stark with the entire contents. Tony Stark found himself in a dream where he was drowning in the ocean, his suit malfunctioning and trapping him underwater. Help, he gasped, thrashing about as he awakened. Wayne, he exclaimed, flipping over in confusion. How did I end up here? Tony, how should I know why you ended up here? Moreover, look at the mess you've caused. You've destroyed the door I just repaired, and you've ruined the table I salvaged from the antique shop. Bruce Wayne said with a hint of regret. Did I do all of this? Tony Stark paused momentarily. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated from the armor. Tony, Do you need to review the playback? Tony Stark mused to himself how convenient it was to have an intelligent butler, always ready to undermine his authority. He produced a black card and remarked, Wayne, do not dwell on these trifles. Remember, problems that money can solve are not truly problems. How much do you think I should compensate? Feel free to charge whatever you deem fit. How extravagant. Bruce Wayne, undeterred, handed the black card to George and stated, let us start with 500,000. If he breaks anything else later, we'll add it to the tab. George's hand trembled slightly as he held the card. $50,000 for 2 broken doors and a damaged table? No wonder he was my boss. Upon hearing Bruce Wayne's demand for $500,000, Tony Stark did not even blink. With a clap to his forehead, Tony exclaimed, Wayne, it just hit me. I came to challenge you to a duel. George, charge another 100,000. Tony was eager to take a beating. I must fulfill his request. However, upon hearing this, Tony Stark immediately lost interest. He knew he stood no chance against Bruce Wayne. Perhaps if he donned the armor, he might give it a try. Wayne, never mind, I'm no longer inclined. Tony Stark stepped out of the armor. Wayne, I actually wanted to have a word with you. Also, could you fetch me a bottle of beer? George hesitated and asked, Boss, shall I still charge the 100,000? Bruce Wayne replied, Why not? Do you think Mr. Stark cares about such a trivial sum? Mike, get Tony a beer. It's on me. Indeed, Tony Stark was unfazed by such a paltry amount, and besides, he had come all this way with a purpose in mind. Tony, it seems you are troubled. Is it about the Tesseract? Bruce Wayne inquired proactively. Tony Stark lifted his glass only to set it down again, letting out a deep sigh as he said, Wayne, since leaving here last time, I began investigating the Tesseract. Dr. Pym was correct. I found relevant entries in my father's journal indicating that he extracted a new element from the Tesseract. This element could potentially resolve my palladium poisoning issue. However, when I approached Nick Fury with the journal, he claimed the Tesseract was not an S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession. Oh, Nick is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What happened next? Bruce Wayne was now an attentive listener. Tony Stark sighed once more. Nick said the Tesseract has gone missing. He has no reason to deceive me. After all, my existence is of greater benefit to him and S.H.I.E.L.D. than my demise, which would merely leave a useless corpse. Tony, did you come here merely to share this idle chatter with me? Or do you believe I know the whereabouts of the Tesseract? Bruce Wayne began to speak. Tony Stark leaned forward, lowering his voice with a serious demeanor, stating, Given the current circumstances, I may not be able to locate the Tesseract in the near future. However, if the palladium poisoning issue remains unresolved, I could perish at any moment. To be frank, my purpose in coming here is to request that you reveal how you saved me last time. Tony, you must understand. You are probing into a person's secret, Bruce Wayne replied in a low tone. Tony Stark then remarked, Wayne, I do not intend to offend you. I merely wish to survive. Name your price. How much must I pay to acquire this secret from you? Bruce Wayne clasped his hands over his knees, fixing his gaze intently on Tony Stark. Tony, there actually exists a more straightforward method to resolve your predicament. What method? Tony Stark inquired immediately. Bruce Wayne responded, To remove the metal shrapnel from within your body. Tony Stark let out a bitter laugh. Wayne, do you think I have not considered that? I have consulted the world's foremost surgeons and cardiologists. They provided a unanimous and professional verdict. Surgery is not an option. What about extraordinary means? Bruce Wayne questioned. Extraordinary? Tony Stark furrowed his brow, hesitating before replying. Are you suggesting a mutant as powerful as Magneto? Bruce Wayne, without needing any documentation, was aware that Magneto was known as the villainous leader among mutants. Magneto could easily extract the metal fragments from Tony Stark's body. The dilemma remained. Why would a leader of anti-human mutants assist a human superhero? Chapter 25. Bruce Wayne takes the initiative. Bruce Wayne remained silent as he extended his hand toward Tony Stark's cup, causing the beer within to flow into the air, forming a floating orb. Extraordinary. Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the levitating beer, then turned to Bruce Wayne and inquired, Are you a mutant? Bruce Wayne returned the beer to the cup with a smile, replying, Extraordinary abilities, superhuman strength, mutants. Tony, interpret it as you will. While I may not possess the formidable telekinetic powers of Magneto, my abilities suffice to extract the metallic fragments from your body. That is the secret behind my previous rescue of you. Snapping back to reality, Tony Stark said, Wayne, I apologize. I did not intend to discriminate against mutants. It's all rather unexpected. Bruce Wayne smiled and remarked, Tony, now that you are privy to my secret, the decision to allow me to assist in removing the metallic shards from your body rests solely with you. Tony Stark's brow furrowed in contemplation, presenting him with a challenging dilemma. Although he was aware of Bruce Wayne's extraordinary ability to remove the metallic fragments from within him, he hesitated to entrust his life to a mere bar owner. Were Bruce Wayne a world-renowned surgeon, Tony might have considered the matter more seriously. Wayne, I appreciate your kindness. However, May I have some time to deliberate? Tony Stark hesitated to propose. Of course, Bruce Wayne replied, fully comprehending Stark's apprehension. He too would not make such a decision lightly. Displaying his extraordinary abilities to Tony was merely intended to provide him with an additional option. Wayne, if I decide to accept your offer to remove the fragments, what do you wish to gain from me in return? Tony Stark, ever the businessman, instinctively pondered what he could offer that would be deemed sufficient. Tony, first and foremost, you must understand that nothing you possess can equate to your life. Nevertheless, since you have inquired, I am willing to answer honestly. I seek a substantial supply of resources from you, including certain unique assets. Rest assured, I will not request anything that pertains to your or Stark Industries' confidential matters. I only desire what you can provide. Bruce Wayne laid out his terms. As the most powerful individual in the city, he required Tony Stark's financial prowess. I understand. Once I have made my decision, I will respond, Tony Stark replied. All right. You can reach out to me at any time, Bruce Wayne assured him, unfazed. In this negotiation, it was clear that the one under pressure was Tony Stark. Should he fail to procure the Cosmic Cube, he would be unable to acquire an element capable of substituting palladium. This consequently implies that Tony Stark could succumb to palladium poisoning at any moment, potentially leading to his demise. After Tony Stark's departure, the Bat Bar welcomed a new patron. Sabretooth. What on earth? Is this place undergoing renovations, or has a battle just transpired? Sabretooth remarked, surveying the ravaged entrance in the chaos strewn across the floor. Ah. We just encountered a minor mishap. Do not fret. It shall be tidied up shortly. Joe seated Sabretooth at a table. Bring me a pint of beer, commanded Sabretooth. Upon the beer's arrival, he deliberately showcased his sharp claws, effortlessly popping the cap off the bottle, gulping down the contents in one go. Sabretooth belched and approached Bruce Wayne with 2 bottles in hand. Mind if I join you? Before Bruce Wayne could respond, Sabretooth plopped down beside him. This round's on me. He opened a bottle and placed it before Bruce Wayne. In Gotham, Bruce Wayne cultivated a flamboyant persona, indulging in lavish parties and often drinking to excess. He had even engaged in the ludicrous act of bathing in a hotel lobby fountain. Ultimately, to sanction such behavior, he acquired the hotel outright. However, in private, Bruce Wayne maintained strict control over his alcohol and tobacco consumption to ensure his physical condition remained optimal. I'm afraid I don't drink, Bruce Wayne replied, nudging the drink back. What kind of joke is this? The bar owner doesn't he drink? Sabretooth exclaimed with irritation. Noticing Bruce Wayne's piercing glare, he shrugged and said, all right. If you don't want to, who am I to argue? After all, you're Batman. Bruce Wayne what? You're not aware? Mr. Wayne, the proprietor of the Bat Bar, is the new vigilante in town. This news has spread throughout Hell's Kitchen. Sabretooth feigned astonishment. I heard it was Lady Bullseye who deliberately leaked the information, though it could also have come from Kingpin. Bruce Wayne crossed his legs, indifferent to the source of the rumor. In Gotham, Batman had gone to great lengths to conceal his identity for the sake of operational efficiency. Yet in Hell's Kitchen, Bruce Wayne had altered his perspective. What difference did it make if others knew he was Batman? Perhaps this was influenced by Iron Man. Tony Stark was unbothered by others knowing his identity and even challenged criminals openly. Is that why you've come here? To share this information with me? Sabretooth grinned, cracking open another beer with his claws. You see, you and I possess similar abilities, which piques my curiosity. Perhaps there is a connection between us. Or maybe we could even become friends. The only connection between Bruce Wayne and Sabretooth lies in the abilities he has replicated from him. Regrettably, I have no inclination to befriend criminals. Ugh. Sabretooth spat on the ground, cursing. Wayne, you couldn't be more right. I too detest associating with criminals, frankly. I loathe those scoundrels. However, it is my job to resolve issues for a fee, which sometimes necessitates dealing with those nefarious individuals. Rest assured, Wayne, you may uphold your principles without it affecting our relationship. Bruce Wayne discerned that Sabretooth was feigning ignorance and directly inquired, do you have anything else? Sabretooth replied, as a matter of fact, there are 2 things. The first pertains to Lady Bullseye. Ever since you eliminated Bullseye, she has been profoundly affected. I dare say she may have lost her mind. Recently, she has been associating closely with some criminals from the Hand in Hell's Kitchen, even approaching me to enlist my help in eliminating you. Fear not, I formally declined her request and even attempted to dissuade her. But that lunatic would not heed my counsel. This revelation stirred a flicker of vigilance in Bruce Wayne, yet he did not dwell on it too heavily. He had already warned Lady Bullseye, if she remained obstinate, the consequences would be on her. And the second matter? Sabretooth cleared his throat. It concerns Kingpin. He wishes to invite you for morning tea tomorrow. Bruce Wayne cast a sidelong glance at Sabretooth. So, you are currently working for Kingpin? Sabretooth chuckled, just making a living. To be honest, since I last pummeled Kingpin, he has made no significant moves. This left Bruce Wayne somewhat perplexed, given that Kingpin was now seeking a meeting. Bruce Wayne resolved to seize the opportunity to unravel this situation. Let us pass on the morning tea. I shall visit him tonight. Sabretooth gleefully remarked, it's settled then. Here's my number. If you can't find him, you can reach out to me. He produced a pre-written note from his pocket and placed it on the table. Sabretooth was not particularly astute. It seemed Kingpin had anticipated everything. Bruce Wayne suddenly realized that Kingpin was far more cunning than he had initially assumed. At midnight, Bruce Wayne appeared on the rooftop of a building in Hell's Kitchen. The ambience was remarkably inviting, with a pristine white table adorned with red candles and flower petals scattered across the ground. The entrance was graced by a rainbow arch decorated with flowers. While to one side of the table stood a gleaming piano, and to the other, chefs were preparing meals on site. Upon witnessing this scene, Bruce nearly lost his footing and fell from the ledge. What is this? Did you just finish a date with a woman? Or is this a setup specifically for me? How utterly revolting. An even more nauseating occurrence ensued. Batman, welcome. To Bruce Wayne's astonishment, Kingpin rose from his seat and personally pulled out a chair for him. Bruce Wayne felt utterly bewildered, contemplating whether it would still be timely to leap from the rooftop. Kingpin gestured towards the pianist and the chef, stating, "This is a prodigious pianist I specifically sourced from Manhattan, and that is the chef I engaged from Mitchison Restaurant. I hope you find today's dinner to your liking. Furthermore, I assure you, there are no hidden traps." Bruce Wayne had already employed his heightened senses to ascertain that, apart from the chef and pianist, there were indeed no ambushes. Yet, it was Kingpin's peculiar demeanor that aroused Bruce Wayne's suspicions. "Kingpin, perhaps you should let them go," Bruce Wayne suggested. With a couple of sharp claps, Kingpin signaled the kitchen staff and pianist to bow and exit. "Now, shall we sit and have a proper conversation? What would you like to discuss?" Bruce Wayne remained poised on the eaves, unmoving. Kingpin lifted his wine glass and spoke. "Batman, although your previous actions embarrassed me, upon reflection, I perceive that we harbor no true enmity. In the spirit of reconciliation, I hope to share a smile and let bygones be bygones." Bruce Wayne listened intently as Kingpin continued, "I am aware that to you, I am merely a nefarious criminal, at odds with superheroes. However, I wish to convey that this is a misconception. Should you engage with me longer, you would discover that I am not as villainous as you perceive. Even if friendship eludes us, there is no necessity for us to become foes. Kingpin, may I inquire what prompted your change of heart?" Bruce Wayne asked, perplexed. Kingpin replied, "It is because you killed Target and extracted the Edmund medal from his body. This revelation unveiled the truth. You and I are fundamentally alike. Batman, unlike other superheroes, you harbor a little demon within, willing to employ any means to achieve your ends." Bruce Wayne began to grasp the reason behind Kingpin's sudden shift in attitude. Regardless of whether Kingpin contended with Daredevil or Spider-Man, Iron Man, or Captain America, none of these heroes would resort to outright murder. The demise of Target illuminated for Kingpin that unless he could ensure the demise of Batman, any reckless attempt on his part could lead to his own downfall, akin to that of Target. More plainly, beneath Kingpin's menacing facade lay a profound fear. Batman's audacious incursion into Kingpin's domain, where he subdued everyone, instilled a sense of caution in Kingpin. In Kingpin's eyes, Batman was fundamentally akin to him. Both were bad men. The only figure capable of instilling fear in a villain is another villain of superior strength. Certainly, Kingpin's overture towards Batman today does not signify a genuine relinquishment of their enmity. One day, should Kingpin seize the opportunity, he would not hesitate to strike at Batman with lethal intent. "To express my sincerity, I have prepared a gift for you today," Jinping said as he took out his phone to make a call, then smiled politely and said, "Please hold on for a moment." Moments later, a helicopter descended onto the rooftop. Sabretooth leapt down from above, enthusiastically greeting Bruce Wayne. "Hello, Batman. Please retrieve the gift I have prepared for you," Jinping instructed. Bruce Wayne had already discerned the so-called gift with his super senses. It was the unconscious Lady Target. The sack was opened, revealing Lady Target, bound and bloodied. Jinping smiled and said, "Batman, this woman has been running around causing you trouble. Now I have brought her to you. You may deal with her as you wish. Of course, if you prefer not to get your hands dirty, we can assist." Bruce Wayne could tell that Jinping was not jesting. Sabretooth had his sharp fingertips poised at Lady Target's throat, awaiting Bruce Wayne's command. At that moment, Lady Target regained consciousness and, realizing her predicament, began to curse Jinping. "You despicable scoundrel. I truly misjudged you." "Shoo. Let her be quiet," Jinping commanded. Sabretooth immediately covered Lady Target's mouth with his hand, displaying an evil grin. Ready to snap her neck. "Release her," Bruce Wayne instructed. "Release her?" Jinping. Sabretooth. Lady Target. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Chapter 26. Dr. Banner, my apologies, Batman. I didn't quite catch that. Do you mean to say we should let Lady Bullseye go? Questioned Kingpin, his brow furrowed in confusion. To him, eliminating Lady Bullseye seemed the most prudent course of action. "Indeed, I advocate for her release," Bruce Wayne reiterated with conviction. Kingpin hesitated for a moment before addressing Sabretooth. "Did you hear that? Let her go." "Very well," Sabretooth replied somewhat disappointedly, severing the ropes binding Lady Bullseye with his sharp claws and allowing her to depart. As she left, Lady Bullseye cast a complex glance at Bruce Wayne. Once she had safely exited, Bruce Wayne spoke up, "Kingpin, you've witnessed it. We are not of the same ilk. However, I comprehend your intent. As long as you and your associates refrain from provoking me further, I shall not interfere with your affairs." He paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. "I believe Hell's Kitchen has its hands full with one daredevil already." With that, Bruce Wayne turned and elegantly leaped from the rooftop. Sabretooth rushed to the edge. Peering down before turning back to Kingpin, he is gone. With a crash, Kingpin kicked over a chair beside him, his fist clenched in fury. "That bastard." Sabretooth approached. Taking a swig from a bottle on the table, "What is our next move? Do you require my assistance in locating some skilled individuals to eliminate him? But let me be clear, anyone capable of killing Bullseye is no simple foe. To defeat him, we must enlist true experts, and their services come at a steep price. Do you think I care about money?" Kingpin growled menacingly, then continued, "Withdraw all our men from the vicinity of the Bat Bar. Let us not provoke that scoundrel for the time being. You are to keep a watchful eye on the Bat Bar. I demand to know his every move." "Understood," Sabretooth replied, departing with the bottle in hand. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne traversed Hell's Kitchen, addressing a few inconsequential petty crimes. The area felt too confined, prompting him to contemplate venturing beyond its borders to seek out more formidable adversaries. Upon returning to the Bat Bar, Bruce noticed bloodstains on the windowsill. Utilizing his enhanced senses, he discerned that Erica was on the second floor, the blood marking her passage. Swiftly, he stowed his motorcycle and bat equipment in the underground lair before ascending to the second floor. As he pushed open the door, he was met with Erica, who emerged from the shadows, gun drawn. Bruce flicked on the room's lights. A first aid kit, previously stored away, lay opened, with bloody bandages strewn across the floor. Erica bore knife wounds on her right arm and back. She had managed to stitch and bandage the injury on her arm, but struggled with the one on her back. Without uttering a word, Bruce approached and sat beside Erica, offering his assistance in suturing her wounds. Due to the absence of anesthesia, Erica gasped in surprise as the suturing commenced. Once the procedure concluded, she spoke, "Aren't you curious about what transpired?" Bruce Wayne, attending to her wounds, began tidying the area. After a moment of hesitation, Erica recounted, "I had a falling out with the stick, and the injuries I bear were inflicted by the ninjas of the True Purity Society. I apologize for coming here. I truly had nowhere else to turn. If my presence is inconvenient, I can leave at any time." Bruce Wayne returned the first aid kit to its place and wiped away the blood she had left on the windowsill. "You may stay here to recuperate, and you are free to depart whenever you wish." "Thank you." Erica expressed her gratitude, moving closer to embrace him from behind, pressing her body against his. Bruce Wayne, still injured, and yet this woman was undeniably formidable. As dawn broke, the voice of Daredevil resonated from downstairs. "Apologies. I entered when I noticed the door was ajar." Upon seeing Bruce Wayne descend the stairs, Daredevil hastily clarified, placing a bag on the table. "This is breakfast I brought for you." Bruce Wayne discerned from the slight elevation of Daredevil's head during his speech that he had come specifically to see Erica. As for the bar's door, it had yet to be repaired after being wrecked by Tony Stark the previous night. "Should I call her down?" Bruce Wayne inquired as he settled into a chair. Daredevil shook his head, responding, "Perhaps not. My connection with her has concluded. Moreover, I appreciate your hospitality. As long as she remains at the Bat Bar, the Stick and the True Purity Society will not trouble her." After a brief pause, he added, "Additionally, I regret the matter concerning good parents. I was unaware of its connection to the Stick. And what about you? Have you contemplated your own relationship with the Stick?" Bruce Wayne questioned. Daredevil replied, "The Stick has been my mentor. As long as he does not engage in illegal activities in my presence, or unless I possess evidence of his crimes, I shall refrain from intervening." "If you were forced to choose between the Stick and Erica?" Bruce Wayne pressed. It was a perilous question, yet Daredevil responded without hesitation, "I choose justice." A cunning answer, Bruce Wayne scoffed. "Matt, you truly are a heartless and selfish bastard." "Very well. I shall relay your words to Erica. Now, kindly leave my bar." Daredevil raised his head once more, hesitating for 2 seconds before turning to depart. Bruce Wayne knew Erica was eavesdropping at the stairway. He took the breakfast Daredevil had brought and ascended to the second floor, asking, "What is the matter? Are you disappointed?" Erica shook her head and replied, "No. My affair with him has long since concluded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here last night. If you can truly let go, then you should enjoy your breakfast." Bruce Wayne handed her the bag. Erica, being pragmatic, understood that she required nourishment to heal her injuries and did not refuse the meal simply because it was delivered by Daredevil. In the ensuing 2 days, Tony Stark did not reappear at the Bat Bar. He remained entangled in indecision, torn between continuing the pursuit of the Tesseract or allowing Bruce Wayne to employ his extraordinary abilities for a surgical procedure. Both Stick and Lady Bullseye made a simultaneous appearance at the Bat Bar, neither mentioning Erica, and they departed after lingering until closing time. Sabretooth, however, reported daily at the usual hour, leaving only after indulging in excessive drinking. This scenario persisted until the third evening. On that night, when the Bat Bar opened, Sabretooth was, as customary, the first to enter, taking his usual spot at the bar and engaging in banter with Joe and Mike. The camaraderie among the three had grown remarkably familiar. Just as the drinks Sabretooth ordered were served, a middle-aged man donned in a jacket and jeans, with slightly curly hair and black-rimmed glasses, entered the bar. The man appeared quite shy, finding a corner seat upon entering. Aside from ordering a beer, he did not partake in any drinking, instead anxiously fixating on the entrance of the bar. At that moment, Bruce Wayne, who was working in the underground studio, suddenly changed his demeanor, pausing his task to remark, "Though we are a team, is it not somewhat impolite for you to intrude upon my personal space?" Ant-Man and Wasp materialized before Bruce Wayne. Wasp sincerely stated, "Wayne, I sincerely apologize. It was not our intention to invade your privacy. It is merely due to the urgency of the situation that we did not have the opportunity to greet you." "What has transpired?" Bruce Wayne inquired. Dr. Pym replied, "Dr. Banner is up there." "Oh, Dr. Banner, the Hulk. The Hulk is at the Bat Bar?" Bruce Wayne thought, startled, as he utilized his enhanced senses to scan the bar, promptly identifying Dr. Banner seated in the corner. "Is that the arc reactor?" Dr. Pym's attention was drawn to the energy device atop the bat, and he unconsciously moved closer. "Goodness, Wayne, I had always said you would create an arc reactor. It is truly magnificent. Have you ever considered what might happen if we combine the arc reactor with Pym particles?" "Pym, is this really the appropriate time for such discussions?" Wasp interjected. "My apologies. I simply became a bit overly excited." Dr. Pym collected himself and continued, "We traced General Ross here, but we did not anticipate that Dr. Banner would coincidentally enter the Bat Bar." Bruce Wayne's heightened senses had already begun to radiate outward, revealing the presence of a tactical squad assembled outside the Bat Bar, effectively sealing both the front and rear entrances. Furthermore, a substantial military force was converging upon Hell's Kitchen. It was evident that General Ross intended to engage the Hulk in direct combat, without a thought for the lives of the residents of Hell's Kitchen. "Doctor, you two go ahead. I will join you shortly after making a few calls," Bruce Wayne instructed, retrieving his phone and immediately dialing Tony Stark. "Hey, Wayne." Tony Stark's voice resonated through the receiver, sounding cheerful yet somewhat affected. "Tony, listen to me first," Bruce interjected. "General Ross is orchestrating a military operation in Hell's Kitchen, and whatever means you have at your disposal, you must thwart it. If not, no one can guarantee what calamity may ensue. Wayne, if this is a military operation, I fear I may not be suitable." Tony Stark began, but Bruce cut him off with resolute determination. "As I stated, no one knows what catastrophic consequences this military action might yield. Tony, whether you reach out to your military contacts, SHIELD, or the media, mobilize every connection you and Stark Industries possess. Wayne, you must at least inform me of the military's target." Tony Stark hesitated. "Dr. Banner, the Hulk. He is currently in the Bat Bar, and a tactical squad is poised to breach the establishment." "The Hulk," Tony Stark exclaimed, followed by, "Wayne, I understand. You had better find a way to stall them and buy me some time." "Understood." After hanging up, Bruce Wayne made additional calls to Jim Gordon, Lady Blackhawk, and the various factions within Hell's Kitchen to set their efforts into motion. Inside the Bat Bar, Dr. Pym and the Wasp settled into a spot not far from Dr. Banner. Initially anxious, Banner hesitated upon seeing Dr. Pym, yet ultimately approached him to greet him. "Hello, Dr. Pym. You know me?" Dr. Pym inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Banner nodded, responding, "Though this is our first meeting, I have studied your work on Pym particles. It is truly remarkable." He paused, glancing towards the entrance. "Dr. Pym, I lack the time to explain, but please believe me, something perilously dangerous is about to unfold here. You and your wife must leave at once." Dr. Pym, taken aback by Banner's concern for his safety, felt deeply moved. "Dr. Banner, I appreciate your kindness. However, we are here specifically to assist you." "Assist me?" Dr. Banner asked, astonished. Dr. Pym nodded and replied, "Indeed. In fact, we have been searching for you for quite some time, having tracked General Ross to this location. Allow me to introduce myself. This is the Wasp, and I am known as Ant-Man." The eyes of Dr. Banner widened in surprise. "Wasp Ant-Man. Dr. Banner, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The Wasp extended her hand. Dr. Pym reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Dr. Banner. The proprietor of this establishment, Bruce Wayne, is one of us, and we shall find a way to assist you through this predicament. Look, here comes Wayne." Upon entering the bar, Bruce Wayne approached Sabretooth and said, "Could you do me a favor?" Sabretooth sniffed the air and replied, "I've sensed something amiss here for quite some time. What is it that you wish for me to do?" "I expect a tactical team to burst in shortly. I would like you to guard the entrance and ensure that no one exits. And under no circumstances are you to harm anyone without my consent," Bruce Wayne instructed. "Very well, I shall take care of it," Sabretooth responded with a grin, picking up his drink and settling into a position near the bar's entrance. Bruce Wayne then turned to Dr. Banner, extending his hand. "Dr. Banner, it is a pleasure to meet you. I believe Dr. Pym has already introduced me. I am the owner of this bar. Rest assured, as long as you remain here at the Bat Bar, I will ensure your safety." "Oh, hello, Doctor." Banner quickly shook Bruce Wayne's hand, expressing his apologies. "I am truly sorry for any trouble I may have caused you. If necessary, I can leave with those individuals outside." "No, you need only remain here and enjoy your drink," Bruce Wayne replied with a smile. Chapter 27. The Bat Bar Conflict. Who conceived the idea of the hand-covering technique? Merely by shaking hands with the target for 3 seconds, one could acquire their abilities. Consequently, when Bruce Wayne encountered a potential skill target, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Come, let us shake hands, darling." After 3 seconds, Bruce Wayne's panel updated seamlessly. It detected the replicable skill of the Hulk. The replication was complete. In an instant, Bruce Wayne perceived his strength elevated several tiers. As Dr. Banner is a scientist engaged in research, the Hulk himself lacks any significant combat prowess. However, no adversary can withstand the Hulk's sheer force. The Hulk requires no martial skills. He merely needs to unleash his might like a relentless bomber. Typically, a single punch can incapacitate an opponent. If that fails, 2 punches will suffice. Should further escalation be necessary, he can augment his rage to evolve and enhance his power, ultimately toppling his foes. Bruce Wayne, proficient in various fighting techniques, now possessing the Hulk's strength, is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Under equal conditions, Bruce Wayne would undoubtedly dominate the Hulk, who would be left sprawled on the ground. The Hulk's might transcends his terrifying power, which escalates with his fury. He also possesses skin akin to Superman's, rendering him impervious to nuclear attacks. Furthermore, he boasts formidable regenerative abilities, capable of recovering even from the destruction of vital organs. Simultaneously, he is immune to nearly all diseases, poisons, and biochemical weapons, thriving even under extreme conditions. His speed is astonishing as well. If the Hulk's skin and strength remind Bruce Wayne of Superman, then the Hulk's speed brings to mind the Flash. The Hulk's velocity rivals that of the Flash in his normal form. Now, these skills have been appropriated by Bruce Wayne. If he were to engage Superman in a battle at this moment, he would be confident of defeating him without the use of kryptonite. At the very least, he could hold his ground. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of smoke bombs were simultaneously hurled into the Bat Bar from both the front and back entrances, instantly engulfing the area in choking smoke. Following closely, fully armed soldiers donned in gas masks stormed in. At the forefront was Emil Blonsky, a seasoned agent with extensive combat experience, specifically summoned by General Ross to confront the Hulk. According to Blonsky's plan, they would utilize the cover of the smoke bombs to infiltrate the Bat Bar and, amidst the chaos, employ a potent anesthetic to incapacitate Dr. Banner, thereby neutralizing the Hulk with ease. This plan appeared flawless, for in his Banner form, the Hulk is merely an ordinary man, lacking bulletproof capabilities and defenseless against tranquilizers. Blonsky designated this operation with the codename Lightning, signifying the intent to prevent Dr. Banner from transforming into the Hulk. Emil Blanks burst into the Bat Bar, prepared to unleash havoc, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. The smoke did not envelop the establishment as he had envisioned, but rather coalesced into a dense cloud, as if contained within an invisible jar. This phenomenon was due to Lee Jet's manipulation of the environment, which effectively halted the smoke's advance. Guffawing, Sabretooth, upon witnessing Emil Blank's disoriented state, raised his glass and proclaimed, "Brother, would you care for a drink? My treat, your tab." Emil cast a quick glance at Sabretooth before his eyes swiftly darted to Dr. Banner. Though he was acutely aware that his lightning-fast plan had faltered, he still yearned for one last gamble. Within the Bat Bar, apart from Sabretooth, there were merely a handful of patrons. While Emil Blanks was flanked by over a dozen men, a number thrice that of his adversaries. Moreover, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, leading Emil to believe that the situation remained within his control. Suddenly, as he prepared to launch his assault, a fit of violent coughing erupted from behind him. Turning around, he was horrified to see that the gas masks of his soldiers had inexplicably fallen to the ground. Even his own mask was wrenched away and discarded by an unseen force. Stripped of their protective gear, the gathering smoke transformed into a lethal weapon against Emil Blanks. The soldiers were engulfed in fits of coughing, rendering them incapable of combat. What was more alarming was the uncertainty of further bizarre occurrences that might ensue. Retreat. Emil Blanks made a most reluctant decision, contemplating a hasty exit from the Bat Bar. "Did I not promise you a drink? Is this how you repay my hospitality?" Sabretooth, having retrieved a gas mask, initiated the offensive. Following Lee Jet's directive, he refrained from lethal force, opting instead to resolve the situation with his fists. Even so, Emil Blanks found his trained Special Forces personnel woefully inadequate against Sabretooth's prowess. In terms of speed, strength, and combat skills, they were no match for him. Compounded by the effects of the smoke, In the blink of an eye, they were dispatched by Sabretooth. Left sprawled on the ground with broken limbs or rendered unconscious. In desperation, Emil Blanks squeezed the trigger, seeking to turn the tide, intent on at least shooting Sabretooth to facilitate his escape from the bar. Yet, he had grossly underestimated Sabretooth's abilities. The bullets were effortlessly deflected, and Sabretooth seized one of the soldiers as a human shield, hurling him towards Emil. With a splash, Emil narrowly evaded the incoming soldier, only to be met with a punch from Sabretooth that sent him spiraling into unconsciousness. General Ross, stationed in Hell's Kitchen, monitored the lightning operation through the camera on a Special Forces soldier, but the smoke obscured his vision, compelling him to shout, "Emil, what is happening?" Emil, respond immediately. "I apologize, but your Emil is currently asleep and is unable to respond." Sabretooth seized Emil Blonsky's communicator and began to speak. General Ross was momentarily taken aback, but then, in a fit of rage, slammed his hands on the table and shouted, "Bastard, who are you? What has happened to Emil and his team?" Sabretooth offered no reply, casually tossing the communicator to Bruce Wayne, saying, "My task is complete. May I be excused from today's tab?" Bruce Wayne caught the communicator and addressed General Ross. "Your Emil and his special forces are now entirely in my custody. If you wish to avoid any calamity befalling them, you should promptly vacate Hell's Kitchen with your men." "Who are you? If you have the guts, reveal your identity." General Ross roared. "I am Bruce Wayne, the proprietor of the Bat Bar. Your men, armed and aggressive, invaded my establishment, and I am merely acting in self-defense," Bruce Wayne replied. General Ross's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that his elite squad had fallen victim to a mere bar owner. "You have 3 seconds to procure information regarding the Bat Bar and its owner." Bruce Wayne. General Ross bellowed at his intelligence personnel. "General, the data indicates that the Bat Bar's owner is just an ordinary man." The intelligence officer swiftly retrieved Bruce Wayne's profile on the computer for General Ross to review. If he were anything but ordinary, he would not have faced an unprovoked attack at the Bat Bar. "Bastard, are you implying that my most formidable special operatives are inferior to an ordinary man?" General Ross exclaimed furiously. The intelligence officer. General Ross took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself before contacting Bruce Wayne once more. "Mr. Wayne, I believe we may have some misunderstandings. My men did not intend to trouble you or your establishment. On the contrary, they were there to protect you and your property. You might not be aware, but there is a monster lurking within your bar. This creature will not only kill you and destroy your establishment, but it could also annihilate everyone in Hell's Kitchen. No, I may be understating it. It could devastate the entire city." "Monster?" General Ross. "If the monster you speak of refers to Dr. Banner, I fear I must disappoint you. Dr. Banner is my guest. He is currently quite tranquil and poses no threat to anyone. If we are to speak of monsters, I would argue that you resemble one more closely. Dr. Banner is your son-in-law, yet you wish to kill him. Can there be a more monstrous father-in-law than you? Be silent, you little punk. You have no idea what is transpiring. Very well, since you claim I am the monster, allow me to show you a glimpse of that monstrosity. I will grant you 1 minute to contemplate your next move. If you do not release my people and hand over Banner to me, I shall give the order to open fire and raze you and your bar to the ground. Now, the countdown begins." General Ross lost control upon hearing his daughter's words. Inside the Bat Bar, Bruce Wayne addressed Dr. Banner. Having such a father-in-law must be quite a burden. Dr. Banner managed a wry smile. "In truth, none of this is General Ross's fault. Had I not encountered that accident and transformed into the Hulk, he would not treat me this way. He has always viewed me as an uncontrollable threat, capable of annihilating this world. And indeed, it is true. Once I become angry and transform into the Hulk, I am powerless to govern my actions. I believe I should not exist in this world." Bruce Wayne discerned the profound distress in Dr. Banner, who even regarded himself as a monster. Had it not been for the Hulk's invulnerability, he would have long since ended his own life. "Banner, becoming the Hulk is not your fault. It was not your choice. On the contrary, I perceive your transformation as a formidable gift from God. Have you considered why General Ross treats you this way?" Dr. Pym inquired. Dr. Banner replied, "Is it because I will destroy this world? No, it is born of fear. Humanity has always feared that which it cannot comprehend or control. And General Ross is no exception, since he claims you will bring about the world's destruction. Why not demonstrate that you are not a threat but rather a protector of this world?" Dr. Pym suggested. Dr. Banner blinked in confusion. "Sorry, I do not quite understand. How am I to protect this world?" "It is simple, just become a superhero. In fact, I, along with the Wasp and Wayne, have recently established a superhero organization called the Avengers. Oh, and by the way, Wayne is not merely the bar owner. He is also Batman. Should you wish to join the Avengers, we would welcome you with open arms," Dr. Pym said with a smile, seizing the opportunity to promote the Avengers. At that moment, Bruce Wayne's phone rang. It was a call from Kim. Once connected, Kim excitedly announced, "Wayne, I have located the military command center and surrounded them. What would you like me to do next? Engage them in battle? No, I need you to bring in some media, Bruce Wayne instructed. Understood, Kim replied with a grin. Simultaneously, a distressed intelligence officer exclaimed, General, we are surrounded by unidentified armed personnel. What? General Ross, startled, stood and turned to the surveillance screen. The footage revealed that the surrounding intersections had been barricaded by vehicles. Pistols, automatic rifles, machine guns, artillery. Individuals brandishing an array of weaponry have surrounded this place. General, we have confirmed the identity of the unidentified armed group, an intelligence officer declared. They are all subordinates of Jean Bing, members of the Hell's Kitchen gang. Gangsters? Do these individuals seek death? General Ross furrowed his brow in dismay. Sir, new unidentified armed forces have emerged. They are ninjas, and they have taken the high ground. The intelligence officer's voice trembled with urgency. On the rooftops surrounding them, hundreds of ninjas appeared, each gazing down at General Ross's command center. These scoundrels think I am intimidated by their presence? Relay my orders immediately, accelerate troop assembly towards our position. General Ross exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Before the orders could be communicated, the intelligence officer interjected anxiously, this is not good. General, Iron Man has appeared, and he is accompanied by several news station helicopters. What do these individuals intend to accomplish? General Ross clenched his fists. Sir, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. wish to speak with you, the communications officer suddenly announced. General Ross hesitated momentarily before replying. Connect them. Once the line was established, a voice with a slight magnetic quality resonated. General Ross, greetings. I am Coulson, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. I represent Director Nick Fury and would like to negotiate for your immediate withdrawal from Hell's Kitchen. Withdrawal? Coulson, your S.H.I.E.L.D. has quite an extensive reach. I am military personnel, not subject to your Director Nick's authority. General Ross responded, his anger evident. What if I were to say that the owner of the Bat Bar, Wayne, is one of ours? Coulson inquired. Chapter 28. General Ross is forced to retreat. General Ross is well aware that Bruce Wayne is not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. And Agent Coulson understands that Ross knows this as well. However, Coulson's assertion leaves no doubt. S.H.I.E.L.D. stands firmly with Bruce Wayne. Although General Ross is not under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, he cannot disregard the formidable power they wield, nor the potential threat they pose to him. Coulson, my target is not someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is the Hulk. Who? The Hulk? Are you referring to Dr. Banner? Coulson feigned surprise, bombarding Ross with a series of questions before shaking his head and continuing, regrettably, General Ross, Dr. Banner, your so-called Hulk, has been absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you mean by openly hunting down our S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? General Ross clenched his fists, glaring with bloodshot eyes, suppressing his fury as he spoke. Coulson, do not push your luck. You claim Dr. Banner is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. What evidence do you have? Coulson countered. On the other hand, if you insist that Dr. Banner is not one of us, what proof can you provide? Or perhaps you disregard the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the multitude of media reporters here, intending to unleash a massacre and incite a war? Coulson's tone was accusatory. General Ross's eyelids twitched incessantly. While he might dismiss everything else, he could not overlook the media. General, an intelligence officer called out. Shifting the computer screen, Ross turned to see that the media had commenced live broadcasting from the scene. At that moment, he realized that if he persisted in pursuing this assassination mission, regardless of the validity of his motives, he would become a condemned villain. Even his military uniform would offer no protection, and he would ultimately lose everything. Coulson, please convey to Nick Fury that I, Ross, will never forget what transpired today. The general ground out through clenched teeth, opting to retreat. Rest assured, I will relay every word you have spoken to Director Fury, Coulson replied with a smile. Let my people out. I am leaving now, General Ross declared. Very well, Coulson responded, promptly signaling for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft to land in front of the Bat Bar. He raised his hands and entered the establishment, announcing his identity. Hello, I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D., a friend of Iron Man, Tony Stark. With a loud thud, Sabretooth slammed his cup on the table, disdainfully scoffing. What is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lapdog doing here? Coulson's lips curled into a smile as he replied, Mr. Victor, I hear you are a dedicated individual, one who gifts Mr. Logan a present each year. I can only imagine how pleased Logan would be to know you are here. The saber-toothed tiger extended its claws, slicing through the air with a sneer. Are you threatening me? Or do you truly believe I fear that fool, Wolverine? Coulson chuckled softly, remaining silent. The saber-toothed tiger and Wolverine could be seen as kindred spirits, yet the former's statistics surpassed the latter's. However, ever since Wolverine underwent the adamantium procedure, the tides had turned. The saber-toothed tiger now found himself unable to best Wolverine. Saber-toothed tiger, have him come forth, Bruce Wayne commanded. I presume you are Mr. Wayne? Coulson inquired as he approached Bruce Wayne. Nodding in response, Bruce Wayne said, I hope you bring us good news. Coulson replied, I have reached an agreement with General Ross. He has agreed to withdraw his troops, provided you release his men. Saber-toothed tiger, throw those fellows out, Bruce Wayne ordered. He then addressed Coulson, you may lower your hands. May I have a beer first? Coulson asked. Bruce Wayne signaled for Alfred to pour Coulson a beer, noticing the evident tension when Coulson encountered Dr. Banner. Once he finished his drink, Coulson smiled and said to Dr. Banner, I informed General Ross that both you and Mr. Wayne have become part of S.H.I.E.L.D. That is why he agreed to withdraw. However, this is merely temporary. I mean, if you genuinely wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D., I believe they would find a way to resolve this matter entirely. That bastard, Bruce Wayne muttered. It was evident to everyone that Coulson's visit to persuade General Ross to retreat was merely a secondary objective. His true aim was to recruit for S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, the first to object was Dr. Pym, who had recently extended an olive branch to Dr. Banner. S.H.I.E.L.D. is formidable. Yet their reach does not extend into military affairs. If I am not mistaken, General Ross's retreat is only temporary. He is undoubtedly plotting his next move. Coulson turned his gaze toward Dr. Pym, maintaining his smile. Dr. Pym, I understand there are misunderstandings between you and S.H.I.E.L.D. If you're willing. Dr. Pym raised his hand to interrupt Coulson. Please relay to Nick that I will never return to S.H.I.E.L.D. After a brief pause, he turned to Dr. Banner and said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not omnipotent, nor are their promises guaranteed. Banner, I believe that to resolve the issues between you and General Ross, we must approach it from a different angle. Coulson smiled but did not argue. Dr. Banner understood that Dr. Pym wanted him to continue considering joining the Avengers. For Dr. Banner, there was no fundamental difference between joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and joining the Avengers. Being part of S.H.I.E.L.D. would grant him official recognition and protection, yet he would be required to work for them. Joining the Avengers would afford him greater freedom. Each path bore its own advantages and disadvantages. Coulson produced business cards and handed them to Bruce Wayne and Dr. Banner, stating that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a suggestion and there was no need for them to rush into a decision. Even if they chose not to join, they were welcome to seek assistance at any time. After a brief pause, he hesitated and offered a card to Dr. Pym, saying, Doctor, feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Dr. Pym scoffed and did not accept the card, prompting Coulson to lay it upon the table. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't intrude further. With a perceptive nod, Coulson turned to leave, passing by Sabretooth, whom he offered a card as well. Victor, should you wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D., do not hesitate to call me. Bruce Wayne remarked. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. so desperate for recruits? It seems they solicit everyone. With a swift motion, Sabretooth shredded the card with his sharp claws, chuckling coldly. It's been ages since I shared a drink with Logan. You best inform him of my presence here. Coulson merely smiled and remained silent, placing another card on the table beside Sabretooth before exiting the Bat Bar. Turning to Bruce Wayne, Sabretooth declared, the military has departed. General Ross has been compelled to withdraw, and the Hell's Kitchen gang, which had previously faced him, is now celebrating with cheers. The media ultimately labeled the incident as an exercise. Once the crisis had subsided, Iron Man, Tony Stark, entered the bar to greet Bruce Wayne. What transpired here? He inquired, sensing a discordant atmosphere. Dr. Pym, visibly agitated, replied. Banner is torn between joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Tony Stark blinked, questioning, what is the issue? Is there a rule stating that one cannot join both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers? Dr. Pym seemed to concede that such a rule did not exist. Then that settles it, Tony stated. If you wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D., do so. If you prefer the Avengers, pursue that. Very well, Dr. Pym said, raising his hands in a gesture of compromise. Banner, whether you choose S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers is your prerogative. There is no conflict. However, from my perspective, I hope you will consider prioritizing the Avengers. Oh, by the way, Tony, he added, Wayne and I have officially formed the Avengers. Will you reconsider? I need time to ponder, Dr. Banner hesitated, perpetually concerned about the potential harm he could inflict as the Hulk. Dr. Banner, do you have a place to stay? If not, consider residing at my place for a while. I have some technical issues I wish to discuss with you. Of course, if you prefer solitude, I can take you to the small island I recently acquired. In truth, I could relocate the laboratory, and we could conduct our research together there. Tony Stark deftly redirected the conversation. Dr. Banner, whose identity had been compromised, was uncertain of his next steps, but this suggestion sparked his interest. Is that truly feasible? I mean, would it impose any inconvenience upon you? Tony Stark chuckled, saying, Dr. Banner, I believe you have no better alternative than my place. Furthermore, I am developing a new type of armored suit. Perhaps we could devise a method to contain the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner no longer hesitated. Tony, it seems I shall be a burden to you henceforth, he exclaimed with excitement. If there are no further matters to address, I would like to take Dr. Banner away first. Tony Stark turned to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne refrained from mentioning the surgical procedure, nor did he express any opinions regarding the research on the Hulk containment armor. Could an armored suit truly contain the Hulk? It seemed far-fetched. Such a suit would only serve to further infuriate the Hulk, thereby augmenting his destructive capabilities. Reflecting on armors, Bruce Wayne recalled several powerful suits he had once possessed, such as the Hellbat armor. This formidable armor was forged by Superman in the sun, tempered by Aquaman in the depths of the ocean, enchanted by Wonder Woman, constructed with electronic systems by Cyborg and Dr. Stone, and ultimately connected by the Flash's Speed Force. With the Green Lantern crafting the cape, this suit could be regarded as divine, and Bruce Wayne had once donned it to fiercely combat Darkseid. Although it had exploded shortly into the battle, it did not diminish the armor's prowess. If it were employed against the Hulk, initially, the Hellbat armor could inflict some damage on the Hulk's formidable skin defenses. However, the corresponding consequence would be provoking the Hulk, granting him even greater power and destructive force. Additionally, in the face of the Hulk's attacks, the Hellbat armor would likely not endure for long, ultimately succumbing as well. It was futile, utterly futile. Bruce Wayne could not suppress his laughter. If Tony Stark's armor could not effectively contain the Hulk, then, theoretically, it would be ineffective against himself as well. Based on the data available and the skills he possessed, Bruce Wayne considered himself to be more capable than Dr. Banner. Wayne, what are you laughing at? Dr. Pym inquired, perplexed. Oh, I merely recalled a rather amusing joke, Bruce Wayne replied. Wayne, you must pay more attention to Dr. Banner's situation. We need to find a way to enlist him in the Avengers. A teammate of such formidable strength is essential, Dr. Pym asserted. At that moment, Sabretooth, who had been seated at the bar, approached with a drink in hand. Pardon the interruption, but I have been listening for quite some time, and I find this Avengers initiative rather intriguing. If you are still in need of members, perhaps you might consider me. You? Dr. Pym scoffed dismissively. Do you believe the Avengers are akin to S-H-I-E-L-D? What does that even mean? Sabretooth paused momentarily. Dane, I think it best we take our leave, Dr. Pym said, pulling the Wasp along as they bid farewell to Bruce Wayne. Hey, clarify your words. What's wrong with S-H-I-E-L-D? Sabretooth exclaimed. Bruce Wayne placed a reassuring hand on Sabretooth's shoulder. What he implies is that you might want to contemplate joining S-H-I-E-L-D. Pa, I have no intention of joining S-H-I-E-L-D. Sabretooth spat, suddenly realizing, old man, are you suggesting I am only worthy of S-H-I-E-L-D and not the Avengers? Sabretooth, I appreciate your assistance today. Drink whatever you desire. Tonight's libations are on me. Bruce Wayne resolved to return to the underground lab for some overtime or perhaps seek a deserted island to test the Hulk's capabilities. At the military base, Emil, you have truly disappointed me. In this operation, you didn't even get a chance to engage the Hulk, being bested by a mere mutant. This is a disgrace for us soldiers, General Ross exclaimed in fury. This failure forced Emil Blonsky to acknowledge the passage of time. His speed, strength, and reflexes were no longer what they used to be in his youth. General, I need to enhance my speed and acquire greater power. Emil, what do you mean by that? General Ross inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Chapter 29. The brutal assault of hatred. Emil Blonsky stepped forward and spoke. General, I am aware that your persistent battle against the Hulk is not solely driven by the desire to eliminate him, but rather to forge a formidable super soldier through him. This experiment has been clandestinely ongoing and has never ceased. I wish to become the subject of this experiment, to undergo the baptism of gamma rays. General Ross furrowed his brow. Emil continued, General, I believe that apart from myself, no one else is willing to partake in this experiment. Am I right? Moreover, I am the only one capable of assisting you in vanquishing the Hulk. At last, General Ross was moved, his voice low as he replied, Emil, you must contemplate this decision carefully. The results of the experiment are uncertain. I cannot guarantee anything. You may transform into a mindless monster akin to the Hulk, or worse. You might perish in the process. Emil Blonsky smiled and said, General, I understand that every endeavor comes with its risks. If I am unfortunate enough to perish during the experiment, that would simply be my misfortune. If I were to become a monster, I trust you would eliminate me before such a fate could befall me. But what if I succeed? General, I would become your most effective weapon against the Hulk. General Ross was thoroughly persuaded. Very well, we need to make some preparations and commence the experiment. At the Bat Bar, Bruce Wayne was perplexed as to how his struggling establishment suddenly became a sensation. Perhaps it was the recent visit from General Ross and his troops to Hell's Kitchen that served as the bar's most effective promotion. Regardless, patrons began lining up outside even before opening hours, continuing until late into the night. Consequently, George and Mike found themselves overwhelmed with work. Even Erica, recuperating upstairs, became a waitress, while Bruce Wayne took on the role of a professional bartender. The workload was simply too much to bear. If Bruce dedicated all his energy to managing the bar, he scarcely had time for anything else. Now, he faced two choices: to close the bar for good or to hire staff, thereby extricating himself from the bar's operations. Why would he close such a promising business? Naturally, he opted to hire more help. Erica was the first to voice her dissent. The former top assassin, now seemingly accustomed to life as a barmaid, appeared eager to continue in this role. Perhaps this busyness allowed her to experience the feeling of an ordinary life. Wayne, if you wish, I can manage it for you, Erica offered. Bruce Wayne, however, sensed that Erica was attempting to usurp his position. I am the owner, he thought, determined to defend his authority, leading him to make two decisions. First, to appoint Erica as the bar manager. Second, to recruit more staff. As soon as the hiring advertisement was posted, candidates began to arrive for interviews, among them, Mary Walker. Wayne, it has been an age since we last met. The moment Mary Walker laid eyes on Bruce Wayne, her gaze was rife with flirtation. This was no mere job interview. It was evidently an encounter steeped in romantic overtures. Just as Bruce Wayne was contemplating how to gracefully decline Mary Walker's advances, a figure suddenly burst into the bar. Matt. Both Mary Walker and Erica exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with surprise. The Daredevil, clad in a tight costume and mask, struggled to rise from the ground, brandishing his shattered cane as he questioned, Matt. Who is Matt? With that, he leaped into action. Crash. In the next instant, the Daredevil was sent hurtling back, crashing through a wall of the bar. It was a first for him to be so thoroughly bested, given that he was the guardian of Hell's Kitchen. The onlookers outside were filled with curiosity regarding the adversary that had so thoroughly bested him. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, for his heightened senses detected a formidable presence lurking beneath a tarp just outside the Bat Bar. The being exuded an aura reminiscent of the Hulk, yet its strength and speed far surpassed that of an ordinary Hulk. No wonder the Daredevil found himself in such dire straits. Are you all right? Both Mary and Erica rushed to Matt's side, one on each side, their concern palpable. I'm fine, the Daredevil replied, his embarrassment evident, having not anticipated that his defeat would be witnessed by two stunning women, both of whom were his former flames. Truly, it was a humiliating encounter. As the Daredevil struggled to regain his footing, he was halted by Sabretooth, who was puffing on a cigar. Take a breather. Allow me to handle this brute. Sabretooth was not merely seeking to assist the Daredevil. He desired to showcase his prowess in front of the lovely ladies. Extending his claws, he exited the Bat Bar, exhaling a plume of smoke. Hey, big guy. Whoever you are, clear out now, or I'll make you wish you hadn't come here. The hulking figure beneath the tarp snorted disdainfully, seizing a nearby telephone pole and hurling it at Sabretooth. With deft agility, Sabretooth evaded the assault, nimbly leaping onto the telephone pole and sprinting a few steps before launching himself at the brute, claws aimed at his head. Die. Sabretooth's claws, sharp enough to slice through armor, grazed the brute's skull, yet his expression shifted in shock. With a swift motion, the tarp was torn away, revealing a bald, muscled monster standing defiantly. Wham! The moment Sabretooth landed, he was struck by the telephone pole, sent flying like a baseball, and coughed up blood midair. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne had donned his alter ego, Batman, standing atop the Bat Bar, surveying the monstrous figure illuminated by the moonlight. Panel. Abomination, a creature born from exposure to gamma rays equivalent to those of the Hulk, possessing the overwhelming strength that surpasses even the conventional Hulk, coupled with the cognitive abilities of an ordinary human, renders him a truly terrifying creature. Upon perusing the relevant information about the Abomination, Bruce Wayne felt a weight lift from his heart. Despite the Abomination's formidable statistics overshadowing those of the Hulk, Bruce was confident that he could vanquish him without difficulty in a direct confrontation. Batman. The Abomination looked up at Bruce Wayne, his voice resonating with a dull menace as he proclaimed, "Hand over the Hulk, or I shall raise Hell's Kitchen to the ground." Bruce Wayne's eyelids flickered with concern. This was precisely the scenario he had dreaded. Although he possessed the capability to defeat the Abomination, engaging in battle would inevitably endanger the residents of Hell's Kitchen. potentially embroiling the entire city in chaos. Suddenly, 3 small Hellfire missiles whistled through the air, striking the abomination with pinpoint accuracy. Bruce Wayne looked up to see a red and yellow mech hovering above, none other than Iron Man, who had initially intended to visit the Batbar for a drink. With the assistance of Dr. Banner, Tony Stark had completed the design and construction of the enhanced armor. The duo had decided to celebrate their achievement with a drink and showcase it to Bruce Wayne, given that the heavy-duty armor was designed specifically to combat the Hulk. It was only fitting that the final test target would be the Hulk himself. However, Dr. Banner had hesitated to proceed, fearing the potential destruction that might ensue should he lose control. As luck would have it, the two were pondering where to test the capabilities of the enhanced armor when they encountered the provocation of the abomination. What better target for their experiment? As the dust settled, the abomination appeared somewhat disheveled from the missile strikes, but remained unscathed. "If you want the Hulk, follow me," Tony Stark shouted before turning to flee, launching another small Hellfire missile as he departed. Boom! The abomination retaliated by smashing the missile with a single punch and leaped towards Tony Stark. Much like the Hulk, the abomination lacked the ability to fly. However, he could leap distances of up to 2 kilometers, showcasing astonishing explosive power. Caught off guard, Tony Stark was merely grazed, akin to a kite severed from its string, but he swiftly regained his composure and accelerated away. Bruce Wayne gazed skyward, musing, "Tony, you're quite the business rival. That creature is wreaking havoc at my Batbar. What business do you have here?" With a whoosh, the thrusters of Batmobile 1 ignited, propelling Bruce Wayne into the air. Having acquired flying skills from the injured Mary, he soared with a speed that rivaled Iron Man's, thanks to the thruster's propulsion. Tony Stark drew the abomination towards the beach, where combat would minimize collateral damage. Clad in the heavy-duty armor, Iron Man appeared larger than the abomination and landed a powerful blow that left the creature momentarily dazed. Alas, this respite was short-lived, as the abomination quickly mounted a counterattack. The primary distinction between the abomination and the Hulk lies in the fact that Emil Blonsky has merely transformed his physical form into that of the abomination while retaining his cognitive faculties. With years of accumulated combat experience, he swiftly executed a counterattack, hurling the armored suit into the ocean. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of brute force, completely overpowering Iron Man, rendering him defenseless. Banner, I require assistance. Dr. Banner, I implore you for support." In desperation, Tony Stark found himself compelled to beseech Dr. Banner for help. As they made their way to the Batbar, Tony Stark urged Dr. Banner to don his Mark II suit. However, upon spotting the abomination at the entrance of the Batbar, Dr. Banner instinctively concealed himself. Subsequently, he stealthily trailed behind. Witnessing the specially designed armored suit meant to combat the Hulk being subdued by the abomination, Dr. Banner's brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing Tony Stark's plea for help, Dr. Banner, with a troubled expression, remarked, "Tony, I could intervene to assist you, but once I transform into the Hulk, I will lose control, and it seems this anti-Hulk armor is ineffective. What will you do then?" "Banner, stop overthinking and come quickly," Tony Stark insisted, unwilling to dwell on the repercussions. If he were to perish here, what future would there be to discuss? Defeating the abomination was the immediate priority. "Very well," Dr. Banner replied reluctantly, stepping out from the Mark II. He then slapped himself in an attempt to trigger his transformation into the Hulk. At that moment, Bruce Wayne made his move. Bruce Wayne had acquired the abilities of the Hulk, although his physique would not morph into the massive green giant as Dr. Banner's did. His other powers remained identical. Moreover, while employing the Hulk's abilities, Bruce Wayne could preserve his intellect, much like the abomination. In this scenario, Bruce Wayne found himself at a distinct advantage. With a resounding thud, Bruce Wayne delivered a punch that sent the abomination, a creature more than twice his size, soaring through the air. He then leaped into action, pursuing the abomination relentlessly. Emerging from the water, Tony Stark stood in shock. Dr. Banner, on the verge of transforming into the Hulk, was equally bewildered. Without the armor and in his non-Hulk state, Dr. Banner struggled to comprehend the situation. "Tony, what is happening?" With the aid of his suit, Tony Stark could clearly observe the unfolding battle. A creature was being relentlessly pursued and struck by a bat-like figure. Ahem. What I mean is, Batman. Is Batman truly this formidable? At this moment, Dr. Banner remained unaware that Batman was indeed Bruce Wayne. Tony Stark responded, "Haven't you already encountered him? Batman is Wayne, the proprietor of the Batbar. He was the one who came to your aid last time." Dr. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. Last time, Bruce Wayne merely employed his telekinetic abilities, leaving Dr. Banner astounded upon discovering that Bruce Wayne is, in fact, Batman. Isn't it remarkable? A creature that even heavy-duty mechanized suits cannot contend with is pursued and confronted by Batman. If it were the Hulk instead, Dr. Banner's imagination ran wild as he mentally rehearsed a scenario of an epic battle between the Hulk and Batman. Given the known circumstances, Dr. Banner believed Batman possessed the capability to subdue the conventional Hulk entirely. However, should the Hulk's rage escalate and elevate his strength to new heights, Batman would undoubtedly face defeat. Dr. Banner's reasoning stemmed from his unawareness that Bruce Wayne, too, could amplify his own strength in response to fury. In his normal state, Bruce Wayne, with his amalgam of diverse skills, could indeed overpower the Hulk. Yet, as their power levels surged, the significance of their combat techniques would dwindle. The ultimate outcome could potentially lead to the annihilation of this planet due to their confrontation. Is it over? Dr. Banner wiped his eyes and noticed that Batman and the Abomination had come to a standstill in the distance. Banner, quickly don the armor and go take a look, urged Bruce Wayne. In the distance, the Abomination, feeling utterly frustrated, raised his hands in surrender. Emil Blonsky had initially believed he possessed the strength to overpower the Hulk. Yet in his debut as the Abomination, he was completely overwhelmed by Batman. At first, he had a chance to retaliate, but as Batman's power escalated, Emil Blonsky found himself reduced to a mere passive target. In such circumstances, the military-trained Emil Blonsky chose not to fight valiantly to the death, but instead surrendered with his hands held high. Chapter 30. The Abomination joins S.H.I.E.L.D. Bang, bang, bang. As the footage transmitted by the drone revealed the Abomination kneeling and surrendering to Bruce Wayne, General Ross, incensed, drew his sidearm and emptied the magazine. Shameless. Emil Blonsky, you are a disgrace to the military. Damn it, I shall personally slay you. General Ross continued his tirade. Yet, amidst his fury, the Abomination's capitulation sparked a glimmer of hope in Ross for the creation of super soldiers. However, who exactly was Batman, and how did he possess such formidable power? Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne was taken aback by the Abomination's unexpected surrender. He had anticipated a fierce struggle. Now, he found himself at a loss. Batman, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was the first to arrive, fully aware that Batman was Bruce Wayne, though he refrained from uttering Wayne's name in front of others. Thank you for your assistance, Tony. This is not the time for pleasantries, Bruce Wayne replied, glancing at the still submissive Abomination. Can you find a place to confine him? Confine him? What do you suggest I do? Kill him? Tony Stark pondered, furrowing his brow. Bruce Wayne retained the habits from his days in Gotham. Had the Abomination continued to resist, he would have dealt with him as he had with targets before. But now that the Abomination had surrendered, Bruce could not bring himself to act. Tony Stark, equally troubled, remarked, it won't be easy to imprison him. A sturdy cell is essential. Only adamantium could hold him, but I don't have any on hand. Perhaps we could hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for processing, suggested Dr. Banner, who had just arrived. Buzzing. An armed helicopter approached, followed by a large contingent. Just as they had discussed, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived promptly. Hey, Tony. Hey, Batman. Hey, Dr. Banner. Natasha, clad in tactical gear, approached with her signature grace and greeted everyone, her gaze falling upon the Abomination. Have you overlooked a significant question? How did he end up like this? We simply haven't had the chance to interrogate him yet, Bruce Wayne responded. First, let us find a place to confine him, and then we can interrogate him later. The Abomination interjected, I can tell you everything I know, but I require some concessions. Natasha ignored the Abomination and turned to Bruce Wayne, stating, leave him to me. S.H.I.E.L.D. has secure facilities for detaining individuals as dangerous as he. Is that a warning? Bruce Wayne scoffed internally. A place capable of holding the Abomination could surely contain Batman as well. Natasha continued, this time, consider it a favor owed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if you are reluctant to join, we can still forge an alliance. Very well. He is now yours, Bruce Wayne replied. The Lord truly has no place to detain Abomination. Listen, you had better behave, or if you fall into my hands again, I shall eliminate you without hesitation, Bruce Wayne threatened. Rest assured, I shall cooperate fully with S.H.I.E.L.D. Abomination grinned, his smile rendering him even more sinister. Natasha stepped closer to Bruce Wayne and whispered, thank you for granting me this courtesy. To repay you, I will seek you out later. Without waiting for Bruce Wayne to respond, she added, I understand your home is unsuitable. We can go out instead. Await my call. With that, she unexpectedly reached out and playfully slapped Bruce Wayne on the backside. After all, the renowned contour of Wayne's figure was undeniably alluring to a woman like Natasha. Feeling publicly humiliated, Bruce Wayne remarked, I have matters to attend to, and activated his thrusters, soaring into the sky. Upon returning to the bar, Bruce Wayne found it already tidied up, and the candidate, Typhoid Mary, had departed. Her intentions were never genuine, and with Bruce Wayne's absence, her interest waned. Wayne, your timing is impeccable. I've just hired a new waitress. Come meet her, Erica called out, turning around. Maki, the boss has returned. Come here. Yes, a gentle voice responded. And soon a woman in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled, hurried over with a broom, bowing deeply before Bruce Wayne. "Hello, boss. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing the name Maki, Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, and upon seeing this seemingly delicate girl, he scowled. Was this simply a change of attire for the woman known as Bullseye? "Erica, I instructed you to hire a waitress, not to bring me a top assassin. I have already conducted interviews. Maki is diligent in her work, and we indeed need a female server. If you don't mind, I believe we should keep her." Erica, seemingly unaware of Bullseye's true identity, continued to advocate for her. Maki then knelt, her forehead touching the ground, pleading, "Boss, I desperately need this job. Please grant me a chance." "Erica, may I have a moment alone with Maki?" Bruce Wayne requested. "Maki, please come with me." "Yes," Maki complied, rising to follow Bruce Wayne towards the back door of the bar. Once in the alley behind the bar, Bruce Wayne seized Bullseye by the throat, pinning her against the wall, his voice icy as he demanded, "What is your true purpose for being here?" In the absence of a third party, Lady Bullseye ceased her pretense and, with a sardonic laugh, inquired, "What is the matter? Is the illustrious Batman afraid?" Bruce Wayne tightened his fingers slightly and demanded, "Answer my question." Lady Bullseye replied, "You caused me to lose my job. Indeed, I require employment to sustain myself. Moreover, only by remaining near you can I possibly find an opportunity to kill you. Is that all?" Bruce Wayne, utilizing his heightened senses, discerned that Lady Bullseye was not lying. "Is that all? What else could there be?" Lady Bullseye paused momentarily before scoffing. "If you are fearful, feel free to expel me. Otherwise, keep me by your side. If you wish to stay, you must fulfill your duties as a waitress. Otherwise, leave the Bat Bar immediately," Bruce Wayne commanded. "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Lady Bullseye asked, astonished. "If you have the capability, then do so," Bruce Wayne replied dismissively. He harbored no concern about keeping Lady Bullseye close. Regardless of the scheme she might devise, his heightened senses would unveil them at the earliest opportunity. Even if Lady Bullseye truly found the so-called chance, Bruce Wayne, endowed with the powers of the Hulk, was utterly unfazed. Poison? The Hulk is impervious to toxins. Telepathy? The Hulk possesses immunity to mental manipulation. As for conventional weapons and standard firearms, they were utterly ineffectual. Upon returning to the bar, Bruce Wayne spotted Tony Stark and Dr. Banner sitting at the counter, sipping beer. "Hey, Wayne," Tony Stark greeted weakly. The two had initially come to the Bat Bar to showcase their newly upgraded armor, yet they had been unable to even best the Abomination. Had Batman not arrived in time, they would have been at a loss for how to conclude the encounter. "Wayne." "Thank you," Dr. Banner expressed somewhat sheepishly. "If you're feeling down, let us have a spar," Bruce Wayne suggested beside Tony Stark. "Perhaps not." Tony Stark shook his head, realizing after witnessing Batman subdue the Abomination with bare hands that his previous attempts to spar with Bruce Wayne had been folly, unless it involves armor. Yet, even that seems futile. Tony Stark suddenly lost confidence. A melancholic sigh escaped him. Bruce Wayne turned to see Matt and Sabretooth, the inseparable duo, seated in a shadowy corner, both nursing their drinks. They had been thoroughly beaten by the Abomination and appeared utterly defeated, their spirits aligned. "I think we should switch to stronger spirits," Sabretooth proposed. Matt nodded in agreement. Bruce Wayne suddenly sensed a heavy atmosphere in the bar and sought an excuse to leave. With a rendezvous awaiting him, Bruce Wayne needed to prepare adequately. After midnight, the Black Widow finally called, and the two decided to find a hotel in Manhattan. Bruce Wayne, freshly bathed, lay on the bed awaiting her arrival. However, when the Black Widow appeared, a frown crossed Bruce Wayne's face. His heightened senses warned him that Abomination was lurking on the hotel rooftop. The Black Widow, keenly perceptive of Bruce Wayne's change in demeanor, immediately raised her hands and said, "Wayne, remain calm. There is something I must confess. Abomination is now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, when the Black Widow had invited Sabretooth to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce Wayne had sensed that the organization was lacking personnel. Now, the inclusion of Abomination confirmed the severity of their recruitment issues. The Black Widow continued, "I am now Abomination's handler. He cannot stray too far from me." Pausing, she flashed a charming smile. "Would you prefer to spar with me, or shall we confront that creature on the rooftop? Is this a matter of choice?" Bruce Wayne swiftly pulled the Black Widow inside and locked the door behind them. "Wayne, you finally returned," exclaimed Dr. Pym as he emerged from his car upon seeing Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne paused. "Dr. Pym, you didn't wait for me all night, did you? Why didn't you call?" Dr. Pym replied, exasperated, "I would have called, but your phone was off." Clearing his throat, Bruce Wayne recalled that both he and the Black Widow had turned off their phones the previous night, not leaving the hotel until dawn. "Let us discuss this inside," Bruce Wayne said, ushering Dr. Pym into the bar. Dr. Pym followed, excitement evident on his face. "Wayne, the footage of your battle yesterday has gone viral. A foe that even Iron Man's new armor couldn't subdue was brought to his knees by you. It's simply magnificent." This marks the first battle of our Avengers. A moment of great significance. Bruce Wayne turned to Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym awkwardly cleared his throat. Wayne, please disregard the details. What I meant to convey is that your performance yesterday serves as excellent publicity for our Avengers. By the way, have you identified that monster? I noticed its data closely resembles that of the Hulk. Could it be a mutation of him? Dr. Pym, do you recall when Dr. Banner first appeared, bursting in with the team? Bruce Wayne retorted, explaining Abomination's true identity. It was a super soldier crafted to mimic the Hulk. The existence of such technology is profoundly alarming. Should these super soldiers turn rogue, they would become a legion of monstrous threats. Wayne, can you imagine the chaos if thousands of Hulks were to appear simultaneously? Dr. Pym said, his brow furrowed in deep concern. This concern had naturally crossed Bruce Wayne's mind. However, since the Abomination had been entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was only fitting that they would manage the situation adeptly. What? Are you implying that the Abomination has already joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? Upon hearing this revelation, Dr. Pym rose to his feet abruptly. Is there an issue? Bruce Wayne inquired. Dr. Pym paced back and forth, stating, Wayne, I have no objections to your handling of the matter. I simply did not anticipate S.H.I.E.L.D. as cunning. Our Avengers have only just been established, and it is a critical time for recruitment. Dr. Banner has been indecisive, and the Abomination could serve as a commendable alternative. Conversely, keeping him close under your watch would ensure greater safety. Suddenly, the phone at the bar rang. Bruce Wayne approached and answered. Immediately hearing Tony Stark's voice. Has Wayne not returned yet? Tony, I'm home now. What is it? Bruce Wayne asked. Wayne, you finally made it back. Well, it's actually not of great importance. Last night, Dr. Banner and I discussed the matter and decided to join your Avengers. Never mind, just wait for me. Dr. Banner and I will come over, and we can discuss it further. Tony Stark spoke hurriedly. Dr. Pym happened to be present as well. Bring some breakfast when you arrive. Bruce Wayne instructed. Is it Tony? What does he want? Dr. Pym inquired curiously. Bruce Wayne replied. He mentioned that he and Dr. Banner intend to join the Avengers. What? Dr. Pym was momentarily taken aback. Then, taking a breath, said, Wayne, I believe I could use a drink. He had just lamented the missed opportunity with the Abomination. And now, confronted with such fortuitous news, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Chapter 31. The first battle with Venom. The simultaneous induction of Iron Man Tony Stark and the Hulk into the Avengers was an immense joy for Dr. Pym, who promptly informed Was to come and witness this momentous occasion. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Dr. Pym. Hello, Tony. Hello, Banner. Hello, Dane. Upon their meeting, everyone exchanged greetings. Although they were already acquainted, gathering for the first time as members of the Avengers felt particularly formal. Tony, Banner, could you enlighten me as to why you have suddenly changed your minds? Dr. Pym inquired with great curiosity. It's because of Wayne. Both Tony Stark and Dr. Banner replied in unison. Because of Wayne? Dr. Pym exclaimed, turning in surprise to Bruce Wayne. Bruce, bewildered, could not recall having done anything to persuade the two men to join the Avengers. How could it possibly be because of me? Tony Stark elucidated. After the battle with Abomination, I realized a crucial truth. One cannot always face challenges alone. Even superheroes require assistance under certain circumstances. Hence, I decided to join the Avengers, to support fellow heroes and to be able to seek help when necessary. Dr. Pym, whose initial objective in establishing the Avengers was precisely this, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Tony Stark's words and even applauded, feeling a tinge of fervor. It's wonderful that you think this way, Tony. Banner, do you share the same sentiment? Dr. Banner shook his head, his gaze fixed on Bruce Wayne. In the event that I lose control, I believe Wayne has the capacity to prevent my destructive tendencies. The others. It appeared that Dr. Banner's rationale for joining the Avengers was simply the belief that Bruce Wayne could restrain him. Well, that is indeed a valid reason, Dr. Pym said somewhat awkwardly, before clapping his hands and suggesting, this is the first time we have gathered as the Avengers. I propose we take a commemorative photo. Absolutely. Tony Stark was enthusiastic about the idea and insisted that everyone don their superhero costumes. Except for Dr. Banner, everyone changed into their battle attire, and they gathered for a photograph. Standing in the center, Dr. Banner bore little resemblance to a superhero, appearing more akin to a captive being escorted by 4 superheroes. Tony Stark provided the first batch of communication watches for the newly formed Avengers. The watches had relatively simple functions, akin to children's phone watches, equipped with calling and locating capabilities. They offered remarkable standby time and crystal-clear communication, even allowing for contact and positioning in the Arctic. Each member received a watch to facilitate immediate summoning of comrades in times of need. After becoming a bar waitress, Hawkeye's wife displayed unwavering dedication, working diligently. Clap. On this day, after her work, Ms. Bullseye discarded a bag of refuse into the dumpster behind the bat bar, when a cat leapt down from the wall. Meow. The sudden appearance of the feral cat startled Ms. Bullseye, however, rather than feeling anger. She crouched down to play with the wild creature. What is the matter? Are you hungry? Wait here. I'll see if I can find some milk. Just as Ms. Bullseye turned, her instinct warned her of impending danger behind her, prompting her to crouch and evade, yet she was still struck by a mass of viscous black substance. Damn it, what is this? As she struggled to remove the sticky black substance from her body, she glanced back and discovered the cat lying lifeless on the ground. Soon, she realized that this black goo was not only difficult to remove, but was also seeping through her skin into her very being. Foolish human, cease your futile struggles. You have become my puppet. The voice echoing in her mind sent a shiver down Ms. Bullseye's spine as she continued to wrestle with the sticky substance, exclaiming, Bastard! Whatever you are, get out of my body. Giggling. A triumphant laughter resonated. I am an extraterrestrial life, form of superior civilization. And you should feel honored to be my host. Bastard, get out. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Ms. Bullseye immediately activated her powers to become mist-like. She hoped this transformation would free her from the viscous entity, but to her astonishment, the black substance enveloped her instead. This thing can morph too. No more futile struggles. We shall merge into one, and you will gain unprecedented powers. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne was diligently working in his underground studio when his heightened senses detected that Ms. Bullseye was under attack, compelling him to rush to the alley. Wayne, help me. Ms. Bullseye, still grappling with her predicament, called out for aid as soon as she saw Bruce Wayne. It was Bruce's first encounter with this entity, and for a moment, he was at a loss regarding how to proceed. Fortunately, a panel provided guidance. Venom, a sentient extraterrestrial organic symbiote that requires a host to survive and grants immense powers and abilities. This creature is a perverse parasite. Keep your distance if you wish to avoid its control. Bruce Wayne utilized his ability to manipulate objects, hoping to separate Venom from Ms. Bullseye. This action, however, thoroughly enraged Venom. Ms. Bullseye's face became obscured by Venom, transforming into a terrifying visage of black, showcasing sharp teeth, as she angrily declared, Get away, or I will bite your head off. As she spoke, Venom reached out to strike Bruce Wayne. Bang! Bruce Wayne forcefully swung his powers, sending both Venom and Ms. Bullseye crashing into the dumpster. With heightened sensory perception, Bruce Wayne keenly observed that when the trash can was toppled, producing a loud noise, Venom exhibited a marked adverse reaction. Was sound Venom's Achilles heel? Without hesitation, Bruce conducted an experiment, using his telekinetic abilities to bring together two trash can lids, which he struck together with a resounding bang. Damn it, stop. The intense noise exacerbated Venom's discomfort, causing a portion of it to separate from Lady Target. Effective. Bang. Bang. Upon confirming that the cacophony effectively countered Venom, Bruce accelerated his strikes against the trash cans. Under the onslaught of noise, Venom contorted, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. After a brief moment, Bruce realized that while the banging was indeed effective in dissuading Venom from attacking, it did not inflict significant harm. A more potent source of noise was required. Suddenly, an idea struck Bruce as he recalled the vehicles parked outside. He promptly hurled the trash can lid away. With a sharp crack, the lid struck a car, triggering a piercing alarm. Ah! Venom cried out in pain. This tactic proved far more effective than merely striking the trash can lids. Bruce swiftly utilized his telekinetic powers to activate the alarms of all nearby vehicles. Under the assault of the shrill sounds, Venom could no longer endure. Damn it, just wait. I will return. With that, Venom separated from Lady Target and fled into the sewers. What happened? Erica emerged from the bar, followed closely by George and Mike, both wielding baseball bats. Bruce had no time to explain. He tracked the fleeing Venom through the sewers with his heightened senses while instructing, You take care of Ringshi. He then pursued after the entity. Seeing Bruce had already dashed away, Erica hurried to Lady Target's side, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine, Lady Target replied, glancing nervously at the dead cat on the ground, reflecting on how close she had come to sharing the same fate. Yet, during her possession by Venom, she had felt an exhilarating surge of power. If I could harness this strength, could I defeat Batman? This thought left Lady Target in a tumultuous conflict within herself. Venom, exhibiting remarkable speed, soon possessed a rat, darting through the dark sewers like a bolt of lightning. Although Bruce's heightened senses allowed him to pinpoint Venom's location, numerous obstacles on the ground hindered his pursuit. It wasn't until Venom escaped Hell's Kitchen and slipped beyond the reach of his heightened senses that Bruce lost the trail. At the Bat Bar, the Avengers convened for their inaugural online meeting, the topic at hand being Venom. Tony Stark's communication watch, equipped with a recording feature, enabled Bruce to share the footage concerning Venom. This is Venom, an extraterrestrial entity possessing its own consciousness. After watching the video, the Wasp furrowed her brow and remarked that Venom evoked only two words in her mind: repulsive. Tony Stark, without hesitation, analyzed the situation using his sophisticated intelligence system. According to the available data, Venom is a parasitic life form, somewhat akin to a parasite. It requires a host for its survival. Once it loses its symbiotic partner, its lifespan becomes exceedingly brief. Presently, aside from humans, venom can briefly inhabit other organisms, although the exact number of species remains uncertain. Please observe, Stark continued, pausing momentarily as he presented a series of photographs he had gathered online. Take a close look at the appearance of the deceased. It bears a striking resemblance to that cat. This suggests that Venom has been on Earth for some time. I deduce that not everyone is suited to be Venom's symbiote. If one fails to become a host, they will perish. Given that sound waves can affect Venom, I propose we develop a portable sound wave device. This way, if we encounter Venom, we need not fear being possessed, and it will also assist in combating it, Dr. Banner articulated. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, stating, I'll take charge of creating this device. I will ensure it is ready for everyone in the shortest time possible. Dr. Pym interjected, we have discovered a means to combat Venom, but the pressing issue remains, how do we ascertain Venom's identity? Once it conceals itself within a host, it will be exceedingly difficult to detect. Unless it chooses to reveal itself, we seem to have no better options, the Wasp added. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of Bruce Wayne's office in the bar. Utilizing his heightened senses, he discerned that it was Hawkeye standing outside, prompting him to hastily conclude the video conference. Come in, he called. Upon entering, Hawkeye hesitated slightly. Is there something you need? Bruce Wayne inquired. Thank you for saving me today, Hawkeye finally spoke. I would have helped anyone in your position. There's no need to dwell on it, Bruce replied. Is there anything else? Matt wants to see you, Hawkeye informed him. Let him in, Bruce ordered. Moments later, Daredevil entered the office, stating, this place is quite spacious, far superior to my office. I wish we could swap. Matt, let us get straight to the point, Bruce Wayne responded, showing little interest in Daredevil's introductory remarks. The office, converted from a former storage room, was indeed spacious, yet poorly decorated, particularly the chairs, which Bruce was contemplating replacing. Daredevil, typically displaying a smile, then stated, I understand the Avengers are in trouble. I believe I can offer assistance. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow and, somewhat displeased, remarked, Matt, I acknowledge your keen hearing, but eavesdropping on others is hardly commendable. Don't blame me. Your voices were rather loud. The Daredevil defended himself, then continued, moreover, Venom is causing chaos in my territory, and I bear the responsibility to address it. Given that, why don't we simply pursue our own paths? Bruce Wayne inquired. Daredevil chuckled. I find your gadgets quite intriguing. What do you call it again? The portable sonic disruptor? I could certainly use one. It appears you are seeking assistance. Bruce Wayne scoffed. Without the portable sonic disruptor, even if you are aware of Venom's weaknesses, encountering him would prove exceedingly troublesome. This fellow is clearly here for equipment. Yet he presents himself as altruistic. Assistance? Nonsense. Daredevil, unfazed by the revelation, displayed his legal prowess. Wayne, you are aware of my capabilities. I can help you locate that individual. Without my assistance, your friends would be utterly incapable of distinguishing Venom. I possess heightened senses as well. Bruce Wayne remained silent for a few seconds, contemplating the convenience of having Daredevil as an ally, and ultimately acquiesced to his terms. Wayne, good luck. Daredevil winked as he departed, his words laden with deeper meaning. Bruce Wayne hesitated briefly, then rose and exited his office, his gaze settling on an elderly man seated at the bar, General Ross, now out of uniform. Chapter 32. Iron Man's whip. Hello, Wayne. General Ross greeted Bruce Wayne with a raised hand, followed by a sardonic smile. Perhaps I should address you by another name, Batman. Are you here to see me? Bruce Wayne settled next to General Ross and inquired, what brings you here? After taking a sip of beer, General Ross, with a look of indignation, replied, to be precise, I am here to bid you farewell. Batman, you have obliterated the career I was passionate about. Those scoundrels at S.H.I.E.L.D. caused me to lose my job and halted my super soldier program. Now, I am left with nothing. I am compelled to leave, but this is not the end. It is merely a new beginning. Batman, heed my words. I shall return. When I do, both you and that monster Banner, along with S.H.I.E.L.D., will pay for the transgressions you have committed. Bruce Wayne had heard such threats far too often, and General Ross's words failed to stir even the slightest ripple within him. And then, he retorted, unfazed. General Ross, incensed, felt his pride deeply wounded by Bruce Wayne's indifferent demeanor. After downing the remainder of his beer, he placed money on the table and declared, Batman, remember me. I hope that when I next stand before you, you can maintain your current attitude. Bruce Wayne observed General Ross as he exited the Bat Bar and continued to track him with his enhanced senses. Once outside, General Ross lit a cigarette and hailed a taxi. After getting in, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, came a deep voice from the other end. Norman, it's me, General Ross. I regret to inform you that I have just become unemployed. However, I possess something of interest, and I believe we can collaborate, Ross stated. General, I happen to have some time. "Come to my company, and we can discuss this further," Norman replied. "Who is Norman?" Bruce Wayne pondered upon hearing the name. The interface promptly provided feedback. Norman Osborn, chairman of Oscorp. On the surface, he appeared to be a successful businessman, yet in reality, he was a profoundly malevolent individual, clandestinely controlling and aiding numerous criminals, with his shadow lurking behind many nefarious deeds. He is an unseen hand, destined to become a more formidable criminal mastermind than Kingpin in the future. In addition to the information supplied by the interface, Bruce Wayne conducted an online search. As the interface had indicated, Norman Osborn was indeed a prosperous businessman, with Oscorp deeply intertwined with the military. His business interests overlapped significantly with those of Stark Industries, positioning Oscorp as a competitor. After reviewing Norman Osborn's profile, Bruce Wayne mused, "This man is exceedingly wealthy and wields considerable resources. It is no wonder General Ross seeks him out." Tony Stark's efficiency was remarkable, even before the bar had closed for the night. He had located Bruce Wayne with a new batch of communication watches. In addition to their previous functions, these devices now featured a soundwave attack mechanism and boasted dozens of soundwave frequencies. Bruce Wayne exchanged his old watch for the new one and inquired, "Are you familiar with Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp?" Tony Stark countered, and upon seeing Bruce Wayne nod, continued, "I've encountered him a few times at gatherings, but we haven't interacted much. Why do you suddenly bring him up?" Bruce Wayne replied, "General Ross mentioned Norman's name. I suspect they might be conspiring about something." "Understood. Leave this matter to me. I will ascertain what they are up to," Tony Stark declared. "Tony," Bruce Wayne said, casting a glance towards a corner of the bar where a figure had been seated for nearly 5 hours, his gaze unwavering since Tony's arrival. "Now you see how captivating I can be," Tony Stark remarked narcissistically, directing his attention to a muscular man with long hair, clad in a t-shirt and jeans. The man, noticing Tony Stark's gaze, rose and approached. "Do you know him?" Bruce Wayne inquired, his heightened senses detecting the palpable animosity directed at Tony Stark from the man. Tony Stark shook his head, responding, "I don't recall him, but he looks somewhat familiar, like someone I know." "Who?" Bruce Wayne pressed for clarification. Before Tony could reply, the man stood before them and stated, "I am Anton Vanko, the son of Igor Vanko." He paused before adding, "You killed my father, do you remember?" Tony Stark. However, Bruce Wayne had received information indicating that Igor Vanko was a defector scientist who once collaborated with Tony Stark's father on the arc reactor technology. Had Tony Stark truly killed Igor Vanko? The animosity was indeed profound. "Tony, your father stole my father's research, and you appropriated the honor that rightfully belonged to me." Anton Vanko's demeanor suggested he might consume Tony Stark whole. Finally, Tony Stark spoke. "Anton, I don't understand why you would say such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Anton Vanko scoffed. "Today, I have come to avenge my father and reclaim the honor that is rightfully mine. Do you wish to be dealt with here? Or shall we step outside?" "Let us step outside," Tony Stark promptly replied, eager to avoid causing any trouble for Bruce Wayne and the Bat-Bar. Anton Vanko turned, retrieved a battered suitcase from his table, and exited the Bat-Bar first. Tony Stark remarked, "Wayne, I shall clarify this misunderstanding. Moreover, this matter is private between him and me, and I hope you will refrain from intervening. Even if you truly were in peril, would you still abstain from involvement?" Bruce Wayne inquired. "Tony Stark, spare me the theatrics. Do you genuinely wish to witness my demise? If that were the case, you would lose a friend willing to pick up the tab." Bruce Wayne chuckled, shrugging in understanding. Stark's intentions were clear. If he gained the upper hand, Wayne need not intervene, allowing him to showcase the prowess of Iron Man. Otherwise, action would be necessary. Stark had no desire to perish at the hands of a stranger. "Be cautious of his equipment," Bruce Wayne cautioned. Stark had also noticed the heavy box Anton Vanko was wielding. Fights were invariably the most lively occurrences in a bar, especially as it neared closing time. With Stark involved, it immediately drew a crowd eager to witness the spectacle, each individual brandishing a smartphone for live streaming. Upon seeing the equipment Anton Vanko extracted from the box, Stark exclaimed, "Is that an arc reactor?" Since Stark's formidable return as Iron Man, mechs had become coveted by the military and the subject of imitation by countless defense companies. Among the most challenging technologies to replicate was the arc reactor. Without it, any produced mech would merely be a large figurine, lacking practical combat utility. Thus, when a stranger presented an arc reactor before him, Stark was understandably astonished. Bruce Wayne had already discerned the presence of the arc reactor within the box through his heightened senses, prompting his warning to Stark. Anton Vanko was a clever scientist who had developed the arc reactor based on his father's research. However, due to financial constraints, he could not construct a mech comparable to Stark's. Nevertheless, he managed to fashion a suit of equipment within his limited means. Vanko's gear resembled a rudimentary mechanical exoskeleton, with metal whips grasped in both hands. The energy emitted by the arc reactor would be channeled through the exoskeleton to amplify the power of the whips. rendering Vanko as if he wielded twin bolts of lightning. With a crack, Vanko demonstrated the might of his apparatus, effortlessly slicing a parked car in half with a single lash. "Damn, that was my car," a voice from the onlookers exclaimed, yet none dared confront Vanko. If he could sever a vehicle so easily, what might he do to a person? Stark, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily donned his armor, seeking a sense of security. "Anton, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could sit down and clarify matters." Tony Stark, valuing talent, seeks to resolve the conflict between us. However, Anton Vanko directly lashed out with his whip, exclaiming, "I witnessed you murder my father. Do you still wish to offer an explanation?" Tony Stark could only evade the attack. The area outside the Bat Bar was rather cramped, compounded by the throngs of onlookers, making it difficult for Tony Stark to maneuver, compelling him to take flight into the air. Lacking the ability to fly, Anton Vanko began to assault the crowd, forcing Tony Stark to descend. What madness is this? Is he insane? Run for your lives. Chaos erupted as people fled back into the Bat Bar, hurling insults at Anton Vanko's family. With perfect timing, Tony Stark landed and seized the whip that Anton Vanko had launched, preventing any casualties among the spectators. With a swift motion, he raised his other hand and unleashed a repulsor blast, sending Anton Vanko hurtling away. Without the protection of his armor, Vanko's makeshift mechanical skeleton disintegrated under the electromagnetic pulse, rendering the whip powerless and merely a mundane metal instrument. Upon hitting the ground, Anton Vanko lost consciousness. Thus, an unexpected life and death struggle concluded. The very individuals who had narrowly escaped Vanko's wrath rushed forward, eager to retaliate, but were halted by Tony Stark. When Anton Vanko regained consciousness, he found himself slumped in a chair within the now-closed Bat Bar, with only Tony Stark present. "You're awake," Tony Stark greeted him, gesturing to the equipment on the table, a rather ingenious design, don't you think? "Do you notice anything missing?" Struck by the electromagnetic pulse, Vanko felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his chest as he struggled to sit up, clutching his torso. His gaze lingered on the equipment for a few seconds before realization dawned upon him. He had truly been defeated by a lack of resources. Had he possessed the means to construct his own armor, he would not have experienced such a humiliating defeat. With a quiver of his lips, Vanko begrudgingly admitted, "I concede. How do you intend to deal with me? Go ahead, make your move." Tony Stark smiled, replying, "Anton, I wish to offer you a job. Work for you. Dream on. Listen well, Tony Stark. Even in death, I, Anton Vanko, shall not serve your Stark family," he retorted with a scoff. Tony Stark felt a tinge of regret. A mind capable of creating an arc reactor under such harsh conditions was undeniably brilliant. "Very well, you may leave," Stark stated. Anton Vanko paused, bewildered. "You want to kill me? Why would I?" Tony Stark retorted, revealing a lingering desire to afford Anton Vanko another chance. Furrowing his brow, Anton Vanko replied, "I will not cease my quest for vengeance simply because you have released me. One day, you will surely regret this decision. Let us concern ourselves with future matters at a later time," Tony Stark responded. After a moment's hesitation, Anton Vanko rose, stowed his equipment into a box, and departed. At that moment, Bruce Wayne approached, holding a glass of whiskey, and offered it to Tony Stark, saying, "He possesses the technology of the arc reactor. He will undoubtedly become a coveted asset. Do you truly feel no remorse for letting him go?" Tightening his brow, Tony Stark raised the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. "Can I honestly say that I regret it at this very moment?" He paused, setting down the glass and standing up to declare, "I believe we should focus our energies on Venom for now, as he is the first target since the inception of the Avengers." After exiting the Bat Bar, Anton Vanko wandered aimlessly through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. With not a single penny to his name, he could not afford a taxi, and he was uncertain of his next destination. As for the dangers of Hell's Kitchen, he secretly hoped for a robbery to occur, as it would at least provide him with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Suddenly, a black Cadillac SUV appeared, blocking Anton Vanko's path. Just as he was about to express his anger, a voice floated from the vehicle. "I can fulfill your wish. Get in." Stepping forward, Anton Vanko leaned against the car window to take a look inside. There sat a slender man, impeccably dressed, wearing a confident smile. "First, tell me who you are," Anton Vanko inquired. Chapter 33, The Devourer and the Cosmic Cube. The man, his hair now streaked with gray, exuded an air of confidence. "Have you heard of Hammer Industries? I'm Justin Hammer. We share a common adversary, Tony Stark. You wish to vanquish Iron Man, while I seek to dismantle Stark Industries." Anton Vanko had never heard of Hammer Industries, nor was he familiar with Justin Hammer. Yet, he felt an instinctive sense that this man could alter his predicament and assist him in defeating Iron Man. Meow. Upon opening his eyes, Bruce Wayne was greeted by the sight of a charming orange cat perched on the windowsill. How adorable! The girl, Erica, who had been nestled in Bruce Wayne's arms, sprang up and rushed towards the feline. "Be careful," Bruce Wayne cautioned. "Meow." The orange cat raised its paw and swatted at the air. Erica, quick on her feet, executed a swift backflip to evade the cat's playful assault, her expression unperturbed as she smiled and remarked, "I didn't expect this little creature to have such a feisty temperament." Meow. The orange cat meowed and leaped down from the windowsill, strutting with an air of arrogance before climbing onto the bed and settling at Bruce Wayne's feet. "Wayne, this is truly remarkable. It seems this little one has taken a liking to you," Erica exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Is that so?" Bruce Wayne replied, cradling the orange cat in his arms and gently stroking its head. Strangely enough, the cat, which had just shown a fierce demeanor towards Erica, now appeared docile in Bruce Wayne's grasp, reveling in the affection. Simultaneously, Bruce Wayne found himself quite fond of the cat, as it reminded him of Catwoman. "Chloe." Bruce Wayne read from the name tag, a smile gracing his lips. "How did you end up here? Have you run away from home?" "Wayne, why not keep her?" Erica suggested. "Erica, first, let's get her something to eat. This little one must be hungry," Bruce Wayne instructed, continuing to pet the cat while saying, "Chloe, if you do not wish to return home, you may stay here for a while. However, should anyone come looking for you, you must return to your original owner. Alternatively, if you wish to leave at any time, you are free to do so." Meow. Chloe meowed, seemingly in agreement with Bruce Wayne's words. Erica prepared some milk and treats for Chloe. Although Chloe consumed the food Erica provided, she remained unyielding to her attempts at affection. Whenever Erica moved to pick her up, Chloe would immediately adopt a defensive posture. Yet, before Bruce Wayne, she maintained her gentle demeanor. After several failed attempts, Erica, hands on her hips, declared, "You little rascal. Just you wait. One day, you will submit to me." The orange cat yawned, displaying an air of indifference as it turned its head away from Erica. This action elicited a chuckle from Bruce Wayne. As Bruce Wayne's words trailed off, he suddenly extended his hand to push Erica aside and leapt through the window. Simultaneously, a streak of light cascaded from the heavens, hurtling towards the Batbar. With a resounding thud, Bruce Wayne, having just jumped out, managed to catch this radiant beam. Otherwise, it would have obliterated the Batbar like a meteor. "Tony, must you always make such a grand entrance?" Bruce Wayne grumbled as he landed, cradling none other than Tony Stark's armored suit. The suit's helmet clicked open, revealing Tony Stark within, his eyes tightly shut, appearing as though he were in a deep slumber. "Not again," Bruce Wayne noted, recognizing that Tony had succumbed to palladium poisoning once more. Before losing consciousness, Tony had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to transport him to the Batbar. As Bruce employed his telekinetic abilities to extract some palladium from Tony's system, the latter gradually began to awaken. "Wayne, thank you. You've saved my life," Tony Stark expressed gratefully. Bruce Wayne shot him a sidelong glance. "Tony, you're not always this fortunate. Had I not been here, you would have perished." Tony Stark pushed himself up on his hands. "I know. Just give me 2 more days to ponder. If there are still no leads on the Tesseract, I shall heed your advice." "Wayne, Shui seems a bit off." Erica's voice rang out from upstairs. Bruce Wayne immediately dashed upstairs, with Tony Stark curiously trailing behind. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found the creature known as the Devourer lying on the ground, appearing quite distressed. "Did this cat eat something it shouldn't have?" Tony Stark remarked after casting a glance. Erica hastily interjected, "I swear, I only gave it milk and dried fish." Bruce Wayne quickly utilized his heightened senses, discovering a massive surge of energy within the Devourer, prompting him to mutter, "Good heavens. What is this? Panel, did you think it was merely a cat? No, it is one of the most terrifying beings in the universe, the Devourer. Its stomach is connected to another dimension, allowing it to swallow an entire planet." Both Thanos and S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury have been injured by the Devourer. Please accept this token of introduction from the Devourer. With a pop, the Devourer gave birth. No, to be precise, the Devourer expelled a cube radiating a blue light. This was the very object that had caused the Devourer distress, which it disdainfully shoved under the table. "What is that?" Erica inquired, astonished. Tony Stark's eyes widened. "Wayne, could that possibly be the Tesseract that S.H.I.E.L.D. lost? Is this truly the Tesseract?" Bruce Wayne pondered. Uncertainty etched on his face. "Panel, indeed, it is the Tesseract, a vessel concealing the Space Stone. Do refrain from touching it directly, unless you wish to be transported to another realm, much like Red Skull." Upon hearing the words "another realm," Bruce Wayne's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What is the Space Stone?" Panel, the Space Stone. This gem allows individuals to teleport instantaneously, relocating themselves or any object to any desired location. It also grants the ability to manipulate or reorder space at will, even creating new dimensions. Thus, abilities such as spatial teleportation and stasis are rendered as effortless as breathing. Do you wish to travel without the confines of air travel? The Space Stone is undoubtedly your premier choice. Bruce Wayne's eyes glimmered even brighter. The Tesseract? Or rather the Space Stone, resembled a key unlocking the pathways of Bruce Wayne's thoughts, illuminating a direction and revealing a potential route back to Gotham. Perhaps I can transcend the barriers of space using the Space Stone and return to Gotham, Bruce Wayne mused. Observing Tony Stark on the ground reaching for the Tesseract, he unceremoniously kicked him in the rear. Ouch! Tony Stark yelped, clutching his backside. Wayne, what are you doing? Bruce Wayne replied coolly. Shouldn't I be the one asking what you intend to do? Do you wish to vanish from this world like Red Skull? With a slap to his forehead, Tony Stark exclaimed, Damn, I forgot about that. Wayne, you've saved my life once again. In his quest for the Tesseract, Tony Stark had delved into extensive research, having encountered references to Red Skull's mysterious disappearance in his father's notes. Inform Dr. Pym and Dr. Banner. We shall convene at your lab, Bruce Wayne instructed. Both Pym and Banner were geniuses among geniuses, and Bruce Wayne sought to gather everyone for a study of the Space Stone. Of course, officially, it was to assist Tony Stark in finding an alternative to palladium. Presently, Bruce Wayne was in no rush to proceed with Stark's surgery, especially since Stark himself harbored apprehensions about the operation. To bring it up again would only make him seem overly anxious. Bruce Wayne first procured a box and, utilizing his telekinetic abilities, retrieved the Tesseract from beneath the table, placing it within the box. Thus, as long as there was no direct contact with the Tesseract, it should not trigger an unexpected teleportation event, right? Meow. The Devourer yawned, appearing to find their concern excessive. Is it really such a big deal over a mere box? Indeed, this is the Tesseract, Dr. Pym declared confidently upon seeing it, as he was the only one present who had ever witnessed the Tesseract firsthand. Tony Stark utilized Jarvis to conduct a data analysis of the Tesseract, coupled with the modifications recorded in his father's notes to enhance the laboratory. Under the influence of substantial financial resources, the laboratory was swiftly transformed, now boasting the most advanced instruments in the world. How fortunate it is to possess such wealth. Bruce Wayne couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he, too, had access to similar financial prowess. We did it, Tony Stark exclaimed with exhilaration. After several days of research, with the assistance of the brilliant minds of Bruce Wayne, Dr. Pym, and Dr. Banner, Tony Stark finally succeeded in creating a new element to replace palladium, thereby crafting a new generation of arc reactors. This sensation is utterly magnificent. After a brief flight in the air, Tony Stark's excitement surged, prompting him to head directly to Stark Industries in search of Pepper Potts. What a heartless fellow he is, Bruce Wayne muttered as he observed Tony Stark's departing figure. Indeed, both Dr. Pym and Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. Wayne, I believe we should raise a toast to celebrate, Dr. Pym suggested. Forget it. All I desire now is a good sleep. Unless it's the apocalypse, do not disturb me, Bruce Wayne declared as he promptly reclined on the sofa. I, too, long for a restful slumber, Dr. Banner yawned, having gone several days without a wink of sleep. Dr. Pym made his way to Tony's luxurious bar, grumbling, the youth of today possess such poor stamina. Just a few all-nighters, and they can't endure. The only response to Dr. Pym was the sound of snoring. As he poured himself a glass of whiskey, his wrist communicator began to buzz. The voice of Daredevil echoed from within. Wayne, where are you? I believe I found Venom. Dr. Pym looked up to see Bruce Wayne, who had just been snoring, now standing upright. Hold on. I'll be there shortly. The communicator's location function allowed them to pinpoint Daredevil Matt's position. Banner, you stay here. Dr. Pym. We need a vehicle, Bruce Wayne commanded. Tony's garage is filled with cars. Which one do you wish to drive? Dr. Pym had long desired to take one of Tony Stark's limited edition cars for a spin. The voice of Tony Stark came through the communicator. Driving is too slow. I've already instructed Jarvis to prepare 2 suits for you. This marks the Avengers' first mission. We must take down that damned alien creature. Dr. Pym shrugged. Very well. Compared to a sports car, I am more inclined to test out Tony's suits. After a brief pause, he added, and don't forget to bring my battle suit. In a supermarket located in Manhattan, an elderly woman was immersed in the seafood section, holding a half-eaten octopus. Daredevil, Matt, arrived at the supermarket due to an incident occurring nearby, noticing the peculiarities within the establishment. Wayne, there are far too many people here. We should devise a strategy to lure our target to a more secluded location before we act. Daredevil cast a concerned glance at the throngs surrounding them. The onlookers remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril, each engrossed in capturing videos for social media, some even embarking on live broadcasts. Look, it's Iron Man. Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark, along with Dr. Pym, made a striking entrance clad in their armored suits. The crowd, initially captivated by an elderly woman feasting on octopus, hurriedly converged towards them. It's too late, Bruce Wayne declared as he raised his hand, remotely activating the supermarket's fire alarm. Tony Stark took a more direct approach, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the ceiling, shouting, if you don't want to die here, evacuate immediately. Under the cacophony of the fire alarm and the threat of gunfire, the onlookers scattered in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the elderly woman in the fish tank reacted to the piercing alarm, a viscous black substance separating from her body, contorting in evident agony. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, his heightened senses confirming the presence of venom, although it was not the same entity that had appeared in the Chinese restaurant previously. With a resounding crash, the fish tank shattered, and the venom-encased elderly woman surged towards Daredevil with astonishing speed. Daredevil swiftly activated the ultrasonic attack device on his watch. The venom entity recoiled upon reaching him, nearly separating from the woman entirely. It works. Surround it. Don't let it escape. Tony Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm, promptly soaring behind the venom entity and activating his own ultrasonic attack device. Chapter 34, The Cosmic Cube Transmission and the Hammer under the assault of the ultrasonic device. Venom swiftly detached from its host, emitting anguished cries in a desperate attempt to flee. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as Bruce Wayne and his companions encircled it, prompting Venom to leap into the ventilation ducts in a bid for escape, only to be shot down by a small Hellfire missile launched by Tony Stark. "We must devise a means to capture it," Daredevil exclaimed, apprehensive that Venom might elude them, making future apprehension exceedingly difficult. Bruce Wayne cast a glance around and noticed a thermos on the ground. Seizing the moment, he opened the container and, utilizing his telekinetic abilities, forcibly confined Venom within. Dr. Pym, fixated on the thermos containing Venom, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this is akin to a magical lamp. Though I wonder if the entity within can grant any wishes." After collecting the thermos, Bruce Wayne surveyed the supermarket, now nearly in ruins. Tony Stark actually resorted to using a Hellfire missile in a supermarket. That is simply outrageous. "Wayne, what are you pondering? Are you concerned about potential complaints?" "Worry not. I have just purchased this establishment," Tony Stark declared, giving Bruce Wayne a friendly pat on the back. Bruce Wayne internally mused, "Damn. I almost forgot this fellow possesses my former financial prowess. What shall we do with Venom?" Daredevil inquired, approaching the group. Dr. Pym responded, "Given that Venom is a parasitic entity, I suspect it will perish swiftly once detached from its host. However, I recommend we take it back for further study, to explore more effective means of containing such a life form." "Agreed," Bruce Wayne replied as he tossed the thermos to Dr. Pym. "Am I late?" The Wasp suddenly materialized before them. "Diane, you have arrived just in time. We merely did not anticipate Venom's ease of capture. I mean, while it would pose a significant challenge for a solitary superhero, it proved rather straightforward for the Avengers. This illustrates the power of unity," Tony Stark remarked. "Although I have acquired this place, there is already a gathering of police and reporters outside. I believe it prudent for us to vacate the premises," he suggested. "Moreover, as our inaugural mission as the Avengers, I propose we find a locale to sit down and toast to our success. Where else but the Bat Bar?" Dr. Pym proposed. The group departed the scene, also notifying Dr. Banner to join them at the Bat Bar. Dr. Banner felt a twinge of embarrassment, convinced he had contributed little. At the Bat Bar, once the drinks were served, Erica dutifully inquired, "Who will be taking care of the bill?" Everyone initially glanced at Bruce Wayne, and then shifted their gaze to Tony Stark. "I recall leaving a black card here last time. Simply charge it to my card," Tony Stark generously proclaimed. "Furthermore, henceforth, all expenditures by the members of the Avengers shall be charged to my card. After all, who possesses the monetary capability?" Following the consumption of 2 glasses of wine, a figure clad in black leather and sporting an eye patch emerged before the assembly. "I apologize for intruding upon your gathering for a few moments. I am aware that some of you may already be acquainted with me. Yet I find it pertinent to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. With an air of arrogance, the figure paused deliberately, seemingly awaiting applause from the crowd. An awkward silence ensued, prompting Nick Fury to clear his throat uncomfortably. "Well, I presume you are already aware of the purpose of my visit. You nearly obliterated a supermarket in public," Tony Stark interjected. "I must remind you that the supermarket in question is mine. Even if I were to demolish it, it would hardly fall under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., would it?" Nick Fury, his expression darkening, replied, "Tony, I am aware of your wealth, but you cannot engage in actions that jeopardize public safety." Tony Stark, eager to continue the confrontation, was interrupted by Bruce Wayne, who advised, "Nick, perhaps you should elucidate the specifics of your visit." Nick Fury began, "Cooperation. I understand that you have recently established the Avengers. I can represent S.H.I.E.L.D. in publicly supporting you. However, as a condition of this support, you must offer S.H.I.E.L.D. certain advantages in return. For instance, the alien entity you recently apprehended must be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for containment." Upon mentioning Venom, Dr. Pym suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where's the cup? The thermos containing Venom?" A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room. Bruce Wayne responded, "Dr. Pym, this is not the time for jesting. Did I not entrust the cup to your care?" Dr. Pym nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you did entrust it to me. I swear it has remained with me until I placed it here upon our arrival at the bar. As he spoke, Dr. Pym gestured to the space beside him, revealing nothing but a coat. Bruce Wayne immediately activated his heightened senses, discovering that Lady Hawkeye was missing. It was she who had delivered the drinks moments ago. The cup had been stolen right under the noses of so many superheroes, a truly humiliating affair. Erica, where's Maki? Bruce Wayne inquired. Erica replied, strange, she was just here. Bruce Wayne expanded his senses to their fullest extent, but found no trace of Lady Hawkeye. The woman had vanished along with the cup. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury remarked, you see, the Avengers require a more professional team like S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist them. Had this operation been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purview, such an incident would undoubtedly not have occurred. Was he attempting to recruit the Avengers? Mr. Nick, cease your fanciful thoughts. Unless you have other matters to attend to, you may take your leave, Dr. Pym stated coldly. Grappling with an overwhelming sense of guilt for having failed to safeguard the cup, Nick Fury raised his hands in a placating gesture. Do not be agitated. I merely wish to convey my goodwill. Mr. Nick, I believe it would be prudent for you to depart, Bruce Wayne interjected. Dr. Pym, already harboring reservations against S.H.I.E.L.D., felt even more remorseful over the mishap with the cup. Had Nick Fury uttered even a single further word, Dr. Pym, irrespective of Fury's stature, would have unleashed his fist upon him. Nick Fury, recognizing that he had become an unwelcome presence, was indifferent to others' perceptions of him but was reluctant to offend so many superheroes. Thus, he smiled and turned to leave. Following Fury's exit, Bruce Wayne reassured the remaining assembly. Fear not, for it was Lady Bullseye who absconded with Venom. I trust she shall return shortly. Now, everyone is weary. Let us retire for rest. Any matters can await our awakening. The group had been deprived of sleep for several days, and after partaking in some libations, they indeed required slumber. Worrying idly would resolve nothing. Thus, the gathering concluded. Bruce Wayne's conjecture proved accurate, as Lady Bullseye returned to the Bat Bar at dawn. However, contrary to his expectations of her reappearing as the host for Venom, she arrived bearing the cup instead. Venom remained confined within a thermos. Disappointed in me, are you? Lady Bullseye placed the cup before Bruce Wayne with a wry smile. To be honest, I am rather disappointed in myself. I once believed I could pay any price to eliminate you, yet upon acquiring this item, I realized I am unwilling to squander my life in pursuit of your demise. And what now? Bruce Wayne inquired. Lady Bullseye replied, you possess far greater strength than I anticipated. Remaining in the Bat Bar serves no purpose for me. Therefore, I return to resign. I intend to leave, find a way to grow even stronger, and then eliminate you. I shall pour you a drink, Bruce Wayne offered, filling a glass for Lady Bullseye. Ultimately, besides the potential for Lady Bullseye to perish at Bruce Wayne's hands, there existed no direct conflict or enmity between them. Thank you, she said, drinking heartily before turning to depart. The recovery of Venom was fortuitous news for the Avengers. Soon, everyone convened in Tony Stark's laboratory to commence their research on Venom. After conducting several experiments, they discovered that ultrasonic waves merely induced excruciating pain for Venom, but could not terminate it. Rather, they rendered its existence a torment. In addition to ultrasonic waves, high temperatures emerged as another method to subdue Venom, one that could even lead to its demise. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. However, the research on the cosmic cube had stagnated. Apart from assisting Tony Stark in solving the Palladium dilemma, no new discoveries had emerged. Bruce Wayne even conducted an experiment, placing a small white mouse on the cosmic cube, yet no teleportation events occurred. Wayne, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Tony Stark exclaimed, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Bruce Wayne, who had just declared his intention to personally experiment by directly touching the cosmic cube. I understand that the mouse elicited no reaction from the cube, but that does not imply it is safe for direct contact. What if a teleportation event transports you to an unknown realm? Dr. Pym interjected, Wayne, should you be transported beyond the Milky Way? Our current means of communication will render us unable to establish contact. Retrieving you would become a formidable challenge. While it is true that science necessitates a spirit of adventure, I must admit I do not oppose your undertaking. Dr. Banner raised his hand and suggested, perhaps I should conduct the experiment. As you know, the Hulk possesses extraordinary adaptability. Even if transported to perilous locales, he would remain unharmed. Bruce Wayne's willingness to propose this was rooted in his own Hulk abilities. Otherwise, he would not dare to take such a risk. Everyone, please refrain from speaking. This matter was initiated by me, so I shall take the lead. You need only ensure accurate data recording. Seeing Bruce Wayne's determination, the others fell silent, and after making preparations, the experiment commenced. Tony Stark even tailored a suit of armor for Bruce Wayne, intended to provide protection during the teleportation or assist him in returning. It was understood by all that should Bruce Wayne be transported beyond the Milky Way, The hope of returning in the armor was exceedingly slim. At that moment, even Bruce Wayne felt a surge of anxiety, yet he placed his hand directly upon the cosmic cube. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. All held their breath, awaiting the occurrence of a teleportation event. The monitoring instruments showed no fluctuations. Could the cosmic cube be malfunctioning? Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow and remarked, "Unless the space stone has detached from the cosmic cube, there should be some form of anomaly." Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated, shaking the ground and activating various instruments within the laboratory. "Jarvis, what just transpired?" Tony Stark shouted. Jarvis responded, "A suspected meteorite impact has been detected 10 kilometers away." Dr. Banner raised his hand again and posited, "Could it be possible that the cosmic cube not only transports objects from this world to others, but also brings objects from other realms to ours?" The group exchanged glances. None had ever heard of the cosmic cube being limited to one-way transport. It was indeed conceivable that Bruce Wayne's interaction with the cube could facilitate the arrival of an object from another world. J-A-R-V-I-S. "Do we have live visuals?" inquired Tony Stark. Indeed, JARVIS transmitted the live footage. Before them lay a deep pit, not far from the beach, at the center of which stood an oddly shaped hammer. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That does not appear to be of terrestrial origin." Pausing momentarily, he added, "It seems our suspicions were correct. The cosmic monolith has transported objects from elsewhere. I believe we should investigate this ourselves. Once SHIELD arrives, retrieving it will prove challenging," Dr. Pym suggested. "Agreed," the others responded, hastening to the location of the hammer. Given its extraterrestrial nature, none could predict the consequences of touching it. Therefore, Tony Stark dispatched a suit of armor to retrieve the hammer from the pit. "Let us conceal it first to prevent it from falling into SHIELD's hands." Oddly enough, regardless of the approach, Tony Stark's armor was unable to lift the hammer. "Tony, are you jesting with us? Even if that hammer hails from another realm, surely your armor should be able to lift it." Dr. Pym expressed his bewilderment. "If you don't believe me, feel free to try for yourself," Tony Stark replied innocently. "Very well, I shall," Dr. Pym said, unceremoniously leaping into the pit, grasping the hammer's handle in an attempt to lift it. However, despite his efforts, his flushed cheeks revealed his inability to budge it. Chapter 35. I am Thor, the God of Thunder. Iron Man, Tony, and Dr. Pym had both attempted, only to meet with failure. "Banner, why don't you give it a try?" Tony Stark suggested, eager to see if the mightiest presence among them, the Hulk, could lift the hammer. "Me? I think not," Dr. Banner replied, shaking his head as he took a step back. He was far more concerned about the potential destruction he might cause if he transformed into the Hulk than about lifting that hammer. Dr. Pym gazed regretfully at the hammer resting in the deep pit, sighing, "That hammer is truly peculiar. If we cannot take it with us, it will fall into the hands of those SHIELD rascals. Wade, how about you give it a shot?" Tony Stark turned his attention to Bruce Wayne. Bruce did indeed wish to attempt lifting the hammer, curious to see if the Hulk's strength could accomplish it. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated through the sky, followed by a beam of light descending from above, landing not far from the pit. "Ah!" A scream echoed from within the light, and it seemed as though someone was flailing their limbs as they descended from the heavens. With a splash, as the light faded, a strangely attired man plopped onto the ground amidst peculiar ruins. The man looked around curiously before rising to call out to the quartet, "Hey, have you seen my hammer of the God of Thunder? Residual effects of the cosmic cube? First, a hammer is sent, and now peculiar man?" Bruce pondered. "And he speaks English?" Noticing the silence from Bruce Wayne and the others, the man stood up, striking a pose, raising his right hand to the sky, and bellowing, "I am Thor, son of Odin. Thor, the hammer." 3 seconds later, the man furrowed his brow and repeated his proclamation, "The hammer of Thor. The hammer of Thor. The hammer of Thor." Tony Stark frowned and remarked, "Could he possibly be insane?" Dr. Banner focused on the strange runes on the ground and stated, "Those appear to be alien script. Even if he is mad, he is an alien madman." Indeed, Dr. Pym nodded in agreement. Yet, Bruce Wayne remained expressionless, silently questioning, "Who is Thor?" Panel. Thor is the son of Odin, the Allfather of Asgard, and Gaia, the Earth Mother. He possesses superhuman strength, speed, endurance, and resilience, capable of withstanding immense explosions, impacts, temperatures reaching 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and absolute zero, as well as resisting magic. Weapons on Earth can hardly harm him in the slightest. Do not be deceived by his apparent madness. He is merely imbued with divine power by Odin. Upon reading Thor's introduction, Bruce Wayne suddenly thought of someone, Wonder Woman. Both were demigods, and Thor was essentially the male counterpart to Wonder Woman. "You are Thor, son of Odin?" Bruce Wayne approached him. The divine power of Thor is merely sealed, not entirely absent, making this the most opportune moment to acquire his abilities. Do you know me? Thor, the god of thunder, gazed at Bruce Wayne with astonishment. Tony Stark murmured, "This fellow has repeated that several times already. He seems completely oblivious. He must truly be mad." "Indeed, Dr. Banner and Dr. Pym simultaneously nodded in agreement. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I believe I know the whereabouts of your hammer." Bruce Wayne extended his hand and spoke. Thor, either ignorant of earthly customs or overwhelmed with joy, did not shake Bruce's hand. Instead, he grasped Bruce's arms with both hands and exclaimed, "You know where my hammer is? Please, tell me at once." To prevent any mishap, Bruce firmly held onto Thor's arms, replying, "Do not rush. I shall reveal the location of your hammer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Detection of the replicable target. Thor's abilities. Replication successful. Enhanced fusion of identical skills." Bruce Wayne's eyes sparkled as he successfully acquired all of Thor's powers. The amalgamation of strength, speed, and defensive prowess rendered Bruce even more formidable. "Do you see that deep pit over there? Your hammer lies beneath," Bruce informed Thor. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately released him and dashed to the edge of the pit. Upon spotting his hammer below, he joyfully leaped down, exclaiming, "My hammer." However, he had yet to acclimate to his diminished powers, and instead of landing gracefully beside his hammer, he tumbled down, ultimately colliding headfirst with it, resulting in a sizable bump on his forehead. "At last, I have found it. My hammer," Thor exclaimed, overjoyed, disregarding the pain on his forehead as he scrambled to extend his right hand to grasp the hammer. Everyone watched with bated breath, pondering that if the hammer truly belonged to Thor, he should be able to lift it. If Thor could pick up what others could not, it would be quite the spectacle. Yet, the hammer remained utterly immovable. Thor then switched to using both hands, yet still could not lift it. After several attempts, exerting all his might, he remained unable to budge the hammer. Tony Stark and Dr. Pym exchanged glances, both relieved. Fortunately, this fellow cannot lift it either. With a thud, Thor plopped down on the ground, drenched in sweat, staring at his hammer, perplexed as to why he could not lift it. "Allow me to give it a try." Bruce Wayne approached Thor. Thor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for you to attempt it. Only those who are just virtuous and recognized by the hammer can wield it. The crux of the matter is that only I, Thor, the god of thunder, can earn the recognition of Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. Yet, as you just demonstrated, you were unable to lift it," Bruce Wayne remarked. Thor contemplated. "It may be due to my recent arrival on this planet causing some disorientation, or perhaps I am simply hungry. Yes, that must be it. Does anyone have something to eat? Once I am satiated, I shall surely be able to lift it." "Hey, I told you, you cannot possibly lift it. Yet you have succeeded?" Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Bruce Wayne effortlessly hoisting Mjolnir with a single hand. Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Dr. Pym exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. "Wayne is one of us. His ability to lift it equates to our own." "Indeed," Bruce Wayne said, transferring the hammer from his right hand to his left, twirling it in the air while muttering, "It is not as heavy as I imagined. Why then? Can so many not lift it?" "Ahem." Thor cleared his throat, rising to extend his hand. "Mjolnir is mine. I ask that you return it." "Oh." Bruce Wayne casually tossed Mjolnir back to Thor. Alas, Thor stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden return of his hammer, and after several attempts, he found himself unable to lift it. "Attention, the SHIELD aircraft will arrive in 30 seconds, Jarvis's voice announced. Tony Stark shouted urgently, "SHIELD is on their way. We must vacate this place at once." "What about the madman?" Dr. Banner inquired. "We should take him with us," Stark commanded. "Hey, just come with us first," Bruce Wayne said, grasping Thor by the belt and hoisting him up while clutching Mjolnir, leaping out of the pit. Thor's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Not only can I not lift Mjolnir, but to be extricated in such a manner is utterly humiliating. I shall never show my face again." The group arrived back at Tony Stark's mansion just before SHIELD could catch up with them. Bruce Wayne placed Mjolnir on the table, marveling at its extraordinary nature. It was remarkable that even Iron Man, clad in his armor, could not lift it. Yet an ordinary table could bear its weight effortlessly. Thor devoured an entire turkey and drank 10 liters of beer, then wiped his mouth, declaring himself full and ready to lift Mjolnir. Amidst the anticipation of the others, Thor ultimately failed yet again, even after kicking the table to pieces. "I must be ill," Thor gasped on the ground, reflecting on his experiences before being cast down to earth. Only by lifting Mjolnir once more could he reclaim his place in the heavenly realm. While Thor wrestled with Mjolnir, the Avengers, including the formidable Yellow Jacket, convened for a meeting. "What are your thoughts?" Bruce Wayne surveyed the gathering. "So, is Thor truly a deity?" the Wasp inquired, astonished. Dr. Banner interjected, "According to Thor, Asgard maintains a profound connection with Earth, and its inhabitants possess lifespans far exceeding those of mortals. Coupled with various myths, if he is not merely a madman, he could indeed be a god." "Incredible." The legendary god stands before us. The Wasp exclaimed in disbelief. A god stripped of his powers, Dr. Pym reminded. Merely a temporary condition, the Wasp asserted. As the elderly couple appeared poised to engage in another argument, Bruce Wayne interrupted. Have you forgotten a crucial point? If Thor and Mjolnir were cast down to Earth by Odin, their arrival bears no relation to the Tesseract. My contact with the Tesseract did not trigger any translocation events. The group recalled Bruce Wayne's earlier daring experiment. Tony Stark remarked, I believe the Red Skull's disappearance was merely coincidental. The Tesseract is not as perilous as we presumed. Bruce Wayne replied solemnly. Or perhaps we have yet to discover the true method of utilizing the Tesseract. It would be advantageous to have an expert in this area. Doctor. Banner raised his hand, suggesting, I think we can temporarily set aside the Tesseract and focus on how to handle that fellow. He glanced at Thor, who lay on the floor, grumbling. Bruce Wayne nodded in agreement. Banner is correct. We are too close to the location of Mjolnir and Thor's appearance. S-H-I-E-L-D will inevitably arrive. Furthermore, continuing experiments here is unsafe. Wayne, are you implying we need to relocate our experiments? Tony Stark asked. Bruce Wayne responded, indeed. We should find a place where S-H-I-E-L-D is unlikely to suspect or be obstructed by certain individuals. What do you think of Stark Tower? Tony Stark shook his head. That location is no different. It will soon be under S-H-I-E-L-D surveillance. He quickly added. How about the basement of the Batbar? We could convert it into a laboratory. If you think the space is insufficient, I can purchase the surrounding land and buildings. Otherwise, feel free to choose a location, and I'll finance its acquisition. His words exuded confidence, eliciting envious looks from the others. Having wealth indeed held power. Dr. Pym cleared his throat, stating, actually, it need not be so complicated. You may conduct your experiments in my laboratory. With a brief pause, Dr. Pym cautiously extracted a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a diminutive car, no larger than a thumb, was revealed. As the crowd looked on in bewilderment, the Wasp interjected, do not be misled. This is not a mere toy, but rather Dr. Pym's vehicle. Dr. Pym's vehicle? The onlookers gazed at him in astonishment. It was well known that Dr. Pym and the Wasp could shrink when donned in their suits, yet no one had ever heard of his car possessing the same ability. Observed closely, Dr. Pym proclaimed as he tossed the toy car onto the ground. In an instant, the miniature vehicle transformed into a full-sized automobile. Diane, I believe I have found your earring, Dr. Pym announced, retrieving a diamond earring from within the car. Oh, Pym, thank you so much, the Wasp exclaimed, kissing Dr. Pym gratefully. The crowd witnessed this elderly couple, who had just been bickering, now displaying affection in front of everyone, leaving them feeling somewhat envious. Dr. Pym, you cannot be suggesting that your laboratory can also expand and contract like this car, can you? Bruce Wayne suddenly pondered the purpose behind Dr. Pym's demonstration. With a proud expression, Dr. Pym clarified, I must correct you. It is not merely my laboratory that can change size, but the entire building can shrink to the dimensions of a suitcase. As long as there is an open space, it can revert to its original form. The crowd was left in awe. What an astonishing feat. Should S-H-I-E-L-D or any other entity uncover their secret, they could swiftly relocate the entire building. Chapter 36. The hammer deal. No matter how extravagant the descriptions may be, nothing compares to witnessing it firsthand. Dr. Pym graciously took everyone to behold his remarkable house, which could be both grand and modest in size. Everyone was thoroughly impressed by this abode. In addition to the existing apparatus in Dr. Pym's laboratory, Tony Stark resolved to enhance the lab with more advanced equipment. Shortly thereafter, a week had elapsed since the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder, on Earth, and the experiment involving the Tesseract had officially transitioned from Tony Stark's mansion to Dr. Pym's mobile residence. For the time being, the house remained in its original location. Tony Stark had also acquired several additional properties to serve as alternative sites for the laboratory when needed. In front of the Batbar, a beautifully crafted hammer now stood. The very Mjolnir of Thor. Bruce Wayne brought Thor and his hammer back to the Batbar, deciding to organize a promotional event featuring the legendary weapon. Anyone willing to pay $100 could attempt to lift the hammer, with a reward of $1 million awaiting anyone who succeeded. This initiative quickly became the most sought-after attraction in the city. Lines formed outside the Batbar as eager participants awaited their turn to engage in the hammer lifting contest, invigorating the entire Hell's Kitchen economy. Typically, the streets of Hell's Kitchen were deserted after dark, yet recently, even at night, the area was ablaze with lights and bustling crowds. To ensure safety in Hell's Kitchen, nearly all police forces in Manhattan were deployed. Wayne, this strategy is absolutely brilliant. Our bar's inventory is being sold out daily. Patrons don't even bother selecting their drinks. They simply consume whatever we offer, Erica exclaimed, counting the cash in her hand, her excitement palpable. Bruce Wayne scoffed dismissively. What is this trifling amount? Trifling? Erica retorted, Wayne, The profits we're generating daily are beyond what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. One must learn to be content, all right? Bruce Wayne, unwilling to engage in an argument over the matter, pondered the concept of wealth. Erica, who had never truly understood the feeling of financial power, could not grasp its advantages. Recently, Bruce Wayne had been contemplating how to reclaim his financial prowess. His epiphany struck when he observed the throngs of individuals outside, each clutching a smartphone, absorbed in videos, selfies, and live streams. Suddenly, he discerned the project he needed to pursue: smartphones. Compared to the technology at his disposal, the smartphones circulating the market were woefully inadequate. If he could create a superior device, it would undoubtedly enable him to amass his initial capital swiftly. He even contemplated the production and sales process, realizing that he could leverage Stark Industries' existing manufacturing capabilities and distribution networks to facilitate the endeavor. As long as the distribution of benefits is appropriately managed, Stark Industries has no reason to decline. Even if Stark Industries were to refuse, alternative collaborators could be sought. Once this idea matured, Bruce Wayne descended to his underground studio to analyze the intelligent program he designed, known as the Bat. The analysis revealed an unfortunate truth: it was unfeasible. Bruce Wayne possessed an abundance of cutting-edge technology capable of creating communication devices that would far surpass current mobile devices. The issue at hand, however, was the lack of essential components required for manufacturing a mobile phone. To put it simply, should Bruce Wayne endeavor to produce such a device, the cost would be exorbitant, rendering it unaffordable for the average consumer. Given that the path of complete device manufacturing was obstructed, what about the production of necessary components? Just as Bruce Wayne contemplated this lucrative avenue, he was interrupted by a call from Erica. "Wayne, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. You should come over." Was the popularity of the Bat Bar attracting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? Bruce Wayne sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the bar. "That's my hammer. Why does each and every one of you want to lay claim to my hammer?" Thor, the god of thunder, lamented, sprawled across the table. Since losing his divine powers, Thor's capacity for alcohol had significantly diminished. Each day, after failing to lift his enchanted hammer, he would indulge until he was utterly inebriated. Only two agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to the Bat Bar: Black Widow and Nick Fury. As Bruce Wayne entered, the duo's attention was fixated on Thor, evidently intrigued by the Asgardian's drunken ramblings. "Hey, Wayne," Black Widow exclaimed, greeting Bruce Wayne with a warm embrace. "Hello, Natasha." After acknowledging her, Bruce leaned in to whisper, "Am I in some sort of trouble? You brought an extraterrestrial and his hammer back to the bar, which poses a potential threat to the entire city." "We are here to assist you," Black Widow replied. "Assist me?" Bruce Wayne chuckled. "Does S.H.I.E.L.D. always frame such acts of robbery in such grand terms?" "Wayne, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not your enemy, and neither am I. You know my heart has always been on your side," Black Widow smiled. "I believe that when pigs fly," Bruce Wayne scoffed, shifting his gaze to Nick Fury. "I never imagined the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would grace my humble bar. I wonder what you would like to drink." "Wayne, we are not here to drink," Nick Fury replied coolly, casting a glance at Black Widow before continuing. "I trust Natasha has informed you of our purpose for being here." With a smile, Bruce Wayne responded, "The hammer is just outside the door. Feel free to take it if you wish." Nick Fury's expression darkened. Bruce Wayne understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted covert investigations long before their arrival. It was evident that numerous agents had attempted to lift that hammer, yet none succeeded. The Black Widow cleared her throat and said, "Wayne, we are aware that you brought that hammer and placed it outside. Could you possibly deliver it to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Bruce Wayne scoffed, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury. "I believe you are aware of the considerable profits that hammer has afforded me these days. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. wishes to sever my financial lifeline, seize the hammer from me, and expects me to deliver it personally. Am I being too accommodating to your organization?" "Wayne, S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide you with some financial compensation," the Black Widow interjected hastily. Bruce Wayne replied coldly, "Natasha, do you think this is merely about money?" The Black Widow fell silent. This was not about finances, it was about pride. Nick Fury cleared his throat, knowing deep down that this situation had escalated beyond reason. Wasn't this the very essence of S.H.I.E.L.'s modus operandi? If any agent could wield that hammer, they wouldn't be negotiating with Bruce Wayne at all. They would simply take it by force. "Wayne, we can set aside the matter of the hammer for now, but this individual must be taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. today." Nick Fury pointed at Thor. adopting an expression of concern for Wayne's safety. He is quite dangerous. Bruce Wayne gestured for Fury to continue. After all, Thor was currently of no assistance aside from consuming the alcohol at the Bat Bar. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would dissect Thor upon his return, Bruce was indifferent. He trusted Odin would not allow his son to meet such a fate. Natasha, Nick Fury instructed, signaling for the Black Widow to escort Thor out of the bar. As she approached Thor, before her fingers could even touch him, a fierce gust rushed in. The Black Widow, seasoned by countless battles, remained composed, executing a perfect 360-degree spin in midair to evade the ambush. A longsword embedded itself into the bar's wall with a sound akin to slicing through tofu. The Black Widow gasped. Had she been a moment slower, her head would have been severed. A woman clad in armor appeared in the Bat Bar, having hurled the sword before charging forward. Nick Fury instinctively reached out to intercept her, but, thud, he found himself slammed onto the floor, bewildered. The woman moved with such agility and speed that Fury had no chance to react. Thud. Just as the Black Widow regained her footing, the woman executed a flying kick, sending her sprawling. Subsequently, the woman drew the sword from the wall, crouching protectively in front of Thor with a vigilant demeanor. At this moment, she exuded the aura of a formidable beast. Anyone daring to approach Thor would undoubtedly meet their demise at her hands. After struggling to rise, Nick Fury refrained from calling for reinforcements. Instead, he extended a hand toward the woman and said, "Hello, I believe this may be a misunderstanding." Pausing momentarily, he pointed at Thor and inquired, "Do you know him?" Thor, squinting at the woman before him, revealed a drunken grin and exclaimed excitedly, "Sif, what brings you here?" As he attempted to rise and embrace Sif, he instead toppled to the ground. Thor, are you all right? Get up," Sif urged anxiously, nudging Thor with her heel. When he remained motionless and began to snore, her expression turned to one of exasperation. With a swift motion akin to lightning, Sif brandished her sword, cleaving the nearby table in two. "I care not who you are. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Thor today, that table shall be their fate." Nick Fury felt a surge of astonishment. The speed of that sword was astonishing. The tip had hardly been half a meter from the table, yet had effortlessly severed it in two. Are they gifted with extraordinary powers? Bruce Wayne pondered silently, wondering if all from the celestial realm were so formidable. Nick Fury exchanged a glance with Black Widow, momentarily uncertain about how to proceed. Sif had merely showcased a fraction of her prowess. Who could tell what other abilities she possessed? The crux of the matter was not merely Sif herself, but rather the extraterrestrial civilization and formidable strength she represented. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury knew he must consider the situation comprehensively. Before taking action, he needed to ascertain the true nature of Sif and Thor. "Sif, is it? Greetings, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Nick Fury attempted to extend an olive branch, Sif brandished her sword menacingly. "Back off." "All right." Nick Fury raised his hands in a gesture of peace, taking a step back. "Sif, as I mentioned, it is a misunderstanding. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for safeguarding Earth's security. We mean no harm to Thor, we merely wish to escort him away. Look at him. He is inebriated and cannot be left here on the ground." "Silence," Sif shouted, then squatted down to hoist Thor onto her shoulder, coldly asserting, "I care not who you are, nor what S.H.I.E.L.D. does. I am taking Thor away from here, and anyone who dares to obstruct me will first have to contend with my sword." "Nick, I suggest you allow her to take him," Bruce Wayne interjected. "Otherwise, even if you summon your hidden agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., they likely cannot stop her." Nick Fury shot Bruce a glare. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Bruce added, "In any case, Thor's hammer remains outside. He will surely return once he awakens." With a slight pause, noticing S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill observing him attentively, Bruce Wayne smiled and introduced himself, saying, "I am Bruce Wayne, the proprietor of this establishment. Thor has been residing here for the past few days, and once he awakens, you shall perceive that I am quite different from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, director. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow them to depart." The Black Widow interjected. Nick Fury, feeling somewhat helpless, extracted a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table, stepping aside. "Hill, you may escort Thor away now. Furthermore, here is my card. Should you encounter any difficulties on Earth, do not hesitate to contact me." Hill refrained from taking the card, instead addressing Bruce Wayne as she assisted the Thunder God in his departure. "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days." Bruce Wayne returned her gratitude with a smile, responding, "It was my pleasure. When you and Thor return, I shall treat you to a drink." After Hill and Thor exited the bar, Nick Fury promptly activated his communicator, issuing orders to allow the duo to leave unimpeded while simultaneously tracking their location via satellite. The Black Widow approached Bruce Wayne, playfully nudging him with her arm. You're not developing feelings for Hill, are you? Their relationship seems rather unique. She is indeed quite attractive, but I would never entertain thoughts of my friend's partners. Bruce Wayne replied earnestly. The Black Widow scoffed lightly, murmuring, see you at our usual place tonight. After assigning his tasks, Nick Fury approached Bruce, stating, Wayne, S-H-I-E-L-D, genuinely requires individuals of your caliber. I hope you will consider. Enough. Director Fury, you are welcome to join me for a drink, but otherwise, please take your leave with your agents. Bruce Wayne decisively declined. Chapter 37, The Destroyer Before Dawn. Thor, the God of Thunder, reappeared at the Bat Bar with Sif. Sif gazed at MJ Lnur on the ground, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, Thor, are you suggesting that you were temporarily unable to lift MJ Lnur, yet the bar owner Wayne can? With a resigned sigh, Thor replied, before my departure from Asgard, Odin stripped me of my divine powers, and thus MJ Lnur no longer recognizes me. As for Wayne, his ability to wield MJ Lnur signifies that he possesses a kind heart and honorable character. However, we cannot linger here. I must take you back to Asgard. Sif expressed her urgency. Thor, tell me honestly, has something happened in Asgard? Thor finally sensed her unease. No, Thor, nothing has occurred in Asgard. Sif's gaze flickered. Thor sighed again. Sif, regardless of what transpired in Asgard, your choice not to disclose it is wise. I am currently rendered powerless, even if you inform me. I can do nothing. No. Thor, remember, you are Odin's son, the God of Thunder, and the rightful heir to the throne of the realm. Sif exclaimed passionately. Sif, do you mean? Thor's words were interrupted by Bruce Wayne, who stood at the window on the second floor. Hello, I don't wish to intrude, but your conversation is quite disruptive to my sleep. Come in. I'll treat you to a drink. Sif glanced up at Bruce Wayne and then at MJ Lnur on the ground. Thor, why not try once more in my presence? Perhaps you can lift MJ Lnur now. Sif, let it be. Thor shook his head. Sif grasped Thor's arm and implored, Thor, it has only been a week since we parted, yet look at you now. You have changed to the point that I scarcely recognize you. Sif, Thor began, only to be interrupted by her once more. No, Thor. Allow me to finish. You are Odin's son, the sole legitimate heir of the realm. The realm and the people of Asgard need you. You must find your strength and return to your former self. No. Thor, you should emerge stronger than ever, for only then can you address the crisis unfolding in Asgard. Sif, tell me what has transpired in Asgard since my departure? Thor's urgency began to rise. After a moment of hesitation, Sif confessed. I can only reveal that Asgard is engulfed in war. If you cannot return, then Asgard may very well perish. So grave. Thor's expression tightened as an innate sense of responsibility surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Sif, you are correct. I cannot remain in this despondent state any longer. I must rally myself to protect the people of Asgard. After a brief pause, Thor, the God of Thunder, grasped his mighty hammer and crouched down, attempting once more to lift it. Come on, Thor. Sif encouraged, though. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from Thor, and he fell to the ground. Sif, I can't do it. I've tried my best, he lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. Sif's hopes were dashed, and she gazed at Thor with a similar sense of helplessness. Hey, are you all coming in? Bruce Wayne inquired, leaning against the bar's entrance. In a flash, Sif drew her sword and pointed it at Bruce Wayne, her expression icy. Thor claims you can lift his hammer? Is there a problem? What is the issue? Bruce countered. Sif insisted, I want to witness this for myself. Sif, put the sword down. Wayne, don't be angry. Sif means no harm. What is it you truly wish to accomplish? Thor, rising from the ground, attempted to mediate, but Sif remained resolute, still aiming her sword at Bruce Wayne, clearly prepared to strike if he did not comply. It's all right. Isn't it just lifting a hammer? Bruce Wayne said, patting Thor on the shoulder before bending down to grasp the hammer's handle gently. Sif gasped, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Bruce Wayne lifted the hammer effortlessly, grinning as he remarked, I wonder which is mightier, this hammer or your sword. Sif's brow furrowed, fully aware that her sword was no match for the hammer. Bruce Wayne's ease in lifting the hammer indicated that he had earned its approval. In a confrontation, she realized she would stand no chance. With a casual motion, Bruce Wayne tossed the hammer back to the ground, chuckling, let us go. I'll buy you both a drink. Sif, Thor called out sternly. Finally, Sif sheathed her sword and whispered to Thor, if you knew what was happening in Asgard, you wouldn't blame me. Asgard is now. Watch out. Sif abruptly pushed Thor forcefully. He soared through the air. Sif, I truly thank you. Sif turned and swung her sword behind her. A beam of energy descended from the sky, heading towards the Bat Bar. What? Sif thought, realizing Bruce Wayne was faster than she had anticipated, already wielding the hammer to intercept the energy beam. Bruce Wayne looked up at the rooftop across from them, where a mechanical figure stood poised. The energy beam that just emanated was unleashed by the Destroyer. My heavens, it is the Destroyer. Sif exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of trepidation evident in her voice. Even Thor, who had only just risen, was visibly shaken upon witnessing the destroyer, exclaiming loudly, "Sif, you cannot contend with the destroyer. You must flee from this place at once. Is the destroyer truly formidable?" Bruce Wayne inquired casually. Sif scoffed, "Ignorance. The destroyer is not merely formidable. It is the ultimate weapon forged by Odin himself, designed to combat the pantheon of gods. No earthly armament can inflict harm upon it. What about the weapons of Asgard? I mean, can Thor's hammer harm it?" Bruce Wayne pressed further. "The hammer of Thor is... Wait. Are you suggesting you wish to engage the destroyer with Thor's hammer?" Sif looked at Bruce Wayne in disbelief. Thor returned, exuberantly exclaiming, "Sif, how could I have forgotten Wayne? Since he can wield the hammer, he may indeed be capable of defeating the destroyer. Moreover, why has the destroyer appeared here?" "The destroyer has come to kill you," Sif replied. "To kill me? But why?" Thor gasped in shock. "That is a matter for later discussion," Sif responded, then turned to Bruce Wayne, saying, "Thor's hammer is one of the most powerful weapons of Asgard. It is likely the only thing on Earth that can confront the destroyer. If you wish to prevent Earth from falling to the destroyer, you must act swiftly." With a thunderous crash, the destroyer leapt from the rooftop. As Odin's ultimate weapon, it possessed abilities far beyond merely emitting energy beams. Even with Thor restored to his strength, without the hammer, his physical attributes, strength, speed, and combat skills, paled in comparison to the might of the destroyer. The destroyer was a formidable mechanical behemoth. Bruce Wayne swung the hammer like a wheel before hurling it at the destroyer. "Hey, that's my move," Thor shouted. "Thor, be silent," Sif urged as she clutched Thor, leaping onto the rooftop of the Bat-Bar, ready to make a hasty exit. "Sif, there is no need for such anxiety. See, Wayne will be all right," Thor reassured her. The destroyer, undeterred by the approach of the hammer, reached out and grasped it, only to be sent sprawling from the force of the blow. With a swift motion, Bruce Wayne soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the destroyer's jaw, causing it to topple backward. This spectacle left Sif nearly speechless, exclaiming, "Thor, is Wayne truly that strong?" It was the first time Bruce Wayne had displayed his prowess in combat. Witnessing Bruce Wayne vanquish the destroyer without the aid of Mjolnir was indeed astonishing. "Sif, you must understand that any man capable of wielding Thor's hammer is exceptionally formidable." Sif turned and shot Thor an incredulous glance. "Do you not feel as though you were rather praising yourself?" "Am I?" Thor chuckled awkwardly. Bruce Wayne had already acquired the physique and abilities of the Hulk, rendering his power beyond dispute. While the destroyer was formidable, Bruce Wayne, even without Mjolnir, could at least contend evenly with it. Initially, Bruce had wished to test whether he could defeat the destroyer unaided. However, this was Hell's Kitchen, home to many innocent residents. A battle between Bruce Wayne and the destroyer would surely result in tragic casualties among the innocent. Even if they were to leave Hell's Kitchen, they would still be in New York City. Luring the destroyer to an open space for battle proved somewhat impractical. Furthermore, the destroyer's target was Thor, showing little interest in following Bruce Wayne. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Bruce seized Mjolnir and began his assault. With a resounding thud, he struck, severing the destroyer's right arm, sending it flying. "Well done, Wayne. Yes, deliver those blows with fervor. Aim for its head," Thor shouted excitedly, as though he were the one engaged in battle. As Bruce Wayne crushed the destroyer's head with Mjolnir, the destroyer finally lay motionless. A low humming filled the air as the sound of propellers whirred. ASHIELD aircraft appeared above the Bat-Bar. Simultaneously, ground forces encircled the area. "Are they enemies?" Sif inquired. "A bunch of cowards lurking in the shadows, only ready to snatch up easy gains," Thor retorted. A Mediterranean gentleman clad in a black suit and sunglasses approached Bruce Wayne, stating, "Mr. Wayne, greetings. I am Agent Coulson from SHIELD. A pleasure to meet you." Noticing Bruce's apparent reluctance to shake hands, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. "SHIELD has secured the area. We will ensure that information does not leak. Moreover, we need to take this extraterrestrial automaton back with us." "Those bastards." Bruce Wayne cursed inwardly. The destroyer, forged by Odin himself, possessed a technological sophistication far surpassing that of Tony Stark's armor. Setting aside magic and technology, the materials required to construct the destroyer were simply unavailable on Earth. Though the destroyer had been destroyed, retrieving it for study would undoubtedly yield numerous advanced technologies and weaponry. Bruce found SHIELD's opportunistic approach to be quite irksome. Yet, as an official organization, they would hardly entertain notions of reason. Bruce Wayne hurled Thor's hammer to the ground, narrowly missing Coulson's foot. Coulson, maintaining his composure, merely smiled faintly, remaining still. "You may take the items, but the people must remain," Bruce Wayne declared. Coulson glanced up at Thor and Sif. Bruce continued, "You should understand that if they do not consent, SHIELD cannot take them." Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have returned empty-handed yesterday. A smile graced Coulson's face as he replied, "Mr. Wayne, I believe I can acquiesce to your terms." He extended his hand once more, adding, "Please clean up the damage before you depart." Bruce Wayne, still refusing to shake Coulson's hand, turned to Thor and Sif, exclaiming, "Are you truly not going to share a drink? Come down," Thor commanded. Sif leaped down, and the two followed Bruce Wayne into the bar. In addition to beer, they procured some bread and ham. "Wayne, what you just did was remarkable. Even I could not have done better," Thor praised, inadvertently including himself in the compliment. Bruce Wayne disregarded the self-aggrandizing Thor and addressed Sif. "If you are willing to share what transpired in Asgard and why the Destroyer seeks to kill Thor, I can remain here to listen. Otherwise, I shall retire upstairs for a nap." After taking a sip of his drink, Thor remarked, "Sif, Wayne is no outsider. Speak freely. What indeed has transpired in Asgard?" Chapter 38. Lokio, what a sight. What on earth has transpired here? It is nothing short of a calamity. Before Sif could elucidate the events that had unfolded in Asgard, a voice suddenly resonated from beyond the doors of the Bat Tavern. The sound caused Sif to tense. Drawing her sword with a swift motion, a man clad in armor, with his hair slicked back and possessing a rather striking demeanor, entered the establishment. "Loki!" exclaimed Thor, the god of thunder, with palpable excitement. As he moved to approach, Sif interjected, "Do not go over there." Yet, Loki knelt before Thor, offering a profound bow. Loki pays his respects to the god of thunder. Thor pushed aside Sif's sword and rushed forward, lifting Loki from the ground with exuberance. "Loki, my brother, why so formal?" After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "By the way, Loki, Sif just mentioned that something has gone awry in Asgard. What has happened?" Loki's eyes soon shimmered with tears. "Brother, since your departure from Asgard, traitors have emerged. Some have conspired with the Frost Giants to launch a surprise attack on Asgard. Our father, Odin, in his efforts to protect Asgard, has tragically perished." "What?" Thor cried out in shock, grasping Loki and shaking him vigorously. "What did you just say? Our father has perished?" "Indeed," Loki replied, nodding in sorrow. "Loki, spare us the crocodile tears. The traitor who conspired with the Frost Giants to assault Asgard is none other than you." "Me?" Loki's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Sif, refrain from your reckless accusations. Loki is also Odin's son. He is a citizen of Asgard. How could he betray Asgard?" Thor retorted, his anger bubbling to the surface. "Thor, do not be naive. Loki is not a true citizen of Asgard. He is the son of Laufey, the Frost Giant, a fact you have always known. It was he who led the Frost Giants in their assault on Asgard and conspired against Odin," Sif declared vehemently. "Sif, be silent," Thor shouted in anger, recalling the years he and Loki had spent together. Although they shared no blood ties, Loki had been raised as Odin's son, and their bond was akin to that of brothers. The fact that Loki descended from the Frost Giants was no secret in Asgard, yet it remained a taboo topic that few dared to broach. "No, Thor, allow Sif to speak," Loki interjected, though he did not give Sif the chance to continue. With a look of grievance, he said, "Am I to be condemned as a villain of Asgard simply because I am the descendant of Laufey? Sif, let us not forget. Had Odin not taken me in, I would have perished long ago. It was Odin who nurtured me, and I have long considered myself an Asgardian. For all these years, my sole desire has been to repay Odin's kindness and protect Asgard. Indeed, you, Sif, I must inquire how you arrived on Earth." As Loki's probing questions intensified, Sif found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Sif, what on earth transpired?" Thor, the god of thunder, queried with evident perplexity. Loki, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Thor." Sif forcefully activated the Bifrost to come to Earth after injuring Heimdall. "What? Sif, you harmed Heimdall?" Thor gasped in astonishment. Sif hurriedly clarified, "Thor, it is not as you presume. I had no choice but to injure Heimdall in my haste to find you." "Sif, your words are quite eloquent," Loki retorted. "And who is Heimdall?" "He is the sentinel of Asgard. Any foe wishing to breach Asgard must first contend with Heimdall. Yet you have wounded him, thereby aiding our enemies in opening the gates to Asgard. Sif, I ask you, who truly is the traitor of Asgard?" Loki pressed vehemently, under Loki's relentless verbal assault. Sif became frantic, her composure unraveling. "No, Loki, it is not as you claim. I am not the traitor of Asgard. You are. I shall kill you." With that, Sif swung her sword towards Loki. "No." Thor interposed himself, arms outstretched, embodying the essence of brotherhood. Sif was compelled to sheath her sword, her voice laced with fury. "Thor, you are truly foolish to be blinded by Loki's deceit." Though Loki's prowess in close combat paled in comparison to Sif's, he wielded formidable magical abilities. Seizing the moment of distraction between Sif and Thor, Loki unleashed a magical energy beam aimed at Sif. "Ah!" Sif cried out as she was sent flying. Bruce Wayne, seeking to prevent destruction of the bar's counter, utilized his telekinetic abilities to halt Sif's trajectory, gently guiding her to the ground. This act drew Loki's attention. Blood trickled from Sif's lips as she braced herself against her sword, offering a bitter smile. Thor, you believe that Loki, the god of lies, is more trustworthy than I. Do you not? Thor began, only to be interrupted by Loki. Sif, you were once Thor's beloved, and we all held you in high esteem. Yet, you chose to sever ties with Thor, betraying him. Meanwhile, Loki, shall forever remain Thor's brother. Any reasonable person knows whom to trust. Loki, you. Sif retorted. Fine, I cannot prevail in this discourse, but this matter is far from over. I shall kill you. With that, she surged forward, breaking free from Thor and Loki's presence. Sif, Thor called, pursuing her, but she had already vanished from sight. Loki approached, once more kneeling in feigned reverence, and spoke with grave sincerity. Thor, Asgard now stands on the precipice of ruin. I have come to escort you back to Asgard. Please, let us return together and resolve this crisis afflicting our homeland. Loki. Thor, the god of thunder, bore an expression of profound turmoil. He wished to return with Loki, yet now he found himself stripped of his divine powers. Unable to wield the mighty Mjolnir. What purpose would it serve to return to Asgard in such a state? Loki. I regret to inform you that I cannot return just yet. Why? Thor, Asgard urgently requires your presence. You are the sole heir to the throne. Loki implored, astonished. As he endeavored to persuade the god of thunder to accompany him back. Not returning simply means not returning. Must there always be a reason? Thor, in a fit of frustration, stormed back to the bar, calling out loudly, Wayne, pour me another drink. Not beer, bring me the strongest liquor you have. Thor, the people of Asgard need you. You must come back with me, Loki insisted, refusing to relent. With a resounding thud, Thor slammed his fist upon the bar, exclaiming, Loki, cease your entreaties. I will not return to Asgard, not now. As for you, hurry back and find a way to stabilize the situation in Asgard. Thor, Loki, if you still consider me your brother, listen to my words. Return to Asgard at once. Thor shouted. After a moment's hesitation, Loki acquiesced. Very well. Thor, I shall await your return in Asgard. As Loki departed, Thor's heart grew heavier. Bruce Wayne poured a glass of whiskey and handed it to him. Thor, you aren't crying, are you? Am I? Surely it must be a mere speck of dust in my eye. Thor hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve, accepting the drink. Wayne, you are becoming increasingly stingy. Just one glass? This is barely enough to feed the fish. Can't you bring a whole bottle? Drink it or leave, Bruce Wayne retorted, exasperated. How was it fair that this man had feasted and drunk for days at his expense yet dared to call him stingy? Was there no justice in the world? Thor, feeling the effects of the strong drink, began to feel lightheaded and slurred. Wayne, the liquor on your earth is truly subpar. When you visit Asgard, I shall let you sample my collection from the Hall of the Gods. That is what one would call fine wine. Bruce Wayne chose to remain silent. Such fanciful promises were hardly worth indulging. He pondered the encounters between Sif and Loki, utilizing his heightened senses to discern who among them might be lying. However, to his astonishment, he found neither had spoken falsehoods. This was indeed perplexing. Thor, honestly, between Sif and Loki, whom do you trust more? Bruce Wayne inquired, seeking to unravel the truth behind the crisis in Asgard. Thor, resting his chin in his hand, contemplated carefully before asserting, let me put it this way. I would unhesitatingly lay down my life for Sif, even though we have parted ways. I firmly believe that Sif would still act on my behalf. As for Loki, he resembles a perpetual child, forever indulging in mischief. Yet, to accuse him of betraying Asgard and the realm of the gods, I cannot accept that notion. Such a statement is devoid of substance. Bruce Wayne then inquired, what does Sif mean when she refers to Loki as the god of lies? Thor chuckled softly, did I not just say? Loki delights in his pranks. And even when caught red-handed, he refuses to admit his culpability. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, no one can discern which of his words bear truth and which are fabrications. Thus, we have dubbed him the god of lies. It is no wonder that even heightened senses cannot ascertain whether Loki speaks falsely. Bruce Wayne muttered to himself and asked, Thor, have you contemplated how to resolve the crisis in Asgard? With a weary smile, Thor replied, I have considered it, but to what avail? Unless I regain my divine powers, my thoughts are rendered futile. Pausing momentarily, he shook his empty cup. Wayne, pour me another drink. I believe I require. Thor, evading reality will yield no results, a voice suddenly interjected. Sif, Thor exclaimed in surprise, turning around, and then apologetically added, I did not mean to doubt you. It was merely. Sif interrupted him again. Thor, I understand. After all these years together, do you think I do not know you? You are ever so forgiving, regardless of Loki's misdeeds. Sif, Loki is my brother, Thor asserted, embodying the belief that a brother should unconditionally trust and protect his sibling. Hearing this, Bruce Wayne mused, Thor, should I call you foolish or simply naive? Sif gently caressed Thor's cheek and said softly, I know. Thor, I have returned to apologize. I acted impulsively earlier. I should have taken the time to explain. Watch out. Bruce Wayne suddenly pulled Thor aside. A glint of cold steel flashed from Sif's hand. She held a dagger. Thor, now akin to an ordinary mortal, would be unable to evade even an overt attack, let alone a surprise one from Sif. Had it not been for Bruce Wayne's timely intervention, the dagger would have pierced Thor's heart. Almost simultaneously, a surge of magical energy assailed from outside. Sif. Thor, having narrowly avoided the ambush, lunged forward without hesitation, embracing Sif and shielding her with his own body against the magical onslaught. Thud. At that moment, Sif's dagger found its way into Thor's flesh. Oh no. Thor, are you all right? Please forgive me. It was not my intention. Thor, why are you so foolish? Why would you save me? Sheaf cried incoherently, her hands stained with blood. Thor, you must not die. I beg you, do not perish. Thor, the god of thunder, had just proclaimed that he would unhesitatingly sacrifice himself for Sheaf, and indeed, he had done so, despite their separation. It's all right, it's not your fault, Sheaf. It was Loki. You were merely under his control. Thor tenderly brushed Sheaf's hair behind her ear, then struggled to turn and face Loki, who had just entered. With a wry smile, he asked, Brother, have you truly betrayed Asgard? Loki, wearing a smile, replied, No, my brother, I would never betray Asgard. However, those fools in the palace insist that you are the sole heir to the throne. If you do not die, how can I ascend to the throne? My dearest brother. Rest assured, once I become the king of the palace, I will lead Asgard into a more glorious era. Therefore, Thor, please die. Loki, I will kill you. Sheaf lunged at Loki like an enraged lioness. With a cold smirk, Loki unleashed a surge of magical energy towards her. Sheaf, already grievously injured, charged into the powerful wave of magic, certain that this would be her end. However, a figure rushed in front of her, intercepting the blow. Thor. Both Sheaf and Loki exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the god of thunder remain steadfast despite the impact. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging his divine power has returned. I am Thor, the god of thunder, he bellowed, raising his right hand triumphantly. Suddenly, the mighty Mjolnir soared through the door and was caught in Thor's grasp. Chapter 39. The Ancient One. What does it mean to strike a brother early? When the god of thunder, Thor, lost his divine powers, Loki could act with brazen audacity. However, upon Thor's restoration of strength and the return of his mighty hammer, Loki instinctively fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Thor's fury erupted. Loki, do you even realize the foolishness of your actions? Yet, despite his rage, he could not bring himself to strike down Loki with his hammer. At that moment, Bruce Wayne swiftly interposed himself before Thor, delivering a resounding slap to Loki's face. What good is your remorse now? If apologies held any weight, why would we need the police? Tell me, did you consider your mistakes when you betrayed Asgard? Did you reflect on your errors when Odin fell due to your treachery? As Bruce berated Loki, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Thor and Sif momentarily astounded. How can he be more agitated than us? Loki, seizing the opportunity, forcefully pushed Bruce away, his expression one of indignation. What does this have to do with you? You, a mere bar owner from Earth, have no stake in our affairs. This matter concerns me greatly, Bruce retorted, secretly reveling in the situation. Earlier, he had lamented not acquiring Loki's abilities when the trickster left. Now, as Loki knelt in supplication, the script was unfolding perfectly. Soon enough, Loki would be escorted back to Asgard. Bruce could not let this opportunity slip away. Feigning a moment of cathartic release by pummeling Loki, Bruce discreetly replicated Loki's powers. While Loki's combat skills were lacking, his magical prowess was precisely what Bruce found himself yearning for. In acquiring Loki's magical abilities, Bruce also gained knowledge unknown to Earth, such as the fact that Loki possessed knowledge of the Space Stone. By combining Loki's magical skills with the Space Stone, spatial teleportation could be achieved. Of course, this was merely theoretical knowledge, as Loki had not put it into practice himself. With a fierce shout, Bruce turned to Thor, wrapping an arm around the god of thunder's shoulder. I have long regarded you as my brother. Your matters are my matters. After a brief pause, he inquired, Thor, did you know that Loki just attempted to take your life? Would you object if I were to teach him a lesson? Thor had no objections. And you? Loki, do you have any objections? Bruce's fervor intensified as he gazed at Loki. With Thor's approval, Loki had no grounds to argue. Wayne, I appreciate your care during these days, but I feel compelled to leave, Thor stated gravely. A crisis loomed over Asgard, and Thor's heart had already flown back to his homeland. Previously, the absence of divine power had prevented a return, but now that such power has been restored, the eagerness to return is palpable. Thor, do you require my company on your journey back? Bruce Wayne inquired earnestly. After all, that is Asgard, the very realm of the gods. Bruce Wayne was confident that a brief visit would greatly enhance his prowess. Wayne, I appreciate your kind offer. However, we believe that the challenges facing Asgard can be resolved by ourselves, Sif interjected before Thor could respond. To put it plainly, it was a matter of pride. To have an outsider intervene in Asgard's crisis would be a blow to the dignity of the Celestial Palace. Thor, acknowledging this, cleared his throat and remarked, "Your goodwill is noted, but we are still uncertain about the current situation in Asgard. I shall return first to assess the circumstances, and should your assistance be required, I hope you will not hesitate to lend a hand." Bruce Wayne recognized that his hopes of accompanying them to Asgard were dashed, and he offered a perfunctory response. "Thor, rest assured, I shall bring the Avengers along when the time comes." "Thank you," Thor said gratefully before departing the Bat-Bar with Loki. Traversing the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard. In Dr. Pym's laboratory, after bidding farewell to Thor, Bruce Wayne made his way directly here, without notifying anyone, and seized the Tesseract. The Tesseract is a vessel, its true power derived from the Space Stone contained within. To harness the power of the Space Stone, one must extract it from the Tesseract. "Wayne, what are you doing?" Dr. Pym entered the lab just in time to witness Bruce Wayne removing the Tesseract from the apparatus. Cradling the Tesseract in his hands, Bruce turned to Dr. Pym and said, "Doctor, you would do well to escort Wasp away from here. For what is about to transpire is beyond my own guarantee." Upon observing Bruce Wayne beginning to apply pressure to the Tesseract, Dr. Pym exclaimed in astonishment, "Wayne, you cannot be intending to open the Tesseract." He paused momentarily, shaking his head, and added, "That is impossible. The Tesseract is composed of extraterrestrial materials, incredibly resilient. Tony's father once endeavored to open it, and he met with failure." "Ah!" Bruce Wayne let out a roar, his muscles straining against his shirt. Under the immense pressure, the Tesseract reacted, emitting a blinding radiance. "Wayne, cease immediately," Dr. Pym shouted, fearing the energy surge from the Tesseract might obliterate the lab. "Oh." Bruce Wayne disregarded Dr. Pym's warnings and continued to exert greater force. The Hulk's strength is virtually limitless, and this trait manifested within Bruce Wayne. The pressure upon the Tesseract intensified, causing it to warp and distort. "My God, Wayne, you have truly lost your mind." Dr. Pym understood that he could not prevent Bruce Wayne from his actions and chose to temporarily vacate the laboratory, intending to inform the other members of the Avengers about the unfolding events. Soon, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner arrived. The group retreated to a location 200 meters away from Pym's building, utilizing surveillance footage to ascertain the situation within the laboratory. In truth, Bruce Wayne was shrouded by the luminescence emitted by the Tesseract. The monitors revealed nothing but a blinding light. "We should evacuate the surrounding people," suggested the Wasp. "That would be futile," Dr. Pym replied with a shake of his head. "No one can guarantee the magnitude of the power unleashed by the Tesseract. However, based on previous data, it would not be an exaggeration to say it could obliterate the entire city. Can you evacuate all the inhabitants of New York City in a short time?" Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. "Dr. Pym is correct. We lack the time to evacuate everyone. Anyone remaining in New York City is at risk. Moreover, the energy explosion is merely a hypothesis. What if nothing occurs? The pressing question is, why is Wayne doing this?" Tony Stark said gravely. "Regardless of his motives, we must find a way to stop him. This should be the second mission of our Avengers." "Wait, look, Dr. Pym suddenly exclaimed. On the screen, the power radiating from the Tesseract surged dramatically, then vanished. Not only did the light from the Tesseract disappear, but both the Tesseract and Bruce Wayne were no longer visible on the monitor. "Let's go in and investigate," Tony Stark shouted, soaring into the laboratory. When Dr. Pym, the Wasp, and Dr. Banner entered, they found only Tony Stark standing there. "Where's Wayne?" Dr. Banner asked, glancing around. Tony Stark's expression was somber. "I believe he has been teleported. I just tracked his locator system and discovered he was in Hong Kong, but now he has vanished again. Wait, he reappeared. The signal is now in London, and it's gone again." Pausing momentarily, he looked at the others. Either Wayne's locator system has malfunctioned, or he is still in the process of teleportation. Fortunately, he remains on Earth. As long as he is on Earth, it means we can retrieve Bruce Wayne. Everyone assumed Bruce Wayne was being randomly teleported by the Tesseract, yet in reality, the locations he visited were orchestrated by him. Bruce Wayne had successfully utilized the magical abilities and knowledge acquired from Loki, experimenting with them, and to his surprise, he succeeded. However, in the initial stages, his lack of proficiency resulted in randomness in his teleportation. "You have arrived," Bruce Wayne discovered, having left London, only to find that spatial movement had once again deviated, bringing him to an ancient hall. An elderly man clad in white martial arts attire sat cross-legged before Bruce Wayne. Bruce intended to depart without disturbing him, but unexpectedly, the old man spoke as if he had been waiting for Bruce's arrival. Where was this place? Bruce Wayne surveyed his surroundings with a sense of confusion, releasing his heightened senses, only to realize they were confined within this room. This revelation alerted him to the extraordinary nature of the old man, prompting Bruce to contemplate using the Space Stone to escape. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the old man, who had been seated opposite him, suddenly vanished. Instantaneous movement. Bruce's heightened senses detected the old man materializing behind him, followed by a palm striking his back. He felt no pain. Instead, his body soared into the air, leaving him standing motionless like a puppet, while the old man smiled at him. Since he was here, why hurry to leave? Had it not been for the magical knowledge acquired from Loki, Bruce would have been perplexed. Yet, he understood that his spirit had been forcibly separated from his body by the old man's touch. The separation of spirit from flesh meant that Bruce could no longer utilize the space stone to flee this place. Not bad. Calmer than I expected. The old man chuckled as he approached a nearby tea table, pouring 2 cups of tea and gesturing for Bruce to sit. Who are you? Bruce inquired after taking a seat opposite him. I am known as Ancient One, though they refer to me as the Sorcerer Supreme, replied the Ancient One. You are the Ancient One? Bruce asked in astonishment. As the most powerful sorcerer on Earth, his name even appeared in the magical records of Asgard, which explained Bruce's familiarity with him. Loki, despite being one of the mightiest sorcerers of Asgard, paled in comparison to the formidable Ancient One. As a human, even Odin held a measure of respect for him. Thanos believed the Ancient One to be more powerful than Odin himself. Had it not been for the Ancient One's own demise, Kaecilius would never have had the opportunity or ability to defeat him. The Ancient One did not respond to Bruce's question, but instead fixed him with a serious gaze and stated, You are exceptional and possess a formidable power. I have observed the timelines, and many uncertainties surround you. In the near future, you will become the savior of this world. Yet your existence also poses a threat to it. Indeed, this world may face destruction because of you. Bruce furrowed his brow and asked, If I claim I'm not a bad person, would you believe me? The Ancient One smiled and replied, Wayne, many matters cannot be determined solely by whether you are deemed a bad person or a good one. It is as if your presence in this world was not your intention. Am I correct? Bruce Wayne tightened his expression. Traversing into this realm was indeed his greatest secret. Fear not, I shall not divulge the secrets that reside within you, the Ancient One remarked, extending her hand to gently push him, allowing Bruce Wayne's spirit to return to his corporeal form, where he engaged in the act of sipping tea. Once again seated before the Ancient One, Bruce Wayne lifted his teacup and drank it down in one swift motion. The Ancient One continued, I am aware that your mind is burdened with numerous inquiries, and you seek to uncover their answers. While I may not provide you with the most definitive responses, I firmly believe that should you choose to reside in Kamartaj for a certain duration, it would greatly benefit your future. However, you must agree to one condition. You are forbidden from any physical contact with others, and if contact occurs, it must not exceed 3 seconds. Beyond this stipulation, I can assure you that every corner of Kamartaj is open to you, and you may acquire that which will aid you. Suddenly, Bruce Wayne discovered that his heightened senses were no longer confined within the walls of this room, and he swiftly surveyed Kamartaj. It bore a striking resemblance to the place where I previously honed my skills, a sanctuary of profound tranquility. I am willing to remain here for a time, and I vow not to engage in any physical contact with anyone. However, what if I wish to depart from this place? The Ancient One smiled and replied, As I have stated, Kamartaj imposes no restrictions upon you. You are free to venture anywhere, including the choice to leave this place. With that, she poured more tea for Bruce Wayne and gestured, Please. Thank you, Bruce Wayne responded, lifting his teacup once more. Chapter 40. You want me to become the Supreme Sorcerer? Not a chance. Bruce Wayne remained in Kamartaj, where the ambience enveloped him in a comforting embrace, allowing him to momentarily forget the chaos of Hell's Kitchen and his impending return to Gotham. After leaving the dwelling of the Ancient One, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in robes approaching him. You may call me Mordo. I have been summoned by the Ancient One to attend to your needs, the Baron stated with a humble demeanor and a smile. You are fortunate. Since Kaecilius departed from Kamartaj, the Ancient One has not taken on any new apprentices. Bruce Wayne detected a hint of jealousy in Mordo's tone, yet his words stirred a sense of intrigue within Bruce. Are you suggesting that the Ancient One wishes to take me on as a disciple? He inquired. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to keep you here in Kamartaj? Mordo retorted. Bruce Wayne recognized that Mordo had misconstrued the situation. The Ancient One had not indicated any intention of accepting Bruce as an apprentice. Rather, his presence in Kamartaj was part of an observation and assessment. As the Ancient One had articulated, upon scrutinizing the timeline, he discerned numerous uncertainties surrounding Bruce Wayne's future. While Bruce had the potential to become the savior of this world, he could equally usher in catastrophic calamities. This predicament left the Ancient One in a quandary, as he sought to ascertain the best course of action regarding Bruce. Who is Kaecilius? Bruce Wayne deftly shifted the subject. Mordo responded, Kaecilius is a taboo topic in Kamartaj. However, the Ancient One has instructed me that I should not conceal anything from you, regardless of your inquiries. Kaecilius was a disciple of the Ancient One, the most gifted sorcerer in Kamartaj. The Ancient One held a profound fondness for Kaecilius, nurturing him to become the Supreme Sorcerer. Regrettably, Kaecilius betrayed the Ancient One in Kamartaj, succumbing to the allure of dark sorcery. This betrayal deeply saddened the Ancient One. Is that a portal? Bruce Wayne asked as he observed a sorcerer emerging from a golden ring of light. To be precise, it is a teleportation gateway, requiring the use of a mystical ring to activate. Only those with exceptional talent in sorcery can conjure such a teleportation spell. Oh, is this the mystical ring? Mordo replied, raising his left hand to reveal the ring adorning his finger. Could you demonstrate it for me? Bruce Wayne expressed his keen interest in the teleportation gateway. The secret to activating the teleportation gateway lies in envisioning the destination or the scene in your mind. For instance, like this. As Mordo spoke, he began to cast a spell. A golden radiance flickered at his fingertips, and a teleportation gateway materialized before him, revealing a frozen mountain range on the other side, with snowflakes drifting through and melting as they crossed over. Closely intertwined with the teleportation gateway is the spell of mirrored space, which is exemplified here. Mordo clearly intended to showcase his prowess. As he spoke, he cast a spell that transported Bruce Wayne into the mirrored realm. It felt as though he had stepped inside a mirror. The scenery within the mirrored space mirrored the outside world, yet stood in complete contradiction to it. Bruce Wayne reached out to touch the invisible barrier separating the mirrored space from reality. Baron Mordo, standing nearby, chuckled. I mentioned earlier that the mirrored realm is intricately linked to the teleportation portal. Only by utilizing the portal can one leave. Should you lose the Eye of Agamotto, even the Ancient One would find it exceedingly difficult to escape this place. You imply that it is not entirely impossible to leave, correct? Bruce Wayne inquired. Baron Mordo replied with a smile. Wayne, do not overthink it. That is the Ancient One, the most formidable supreme sorcerer in this world. No one, aside from the Ancient One, could manage to depart without the eye. Before he could finish, Baron Mordo was taken aback as Bruce Wayne, who had been standing before him, suddenly vanished, only to reappear in the real world across from him. Before Mordo could express his astonishment, Bruce Wayne returned to the mirrored realm, leaving Mordo utterly flabbergasted as he exclaimed, "How did you accomplish that?" Bruce Wayne smiled faintly, choosing not to reveal the secret of his possession of the space gem. Recognizing that the mirrored realm was indeed a space of its own, he realized that he could effortlessly traverse between reality and the mirrored realm using the space gem. He then began to scrutinize the mirrored space, remarking, "Fascinating." The structure of the mirrored realm began to shift in accordance with Bruce Wayne's thoughts, leading him to understand that the capabilities of the space gem extended beyond mere teleportation. It could also alter spatial structures and was not confined to the mirrored realm. It could even create entirely new spaces. Such feats were not achievable through simple magical prowess. "Stop!" Baron Mordo shouted, his expression one of disbelief as he demanded, "Who are you, truly?" Bruce Wayne responded, "You already know, I am Wayne, a bar owner from Hell's Kitchen." Mordo exclaimed, "Goodness, a bar owner cannot perform such feats." "Very well. If you choose not to disclose, you need not." Bruce Wayne pointed towards Mordo's ring and said, "May I give it a try?" Initially hesitant, Mordo sighed in resignation. Realizing that Bruce Wayne could traverse between the mirrored realm and reality without the teleportation portal, he reluctantly removed the Eye of Agamotto from his hand and handed it to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne mimicked Mordo's gesture, raising his left hand, closing his eyes, and envisioning the Wayne Manor in his mind. He then flicked his right hand, causing a glimmer of golden light to appear and trace an arc in the air. With a crackling sound, the golden light flashed momentarily before vanishing, failing to manifest the teleportation portal. Upon witnessing this, Baron Mordo let out a sigh of relief, unaware that Bruce Wayne had intended to venture into another dimension. With a sense of pride, he remarked, "Wayne, do not be disheartened. Even the Ancient One could not master the art of teleportation in a single attempt. I too once struggled." Bruce Wayne, disregarding Baron Mordo, envisioned the Bat Bar, and the teleportation portal manifested before him. "Good heavens, you truly accomplished it." Baron Mordo followed Bruce Wayne as he emerged from the portal. "Boss," Mike exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Bruce Wayne. "See, I am indeed the proprietor of this establishment." Bruce Wayne glanced back at the astonished Baron Mordo and inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" I shall have a beer, please," Baron Mordo stammered, desperately in need of a drink to steady his nerves. "Mike, fetch him a beer. By the way, has anyone been looking for me?" Bruce Wayne asked. Mike replied, "Iron Man just called with some peculiar messages, urging us to relay a call back if we saw you." Bruce Wayne checked his watch communicator, pondering silently, could it be malfunctioning? He then responded, "Understood. If Tony calls again, inform him that I am fine and will return in a few days." Having not yet devised an adequate explanation, he refrained from contacting Tony Stark. "Yes, boss." Mike brought a beer for Baron Mordo. "Shall we proceed?" Once Baron Mordo finished his drink, Bruce Wayne conjured the teleportation portal once more, returning to Camartage. Life in Camartage was both relaxed and liberating. Bruce Wayne soon discerned that rather than learning magic from Baron Mordo, it would be more beneficial to study the spellbooks independently. The Ancient One had permitted Bruce Wayne to explore any area of Camartage, including its extensive library of magical tomes. It was here that Bruce Wayne encountered another hidden magical prodigy, Wong, a second-generation sorcerer. Wong had been sent to Kamar Taj at the tender age of 4 to study under the Ancient One. While his aptitude did not rival that of Kaecilius or the future Doctor Strange, it did not hinder his remarkable achievements along the path of sorcery. Particularly, as the librarian of Kamar Taj, Wong had access to formidable spells beyond the reach of ordinary sorcerers. Baron Mordo had mentioned that even the Ancient One found it challenging to leave the mirror dimension without the eye of Agamotto. Yet, Wong was the sole magician in Kamar Taj capable of creating teleportation portals without the eye. During the years of Doctor Strange's absence, Wong ascended to the position of the new Sorcerer Supreme, even traversing alternate universes. Having acquired vast magical knowledge from Loki, Bruce Wayne resolved to systematically study the magical archives of Kamar Taj. In the beginning, Bruce Wayne's reading speed was exceedingly slow, until he mastered a magical technique that significantly accelerated his pace, granting him the remarkable ability of photographic memory. Each magical tome could be absorbed in a single glance, akin to the workings of a scanner. Before long, Bruce Wayne had perused every magical text within Kamar Taj. "Wayne, no, you cannot enter this room," a guardian interjected, halting Bruce in his tracks. Bewildered, Bruce questioned why. "For no particular reason. You simply cannot enter," the guardian asserted with unwavering resolve. "But Master Ancient One stated that I could access any part of Kamar Taj," Bruce countered, his curiosity piqued further by the mysterious chamber. "Indeed, I did say such a thing. But this room is the sole exception." The Ancient One emerged from a portal, marking their second encounter, this time to prevent Bruce from entering the library's secret chamber. "Wayne, your magical aptitude exceeds my expectations, surpassing even that of my future successor, the Sorcerer Supreme. However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from entering." "Why?" Bruce pressed once more, his confusion deepening. The Ancient One replied, "Because within lies the Book of Forbidden Knowledge, a dark tome that even eclipses the Darkhold. It magnifies the darkness within one's heart, bestowing immense power while simultaneously leading one astray from their true self. You have heard of my apprentice, Kaecilius, have you not?" "Yes," Bruce affirmed. With a sigh, the Ancient One continued, "Kaecilius is the most gifted sorcerer I have encountered, albeit still inferior to you. He was destined to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, yet his fateful glance at the Dark Tome led him to betray Kamar Taj and embrace the path of a dark sorcerer. Wayne, should the Book of Forbidden Knowledge corrupt your mind, I would be compelled to take measures I would rather avoid." Bruce understood that the Ancient One was not jesting. He was indeed capable of ending Bruce's life, faced with a sorcerer whose power even Odin and Thanos feared. Bruce felt an unsettling uncertainty about his ability to confront the Ancient One. After a moment's hesitation, Bruce spoke. "Master Ancient One, you mentioned the Darkhold. Might I have a glimpse of it?" The Ancient One replied, "Certainly, but only if you are willing to remain in Kamar Taj and become the Guardian Sorcerer Supreme." Bruce Wayne responded, "I merely wish to learn, yet you propose that I assume the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. The title of Sorcerer Supreme in Kamar Taj denotes unparalleled authority, commanding all sorcerers." The astonishment evident on the Guardian's face attested to the formidable challenge of attaining such a prestigious position. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sorcerer embodies immense responsibility, tasked with safeguarding Kamar Taj and Earth. Bruce Wayne's pursuit of power stems from his desire to discover a means of returning to Gotham. To become the Supreme Sorcerer signifies relinquishing the hope of ever returning to Gotham. "Ancient One, you once stated that I could depart from here at any time, correct?" Bruce Wayne inquired suddenly. "Indeed, I did say that," the Ancient One replied. "I believe it is time for me to return. Farewell." With that, Bruce Wayne harnessed the power of the Space Stone and vanished from sight. "Wayne, Wayne," Wong called out twice. "Do not seek him. He has already left Kamar Taj." The Ancient One interjected. Wong furrowed his brow and asked, "Ancient One, do you truly intend for Wayne to become the Supreme Sorcerer?" With a sigh of resignation, the Ancient One confessed, "I indeed harbored such intentions, yet he is unwilling. It seems I must await Stephen's arrival." "Stephen?" Wong furrowed his brow again. The Ancient One spoke with gravity. "Wong, you should recall the purpose for which I appointed you as the librarian." Wong nodded affirmatively, "Rest assured. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on the Darkhold." "Let us hope so," the Ancient One said, conjuring a portal to depart. Wong ran his fingers through his hair, muttering, "Is this a doubt cast upon my abilities? Or is it that some unforeseen event may arise?" The Ancient One possesses the eye of Agamotto to glimpse into the future, yet he refrained from disclosing to Wong that Kamar Taj is currently rife with hidden turmoil, and a crisis is on the verge of eruption. Chapter 41. Wolverine chasing the saber-toothed tiger. It had been 10 days since Bruce Wayne returned to the Bat Bar. He had divulged nothing regarding the space gem or his journey to Kamar Taj. When the Avengers inquired, Bruce merely stated that he had been transported to a mysterious location, where he acquired some rudimentary magical skills. As for the Cosmic Cube, he claimed ignorance of its whereabouts. The Avengers had been studying the cosmic cube for some time, and the more they learned about it, the more they recognized the enigma of its power. Hence, no one in the Avengers doubted Bruce's assertion about the cube being sent to an unknown place. On the front of Venom's research, there had been no new developments, and the Venom that had once appeared in the Bat-Bar and subsequently fled seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to return. With Thor's departure, the absence of the God of Thunder's hammer as a challenge had diminished the bar's popularity. Although business had boomed since Bruce's arrival, it paled in comparison to the period when Thor's hammer drew crowds. For instance, on this night, it was already 10 o'clock, and the Bat-Bar still had half of its seats unoccupied. This predicament caused Erica some distress as she pondered how to bolster the bar's business. Are you suggesting we hold a tournament? Bruce Wayne glanced towards the ring in the corner of the bar. When business had thrived, Erica had previously proposed dismantling the ring to create more seating. Now, she was considering organizing a tournament. One must admit, women can be quite capricious. Even though Erica was a top-tier assassin, she was not immune to the whims of femininity. Indeed, after all, leaving the ring idle is a waste. The activities surrounding Thor's hammer provided me with some insights. As long as we establish a substantial prize, fighters will surely come to compete, which will help us attract business. Erica suggested. Bruce Wayne found her idea quite feasible. A tournament could indeed draw patrons to the Bat-Bar, perhaps even some formidable contenders. However, he pondered whether such a small ring could withstand the might of true warriors. For instance, Thor, even while holding back, could obliterate the ring and the Bat-Bar with a single strike. To entice genuine powerhouses to compete, the ring's durability would need to be reinforced. As Bruce's thoughts ventured in that direction, he began contemplating the establishment of a magical barrier around the entire Bat-Bar to prevent any unwitting individual from inadvertently destroying it. Moreover, the pavement outside would also require protective enchantments. For Bruce Wayne, setting up such a barrier was merely a minor spell. Erica, since you have made up your mind, let us proceed with this plan. What do you think about setting the prize for the tournament at $1 million? Bruce inquired. $1 million. Erica gasped, initially believing that Bruce Wayne would offer a reward of merely $10,000 to $20,000. To her astonishment, Bruce Wayne proposed a sum of $1 million. With such a generous amount, the tournament could be significantly elevated, transforming it into a truly grand event that would attract fighters from across the nation. Is that too little? Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, feeling that $100 was indeed a paltry sum for someone with considerable financial means. While not every superhero or villain was a billionaire, it remained uncertain whether $100 would captivate their interest. Moreover, Bruce Wayne would not participate in any contest for a mere $1 million. Upon reflection, it was clear that no member of the Avengers would be swayed by such a sum. The reasoning was simple. Even Dr. Pym and the Wasp, who were not as affluent as Tony Stark, still possessed ample resources. The only financially struggling individual, Dr. Banner, had long since resigned himself to a modest existence, shunning the spotlight. If Dr. Banner truly sought wealth, he could easily obtain substantial royalties from a single design. No. It's not too little at all. It's more than sufficient, Erica exclaimed, shaking her hands, and then inquired, Wayne, are you truly willing to allocate $1 million for the tournament prize? Indeed. I believe the bar has been quite profitable recently. If that's insufficient, I can always seek additional sponsorship from Tony, Bruce Wayne replied, contemplating that he was not particularly invested in the Bat-Bar's operations and was unsure of its earnings, though he assumed they must be considerable. Wayne, you are simply wonderful. Erica's voice trembled with emotion. Bruce Wayne, could this girl possibly have misconstrued my intentions? Erica had indeed misinterpreted Bruce Wayne's actions. When she suggested hosting a tournament, Bruce Wayne immediately pledged $1 million in support. The crux of the matter was not the amount of money. For a top assassin, $1 million was hardly a significant sum. What truly touched Erica was Bruce Wayne's attitude and his unwavering support for her endeavor. Suddenly, the bar's entrance was shattered as a figure burst through. Quick, give me an ice-cold beer. Sabretooth shouted as he rushed to the bar, greeting Bruce Wayne with, Hi, Wayne. It's a pleasure to see you here. Bruce Wayne, however, narrowed his eyes at the broken door, contemplating the necessity of casting a magical barrier around the Bat-Bar for protection, lest it be unexpectedly destroyed one day. Victor, you destroyed the bar's door. How do you intend to settle this? Erica stormed over, ready to confront Sabretooth. Erica, do not worry. I will compensate you for the door. But first, let me have a drink and catch my breath, Bruce reassured her. The saber-toothed tiger raised his glass and gulped down the beer, letting out a belch and exclaiming, refreshing. When Erica approached him, her voice was filled with alarm. You're injured. The saber-toothed tiger had several bloody wounds on his chest, and blood dripped down onto the floor. He nonchalantly covered the wounds with his jacket, saying, It's nothing, just a minor injury. Possessing remarkable self-healing capabilities, such injuries were not fatal to him and would heal in no time. However, the freshness of the wounds suggested they were inflicted recently. To have injured the saber-toothed tiger in such a manner was no small feat indeed, As soon as he finished speaking, a figure burst into the bar. Victor, prepare to meet your demise. The newcomer moved with incredible speed, fists clenched, 3 sharp metallic claws extending from his fingertips. These were the very claws that had inflicted the saber-toothed tiger's injuries. Yet, despite the fierce attack, the saber-toothed tiger remained unfazed, setting down his glass and stating, "Please, bring me another." Just as the metallic claws were about to pierce the back of his head, they suddenly halted, chuckling heartily. The saber-toothed tiger turned to the assailant and mockingly said, "Logan, you may not be aware, but the owner of the Bat Bar is Bruce Wayne, and he has an unspoken rule against violence within these walls. In fact, he ensures the safety of all patrons here. I suggest you take a seat and order a drink, or I might find myself compelled to end you." With that, he displayed his sharp claws in a gesture as if to rip out a throat. Bruce Wayne, having gathered information through the panel, recognized the man before him as Wolverine. Like the saber-toothed tiger, Wolverine also possessed formidable self-healing abilities, and their skills were remarkably similar. In the past, when Wolverine's claws were merely bone, he was no match for the saber-toothed tiger, lacking in speed and strength. However, after undergoing enhancements that replaced his bone claws with the Earth's most indestructible metal, adamantium, Wolverine's combat capabilities surged, surpassing those of the saber-toothed tiger. The enmity between Wolverine and the saber-toothed tiger traced back 2 centuries. Rumors suggested they were half-brothers, which would explain their similar mutant abilities, though this claim has never been substantiated, and neither has acknowledged it. In the comics, they are not brothers, but in the films, they are portrayed as such. They later served together in the military, becoming comrades, but on Wolverine's birthday, the saber-toothed tiger murdered his wife. Since then, the relentless saber-toothed tiger has made it a point to appear every year on Wolverine's birthday to provoke him. This time, it was the saber-toothed tiger who sought out Wolverine. Otherwise, he would have remained unaware of his presence in Hell's Kitchen. "Are you Bruce Wayne, the Batman?" Wolverine turned his gaze towards Bruce Wayne, who sat a short distance away, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. As one of Marvel's most beloved superheroes, Wolverine found himself in a most uncomfortable position before a single individual, Magneto. It could be said that Magneto was Wolverine's natural nemesis. In his presence, Wolverine scarcely had the opportunity to strike, consistently finding himself pinned to the ground. The recent display of power by Bruce Wayne had evoked thoughts of Magneto in Wolverine's mind, leading him to believe that Wayne's abilities might even surpass those of Magneto. When it came to the manipulation of objects, Bruce Wayne was indeed no match for Magneto, who could effortlessly halt Wolverine in his tracks. However, what Wayne had employed was not merely a power of telekinesis, it was infused with the potency of magic. Wolverine possessed no immunity to magic, which contributed to his misapprehension. Bruce Wayne approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Logan, if you would care to join me for a drink, allow me to treat you." "Hey, Wayne, that's rather biased, isn't it?" Sabretooth immediately interjected with a complaint. Bruce shot Sabretooth a withering glance. "Victor, have you forgotten who instigated today's troubles? You demolished the door of my bar, and you expect me to buy you a drink?" Upon hearing this, Sabretooth shrugged helplessly. Bruce then instructed Erica to pour a glass of whiskey and turned once more to Wolverine, stating, "If you agree, take a seat. Otherwise, I must ask you to leave the Bat Bar. Once you step out those doors, I shall not concern myself with any commotion between you and Sabretooth." With that, he retracted the magical influence. Once Wolverine regained his freedom, he accepted the glass and downed its contents, saying, "Thank you for the drink. Now that I am aware of the rules of the Bat Bar, I shall refrain from causing a ruckus here." He placed the glass on the table and then addressed Sabretooth. "Victor, I shall wait for you outside. Logan, you might be waiting for quite some time." "I plan to drink through the night," Sabretooth teased. Wolverine snorted disdainfully and turned, striding toward the exit without a backward glance. "Wayne, Erica, keep a tab for me today. I shall return tomorrow to settle it." As Wolverine exited through the front door, Sabretooth promptly leapt towards the back door. Bruce Wayne nearly burst into laughter at the scene. Wolverine truly understood Sabretooth. As soon as he stepped out of the Bat Bar, he climbed to the rooftop and lay in wait for Sabretooth to emerge. "Victor, perish!" Wolverine bellowed as Sabretooth burst through the back door, following it up by leaping down to block Sabretooth's retreat, preventing him from re-entering the Bat Bar. "Damn it, Logan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on, if you have the guts, catch me first." Sabretooth shouted as he fled. "Victor, if you are brave, do not run. Fight me like a man." Wolverine pursued him relentlessly. "Did you think I would stop running just because you said so? Only a fool would do that. Let me tell you, Logan, even if I were to flee, I would still remain a man. If you doubt it, just ask your wife when you return home." The Sabretooth further incensed Wolverine. "Victor, I will slay you." In a fit of rage, Wolverine unleashed a surge of formidable power. Inside the Bat Bar, Bruce Wayne was indifferent to whether Sabretooth would meet his demise at Wolverine's hands. He merely found it somewhat regrettable. So much adamantium. If Wolverine were not a superhero, Bruce Wayne would have seized the opportunity himself. As Wolverine and Sabretooth departed, Tony Stark, clad in his armor, descended from the heavens. Upon entering the Bat Bar, Tony Stark immediately raised his hands, proclaiming, "Wayne, let me clarify, the bar's door has nothing to do with me. Tony, there's no need to be anxious. Someone will cover the cost of the bar's door," Bruce reassured him. Today, Erica's demeanor towards Tony Stark had noticeably warmed as she approached him to inquire, "Tony, would you like to drink? Today, it's on me." Observing Erica's attitude, Bruce Wayne discerned that she was angling for Tony Stark to sponsor the bar's brawl competition. "Erica, just a beer will suffice for me." Tony Stark cast a suspicious glance at Erica before hastily approaching Bruce Wayne, feigning mystery as he said, "Wayne, there's a significant piece of news you might want to hear. Tony, if you wish to speak, then speak. If not, the door is right there," Bruce Wayne retorted. Chapter 42. Capturing Captain America. Observing Bruce Wayne's apparent reluctance to engage, Tony Stark felt a twinge of urgency. He grasped Bruce Wayne's arm and insisted, "This is not the appropriate setting for our discussion. Let us retreat to your office." "Erica, please bring a beer to my office," Bruce Wayne instructed. "Whiskey." This revelation certainly warrants the uncorking of a fine bottle to commemorate, Tony Stark interjected. Nodding to Erica, Bruce Wayne commanded, "Open our most expensive whiskey. If Mr. Stark's news proves unworthy, let him foot the bill." "Understood," Erica replied. Once ensconced in the office, Tony Stark poured himself a drink. After savoring a sip, he remarked, "This whiskey lacks a certain depth." He deliberately paused to gauge Bruce Wayne's reaction, only to find him engrossed in a mobile game. Tony continued, "Never mind. I shall bring my own spirits next time." "Wayne, someone has discovered Captain America," he announced. Bruce Wayne lifted his gaze to meet Tony Stark's. Captain America, heralded as the first generation of American superheroes, had been a national icon, heavily promoted by the government. Tony Stark's father had shared a professional camaraderie with Captain America and was a devoted admirer. Even decades later, Captain America retained an irreplaceable status within the nation. Thus, Tony Stark's sudden declaration that the long-missing hero had been found was indeed a cause for celebration among fans. "Are you implying that Captain America's body has been located?" Bruce Wayne inquired. Tony Stark shook his head. "No, the SHIELD agents employed state-of-the-art technology to ascertain that Captain America is still alive. He has merely been encased in ice, trapped in a deep slumber. SHIELD is currently endeavoring to rescue him from this frozen state. Yet they harbor concerns that after decades of hibernation, he may struggle to adapt to the modern world." He paused momentarily, then added, "In truth, their primary fear lies in the uncertainty surrounding Captain America's revival. It is possible that their efforts to awaken him could inadvertently lead to his demise." "All right, Tony. You've shared quite a bit. How does this pertain to us?" Bruce Wayne replied, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry. Tony Stark adopted a serious demeanor. "Wayne, I have a proposition. If Captain America were to join the Avengers, his considerable influence in America could secure governmental endorsement for our team, cloaking us in legitimacy. In such a scenario, SHIELD would not only find themselves powerless against us, but might also end up serving the Avengers." Bruce Wayne nodded in understanding. "I see your point. You wish for us to seize Captain America from SHIELD. Tony Stark chuckled. "One cannot put it that way. The agents of SHIELD have merely confirmed the location of Captain America encased in ice, and that he yet lives. Currently, Captain America remains frozen, and should we manage to extricate him first, he will be ours." "Are others aware of this matter?" inquired Bruce Wayne. Tony Stark replied, "I have already notified them via phone, and there were no objections. Furthermore, Dr. Banner and Dr. Pym are in the laboratory modifying equipment to create a life pod for Captain America, ensuring that he will not encounter any issues upon awakening." "Do you know the precise location of Captain America?" Bruce Wayne asked. Tony Stark responded, "In Antarctica. I will send you the coordinates." Bruce Wayne glanced at the coordinates displayed on his watch, rising to declare, "Tony, don your armor. We must journey to Antarctica." "No, Wayne. I thought you would be disinterested in this matter," exclaimed Tony Stark in surprise. As Tony Stark, clad in his armor, emerged alongside Bruce Wayne from the teleportation portal, he asked in astonishment, "Wayne, how did you accomplish this? Did I not mention that I encountered a group of sorcerers and learned some magic?" "This is a form of magic known as a teleportation portal," Bruce Wayne explained succinctly. "A teleportation portal, akin to the spatial transport of the Tesseract?" Tony Stark immediately thought of the Tesseract. "One could say that," Bruce Wayne replied before shifting the topic. "Beyond that mountain lies the location of Captain America. I shall proceed to assess the situation." As Tony Stark executed a graceful ascent, soaring over the iceberg before returning, he said, "Wayne, the situation is more dire than I imagined. The area has been completely sealed off by SHIELD with barriers. It appears they intend to establish a temporary base here first. Extracting Captain America will prove exceedingly difficult. No matter, I will first investigate the situation, Bruce Wayne said, transforming into the guise of Black Widow, his voice changing as well. My God, this is incredible. Wayne, how did you achieve this? Ah, magic. Is this also one of the spells you learned? Tony Stark, initially astonished, quickly deduced the answer. It was a transformation spell, allowing Bruce Wayne to change his appearance like Mystique. At the S-H-I-E-L-D temporary base in Antarctica, Bruce Wayne entered the facility in the form of Black Widow and beheld Captain America encased in ice. More precisely, Captain America was encased within an aircraft, suspended several meters above the ground. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents drilled a hole in the ice and employed instruments to scan, capturing images of Captain America to relay to the computer display. Through the icy layer, Bruce Wayne utilized his superhuman senses to probe the surroundings, achieving far superior results compared to the advanced instruments employed by S-H-I-E-L-D. From a technical standpoint, Captain America's physical condition posed no issues. He was undeniably alive. The pressing concern now lay in the state of Captain America's mental faculties and his ability to acclimate to the contemporary world. Curiously, how did Captain America vanish? Was there a malfunction with the equipment? S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents were startled to discover that Captain America had inexplicably disappeared from the visual feed. Initially, they presumed a malfunction in the apparatus, but upon inspection, they found it to be in perfect working order. Buzzing. At that moment, A-S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft descended outside the base, with Black Widow and Coulson escorting a contingent of scientists. The guard stationed at the entrance exhibited a look of astonishment upon seeing Black Widow and blurted out, "When did you come out?" The professional acumen of Black Widow alerted her to the gravity of the situation, prompting her to ask, "When did you see me enter?" The guard replied, "Just a few minutes ago, no more than 10. Damn it. Coulson, hurry and inform Nick. We have an incursion here," Black Widow declared, swiftly drawing her sidearm and rushing into the base. Coulson promptly complied with her directive, contacting Nick Fury to report the unfolding situation. "Director, Black Widow has been with me the entire time. We just arrived here, yet the guard insists she entered 10 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury grasped the seriousness of the predicament and instructed, "Coulson, hand over control of the site to Black Widow. Ensure the captain's safety at all costs." Understood. Coulson hurried inside and, upon finding Black Widow, inquired, "What is the situation?" With a grave expression, Black Widow replied, "Someone has indeed infiltrated by impersonating me and sabotaged the surveillance here. Furthermore, just before that individual departed, Captain America's image abruptly vanished." "Vanished as in, gone?" Coulson asked in astonishment. Black Widow nodded, casting her gaze toward the depths beneath the ice. Through the thick ice, one could faintly discern the aircraft that had been entombed alongside Captain America for decades. "Coulson, I suspect the captain is no longer down there. We must find a way to ascertain the truth," Black Widow stated somberly. "Natalia, the director has entrusted you with full command here. What is your plan?" Coulson queried. Black Widow inhaled deeply, her voice low and resolute. "Break the ice. Break the ice." "Natalia, are you certain?" Coulson exclaimed in disbelief. Black Widow affirmed, "I am absolutely certain. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." After a brief pause, she added, "Have people search the surroundings. If someone has been here, they must have left traces." "Understood," Coulson replied. Shortly thereafter, the ice was breached, fully revealing the aircraft. The Black Widow, unable to wait for the aircraft to arrive, leapt from the plane and subsequently established contact with Nick Fury. "Director, I bear unfortunate news. Someone has managed to abduct the captain before us." "Natasha, how did they accomplish this?" Nick Fury inquired, perplexed. The Black Widow responded, "To have extracted the captain from the ice without alerting anyone. I am fairly certain that the perpetrator possesses spatial abilities typical of an inhuman." "Mutants?" Nick Fury furrowed his brow, then instructed, "Natasha, continue your investigation on site and gather as many clues and pieces of evidence as you can. I will contact Professor X to see if he has any insight." "Understood," the Black Widow replied. Just as she concluded her conversation with Nick Fury, Agent Coulson quickly relayed some information. Soon after, the Black Widow arrived at a location merely a mountain apart from the base. Coulson pointed to the peculiar footprints on the ground, stating, "Natasha, don't you find these footprints rather strange? They appeared here suddenly, and this set of prints abruptly diminishes in size. The adjacent prints do not seem to belong to a human." The Black Widow crouched down to examine the footprints, a smile gracing her lips as she redialed Nick Fury. "Director, we can essentially confirm the target. One is an inhuman capable of shape-shifting, who infiltrated the base by disguising themselves as me. The other must be Iron Man, Tony Stark." "Natasha, are you certain?" Nick Fury asked in astonishment. "Director, I am absolutely certain, she affirmed. After a moment of hesitation, Nick Fury replied, understood. Natasha. Have Coulson handle the subsequent tasks. You return at once. Yes, she acknowledged. Coulson's discovery of the footprints belonging to Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark was not due to negligence on their part, but rather a blatant disregard for being detected. After hanging up, Nick Fury contacted the Air Force to request Iron Man's flight records. He has been at the Bat Bar? Are you certain? When confronted with skepticism, the Air Force provided a definitive response. If you doubt it, feel free to investigate for yourselves, S.H.I.E.L.D. With a sense of unease, Nick Fury proceeded to the Bat Bar, where he encountered Tony Stark, reeking of alcohol, embracing two beautiful women while performing a rather provocative dance on the bar. Cursed capitalist, damned rich heir, Nick Fury silently scolded. As he approached and snapped his fingers, calling out, Tony, I need to speak with you. What? You want a drink? Tony Stark pretended not to hear, then shouted, Erica, get Nick a drink, put it on my tab. He then resumed his revelry with the women. Seeing this, Nick Fury, feeling exasperated, sought out the bar manager, Erica. After presenting his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, he inquired, has Tony been here the entire time? Indeed, he arrived before dusk. Erica replied, adding, we have surveillance here, if you doubt it. You may review the footage. Nick Fury examined the recordings and confirmed that Tony Stark had indeed appeared at the Bat Bar before nightfall. He had briefly entered Bruce Wayne's office, but had otherwise remained under surveillance. Considering that Black Widow had mentioned a mutant with spatial abilities accompanying Tony Stark in Antarctica, Nick Fury did not relinquish his suspicions regarding Stark. Where's Wayne? May I have a word with him? Nick Fury inquired after a moment's contemplation. I believe he is in his office. You may go and see, Erica responded. Nick Fury then proceeded to the office, where he encountered Bruce Wayne. Upon meeting, he stated directly, Wayne, we discovered Captain America, who had been missing for decades, in Antarctica, but just now, a mutant with shape-shifting and spatial abilities has taken him. Have you heard about this? Bruce Wayne smiled and replied, Nick, I believe you are mistaken. Captain America is a legitimate citizen of the United States and one of its greatest superheroes. He does not belong to your S.H.I.E.L.D. And therefore, if he has been taken by someone, the term stolen cannot apply. Furthermore, it was not a mutant who took Steve. It was I. You? Nick Fury looked at Bruce Wayne in astonishment, never having anticipated that Wayne would so openly confess to his actions. Indeed, it was I, Nick. Should you wish to apprehend me, you might find yourself contending with Stark Industries' legal team, Bruce Wayne cautioned. Chapter 43. Iron Man captured by Captain America. Nick Fury sat with his arms crossed over his knees, his gaze fixed intently on Bruce Wayne, his mind racing with thoughts. In stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, Bruce Wayne appeared remarkably composed. The slightly awkward and bizarre atmosphere was ultimately dispelled by a deep sigh from Nick Fury. Wayne, I am uncertain why you and Tony have chosen to interfere with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, seizing Captain America from under our noses. However, I wish to clarify one matter with you first. Our objectives should align. We both desire Captain America's revival, correct? Nick Fury inquired with a serious demeanor. Bruce Wayne nodded in agreement, replying, I believe that to be the case, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Nick Fury exhaled with a hint of relief and continued, in that case. It seems we are not adversaries. Collaboration is in order. Bruce Wayne, too, was reluctant to completely alienate S.H.I.E.L.D., recognizing the indelible influence they wielded in this world. He had learned from a young age that having multiple allies was far more advantageous than accumulating enemies. How do you propose we collaborate? Bruce Wayne asked. Nick Fury responded, it is quite simple. We must find a way to revive the captain. Rather than leaving him in this state of limbo, our people must be involved in this process to ensure its smooth progression. And then, Bruce Wayne pressed. Nick Fury continued. Furthermore, we must ensure that the captain can reintegrate into the world as it currently stands. To that end, I have prepared two key assets, Peggy Carter and Sharon Carter. I trust one need not elaborate on Peggy Carter. She is the captain's former love and the only person he still holds dear in this world. Unfortunately, Peggy's health is dire. We have done all we can to prolong her time. Allowing her to see the captain once more would fulfill her wish and grant her a departure devoid of regrets. As for Sharon Carter, she is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and Peggy's niece. They bear a striking resemblance. She can step in for Peggy to care for the captain, aiding his adjustment to this world. I understand. Do you have any further requests? Bruce Wayne inquired. Nick Fury replied, as long as the captain can be revived and adapt to this world, my objectives will be fulfilled. What follows should be left to the captain's own discretion. A smile crept across Bruce Wayne's face, as both he and Nick Fury understood the implications. Whether it be the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America's inclusion would ultimately hinge upon his own choices. The entity that first succeeded in reviving him would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Apart from Peggy and Sharon, I can permit no more than one additional individual to join. Bruce Wayne laid down his conditions. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of reluctance yet ultimately choosing to acquiesce. Very well. When do you plan to commence operations? After dawn, Bruce Wayne replied. Buzz. After dawn, the Black Widow appeared before the Pym building astride a sleek black motorcycle, narrowly avoiding a collision with Tony Stark's parked sports car. Upon dismounting, she removed her helmet and swept her hair back, addressing Wayne with unfiltered candor. Wayne, you and Tony are insufferable. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you rather enjoy insufferable company, Tony Stark retorted, casting a deliberate glance at Wayne. Go to hell. The Black Widow flung her helmet, only for Bruce Wayne to deftly intercept it. Grasping the airborne helmet, he flashed a charming smile and inquired, Natasha, would you prefer to continue sparring with Tony here? Or shall we ascend to meet the captain? The Black Widow approached to reclaim her helmet, asserting, I certainly choose to meet the captain. He is the first of America's superheroes, a true legend. A moment later, the trio arrived at the laboratory. Peggy Carter lay immobile on a hospital bed, while Sharon Carter was scheduled to meet with Captain America afterwards. Thus, only the Black Widow was present from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering the Pym laboratory, the Black Widow beheld Captain America encased in a life pod, preparing to awaken. Initiate the unsealing, Bruce Wayne commanded. Dr. Pym gradually elevated the temperature within the life pod, meticulously monitoring Captain America's vital signs. It was a protracted endeavor, as Captain America's body temperature approached that of a normal individual. Bruce Wayne's heightened senses detected that he was on the verge of awakening. Administer the sedative, Bruce Wayne instructed. Sedative gas was injected into the life pod, ensuring that Captain America remained in a state of unconsciousness. His vital signs are stable, Dr. Banner remarked. Can we not allow the captain to emerge from the life pod now? The Black Widow inquired. Dr. Banner replied. The captain has been frozen for far too long. My recommendation is to keep him in the life pod for a while longer for further observation. We should ascertain that he poses no issues before permitting him to leave. The Black Widow, recognizing the scientific merit of his advice, acquiesced and continued to wait while relaying updates to Nick Fury. Hey, guys, what do you think? Tony Stark emerged, clad in a World War II-era suit, having applied a touch of makeup and affixed a small mustache to transform into his father, Howard Stark. After all, it would be fitting for Captain America to converse with a familiar face upon awakening. Howard Stark was indeed a suitable choice. As Captain America was transferred from the life pod to a specially constructed World War II infirmary, Tony Stark sat at the bedside, mimicking his father's demeanor while waiting. Before long, the eyelids of Captain America fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Oh my God. Steve, you've finally awoken, Tony Stark exclaimed, showing no signs of his excitement. Captain America turned his gaze towards Tony. Steve, you were injured, and when we found you, you were in a coma. Do you remember who I am? Howard. You are Howard Stark, Captain America replied, propping himself up with both hands on the bed, glancing around and asking, where am I? This is a hospital. Steve, the doctors said you hit your head, and I was worried you might suffer from amnesia, Tony Stark said, placing a pillow behind Captain America. Do you recall what happened before you fell unconscious? Captain America concentrated for a moment and said, I was on a mission, pursuing the Red Skull onto a plane. And then we began to seize the Tesseract. After that, the Red Skull vanished with the Tesseract. Subsequently, the plane went out of control, and I plummeted into the water. Steve, where did you find me? The Antarctic. You actually made it to the Antarctic, Tony Stark replied. Peggy, Captain America suddenly exclaimed, throwing off the covers and attempting to rise. I missed the dance. Peggy must be furious. Tell me where she is. I must find her. Steve, calm down. Peggy isn't angry with you. She is out on a mission, and for the time being. Before Tony Stark could finish, Captain America forcefully shoved him back onto the bed, removing his mustache. You bastard. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You're not Howard Stark at all. Tell me why you are impersonating him, and where is this place? Captain America demanded, gripping Tony Stark's neck. In the face of such immense strength, Tony Stark felt as though his neck might snap like a twig. Under these circumstances, he dared not provoke the volatile Captain America further, raising his hands in surrender. Tony, I'm Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark. Howard's son? Captain America frowned. Indeed, he was Howard's son. Just then, Bruce Wayne entered, followed by Black Widow and others. Captain America immediately pulled Tony Stark in front of him as a shield, shouting, Don't come any closer, or I will kill this imposter. Tony Stark managed a wry smile. Wayne, I'm truly sorry. It seems I've made a mess of things. Tony, this is not your fault. After all, he is Captain America, Bruce Wayne reassured, then raised his hand to address Captain America. You will not harm him. Suddenly, Captain America realized his fingers had unconsciously relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Tony Stark slipped away and hid behind Bruce Wayne. How did you manage that? Captain America asked in astonishment. Bruce Wayne replied, "It is magic, or you may refer to it as a supernatural ability. Interpret it as you wish." Captain America, alert, surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "What exactly is this place, and who are you?" Bruce Wayne responded, "This is a laboratory, and we are friends of Tony. Not long ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered you in Antarctica, where you had been encased in ice for decades. We brought you here to revive you. By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your girlfriend, Peggy." Peggy. At the mention of Peggy Carter, Captain America's demeanor visibly shifted to one of agitation, yet he scoffed. "I have been asleep for decades. How is that possible? I know you may find this hard to believe, which is why we had Tony Stark disguise himself as his father, attempting to ease you into accepting this world. However, it seems that plan has failed. Nevertheless, Dr. Pym, could you please demonstrate for the captain?" Dressed in the Ant-Man suit, Dr. Pym stepped forward and then, in an instant, vanished from in front of Captain America. "Is that also magic?" Captain America asked in surprise. Tony Stark interjected, "No, that is technology. Dr. Pym designed a suit utilizing Pym particle technology, allowing him to shrink to the size of an ant when donned. Captain, your vision is superior to that of an ordinary person. If you look closely, you should be able to see Dr. Pym." Captain America widened his eyes and indeed spotted Dr. Pym, now ant-sized, waving at him. "All right, I believe you. I have been asleep for decades." Captain America's sentence was abruptly interrupted as he suddenly unleashed superhuman strength, striking a punch towards Bruce Wayne. In the realm of magic, Captain America found himself merely on the receiving end of blows. When it came to physical combat, he was significantly outmatched by Bruce Wayne. With a sharp sound, Bruce Wayne raised his left hand and firmly grasped Captain America's fist, while simultaneously delivering a blow to Captain America's abdomen with his other hand. Captain America doubled over in pain, incredulous as he looked up at Bruce Wayne. "Aren't you a magician? How can your strength and speed be so formidable? Who says a magician cannot possess physical combat skills?" Bruce Wayne replied with a smile, continuing, "Captain, I now present you with two choices. Firstly, you shall accompany us. We will take you to meet Peggy Carter, in hopes that she may persuade you to believe in all of this. Secondly, I could give you a good thrashing and then escort you to Peggy Carter, hoping she can convince you of the truth." "Are you suggesting that Peggy is still alive?" Captain America furrowed his brow, contemplating the notion that if he had truly been in slumber for decades, Peggy Carter's survival would indeed be the most magnificent gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. "Indeed, she lives. However, I cannot assure you how much longer that will be." Bruce Wayne hinted to Captain America not to squander his time. With a tightening expression, Captain America inhaled deeply and replied, "I choose the first option." Noticing that Captain America's demeanor had stabilized, Tony Stark interjected, "Captain, we have prepared some nutritious meals for you. I suggest you partake of some sustenance and change into something more suitable before meeting Peggy." Captain America acquiesced to Tony Stark's advice, having not eaten for decades. He was undeniably weak and in dire need of nourishment. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own odor and required a shower. "Tony, could you procure for me a formal suit for the evening?" Captain America had not forgotten the promise he made to Peggy. Meanwhile, Black Widow coordinated with S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrange the meeting between Captain America and Peggy. After having consumed a modest meal, Captain America donned an elegant suit. Gazing into the mirror, he found that he still resembled the dashing young man he once was. "Hey, Wayne, after I meet Peggy, I would like to spar with you once more," Captain America declared, unwilling to concede. When it came to combat, he had never faced defeat, surely. His prior loss to Bruce Wayne was merely due to his lack of nourishment. "If you wish to challenge me, you must offer something in return," Bruce Wayne said with a smirk. Chapter 44, The Hatred of Being Killed in an effort to safeguard the privacy of Captain America and Peggy Carter, as well as to create an idyllic environment for their meeting. S.H.I.E.L.D. declined the request of Bruce Wayne and others to join them. After being assigned to a separate lounge, Dr. Pym seized an apple from the fruit platter and bit into it with fervor, exclaiming, "A conspiracy! This is undoubtedly Nick Fury's scheme. Wayne, it has suddenly dawned upon us that we have been ensnared by Nick Fury. He appeared to agree to collaborate with us. But in reality, he has been anticipating this moment all along. And Peggy? Peggy is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is undoubtedly aligned with them. Captain America is infatuated. Once Peggy mentions it, Captain America will undoubtedly follow S.H.I.E.L.D. wholeheartedly. And what about us? Damn it. We, the Avengers, have toiled for so long only to become mere pawns for S.H.I.E.L.D. Pym, perhaps you should take a moment to calm down, or your blood pressure will rise, cautioned the Wasp. Calm down? This is hardly the time for respite. Dane, We must devise a plan to infiltrate and thwart Nick Fury's machinations, Dr. Pym insisted, his agitation unabated. How are we to get in? S.H.I.D.L.D. has confiscated our suits. Without them, how can we proceed? The Wasp's remark left Dr. Pym momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Dr. Pym called out, Wayne, Tony, Banner. You two need to speak up. We cannot allow S.H.I.D.L.D. to exploit us like this. Dr. Pym, there is no need for such fervor. The situation may not be as dire as you think, Dr. Banner interjected. You do not comprehend S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics, they doctor. Pym's words were cut short by Bruce Wayne. Peggy has passed away. What? Everyone stared at Bruce Wayne in astonishment. The legendary female agent has exited the stage just like that? One truth that Nick Fury did not fabricate was that Peggy's condition was indeed grave. Her survival until now was a medical miracle. Following her meeting with Captain America, she had resolved her final concern. Dying in the embrace of her beloved, she departed peacefully. Contentedly, she had not mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D. to the captain but asked him to look after her niece, Sharon Carter. Bruce Wayne had been vigilantly monitoring the meeting between Captain America and Peggy with heightened senses. Is that how Peggy has left us? Dr. Pym sank onto the sofa, overwhelmed. Despite his significant grievances with S.H.I.E.L.D., he shared a close camaraderie with Peggy, and her passing left him despondent. Pym, do not be disheartened. For Peggy, this is a blessing, Dane consoled him. Indeed, Dr. Pym nodded in agreement. Creaking open, the door revealed Black Widow, who entered with a somber expression and announced. Bad news, Agent Peggy has just departed. What is the captain's reaction? Tony Stark inquired hastily, concerned that the death of Peggy Carter might deeply affect Captain America, potentially leading to an emotional breakdown. However, it appeared that the captain was still managing to maintain his composure, as Black Widow noted. Captain America had lost many comrades during his missions in World War II, rendering him somewhat desensitized to death and able to accept it with equanimity. Natasha, can we go pay our respects to Peggy? Dr. Pym asked. Black Widow contemplated for a moment before replying. I need to consult Director Nick, even if he agrees. We may have to wait a bit. All right, I can wait, Dr. Pym responded. Half an hour later, Bruce Wayne and the others finally had the chance to see the deceased Peggy Carter, who appeared as a gentle elderly woman. Captain America stood there, expressionless, unresponsive to anyone who spoke to him. The passing of Peggy Carter meant he had lost the last remaining connection to his family in this world. Given the circumstances surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce Wayne and the others could not intrude further. They exchanged greetings with Captain America before taking their leave. That evening, everyone gathered at the Bat Bar, torn between concern over Captain America potentially being taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. and mourning Peggy's death. Wayne, Black Widow said, as she unexpectedly brought Captain America into the Bat Bar. The captain wishes to see you. Bruce Wayne glanced at the stoic Captain America and poured a drink, handing it over. Captain America accepted the drink and downed it. Belching slightly as color returned to his face. Wayne, I want to fight you. Fighting was secondary. It was merely a means for Captain America to vent his frustrations. Bruce Wayne replied, Steve, remember, you must offer something if you wish to spar with me. Captain America nodded in agreement. What do you want from me? Bruce Wayne responded. If you lose, you must join the Avengers. Dr. Pym's eyes brightened with delight, realizing Bruce Wayne had ingeniously set this up in advance. Black Widow, however, expressed her discontent, saying, Wayne, you're taking advantage of the situation. I'm not forcing the captain, Bruce Wayne countered. Do you think I will lose? Captain America turned to Black Widow. Black Widow, I just wanted to remind you that you have been knocked down by Wayne before. Bruce Wayne smiled and added, Natasha, if you're worried, I can refrain from using magic and only employ physical attacks in my duel with the captain. Black Widow pondered. Why does this feel like a trap? What is the Avengers? Captain America inquired. Dr. Pym quickly explained. In simple terms, it is a public organization of superheroes who unite to tackle formidable challenges. Currently, our members consist of just as few. All right, I accept your challenge, Captain America declared. Captain America considers the Avengers to be quite commendable. If a confrontation is inevitable, it would hardly be appropriate to engage in the arena of the Bat Bar, would it? Even with the magical enhancements of the Bat Bar, there exists a possibility that Captain America, in his fervor, might inadvertently wreak havoc. Thus, Bruce Wayne drew Captain America into the mirror dimension. Is this also magic? Captain America, entering the mirror dimension for the first time, curiously surveyed his surroundings. Bruce Wayne nodded in affirmation. Yes, this is the mirror dimension, an entirely antithetical realm to our own. Here, you need not worry about causing destruction, for it can be restored according to the wizard's will. As he spoke, Bruce Wayne demonstrated the alteration of the mirror dimension structure. Are you certain you wish to engage me solely with physical attacks? Captain America inquired. I am quite certain. Bruce Wayne replied. Very well. Before Captain America could finish his sentence, his fist suddenly lunged toward Bruce Wayne. The blow landed squarely on Bruce Wayne's face. Yet Captain America felt as though he had struck impenetrable armor. Captain, have you forgotten to eat? Bruce Wayne teased, retaliating with a punch that sent Captain America sprawling. If your prowess is merely that, I would advise you to concede. All right, then I shall unleash my full strength. Rising from the ground, Captain America declared. He had only been concerned about injuring Bruce Wayne, but after witnessing Bruce Wayne's formidable defenses, he resolved to embrace a genuine battle. Do you jest? Do you think the Hulk's skin is mere play? Otherwise, Bruce Wayne wouldn't be standing there inviting you to strike. At the Bat Bar, Black Widow had reported the situation to Nick Fury. He had not anticipated Bruce Wayne would extend such an invitation to Captain America to join the Avengers. All he could do was leave Black Widow to await the outcome. Unable to enter the mirror dimension, Black Widow felt a surge of anxiety. The other Avengers shared her unease. Hey, who do you think will win, Wayne or the Captain? It must be Wayne. Don't forget how he made Abomination kneel and beg for mercy with his bare hands. But that is Captain America. He has never known defeat. If only we could see it with our own eyes. They have emerged. Everyone had presumed that the battle between Bruce Wayne and Captain America would endure for quite some time. Surely, it would last until dawn? Who would have thought that within less than 10 minutes, both would reappear? However, Captain America appeared somewhat strained. This man, reputed for his endurance, could not last even 10 minutes against Bruce Wayne? Who emerged victorious? Black Widow inquired anxiously. Is that even a question? Although it was evident to all that Bruce Wayne was the victor, they still yearned to hear it affirmed by both combatants themselves. Wayne, it was my lack of a shield that allowed you to seize an advantage. Had I been armed with my shield, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. With you as the vanquished, Captain America, despite his formidable prowess, generously acknowledged Bruce Wayne as the victor. Captain, does this mean you are now a member of our Avengers? Dr. Pym inquired with eager anticipation. Indeed, Captain America affirmed with a nod. Fantastic. Gentlemen, I believe a toast is in order to celebrate the captain's induction. Doctor, Pym exclaimed with exuberance. Meanwhile, Black Widow quietly stepped aside to report to Nick Fury that Captain America had been claimed by the Avengers. After enduring a thorough thrashing at the hands of Bruce Wayne, Captain America truly felt revived. That night, he drank at the Bat Bar until dawn, subsequently escorted away by A.S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. The following days were consumed with the arrangements for Peggy Carter's funeral. As the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy's standing was unassailable, necessitating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement in the proceedings. Captain America reappeared at the Bat Bar a week after the funeral, this time accompanied not by Black Widow, but by a remarkably young woman. Their stance together suggested a romantic connection. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Peggy's niece, Sarah. I had promised Peggy I would look after her. Yet it seems she has taken on the role of caring for my daily needs, Captain America said, somewhat bashfully during the introduction. Having been disconnected from this world for decades, he found it challenging to adapt, even after accepting the present reality. Sarah's presence by Captain America's side would assist him in acclimatizing to contemporary life. However, it was evident to all present that there was a deeper implication. Sarah was a spy assigned to Captain America by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, undeterred, sought to leverage Peggy's niece to his advantage. Out of respect for Captain America, everyone chose to accept Sarah's presence. Tony, I have an insider tip for you. Hammer Industries has developed the arc reactor and manufactured a new generation of robots. A related press conference is likely imminent, Sarah proactively shared with Tony Stark. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive network, Tony Stark naturally associated this information with Anton Vanko. Tony, it seems allowing that individual to escape was a grave mistake, Bruce Wayne remarked. Shaking his head, Tony Stark, his expression grave, replied, I am not particularly concerned about others replicating the arc reactor. My fear lies in their application of the reactor and the meshed in warfare. Dr. Pym raised his hand and said, Tony, the Wasp and I can assist you in investigating this matter. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. Captain America, however, appeared perplexed and asked, could someone please explain to me what the arc reactor is? The Hammer Group, is it benevolent or malevolent? To discuss the arc reactor, one must begin with Tony's abduction. Natasha, Dr. Banner abruptly stood up mid-sentence. The Black Widow stormed in, disregarding whose drink was on the table, and downed a bottle of beer in one swift motion. There has been an incident, she declared with a grim expression, her eyes radiating a lethal intent. After a moment, she added, Abomination is dead. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Except for Captain America and Sharon, everyone understood the nature of Abomination. That individual was akin to a second Hulk, a force formidable enough that even the standard Hulk could not best him. Who could have killed Abomination? Captain America raised his hand, inquiring. May I ask who exactly Abomination is? Captain, I will clarify that for you shortly, the Black Widow responded, her gaze shifting to Dr. Banner. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., but considering the individual responsible for Abomination's demise may have the Hulk as their true target. I sought approval from Director Nick Fury before confiding in you. Without waiting for Captain America to raise his hand again, Bruce Wayne interjected. The Hulk is another form of Dr. Banner, an existence nearly invincible. Captain America nodded thoughtfully and turned to the Black Widow, asking, who killed Abomination? The Black Widow replied, it remains uncertain, but we have uncovered some footage from a car's dashcam capturing the incident. With that, she produced her phone and began to play the recorded scenes from the event. Chapter 45. Iron Man agrees to the operation in the video. Abomination is being forcefully pressed against the ground by a colossal red giant. From the footage, it is evident that Abomination has become exceedingly weakened, bearing numerous wounds that have yet to heal. Subsequently, the red giant places his right foot on Abomination's back while gripping his neck tightly and pulling upward. A sharp crack resonates, and although the video is devoid of sound, it seems as if everyone can hear the sickening snap of his neck as the giant forcefully decapitates him. Such a brutal execution of Abomination is truly unexpected, even causing the seasoned Captain America to furrow his brow. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom, exclaimed Peggy Carter, rising abruptly and rushing off to the facilities, where she promptly succumbed to her nausea. It appears that the red giant, perhaps to prevent Abomination's resurrection or to collect trophies, took the severed head with him upon his departure. What manner of creature is this red giant? Captain America queried with astonishment as the others turned their gazes toward Dr. Banner, prompting him to further inquire, Banner, do you recognize this red monstrosity? Dr. Banner hesitated momentarily before responding, aside from myself, the only other individual who knows how to create a Hulk is General Ross. Abomination was indeed fashioned from my blood samples by General Ross. Although I infiltrated the military lab and destroyed all the samples, I cannot guarantee that General Ross does not possess some. Are you suggesting that the red giant who vanquished Abomination is another Hulk created by General Ross? Black Widow asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Dr. Banner shook his head slightly, saying, no, this red Hulk is likely General Ross himself. The audacious speculation sent a ripple of shock through all present. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and upon permission, Erica entered, addressing Bruce Wayne. The elderly man who visited our bar earlier has returned. He claims his name is Ross and insists on meeting Dr. Banner. What a coincidence. Just as we were discussing General Ross, he appears at the Bat Bar, Erica continued, her gaze shifting to Tony as she added, the peculiar individual who challenged you to a duel with a whip has also arrived, seemingly awaiting your presence. Anton Vanko, Tony exclaimed in surprise. Erica replied, if memory serves correctly, that should be his name, but this time he appears different, more self-assured. I'll go check it out, Tony Stark declared as he stood to leave. I'll join you, Dr. Banner said, following suit. The others exchanged glances before trailing behind them. In the hall, General Ross and Anton Vanko sat at the bar, flanking either side. The two were unfamiliar with one another and had not exchanged any words. Upon seeing the sudden influx of people, both men assumed they had come to instigate a brawl, yet they regarded the situation with disdain. General Ross was clad in camouflage attire, yet he bore an appearance that was far from that of a commanding officer. Rather, he resembled a vagabond. In stark contrast stood Anton Vanko. The last time Anton Vanko graced this place, he seemed gaunt and famished. But now, after only a brief interval, he had noticeably gained weight, adorned in a bespoke suit that radiated an air of confidence. Hello, Banner. Hello, Tony, both General Ross and Anton Vanko uttered simultaneously, exchanging a glance before disregarding each other. Dr. Banner and Tony Stark approached, one on each side, while the others settled at a nearby table to observe. Anton, Tony Stark greeted before diving straight into the matter at hand. I hear that Hammer Industries has developed the arc reactor and crafted a new generation of robots. Haha. Anton Vanko erupted in laughter. Tony, your information is quite astute. You were correct. I assisted Hammer Industries with both the arc reactor and the robots. The condition is that they provide me with the finest resources in the world. Anton, what you are doing is gravely misguided. The robots created by Hammer Industries will usher in a calamity for humanity. Is that so? And what about you, the illustrious Mr. Tony Stark? When others possess arc reactors and robots, it's a disaster, yet you are deemed a superhero. What justifies this? I must admit, the Stark family is rather self-serving. Tony Stark Anton Vanko continued, last time, I was defeated by you due to inferior equipment. This time is different. I come equipped with gear that matches your caliber. Let us duel once more and see who the true champion is. A brief pause ensued before Bruce Wayne interjected, hey, let us take this to that peculiar dimension from last time. I wish to avoid any destruction here. Bruce Wayne glanced at Tony Stark, who nodded in agreement and addressed Anton Vanko, bring your gear and follow me. The two mechanized combatants were transported by Bruce Wayne into the mirrored dimension. where their confrontation unfolded. Meanwhile, the attention of the onlookers shifted to Dr. Banner and General Ross. Dr. Banner, typically somewhat intimidated by his father-in-law, summoned his courage this time and declared, "The abomination is dead." "I know. I was the one who killed that creature," General Ross replied, taking a sip of his drink and then grinning. "What's the matter?" Feeling quite astonished, Dr. Banner's eyes widened in disbelief. "You transformed into the Hulk." With a loud bang, the cup struck the table, spilling its contents. "Yes, indeed. I became the Hulk, a monster. Banner, this is all because of you. And everything I have done was to eradicate you." General Ross, agitated, exclaimed while placing all the blame on Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner shook his head and replied, "No, Ross. I no longer recognize you. Just look at yourself. Betty would be deeply saddened if she knew." "Damn it, don't mention Betty to me," General Ross retorted, grasping Dr. Banner's collar and pulling him close. After exhaling, he continued, "I apologize for my earlier outburst. However, Banner, you must understand why I am here. I have killed the abomination, which means I can also kill you. After all these years, I have finally discovered a way to end your life. Can you fathom my excitement? Banner, I am not willing to waste even a minute or a second. I intend to kill you now. So, will you come out with me willingly? Or shall I do it here?" Dr. Banner furrowed his brow, gazing at General Ross as if he were a monster. After a moment, he sighed, "Very well, I understand." Turning to Bruce Wayne, he added, "I am uncertain what will transpire between the Red Hulk and myself. Please arrange for us to be transported to the mirror dimension." Bruce Wayne mused to himself, "Today is quite eventful. Even the mirror dimension requires a cue. All right, but why not have a drink here while you wait? Once Tony and Vanko emerge, I will send you in. What do you think?" Dr. Banner glanced back at General Ross. "Fine, then I shall continue to enjoy my drink." General Ross abruptly pushed Dr. Banner away. In the mirror dimension, the situation grew increasingly dire for Iron Man, Tony Stark. This was due to Whiplash's armor, specifically designed to counter Tony Stark's capabilities, effectively neutralizing the Iron Man suit in this confrontation. Unfortunately, being in the mirror dimension severed Tony Stark's connection to the outside world, preventing him from summoning additional suits for assistance. After enduring a brutal beating, Tony Stark's armor was left in a state of disrepair. Anton Vanko reached out and extracted the arc reactor from Tony Stark's chest, discarding it on the ground with a disdainful scoff. "Tony, do you now comprehend who the true power resides with?" The loss of the arc reactor immediately altered Tony Stark's demeanor, leaving him visibly distressed. Although the palladium poisoning had been resolved, the iron shrapnel within him remained a lethal threat without the arc reactor to sustain him. "Tony, witnessing your sorrow pains me as well. Let me assist you on your final journey." Whiplash sneered, wrapping his whip around Tony Stark's neck and pulling it taut. "Enough." A thunderous voice echoed, resembling a clap of thunder. Almost simultaneously, Whiplash was propelled backward as if by an unseen force. Upon landing, he attempted to rise and retaliate, only to discover that his body was unresponsive, ensnared by an invisible power. Cough, cough. Tony Stark coughed vigorously, complaining, "Wayne, you should have arrived sooner." Bruce Wayne, utilizing his telekinetic abilities, placed the arc reactor into Tony Stark's body and shot him a glance, remarking, "You ought to be thankful I kept you alive." "Phew. Thanks," Tony Stark gasped, collapsing to the ground. Bruce Wayne then turned to Anton Vanko and said, "Let us call it a day. Last time, Tony spared you. Consider this even. What if I refuse?" Anton Vanko's eyes burned with murderous intent. Thud. As Anton Vanko's words fell, he felt an overwhelming force constricting him, causing him to kneel weakly. "Then I shall have no choice but to invite you to meet your maker," Bruce Wayne stated. "All right, I'll let it slide this time. But next time, do not interfere with my intention to eliminate Tony, or you shall find yourself on my list of targets." Anton Vanko shouted, "Tony, are you all right? Who won? Those injuries on your face. Surely you didn't lose, did you?" Dr. Pym and others quickly gathered around. Tony Stark managed a bitter smile. "Could I have a drink first?" As Tony Stark and Anton Vanko exited, General Ross urged Bruce Wayne to transport him and Dr. Banner into the mirror dimension. After Anton Vanko left the Bat Bar, Tony Stark sighed, "Indeed, I lost." "Tony, don't be disheartened. Just win next time," Captain America consoled. Tony Stark hesitated and then told Bruce Wayne, "I believe you are right. Please proceed with the surgery." "Have you made your decision?" Bruce Wayne inquired. Tony Stark nodded firmly. This experience finally made Tony Stark realize that he could not overly rely on the arc reactor. "You should return to rest and utilize your resources to find the best surgeon. I will come to see you tomorrow," Bruce Wayne instructed. "All right," Bruce Wayne replied before rising to leave. Within the mirror dimension, Dr. Banner had transformed into the Hulk, battling General Ross, who had become Red Hulk. The intensity of their clash surpassed that of the previous encounter between Iron Man and Whiplash. If this battle were taking place outside the mirror dimension, it was likely that the entire Hell's Kitchen would be reduced to ruins by their ferocity. Once the Hulk and Red Hulk resolved their conflict, the fate of the city would remain uncertain. Red Hulk indeed possessed formidable strength, which was why he had triumphed over Abomination. Unfortunately, General Ross underestimated the Hulk's potential. The savage nature of the Hulk is that the angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows. To date, no one knows the upper limit of the Hulk's power. Initially, Red Hulk was able to overpower the Hulk just as he had done with Abomination. Before long, a stark contrast emerged. The Red Hulk found himself swiftly pursued and overwhelmed by the Green Giant, utterly defenseless. The battle between the Green Giant and Red Hulk extended over a considerable duration, ultimately culminating in victory for the Green Giant. Dr. Banner had long sought to retain his consciousness while in the form of the Green Giant, and this time, it seemed he had achieved a modicum of success. Just as the Green Giant endeavored to vanquish the Red Hulk, Banner's will began to prevail, leading to the eventual expulsion of the Red Hulk. Once the skirmish concluded, Bruce Wayne invited Black Widow to soothe the Green Giant, facilitating his return to Dr. Banner's form. What of General Ross? Dr. Banner inquired immediately upon his restoration. Rest assured, he is alive, albeit with severe injuries, Bruce Wayne reassured him after conducting an examination. Following his unconsciousness, the Red Hulk had automatically reverted to General Ross's form. Banner, I cannot allow the Red Hulk to roam free, Black Widow asserted. Dr. Banner promptly questioned. Are you suggesting we incarcerate General Ross in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. prison? Black Widow nodded before adding. Perhaps I might persuade General Ross to assume the role of Abomination. With no better alternatives at hand, Dr. Banner consented. After all, General Ross was unlikely to join the Avengers, given Banner's presence. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. had fortuitously gained an advantage. The Bat-Bar had yet to cease operations when a call from Tony Stark came through. He inquired about the outcome of the confrontation between the Green Giant and Red Hulk, expressing relief upon learning of the Green Giant's victory. At last, the Avengers had avoided consecutive defeats. The second purpose of Tony Stark's call was to inform Bruce Wayne that he had located a suitable surgeon, Dr. Stephen. Chapter 46, Stephen's pursuit of magic. At the break of dawn the following day, Tony Stark personally arrived in his sports car to escort Bruce Wayne to the hospital, where they would meet Dr. Stephen. Dr. Stephen is an exceptionally gifted surgeon, renowned for performing intricate surgeries that elude the capabilities of other medical experts, thereby earning a legendary status in the medical field. Dr. Stephen had long been intrigued by the prospect of operating on Tony Stark, even having reached out to Pepper Potts in the past. Unfortunately, Tony's steadfast reluctance towards surgery had thwarted any opportunity for collaboration. However, when Tony finally contacted Dr. Stephen yesterday to express his desire for him to perform the operation, Dr. Stephen was so exhilarated that he spent a sleepless night in anticipation. Having already reviewed Tony Stark's medical history, he meticulously examined it once more the previous evening. To ensure the utmost precision in the surgery, Dr. Stephen even invited his friend, Christine, to assist him. Upon their meeting, Dr. Stephen expressed his discontent. What? You wish for someone devoid of any medical knowledge to partake in this surgery? Absolutely not. His remarkable achievements in the medical realm had fostered a certain arrogance, prompting him to confront Tony Stark directly. Tony, unfazed by Dr. Stephen's temperament, candidly replied, I only trust Wayne. If you refuse to allow him to participate in this operation, regrettably, I shall have to seek another surgeon. Replace me? Dr. Stephen furrowed his brow. Mr. Stark, I respect your decision, but I must clarify, within this nation, and indeed across the globe, I doubt anyone else could successfully perform this surgery apart from myself. May I have a word with Dr. Stephen? Bruce Wayne interjected, seeking to mediate the escalating dispute. He addressed Dr. Stephen. Doctor, I believe you may misinterpret my intentions. I do not seek to overshadow your expertise. I merely wish to ensure the success of this operation. You? On what grounds? Doctor. Stephen unabashedly voiced his skepticism towards Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne countered, Doctor, I trust you must be an atheist, correct? Dr. Stephen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I only believe in science. Then how do you explain this? Bruce Wayne inquired as he demonstrated his telekinetic abilities, levitating a pen from Dr. Stephen's desk. This display startled Dr. Stephen. Christine, seated beside him, inquired with confusion, was that magic? No, it is a form of extraordinary ability, but what you witness now is magic. Bruce Wayne replied as he performed a teleportation spell, casting the pen into the air, only for it to reappear behind him and soar towards Dr. Stephen. With remarkable reflexes, Dr. Stephen swiftly caught the flying pen, his brow furrowed as he remarked, Magic? Bruce Wayne nodded in agreement, stating, Perhaps there is no such thing as a true deity in this world, yet magic and extraordinary abilities undeniably exist. During the procedure, I can assure you that those iron fragments will not penetrate Tony's heart, facilitating a successful operation. Of course, I could directly extract the iron shards from Tony's body. I sought you out solely because I trust in your surgical expertise to ensure absolute safety. At this moment, Tony Stark interjected, Stephen, do you now grasp why I insisted on Wayne's participation in the surgery? Should you remain steadfast in your opinions? I fear I may have no choice but to seek another physician. Dr. Stephen's brow furrowed, as the magic and abilities displayed by Bruce Wayne profoundly challenged his firm belief in science. Dr. Stephen, we do not have the luxury of time to squander. So I urge you to make a prompt decision, Bruce Wayne reminded him. Dr. Stephen's gaze flickered between Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne before he inhaled deeply, conceding, I must admit, with the assistance of magic or extraordinary abilities, the surgery would indeed progress more smoothly. However, I have one condition. May I proceed with the operation without interference, as long as I can control the surgical process? Certainly. As I mentioned earlier, my role is merely to ensure the operation's absolute success. If you can carry out the procedure effectively, I shall not intervene, Bruce Wayne replied with a nod. I have no objections, Tony Stark concurred with this condition. Very well, let us prepare. First, we will conduct some preoperative examinations on Mr. Stark. And if all is in order, we shall commence the surgery. Dr. Stephen appeared anxious, as if he feared losing this rare opportunity. After all, it was Tony Stark. If Dr. Stephen could successfully execute this surgery, his reputation in the field would soar. In the interim of the examinations, Bruce Wayne remarked, I have not seen Pepper Potts. Tony Stark offered a wry smile. I did not inform her. Are you afraid? Bruce Wayne inquired. Tony Stark did not deny it. The fear of notifying Pepper stemmed from the possibility of surgical failure. Tony, you are laying a trap for yourself. Consider how you will explain the situation to Pepper post-surgery. Bruce Wayne cautioned. At noon, Dr. Stephen recapitulated the details of the operation, and the surgery did not commence until 3 in the afternoon. The entire procedure lasted nearly 6 hours. It must be said that Dr. Stephen is an exceptional surgical talent. Throughout the operation, Bruce Wayne was responsible solely for monitoring and offered 2 reminders. Beyond that, the surgery was entirely executed by Dr. Stephen himself. Successfully completing Tony Stark's surgery was a monumental achievement for Dr. Stephen, prompting him to decide to invite Christine to share in a celebratory dinner. Stephen, congratulations. You have once again proven yourself to be a genius. As they journeyed along the road, Christine could not help but extol the virtues of Dr. Stephen, feeling an immense pride in him. Though they claimed to be merely friends, a deeper affection lingered between them. This evening, Dr. Stephen resolved to shatter the veil of pretense. As he drove, he reached into his pocket to retrieve the ring he had meticulously prepared. Christine, I have a gift for you. Suddenly, Christine's voice rang out. Be careful, Stephen. A blinding beam of light pierced through the cabin, rendering Stephen momentarily blinded. With a thunderous crash, his vehicle was struck by a careening truck. Christine. Oh, no. Stephen's anguished cries pierced the air. A shard of metal had pierced Christine's heart. And despite Stephen's desperate attempts to staunch the flow of blood with his hands, he was powerless to halt the inevitable. As the world's foremost surgeon, Stephen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, forced to watch the love of his life slip away before him. No. Christine, I am so sorry. He was consumed by guilt, believing that if he had not invited Christine to dinner, if he had focused solely on driving rather than preparing to confess his feelings, this tragedy could have been averted. Meanwhile, at the Bat Bar, just before closing, a bloody Dr. Stephen staggered in, agitated and desperate. Wayne. Mr. Bruce Wayne. Where are you? Come out, quickly. Bruce Wayne, perplexed, descended from the upper floor and inquired, Stephen, what has happened to you? Wayne, I beg you, save Christine. You are her only hope. Stephen implored, desperation evident in his voice. I would do anything to save her. In a moment of humility, the proud Dr. Stephen knelt before him. Please, Stephen, do not do this. First, tell me what has happened to Dr. Christine and where she is. Bruce Wayne lifted Stephen to his feet and had Erica pour a glass of whiskey. As the fiery liquid coursed through him, Stephen's emotions began to stabilize. Christine and I were in an accident. She is currently in the hospital fighting for her life. I implore you, come to the hospital with me. I believe only you can save her. Though Bruce Wayne sensed that Stephen's words were laced with deception, he chose to accompany him. In truth, by the time the ambulance arrived at the scene of the accident, Christine had already succumbed. Stephen simply refused to accept this grim reality. Upon arriving at the hospital, Bruce Wayne was confronted with Christine's lifeless body in the morgue. After a thorough examination, he regretfully stated, Stephen, I am deeply sorry, but Christine has passed away. I cannot bring her back. No. Wayne, are you not a magician? You must have a way, Wayne. Tell me, you must have a way to save Christine. Right? Stephen cried out, his demeanor resembling that of a man on the brink of madness. I'm afraid I cannot save her, Bruce Wayne replied, shaking his head. Wayne, I implore you, at the very least tell me if there is a way to bring Christine back to life. Stephen once again fell to his knees in supplication. Bruce Wayne hesitated before speaking. I once read an introduction about the Eye of Agamotto. It is said that it possesses the magic to reverse time. Unfortunately, only the Sorcerer Supreme can wield and possess the Eye of Agamotto. Sorcerer Supreme. Stephen muttered repeatedly, his eyes suddenly alight as he exclaimed, Wayne, teach me magic. I wish to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Bruce Wayne. Please, Wayne, I beg you, teach me magic. I want to become the Sorcerer Supreme. I want to save Christine. Stephen cried out with fervor. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow, yet he fully comprehended Stephen's current state. If he were to lose his most beloved woman, he too would undoubtedly resort to any means to resurrect her. Stephen, you are too fatigued. Return and rest for now. If by dawn you have not changed your mind, come find me, and I shall tell you how to become a magician. As for whether you can attain the title of Sorcerer Supreme, that depends on you. Bruce Wayne resolved to assist Stephen. Very well, I shall rest for a while. Stephen nodded repeatedly. Eventually, with the help of other doctors, Stephen was administered a sedative, and only then did he succumb to slumber. Otherwise, he would have remained by Christine's side. Wayne. As dawn broke, Bruce Wayne heard Stephen's voice calling from downstairs. Stephen, Bruce Wayne greeted as he opened the window. Wayne, I've brought you breakfast. May I come in to discuss it? Stephen said, shaking the takeout in his hand and forcing a smile, as if he had set aside all his troubles. Stephen, it seems you have not changed your mind, Bruce Wayne remarked as he opened the door. Wayne, let us have breakfast first, and we can talk afterward. Stephen endeavored to present himself as if he were just like any other person. Bruce Wayne sat down to share breakfast with Stephen. Stephen ate heartily, yet Bruce Wayne could discern that each bite was a forced endeavor. Only by coercing himself to consume could Stephen hope to become a Sorcerer Supreme, thus gaining the power to save Christine. After their meal, Bruce Wayne sighed and said, Stephen, I am uncertain if this is right or wrong, but I have decided to uphold my promise. I will take you to Kamartosh, the sanctuary of sorcerers. What transpires next shall depend solely on you. Yes, I understand. Wayne, thank you. You are truly a good person, Stephen expressed gratefully. Bruce Wayne cast a teleportation spell, bringing Stephen to Kamartosh, where they encountered Baron Mordo, who seemed to have been waiting for them. So, this is Stephen? Baron Mordo's gaze shifted back and forth across Stephen. Bruce Wayne affirmed, Indeed. Stephen, astonished, exclaimed, You knew I was coming? Instead of responding to Stephen, Baron Mordo addressed Bruce Wayne, saying, You may enter. The Ancient One wishes to speak with you. Very well. Bruce Wayne bid farewell to Stephen and proceeded alone into the sanctum of the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One was still clad in the garments from their last meeting, as if she had never departed from this abode, and had already prepared tea for Bruce Wayne. Please, the Ancient One gestured toward the tea across the table. Without uttering a word, Bruce Wayne walked over, seated himself before the Ancient One, and sipped the tea. After refilling his cup, the Ancient One sighed softly. Wayne, I appreciate your bringing Stephen here. Have I done something wrong? Bruce Wayne inquired, sensing that the Ancient One harbored some reproach towards him. Shaking her head, the Ancient One replied, There is no right or wrong. Your arrival has begun to alter the existing timeline. For instance, the reason for Stephen's presence in Kamartosh has changed, which may prove detrimental to the future. Furrowing his brow, Bruce Wayne remarked, Are you suggesting that Dr. Christine need not have perished? Chapter 47. Spider-Man and Venom. The Ancient One did not respond to Bruce Wayne's inquiry. His sole concern was that the next Sorcerer Supreme might succumb to darkness. Dr. Strange remained in Kamartosh to study the arcane arts, while Bruce Wayne returned to the Batbar. Following his surgery, Tony Stark's recovery was remarkably swift. In fact, he had already begun conceptualizing designs for new armor as soon as he awakened from his bed of illness. A week later, Hammer Industries officially convened a press conference to unveil their groundbreaking Arc robot. Black Widow managed to secure several tickets, ensuring that every member of the Avengers could attend the event. Justin Hammer stood on stage, radiating confidence as he introduced the Arc robot. With military representatives seated in the front row, Hammer Industries was poised to finalize a contract with the military for robot supply. A lucrative deal that could potentially see Justin Hammer usurp Stark Industries as the military's primary supplier. Oh, would you guess what I see? It's Tony, Mr. Tony Stark. Justin Hammer exclaimed, suddenly pointing at Tony Stark in the audience, feigning surprise with a broad smile. Tony, it is an honor to have you at the Hammer Industries press conference. You must acknowledge that the Arc robots we have developed surpass your armor and performance, correct? The spotlight fell upon Tony Stark, instantly making him the center of attention. Rising to his feet and adjusting his tailored suit, Tony Stark replied earnestly, Justin, I concede that your robots exhibit impressive capabilities. However, these machines will not benefit humanity. They will only usher in war and devastation. Therefore, I implore everyone to reject this invention and halt the production of war machines. Justin Hammer erupted in laughter. Tony, you truly are humorous. Shall I remind you that Stark Industries is the largest weapons supplier to the military, and your family accrued its vast wealth through war profits? Yet you stand here advocating for me to cease the production of Arc robots. Do you not find that utterly laughable? Justin, I am not jesting, Tony retorted. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I wish to formally announce two significant developments at this press conference. First, Stark Industries is hereby acquiring Hammer Industries. Second, Stark Industries will cease its arms operations, including the Ark robots. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone was taken aback by Tony Stark's declaration. Only Bruce Wayne perceived the seriousness of Stark's intentions. This was the power of wealth. Once, Bruce Wayne had engaged in similar tactics. When a hotel forbade swimming in the central fountain, he simply purchased the hotel. To reclaim Superman's modest abode, Bruce had even acquired the bank itself. Impressive, was it not? Commanding, indeed. Haha. Justin Hammer burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Acquiring my Hammer Industries? What a joke. What do you possess to procure Hammer Industries?" With a smile, Tony Stark replied, "It's quite simple. In addition to amassing shares in the stock market, I have purchased all the shares from your company's stakeholders, save for you, at a price 30% above market value. If you doubt my word, feel free to make a call." Justin Hammer, in disbelief, hurriedly retrieved his phone to contact his most trusted shareholder, only to confirm Tony Stark's claims. Unbeknownst to him, Hammer Industries had been rebranded under Stark's name. The once mighty Justin Hammer now found himself working for Tony Stark. "You bastard. Tony, I will kill you." Justin Hammer screamed in a fit of rage. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as one of the Iron Legion robots opened fire, but instead of targeting Tony Stark, it aimed at the military representatives seated in the front row. The shocking scene caused Justin Hammer to collapse in fear, stammering, "It wasn't me. I didn't give the order." After a brief pause, he shouted at the rogue robot, "Stop. Cease fire immediately." The out-of-control robot did not comply. Having successfully shot a military representative, it continued its indiscriminate assault on others. At that moment, another robot turned its weapon toward Justin Hammer. Realization dawned on him as he yelled, "Vanko, you bastard. This is all you're doing." A sudden explosion echoed as Tony Stark launched a small Hellfire missile, incapacitating the rampaging robot. Immediately after, clad in his armor, Tony Stark soared onto the stage, using his repulsor blast to send the robot that attempted to assassinate Justin Hammer flying away. "Where is Anton Vanko?" Tony Stark inquired. "He is." Justin Hammer began to respond, but Anton Vanko's voice interrupted, "I am right here." Vanko, donned in his whiplash armor, appeared in the sky, accompanied by hundreds of Iron Legion robots. "Eliminate everyone here," Anton Vanko commanded. "Avengers, assemble," Dr. Pym shouted, instantly shrinking into the Ant-Man suit. With a swift motion, Captain America hurled his shield, cleaving through an Iron Legion robot with precision, one of his signature moves. Meanwhile, Black Widow slapped Dr. Banner, who, dazed, shook his head before transforming into the Hulk and charging at the Iron Legion robots, delivering a devastating punch that crushed one robot's head. Bruce Wayne, not remaining idle, utilized his teleportation skills and the power of the Space Gem to redirect the firepower of the Iron Legion robots. During this period, Bruce Wayne's mastery of the Space Gem has significantly advanced. Beyond its capability to teleport objects, the Space Gem also serves as a formidable weapon. When an Arkham robot attempted to assault Bruce Wayne, he utilized the gem's power to transport the robot's upper half 100 meters away, leaving its lower half behind. In an instant, the Arkham robot was rendered inoperative by the gem's assault. "Wayne, send all the Arkham robots into the mirror dimension," Tony Stark shouted. Bruce Wayne began to cast the robots into the mirror dimension one by one, thwarting their destruction. Simultaneously, he also sent the Avengers and Whiplash into the dimension. If it had been solely Iron Man Tony, this battle would have undoubtedly resulted in catastrophe, with countless innocent lives at risk. However, with the Avengers present, the hundreds of Arkham robots proved utterly inadequate and were swiftly eliminated. Tony Stark and Whiplash engaged in a third confrontation, during which Tony upgraded his armor's performance. Ultimately, Whiplash was incapacitated by a blast from the cluster beam cannon embedded in Tony Stark's chest. Thus, the crisis posed by the Arkham robots was successfully resolved. At the Bat Bar, 2 weeks had passed since the Arkham robot crisis. The Avengers gathered once more at the Bat Bar to indulge in drinks. At this juncture, the boxing tournament organized by Erica officially commenced, albeit with rather ordinary participants. Tony Stark even boasted that he could easily claim victory. "Tony, does this mean Stark Industries has truly shut down its weapons division?" Bruce Wayne inquired, somewhat astonished. Tony Stark nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Stark Industries has begun its transition into the energy sector, with the arc reactor capable of powering the entire city." After a brief pause, he turned to Black Widow, asking, "What is the status with Justin and Vanko?" Black Widow replied, "They have both been incarcerated, likely for the rest of their lives." "What about General Ross? Has he agreed to join SHIELD?" Dr. Banner expressed concern for General Ross's situation. Black Widow shook her head regretfully. General Ross harbors too deep a resentment towards SHIELD. He believes that had it not been for SHIELD's intervention, he would have successfully killed you by now. Therefore, he refuses to serve SHIELD unless they permit him to continue hunting you. That guy is quite the stubborn old fool, Dr. Pym muttered. With a smile, Black Widow remarked, after the recent robot war, your Avengers have certainly gained considerable renown. What are your plans moving forward? In truth, the Avengers only act in the face of significant crises. In normal circumstances, a single superhero suffices to tackle ordinary crime. When idle, they merely gather to share drinks, engage in conversation, or pursue various research endeavors. Ding. A knock echoed through the door, followed by the entrance of a disheveled middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Eddie Brock, and I am a journalist. I'm afraid we do not grant interviews. Tony Stark responded with a hint of annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. Mr. Stark, please allow me to finish. I am not here to interview the Avengers. I have a matter upon which I seek your assistance. In fact, I was recently laid off. Eddie Brock continued. Are you suggesting that we help you find a job? Tony Stark jested, before adding, well then, do tell us what you desire from us. Eddie Brock gestured towards the liquor on the table, saying, may I have a drink first? It was evident that he was somewhat anxious. Once granted permission, he took a sip of whiskey and said, I suspect you may not have noticed, but there has been a disturbing trend of homeless individuals disappearing from the streets. In truth, they vanish every day, yet nobody pays them any heed. Bruce Wayne, who had once experienced his own period of homelessness, understood Eddie Brock's implication. Mr. Brock, please get to the point. Apologies, Eddie Brock replied. I recently lost track of a homeless man I had known for quite some time, and upon searching for him, I discovered that they have all been captured by the mob. These individuals are being taken to the laboratory of Carlton, the owner of the Life Foundation. Is that the same Carlton who frequently launches rockets? Tony Stark interjected, adding, I have met Carlton on a couple of occasions. That fellow is a genius. He built his fortune from nothing. Well then, Eddie, please continue, Tony urged. Eddie Brock resumed, Carlton is conducting illegal human experiments, and I was dismissed while investigating this matter. Eddie, you claim Carlton is performing illegal human experimentation. Do you have any evidence? Bruce Wayne inquired. With a wry smile, Eddie Brock replied, I did possess evidence. But just as I was preparing to disclose the story to the press, my former boss deleted it. It was then that I discovered he had been bribed by Carlton, who orchestrated my dismissal. So, you are seeking our assistance in investigating Carlton's illegal human experiments? Tony Stark asked. Yes, Mr. Stark. Eddie Brock nodded in affirmation. Tony Stark shook his head, saying, Eddie, you must understand that Carlton is a successful entrepreneur and a philanthropist. Without any evidence in hand, we cannot assist you in investigating him. After a moment of hesitation, Eddie Brock pulled out his phone and said, I do not have any evidence regarding Carlton, but I possess something you might find intriguing. This was captured inadvertently. Having spoken, he initiated the playback of a video. As the footage commenced, a figure appeared to swing between buildings with the agility of a monkey. Is that Spider-Man? Black Widow exclaimed in astonishment. Noting the puzzled expressions of her companions, she elaborated. Spider-Man is a superhero from Queens, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has been monitoring him for some time. However, his suit has transformed into black, which is quite different from my recollection. There is something even more astonishing, Eddie Brock interjected. The scene shifted to Spider-Man entering a shadowy alley, where his black suit began to flow like liquid, seeping into his very being. Venom. Several voices, including Bruce Wayne's, exclaimed in unison. Do you all recognize what that thing is? Eddie Brock queried, astonished. The group exchanged glances, with Bruce Wayne eventually speaking up. Eddie, what is the purpose of showing us this video? How does it relate to Carlton? Eddie Brock replied, I have been inside Carlton's laboratory. He has been conducting human experiments using the venom you just mentioned. I even suspect that Spider-Man was created by Carlton. Bruce Wayne exchanged another look with the others, then addressed Eddie. We are already aware of what you have shared. Rest assured, we will assist you in uncovering the truth. However, until we clarify the situation, it would be prudent for you to refrain from any rash actions or disclosing this matter to anyone. Additionally, please send me a copy of that video. Of course, sir. Eddie Brock replied, adding Bruce Wayne's phone number and promptly transmitting the Spider-Man video. Chapter 48. Spider-Man joins the Avengers after Eddie Brock's departure. The Avengers convened for a brief meeting. Black Widow, as an auxiliary member of the team, participated, while Sharon Carter was asked to step out. All right. Let us express our opinions, Bruce Wayne suggested, succinctly explaining Venom to Captain America before inquiring further. Tony Stark was the first to speak. At present, it appears that the young man known as Spider-Man has indeed been possessed by Venom. Whether there is any connection to the Life Foundation remains to be investigated. Given this, I have decided to seek out Spider-Man for a conversation. Dr. Pym, could you please accompany us to the Life Foundation and ascertain the existence of the laboratory Eddie mentioned? Are there any further questions? Bruce Wayne inquired after issuing his directive. Black Widow raised her hand, stating, I shall accompany you. After all, I am the most familiar with Spider-Man here, and it would be easier for a woman to approach him first. Very well, you may join me, Bruce Wayne replied. As night fell, Bruce Wayne piloted the Batmobile to Brooklyn. Locating Spider-Man proved to be a simple task. Help! Help! Black Widow called out in an empty alleyway. Before long, the neighborhood's guardian, Spider-Man, descended from above, landing and cautiously surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing that only Black Widow was present, he queried, "Ma'am, have you encountered some trouble?" "Peter. I am with S-H-I-E-L-D, and I wish to discuss something with you." Black Widow revealed her credentials. In a flash, a web strand snatched the credentials from her grasp. S-H-I-D-L-D. "What, do you intend to capture me for research?" Spider-Man scoffed, disdainfully tearing the credentials apart and discarding them. "No, Peter, I want to talk about the suit you are wearing. It is different from your previous one." Black Widow transitioned into the crux of the matter. At that moment, a voice echoed within Spider-Man's mind. "Peter, do you see? I told you this woman is not to be underestimated. She seeks to uncover our secrets. I could devour her head in a single bite. It would surely be delectable." "Be quiet." Spider-Man, visibly tormented, shouted at Black Widow. "You need to leave this place, quickly." Black Widow did not retreat. Instead, she extended her hand, saying, "Peter, what is happening to you? Tell me, I can help you." "Help me? With you?" Venom, with its sharp teeth bared, surged forth from within Spider-Man, attempting to bite Black Widow. Fortunately, Bruce Wayne had previously informed Black Widow of Venom's characteristics and equipped her with a sonic device. She executed a backflip to evade Venom's strike, promptly activating the sonic device. "Oh no." Venom let out a painful cry, nearly separating from Peter Parker's body. "Little Spider, we must leave this place at once. Be cautious. There are ambushes lurking here." Bruce Wayne emerged from the portal, immediately deploying his sonic attack device. "Damn it." Venom cursed as he leaped high into the air, swiftly shooting out a web in an attempt to escape. Yet, Bruce Wayne, who had originally been grounded, descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent Venom crashing back to the ground. With a thud, Venom turned his head to see Bruce Wayne still standing in place, while another figure hovered in the air. "What is happening? Are there twins?" Bruce Wayne revealed his doppelganger technique and declared, "Venom, either you vacate Spider-Man's body willingly, or I shall forcibly extract you and roast you over a fire." "Who are you? How do you know my secret?" Venom exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes darting about in search of an escape route. The sewer. Just as Venom spotted a sewer entrance, he heard a clattering noise. The entrance was swiftly sealed with bricks. "Peter, you must regain your senses. Venom will only bring you harm," Black Widow shouted, and her words seemed to resonate. Peter Parker suddenly reached for his face, tearing away a fragment of black substance and hurling it to the ground. "Damn it, get out of me, Wayne." Seeing Peter Parker while overpowering the symbiote, Black Widow charged forward, using her sonic device to strike at Venom. Simultaneously, Bruce Wayne utilized his telekinetic powers to assist Peter Parker in breaking free from Venom's grasp, subsequently confining Venom in a specialized containment canister. Peter Parker, as if recovering from a severe illness, crouched on the ground, panting heavily. "Peter, how are you feeling?" Black Widow inquired. "I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with me. Ever since that creature took hold of me, I've felt so strange. My temper has become volatile, and it has amplified the darker aspects of my personality, compelling me to consider actions I would never normally entertain. In short, it is a truly terrifying entity." Peter Parker expressed anxiously, feeling remorse for his recent reckless behavior. After a brief pause, his gaze fell upon Bruce Wayne. "I recognize you. I've seen you on television. You are Batman." "Peter, it's a pleasure to meet you." "You may call me Wayne," Bruce Wayne replied as he approached Peter Parker for a handshake. However, Peter's spider sense warned him that this gesture was perilous, prompting him to decline. "I apologize. I'm feeling a bit unwell at the moment." Rising to his feet, he inquired of Black Widow, "Are you going to take me back and imprison me?" "No, we merely have a few straightforward questions to pose to you. Have you visited the Life Foundation recently?" Black Widow replied. Peter Parker shook his head, responding, "No, I have never been there." "Do you know Carlton?" Black Widow continued her questioning. Peter Parker again shook his head, replying, "I do not know him." Black Widow pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you recall where you first encountered Venom?" Peter Parker replied, "Yes, it was at my home, though I do not know when it manifested there." "Do you have any further inquiries?" Black Widow turned to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne shook his head and addressed Peter Parker. "Thank you for your cooperation. Do you need us to escort you back?" "No, I can manage on my own," Peter Parker replied, his gaze falling upon the container holding Venom. "What are your plans for that creature? Will you kill it?" "We will do so if necessary," Bruce Wayne responded. Peter Parker furrowed his brow. As the most benevolent superhero in this world, even considering Venom's considerable danger, he had never contemplated taking its life. "Let us hope that such measures are unnecessary," Peter Parker said as he retrieved his Spider-Man mask from his pocket and shot a web to ascend to the upper floors. "Do you believe what Peter said is true?" Black Widow inquired. Bruce Wayne replied, "At the very least, he has no reason to deceive us." Let us return and see if Dr. Pym and the Wasp have made any discoveries. As Peter Parker entered his rented apartment, he immediately sensed the presence of someone seated in the darkness and instinctively clenched his fist to strike. Peter, I apologize for startling you, Tony Stark said as he switched on the lights. Mr. Stark, Peter Parker exclaimed in surprise. In this city, almost no one was unfamiliar with Iron Man, and Peter Parker regarded Tony Stark as his idol. Peter, since you know me, that makes things easier, Tony Stark smiled. Mr. Stark, I am sorry. My place is an absolute mess. Would you like a drink or some water? If you need anything else, I can quickly run out to get it, Peter Parker said, his hands deftly gathering the strewn clothes and socks around the room. Peter, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I am here today to offer you a job, and I wonder if you might be interested, Tony Stark declared. A job? Mr. Stark, are you suggesting a position at Stark Industries? I previously submitted my resume, but I never received a reply. I thought. I apologize, Mr. Stark. I am just overwhelmed with joy. To speak candidly, securing a position within the Stark Corporation has always been my fervent aspiration. Peter Parker found himself somewhat incoherent with joy. Tony Stark, however, raised an eyebrow. His purpose for being there was not to recruit Spider-Man for his own benefit, but rather to preempt S.H.I.E.L.D. in enlisting Spider-Man into the Avengers. Peter, I can arrange a suitable position for you at Stark Industries. That's a trivial matter. In fact, I am here today to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. Surely, you have heard of the Avengers, correct? Yes. They are the individuals who fought alongside you against the Leviathan robots last time. Even Captain America is a member of the Avengers. Speaking of Captain America, my aunt is an ardent admirer of his. I wonder if you could assist me in obtaining his autograph. Peter Parker was evidently more exhilarated than before. One must admit, Captain America possesses a substantial fan base in this nation, particularly among the older generation. Tony Stark chuckled. Peter, if you join the Avengers, you can ask the captain for it yourself. Mr. Stark, what must I do to officially become a member of the Avengers? Is there some sort of mysterious ritual involved? Peter Parker inquired eagerly. Peter, the Avengers are not some sinister, clandestine organization. We have no outlandish traditions. Just arrive at this location tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And I will introduce you to everyone, and that will mark your formal induction. As he spoke, Tony Stark produced a card and handed it over, which bore the address of Dr. Pym's laboratory. All right, Mr. Stark, I will certainly be there on time tomorrow, Peter Parker exclaimed with enthusiasm. The prospect of becoming teammates with titans like Captain America and Iron Man made Peter feel as though he were in a dream. Oh, by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. may reach out to you, and when they do, Peter Parker interrupted Tony Stark, exclaiming, Mr. Stark, I understand. I want to disclose to S.H.I.E.L.D. that I am an Avenger. Peter, you have misunderstood. The relationship between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. is rather intricate. It is a cooperative alliance, though there are a few among us who harbor reservations about S.H.I.E.L.D. Should they approach you, simply inform them that you are now an Avenger and are not considering joining S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. Peter Parker realized he had overthought the situation. Mr. Stark, may I propose 2 minor conditions? He raised his hand and asked. Go ahead. Tony Stark nodded in response. Peter Parker articulated, the first condition. Could you please ensure that my true identity remains confidential? Tony Stark replied, that is not an issue. The Avengers respect personal choices. However, we are already aware of your identity, so when we meet privately, there is no need for you to conceal it. Peter Parker exhaled, his greatest concern being the potential exposure of his identity, which could disrupt the lives of both himself and his family. The second condition was whether he could take a photograph with Tony Stark. He meant to ask if he could pose alongside him while donning the armor. Of course. Tony Stark replied as he opened his portable suitcase, which swiftly assembled into a suit of armor. Goodness. Mr. Stark, is this your new armor? What is its name? The suitcase armor? Peter exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child. Peter, would you prefer to take the photo here or outside? Tony inquired. Right here, please, Peter joyfully responded. After capturing a dozen photos from various angles, Peter was elated. With Tony's consent, he selected the one he deemed best and posted it on his social media. Meanwhile, at the Bat Bar, Dr. Pym and the Wasp completed their preliminary reconnaissance. They located the laboratory mentioned by Eddie Brock, only to find it deserted, devoid of any evidence. Clearly, if Eddie Brock had not been dishonest, Carlton had become wary and relocated the symbiote research project. As for Tony, Black Widow grew suspicious upon realizing she had not seen him. Shortly thereafter, she spotted the photograph Peter had shared online and exclaimed angrily, Wayne, you truly are despicable. Spider-Man was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. First, you are poaching. Bruce Wayne raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, responding, "Natasha, indeed. Peter was initially found by you, but should we not respect his choice to join either S-H-I-E-L-D or the Avengers? Furthermore, if he truly wished to join S-H-I-E-L-D, wouldn't you have already secured him by now?" Black Widow retorted, "Regardless, your actions in this matter lack honor." Chapter 49, The Theft of Venom. Peter Parker arrived punctually at the Pym building. For this meeting, he had taken the time to retrieve his suit, which had been buried at the bottom of his drawer. This ensemble, procured from a thrift shop, was somewhat oversized. In comparison to affluent individuals like Iron Man, Tony Stark, or Dr. Pym, Peter was, without a doubt, a true pauper, even when juxtaposed with Bruce Wayne or Dr. Pym. The majority of Peter Parker's time was devoted to combating crime, leaving him only to deliver pizzas or occasionally take a photograph for the newspaper to earn a meager income. After settling his rent and living expenses, little remained, and the cost of dating further strained his finances. Thus, Peter Parker epitomized the archetype of a month-to-month individual, at times relying on credit card overdrafts to sustain himself. Nevertheless, on his way there, he had purchased some fruits he usually denied himself as a token of goodwill. Fortunately, no one in the Avengers held his financial status against him. "Hey, Peter." Everyone rose to greet Peter Parker, their warmth palpable. Before arriving, Peter had been apprehensive about how to interact with these superheroes, but upon meeting them, the tension that had lingered dissipated. "Hello, Dr. Pym. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have read your paper on Pym particles and am a devoted admirer. This must be the Wasp, right? I have heard many tales of your exploits." "Oh, Dr. Banner, your research on gamma rays is truly remarkable. Although there were some unexpected developments, it ultimately forged a superhero. Captain, my aunt is your biggest fan. Would you be so kind as to sign something for me?" "Batman, it's a joy to see you again. I have witnessed your prowess firsthand." Peter Parker busily greeted each individual, his initial reservations gradually transforming into ease. At last, with a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, "Does this mean I am now a member of the Avengers?" "Indeed, but we need to conduct some ability assessments to ensure better synergy in combat," Tony Stark declared. "Firstly, we will test your strength. Choose anyone you like." After a moment of hesitation, Peter asked, "Can I select the captain?" Captain America smiled broadly, saying, "It appears someone wishes to challenge an old man. No problem, I'll oblige." The strength test was quite straightforward. Peter Parker and Captain America would engage in an arm wrestling match to gauge Spider-Man's strength. The decision not to utilize specialized equipment stemmed from the absence of such devices in Dr. Pym's laboratory. A simple comparison between Peter Parker and Captain America would yield the most intuitive answer. As both prepared, the arm wrestling commenced. Physically, Captain America was more imposing, his muscular frame towering over Peter, who, with his slender build and youthful visage, resembled a high school student. The outcome was unexpectedly remarkable. Captain America was almost effortlessly defeated in this contest. No one anticipated that the slender Peter Parker would unleash such tremendous strength. "I apologize. I'm terribly sorry. I was overly anxious," Peter Parker said immediately after winning the match. As an established superhero, Captain America had always been portrayed as an invincible force. In the face of such a formidable opponent, Peter Parker, overwhelmed by nerves, exerted all his might, which ultimately led to Captain America's defeat. "Captain, you didn't let him win, did you?" Tony Stark inquired with curiosity. Captain America shot him a glance and replied, "If you doubt my integrity, feel free to challenge him yourself. However, I advise you to don your armor first, lest you find yourself in the hospital." Without his armor, Tony Stark was merely an ordinary man, lacking any advantage in strength. Upon hearing Captain America's words, Tony Stark felt invigorated. "Let us see about that." Thus, after donning his armor, Tony Stark engaged in an arm wrestling match with Peter Parker. Having just triumphed over Captain America in this very event, Peter Parker secured another victory. "Peter, just how strong are you?" Tony Stark exclaimed in astonishment. Peter Parker replied, "I can lift 25 tons, but that is not my limit. Once, I stopped a speeding train." It seemed that, apart from the transformed Bruce Banner and Bruce Wayne, no one possessed greater strength than Peter Parker. However, the upgraded gear of Iron Man, Ant-Man, and the Wasp presented a different matter altogether. Next, they conducted various other tests with Peter Parker, the most notable of which was combat. Surprisingly, the Spider-Man, who had overwhelmingly bested Captain America in strength, lost in a sparring match against him. This was due to Spider-Man relying solely on his spider-like instincts in battle, as he had not undergone formal combat training, which hindered his ability to harness his full potential. "Peter, it seems you need to enhance your combat training," Tony Stark mentioned, patting Peter Parker on the shoulder, suddenly recalling his own experience of being bested by Bruce Wayne in the ring, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their struggles. In terms of combat prowess, Bruce Wayne undoubtedly excelled. However, Captain America, with plenty of free time, willingly took on the responsibility of training Peter Parker. Subsequently, they gathered to discuss Venom. So, it's possible that Venom is connected to the Life Foundation? Peter Parker expressed surprise, having learned this for the first time. The issue is, we visited the lab Eddie mentioned, yet we found no sign of Venom or any human experimentation, Dr. Pym interjected. Eddie had previously threatened to expose the Life Foundation's human experiments, which surely alerted Carlton. If Carlton indeed possesses Venom, he must have concealed the human experiments in a far more clandestine location, Tony Stark remarked. At present, there appears to be no better alternative. We are left with no choice but to monitor Carlton and the Life Foundation. The Wasp began to speak. Peter Parker raised his hand and suggested, I have an idea. Perhaps we could lure Carlton out using the venom that has been extracted from me. Tony Stark's eyes lit up. That is indeed a clever plan. If Carlton is indeed conducting human experiments with venom, then he will undoubtedly seek to acquire it once he learns we possess it. At that point, we shall have the opportunity to ascertain where Carlton is concealing it. Captain America furrowed his brow and remarked, the issue is, venom is an exceedingly dangerous extraterrestrial entity. Any individual that allows it to infest their body risks their life and becomes malevolent. What if it spirals out of control? Peter Parker raised his hand once more. I have prior experience with being bonded to venom. Allow me to handle this matter. The group exchanged glances. And it seemed this was indeed the only feasible option. Just then, Bruce Wayne's phone rang. It was Erica calling. Upon answering, Erica's anxious voice resonated through the line. Wayne, the bar's been robbed. You should return quickly. What was taken? Bruce Wayne inquired. Erica replied, nothing from the bar itself, but that guy visited your underground studio. I cannot say what, if anything, was taken from there. Upon hearing that the thief had been in his underground studio, Bruce Wayne's expression tightened. Losing equipment from the studio would be unfortunate, yet the real concern was that he had placed the container of venom there upon returning last night. I must go back, Bruce Wayne declared, conjuring a portal to transport himself directly to his underground studio. Magic is truly astounding, Peter Parker mused, following closely behind Bruce Wayne, with the others trailing after. Wayne, did you discover anything missing? Tony Stark inquired as he entered. Bruce Wayne, his face marked by distress, replied, Venom is gone. As he spoke, the back computer began to play back surveillance footage. It's Eddie, Tony Stark exclaimed. The footage revealed Eddie Brock infiltrating Bruce Wayne's underground studio. He showed no interest in Bruce Wayne's high-tech equipment. His sole intention was to acquire venom. After locating the container holding venom, Eddie Brock hesitated momentarily. Yet, ultimately, he opened the container, releasing venom which then bonded with him. Bang! Bruce Wayne slammed his fist against the metallic surface. His voice low and grave. It seems we have all been outwitted by that scoundrel Eddie. He orchestrated this from the very beginning, with the true aim of obtaining venom. Why would he do such a thing? Peter Parker asked, bewildered. No one could fathom Eddie Brock's motives for such actions. It is as if Lady Bullseye harbors a desire to eliminate Bruce Wayne, yet she is unwilling to become a mere puppet under Venom's influence. This inquiry may fall to you. Bruce Wayne gazed intently at Peter Parker. You wish to ask me? Peter Parker replied, bewildered, I do not even know Eddie Brock. I have never encountered him before. Bruce Wayne opened a video recorded by Eddie Brock. Eddie claimed it was a chance capture, and initially, we all believed him. But upon reflection, he has been stalking you all along. Yet, I truly have no recollection of him. Peter Parker responded, perplexed. I believe there exists a method to uncover the truth, Captain America interjected. Bruce Wayne fixed his gaze on Peter Parker and stated, I too have considered this approach. Peter Parker, a remarkably astute individual, even established Parker Industries within the multiverse, swiftly comprehended the plan. You intend to use me as bait to lure Eddie and Venom out? He inquired. Very well. If Eddie indeed harbors any grievances against me, I believe he will reveal himself. However, if not, we may merely be squandering our time. Peter Parker acquiesced to the strategy. It is of no concern. We shall divide our forces. One group will monitor Carlton and his Life Foundation, while the other will follow you in pursuit of Eddie, Bruce Wayne declared. Thus, the plan was solidified. Tony Stark, Dr. Pym, and the Wasp were tasked with continuing the investigation into Carlton and the Life Foundation, while Bruce Wayne, Dr. Banner, and Captain America would pursue Spider-Man, hoping to locate Eddie and capture Venom once more. As night fell, Spider-Man patrolled Brooklyn as he usually did, purposely lingering in conspicuous locations to attract Eddie Brock's attention. Unbeknownst to him, midnight had long passed. Swinging through the air, Peter Parker spoke into his communication watch. Has anyone spotted Eddie or Venom? Peter, do not allow yourself to be distracted. The absence of Eddie and Venom does not imply their non-existence. I suspect he is lurking where we cannot see, observing you. Bruce Wayne cautioned. All right, I understand, but I need to find a place to rest and grab a bite to eat. By the way, do you handle food deliveries? Peter Parker suddenly remembered he was on a mission and thought there might be provisions. Peter, perhaps you should settle for some snacks from a convenience store. If Eddie becomes aware that we are tailing you, he may not show himself, Bruce Wayne advised. It seems I shall have to settle for instant noodles. However, If we do manage to capture Eddie, you must treat me to a grand feast, Peter Parker remarked as he descended behind a gas station convenience store, changing his attire before entering. Just then, Peter Parker's spider sense tingled, alerting him to imminent danger. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed within the convenience store. Peter Parker swiftly maneuvered to the front entrance, only to behold the store clerk brandishing an M1911, firing desperately at a dark, monstrous figure that nimbly dodged the bullets. Listen. I believe I've located Venom, Peter Parker remarked as he captured a photograph with his communication wristwatch and sent it to his companions before bursting through the door. Hey, Spider-Man. Venom, having seized the clerk, was poised to decapitate him when he cast the clerk aside upon spotting Peter Parker. He scooped a handful of chocolate-covered candies into his mouth, chewing enthusiastically as he exclaimed, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Do you remember me? As he spoke, Eddie's face emerged from within the tendrils of Venom. Peter Parker replied, I believe you go by Eddie, but I truly do not recognize you. With a resounding crash, Eddie swung his fist, sending a row of shelves flying, and shouted angrily, Of course you don't know me, but I have known you for quite some time. I was once a columnist for a newspaper. However, after I penned a report, you apprehended the true perpetrator shortly thereafter, which caused me to lose my job. Peter blinked in surprise. Is that why you harbor resentment towards me? Eddie, it seems unjust to blame me for that. You shouldn't have penned false reports. Wait, didn't you claim you were dismissed for attempting to expose the Life Foundation's illicit human experimentation? My apologies. I may have embellished the details. I was already terminated due to you before I could unveil the Life Foundation scandal. You are the reason I lost my job, and consequently, the love of my life. Therefore, perish. Eddie Brock lunged at Spider-Man with ferocious intent. Chapter 50, Cassius upon witnessing the scene. Peter Parker immediately reached for the sonic attack device on his communication watch, only to discover that the watch had been ensnared by a mass of black webbing and swiftly snatched away. Bang! Peter Parker was struck on the chin by Venom, propelling him out of the convenience store. Venom pursued him, crushing the communication device in his grasp, then grinning with wicked satisfaction. Peter, did you ever anticipate this? I have acquired the ability to replicate my hostess powers. Now your spider abilities are mine. Peter Parker, he had coexisted with Venom for a considerable time. Yet he had never suspected that Venom possessed the capacity to replicate the skills of its host. Snap, snap. Venom shot forth 2 strands of webbing, pinning Peter Parker to the ground, then transformed his right hand into a sharp axe resembling a liquid metal. Whoosh. After slicing the air twice, Venom brought his foot down on Peter Parker's chest, raising the axe to strike at his neck. Eddie, even if my actions cost you your job, must you resort to this? Peter Parker called out, yet he was powerless to halt Eddie Brock, fueled by resentment from losing his job. Eddie Brock's hatred for Peter Parker had only intensified after being bonded with Venom. Now, he was relentlessly driven by a singular desire to eliminate Peter Parker. However, at the very moment Eddie Brock swung the axe down, an unfamiliar sound wave erupted, causing Eddie Brock and Venom to briefly enter a separation mode. Oh no! Venom cried out in anguish, struggling to re-enter Eddie Brock's body. Turning, he saw Bruce Wayne standing behind him and exclaimed in terror, Batman! Snap! Snap! At that instant, Peter Parker broke free from the black webbing, soaring into the air to deliver a kick that knocked Venom to the ground. He then began to peel the symbiote off Eddie Brock. Eddie, I'm here to help you. No, stop. Please, just stop. Eddie Brock shouted, attempting to dissuade Peter Parker. But under the sonic attack, Venom was unable to achieve perfect fusion with him. Eddie, you are merely under Venom's control. I can assist you in regaining your autonomy. Peter Parker persisted in his altruism. Seeing his pleas were futile, Eddie turned to Bruce Wayne and exclaimed, Batman, have you made any progress on the Carlton and Life Foundation investigation? If you make this bastard stop, I can provide you with valuable information. Peter, hold on for a moment, Bruce Wayne commanded, employing magic to draw the 3 of them into a mirrored space, thus preventing Venom from escaping. Eddie, I hope your assertions hold true. Peter Parker leapt aside. Seizing the opportunity, Venom re-entered Eddie Brock's body, surveying his surroundings with intrigue. What a remarkable ability. With a slight pause in his speech, his gaze greedily turned towards Bruce Wayne. If you wish to inhabit my being, you may certainly attempt it. Bruce Wayne flipped his palm, and a flickering flame began to dance in his hand. The only adversary to Venom, apart from sound, was fire. Upon witnessing the flame in Bruce Wayne's hand, the avarice in Eddie Brock's eyes swiftly diminished. In truth, this clue had been provided by Venom itself. Eddie Brock chuckled awkwardly. I believe you are aware that there is not just one Venom, correct? Furthermore, if they wish to survive, they must possess a host. Please, continue, Bruce Wayne commanded. Eddie Brock rose from the ground, cleared his throat, and stated, Carlton is an avaricious individual. He believes that the symbiosis between humans and Venom is a monumental evolution, and he is prepared to launch rockets into outer space to transport more Venom here. I assume you can envision what will transpire on Earth at that point. Venom, apart from its greed and volatility, is also a predator, showing utter disregard for human life. Once more venom descends upon Earth, the planet's energy will swiftly deplete, and those humans unsuitable for symbiosis will either be slaughtered or consumed. This cannot merely be described as a catastrophe. Eddie, do you think I would easily trust you as I did last time? Unless you can present evidence compelling enough to convince me, Bruce Wayne replied, his expression inscrutable. Eddie Brock declared, Batman, if I were able to provide evidence, would you spare this venom before you? I assure you, I will restrain it from causing harm to humanity. Restraint? Eddie, do you possess the ability to control venom? Or rather, as its host, what assurance do you have that it will not be you who is controlled, but venom instead? Bruce Wayne inquired. Venom's head emerged from Eddie Brock's shoulder, rendering him akin to a two-headed creature. Venom spoke, in truth. I am the weakest entity on our planet. Eddie Brock is my perfect host, and I willingly choose to coexist with him and accept his constraints. Eddie Venom. You must understand that such assurances hold little persuasive power, Bruce Wayne remarked. Eddie Brock hesitated before responding. Carlton has actually become a host for Venom and has renamed himself Carnage. Batman, if you are willing to agree with us, we can assist you in confronting Carnage and prevent him from bringing more venom back. Bruce Wayne reiterated, the question stands. Do you have any evidence? I do. Eddie Brock replied, pulling out his phone and tossing it to Bruce Wayne. Before you found me, I visited the Life Foundation, hoping to acquire evidence of Carlton's crimes, but was instead attacked by him. The video contained within is the proof. Bruce Wayne activated his mobile device to witness Eddie Brock merged with Venom, scaling the exterior walls of the Life Foundation like Spider-Man. To his astonishment, a spider emblem adorned Venom's chest. Hey, you're copying me, Peter Parker voiced his discontent. The initial segment of the video proved somewhat tedious. Eddie Brock infiltrated Carlton's office in search of evidence, only to collide with Carlton himself. A confrontation ensued between the two. The footage revealed that after transforming into Carnage, Carlton's stature surpassed that of the symbiotic Eddie Brock and Venom. Although Venom had pilfered Spider-Man's abilities from Peter Parker, he still found himself at a disadvantage in the battle against Carnage. Ultimately, Eddie Brock was compelled to flee. Venom had previously claimed to be the weakest on their planet, and this video served as corroboration. I know where Carlton is now, Venom proclaimed. Bruce Wayne cast aside his phone and commanded, lead us to Carlton. If you truly manage to prevent that fellow from bringing back more venom, I may consider allowing you to exist in this form. Deal, Venom responded with excitement. Subsequently, Bruce Wayne reported the situation via a communication device to others and resolved to accompany Venom to Carlton's rocket launch site. There, a rocket stood ready for its pre-launch preparations. Dr. Pym and the Wasp had already infiltrated the rocket, executing minor sabotage to successfully thwart the launch. Inside the launch chamber, a man turned to Carlton, exclaiming, Boss, the rocket has encountered an unknown malfunction and cannot be launched. Hurry, investigate and rectify it. Carlton issued his orders. At that moment, the guard in charge of monitoring shouted, Boss, I think we are under attack. The footage displayed the Venom symbiote just having dispatched 2 guards while teasingly presenting its rear to the camera, concluding with a middle finger. A bunch of useless fools, Carlton cursed, fully aware that mere guards stood no chance against Venom, and thus resolved to confront Venom personally. Venom intentionally drew Carlton's attention in front of the camera, then swaggered toward the rocket. Soon after, Carlton and Venom faced each other on the rocket launch platform. Carlton transformed directly into Carnage, his hands morphing into lethal blades aimed at Venom. Carnage's speed and strength far exceeded Venom's, rendering him no match. Thud thud. 2 holes were punctured in Eddie Brock's chest. Fortunately, Venom's regenerative abilities rendered such wounds inconsequential. Batman, it's your turn, Venom shouted from the ground. In a flash of teleportation, Bruce Wayne emerged, accompanied by Spider-Man. Having learned nothing from his previous lesson, Spider-Man immediately activated his sonic attack device upon arrival. Oh no. Can't you at least use a targeted attack, you jerk? Eddie Brock bellowed in agony. The sonic assault device affected not only Carnage, but also Venom. Apologies. You'll have to endure this momentarily. Witnessing the effectiveness of the sonic weapon, Peter Parker's spirit soared. To minimize collateral damage to Venom, he deftly launched webbing to ensnare Carnage, yanking the monstrous entity to the lower level. Shouldn't we intervene? Inquired Dr. Pym and the Wasp as they materialized beside Bruce Wayne. The Dark Knight shook his head sagely. True potential reveals itself in the crucible of combat. Excellent news. I've secured irrefutable evidence of Carlton's crimes. Tony Stark's voice crackled through the comms. Having manipulated the Life Foundation's systems, Dr. Pym and the Wasp had enabled Stark's digital infiltration, exposing Carlton's illicit human experimentation. Captain, coordinate with Dr. Banner for laboratory extraction. Tony, transmit the evidence to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce Wayne commanded with tactical precision, bolstered by the sonic device. Spider-Man maintained dominance over Carnage until the symbiote was forcibly separated from its host. As the creature attempted escape, a conflagration descended from the heavens, reducing Carnage to cinders. Gulping audibly, Eddie Brock and Venom immediately pivoted. Batman, you gave us your word. Farewell. Nay, let us never meet again. The rescued test subjects were liberated while Carlton faced incarceration in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s maximum security facility. As for Eddie and Venom, they opted for temporary exile from the city. At the Bat Bar, Dr. Pym raised his glass exuberantly, a toast, celebrating Spider-Man's exemplary debut with the Avengers. Peter, is that juice? Real men imbibe properly, Tony Stark interjected, replacing Parker's beverage with an ale. The young hero acquiesced reluctantly. Under Iron Man's tutelage, our virtuous youth appears corrupted. Someone remarked wryly, I'm perfectly sober, can walk, slurred the inebriated Spider-Man, attempting a web-swinging exit in civilian attire, only to collide spectacularly with a lamppost. Bruce Wayne ultimately transported the incapacitated hero via mystical means. Upon returning, Wayne discovered 3 unexpected guests in the Avengers' private chamber, a middle-aged man with a distinctive ponytail, flanked by 2 younger companions, all exuding arcane energies with panda-like ocular discoloration. Having perused Kamartaj's archives, Bruce recognized them as practitioners of the dark arts. Their sinister magic potentially linked to the dread Darkhold. After taking a sip of wine, the little braid remarked, is this truly Tony's private reserve? It is indeed the mark of wealth. The flavor is exquisite. Bruce Wayne had already discerned via the panel that the little braid was none other than the traitor Kaecilius from Kamartaj, with the other 2 being his lackeys. That move you executed was impressive. It is evident that you have spent years honing your skills in Kamartaj. What else can you do? Kaecilius inquired. Bruce Wayne remained silent, opting instead to conjure magic that drew all 3 into the mirror dimension. That was a commendable trick, yet for me, it is merely child's play. Kaecilius replied with a smirk. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kaecilius, also a sorcerer hailing from Kamartaj. You ought to address me as senior brother, if we are to speak of lineage. Kaecilius, I presume your arrival here is not merely for the sake of camaraderie, Bruce Wayne stated. His expression impassive, as his spider sense, gleaned from Peter Parker, detected a palpable aura of danger. Wayne, do not be anxious, Kaecilius chuckled. I understand that my unexpected visit may have caused you some distress, but I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to sit down and converse. I find little to discuss with you, Bruce Wayne asserted. Kaecilius shook his head, replying, Wayne, you should not hold an inherent animosity toward me. However, I do not blame you, for such thoughts have been instilled in you by Kamartaj and the Ancient One. Let me guess. They have undoubtedly painted me as a villain, while they claim to represent justice, correct? Pausing momentarily, he tapped his temple and continued, Wayne, you are an astute individual. A little reflection will reveal that all of this is mere deception, a grand conspiracy. Chapter 51. The shapeshifter Bruce Wayne activated his heightened senses, discerning that Kaecilius was not being deceptive. At the very least, Kaecilius firmly believed in his own truth. Could it be that the Ancient One had deceived everyone, representing not justice but darkness instead? Do you possess any evidence? Bruce Wayne inquired. Kaecilius chuckled. Evidence? I am the evidence. Pausing momentarily, he donned an air of mystery. Let me share another secret. That old fellow, the Ancient One, has lived for over 7 centuries. Can you fathom how he has survived for so long? 7 centuries, far exceeding the natural lifespan of humanity. Even a sorcerer should not endure for such an extended period. Bruce Wayne retorted, is it due to the Book of Vishanti? The Book of Vishanti? Ah, Wayne, you are truly amusing. If the Book of Vishanti could grant a sorcerer such longevity, wouldn't every supreme sorcerer live for 7 centuries? Kaecilius exclaimed, slapping his thigh in uncontrolled mirth. Bruce Wayne's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting that the Ancient One has sustained his life through the use of the Darkhold? Kaecilius' laughter receded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Precisely. The Ancient One has relied on the Darkhold to draw power from the dark dimension to prolong his existence. Consider this, a supreme sorcerer wielding the Darkhold and dark powers to extend his life. How hypocritical and malevolent is the Ancient One? As he spoke, Kaecilius stepped closer to Bruce Wayne, arms wide open. Wayne, come, join us. Let us unveil the hypocritical veil of the Ancient One and expose his true nature. Bruce Wayne chose not to align himself with Kaecilius. Instead, he declared, I can sense the malevolence within you. You have also studied the dark magic contained in the Darkhold, haven't you? Indeed, you are correct. The Ancient One possesses both the Book of Vishanti and the Darkhold. These 2 tomes represent the pinnacle of a sorcerer's power, justice, and darkness. Without the aid of the Darkhold, how could I possibly defeat the Ancient One? As the Buddha would say, I am entering hell so that others may not. I sacrificed the lesser self to achieve the greater good. Bruce Wayne snorted dismissively. Kaecilius, even if all you say is true, you remain a treacherous and cunning villain in my eyes. Your intent in seeking me is merely to wield me as a weapon. Do you think I would fall for such a ploy? Kaecilius' brow furrowed slightly. Wayne, are you rejecting my invitation? Yes, Bruce Wayne replied. Caecilius shook his head, exhaling softly. It is unfortunate. You have made a grave error in judgment, compelling me to eliminate you to clear the path ahead. With that, Caecilius' dark magical energy surged, transforming into lethal blades that surged toward Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne utilized the power of the space gem, opening a portal for spatial transfer before him. All the incoming blades vanished into thin air. Two screams echoed from behind Caecilius. Upon turning around, he discovered that his previous attack had struck two of his subordinate sorcerers, both of whom lay lifeless on the ground. Wayne, you. Caecilius began. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a forceful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Bruce Wayne unleashed a series of physical assaults upon Caecilius. This was a true illustration of how even a mage fears a brick in reality. In terms of magical prowess, Bruce Wayne, who had acquired Loki's magical abilities and studied the Book of Vishani from Kamartaj, far surpassed Caecilius. However, Caecilius had clandestinely studied the Darkhold. Unaware of the true extent of the Darkhold's power, Bruce seized the opportunity to deliver physical strikes against Caecilius. In the face of such physical might, even Loki, a melee mage, would find himself at a loss, let alone Caecilius. Caecilius soon fell unconscious. Bruce Wayne transported Caecilius directly from the mirror dimension to Kamartaj using a teleportation spell. Upon arrival, the Ancient One appeared as if she had been awaiting Bruce's arrival. Glancing at the discarded Caecilius on the ground, she spoke, "Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know." "Is everything Caecilius said true?" Bruce Wayne asked directly. The Ancient One neither confirmed nor denied but instead remarked, "I require a supreme sorcerer to protect this world in my stead, allowing me to leave without concern." Is she trying to deceive me into becoming the supreme sorcerer? The Ancient One sighed. "Wayne, I know you have long sought a way home. However, I must inform you that the Darkhold is not what you truly need. While it may assist you in returning, it will also consume your soul, causing you to lose yourself amidst your newfound power. I am the prime example. I cannot bear to see you become the second Ancient One, for that could spell doom for the entire world. Do you think I came here for the Darkhold?" Bruce Wayne asked, his displeasure evident. "Is it not so?" The Ancient One replied with a smile. Bruce furrowed his brow. He could not deny that deep within, upon the Ancient One's acknowledgement that the Darkhold could help him return, he harbored thoughts of claiming it for himself. After a moment of hesitation, Bruce inquired, "Are there any other means to help me return aside from the Darkhold?" The Ancient One still refrained from providing a direct answer. "Wayne, since you have arrived, why fixate on returning? In the myriad of timelines, anyone could be just right. Even if you were to return, it may not truly be what you desire." "I do not belong here," Bruce Wayne began, only to be struck by an epiphany mid-sentence. Perhaps he had indeed never belonged to this world, yet from the very moment he manifested within it, he had become an integral part of it. Everything was precisely as it should be. But how could one prove that returning was a grave mistake? This represented a straightforward temporal paradox. Even the Ancient One possessed no definitive answers, which is why he had never dissuaded Bruce Wayne from contemplating his return. "May I glimpse the Darkhold?" Bruce Wayne inquired. The Ancient One shook his head and replied, "Not now. At least, not yet. I am not prepared, and this world is not prepared either. However, the time shall soon come. When the new Sorcerer Supreme ascends, the moment will be ripe." After a brief pause, the Ancient One produced the Eye of Agamotto and handed it to Bruce Wayne. "Perhaps this will assist you in finding your answers." As Bruce Wayne accepted the eye, he began to peer into the myriad possibilities of the future, desperately seeking the resolution to his return. Moments later, he gasped in astonishment. Within the countless futures, he beheld a singular outcome. The Ancient One would perish at the hands of Caecilius. Simultaneously, Bruce Wayne witnessed Baron Mordo betraying Kamartaj, evolving into a far more formidable dark sorcerer than Caecilius. The very Stephen Strange he had sent would become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Bruce Wayne was convinced that the Ancient One had already foreseen these events long ago, yet had taken no measures to prevent them. "Have you found your answer?" The Ancient One inquired with a smile. "Perhaps," Bruce Wayne replied as he returned the Eye of Agamotto. "You have indeed discovered the answer," the Ancient One asserted confidently, continuing. "In the grand tapestry of time, certain timelines are malleable, giving rise to new branches. Among the countless branches, they will inevitably converge at a singular nexus, which remains immutable." Bruce Wayne understood that the Ancient One had come to terms with the impending reality of his own demise. Even if Caecilius and Baron Mordo were to be slain now, the Ancient One would still meet his end at that nexus in another guise. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Bruce Wayne pondered aloud. The Ancient One shook his head, then spoke. "Wayne, I hope you can remain true to your essence." "Understood," Bruce Wayne replied, glancing at Caecilius on the ground. "Do you need me to assist in removing him?" The Ancient One nodded, then suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "Wayne, Stephen is thriving here. You need not worry about him." Bruce Wayne comprehended the intent behind the Ancient One's words. Amidst the myriad branches of time, Dr. Stephen Strange, destined to become the next Supreme Sorcerer, often succumbs to darkness. The catalyst for this transformation is the demise of Christine, whose resurrection has become an obsession for Strange. Akin to Bruce Wayne's fixation on returning to Gotham. In this moment, the Ancient One references Strange, subtly guiding Bruce Wayne once more. Rest assured. I will thwart him when the time comes, Bruce proclaims. Upon departing from Camartage, Bruce unceremoniously discards Caecilius into the sea like a lifeless dog. The saltwater jolts Caecilius awake. In a panic, he conjures a levitation spell to remain above the surface. Glancing around in fear and finding no one, Caecilius teleports to a cavern. Moments later, Baron Mordo enters the cave. Caecilius immediately bows in servitude. My apologies, my subordinate has failed. Mordo shakes his head. You are not to blame this time. I have personally witnessed Wayne's magical prowess. Should he choose to join us, it would be advantageous, but his absence is not a loss to us. Pausing. A smile graces his face. It is noteworthy that you have discerned Bruce Wayne's formidable physical capabilities, which is no small feat. Our immediate priority is to acquire the Darkhold. Once we eliminate the Ancient One, we shall devise a strategy to confront Wayne. Caecilius nods in understanding and bows again. At the Bat Bar, Bruce Wayne returns to find Erica draped in sheer fabric, reclining on the bed, offering him a seductive smile. Wayne, you must be famished. I have prepared a midnight snack for you, she says, as she lifts the fruit from the coffee table. Bruce walks over nonchalantly, but suddenly seizes Erica by the throat. His expression devoid of emotion. Who are you truly? Wayne, it's me. I'm Erica. She gasps, struggling. Erica? If you prefer not to divulge. Then let us dispense with the charade. With that, Bruce lifts her effortlessly into the air, tightening his grip as if to snap her neck. As she gasps for breath, her skin ripples like water, transforming into green scales. In the next moment, her appearance shifts to that of Black Widow. Wayne, if you find Erica unappealing, what about Natasha? Or perhaps I can embody any woman you desire, she retorts, morphing into several famous actresses. Stop. At this juncture, Sabretooth leaps from the wardrobe, urgency in his voice. She is Magneto's ally. If you kill her, it will mean war with Magneto. Bruce, already aware through his interface that the shape-shifting woman is Mystique, dismisses Sabretooth's warnings. Mystique can assume the form of anyone, complete with their biometrics and voice. The abilities of Mystique seem remarkably formidable, yet they hold little significance for Bruce Wayne. If it comes to shape-shifting, Bruce Wayne could just as easily conjure a transformation spell himself. He commanded Mystique to place her feet back on the ground but did not release his grip, instead addressing Sabretooth. Where is Erica? Sabretooth, slightly embarrassed, replied. Erica has been invited for tea by Magneto. Wayne, rest assured, Magneto has promised me he will not harm Erica. Only then did Bruce Wayne release Mystique, coldly stating, Sabretooth, you had better ensure Erica's safety, otherwise you shall not be the only one to perish. Sabretooth, feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded, Wayne, believe me. I wish for nothing of the sort. This was indeed a truthful statement. Currently, Sabretooth was working for Gambit, simply reporting to the Bat Bar daily to enjoy a drink without further concerns. However, he did not dare provoke Magneto. As a prominent figure representing mutant anti-human sentiments and the founder of the Brotherhood, offending Magneto was tantamount to incurring the wrath of the entire Brotherhood. It appears you care quite a bit for that young girl, Mystique provocatively transformed into Erica's likeness. Thud. Bruce Wayne delivered a punch that rendered Mystique unconscious. And upon hitting the ground, she reverted to her original form. Listen, I absolutely detest being deceived. It would be best if you remained as you are. With that, he tossed Mystique to Sabretooth and commanded, all right, now take me to see Magneto. Understood. Sabretooth hastily hoisted Mystique onto his shoulder, inwardly lamenting the misfortune that had befallen him. Chapter 52. Defeating Magneto. In a secluded corner of a park, a gasoline drum blazed, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Encircling the drum was a gathering of individuals. Not the destitute homeless, but members of a brotherhood, among them the telepathically shielded Magneto. Erica had been positioned prominently, unbound yet hesitant to stir. Should she attempt to flee? It would require no effort from the mutants nearby. With but a thought, Magneto could transform any nearby metal into a projectile more lethal than a bullet, piercing Erica's skull. Wayne. Upon the appearance of Bruce Wayne, Erica exclaimed in excitement, yet without Magneto's consent, she remained motionless. Ah, Wayne, welcome our new friend, Magneto proclaimed. Arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture towards Bruce Wayne. I have arrived. You may release her now, Bruce Wayne remarked, casting a glance at Erica. Magneto smiled, replying, rest assured. My interest does not lie with Ms. Erica. As long as you cooperate, she shall remain unharmed. Very well. Victor mentioned that you, like him, are a mutant. Now, please demonstrate your abilities for all of us. Bruce Wayne turned to glance at Sabretooth, who cleverly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Bruce then extended his right hand, his nails elongating into sharp weapons. Adamantium? Magneto remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Impressive. I did not expect you to have enhanced your abilities. He paused, however. I still need to assess your combat prowess. Thud. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached as a towering giant, nearly 2 meters tall, rose to stand before Magneto, clad in a helmet. His muscles appeared as if chiseled from stone. Bruce Wayne, who was already tall, now seemed like a mere child in comparison. With a beaming smile, Magneto introduced, "Allow me to present the Red Tank. He possesses superhuman strength and defense. Once he begins to run, scarcely anyone can halt him. Thus, he has earned the title of Red Tank. Now, I hope you will unleash your full strength against Red Tank. If you emerge victorious, I shall immediately release Ms. Erica." Before Bruce Wayne could respond, the Red Tank charged forward, fists colliding like a tank in motion. Magneto had merely mentioned Red Tank's super strength and defense, neglecting to mention his speed. Despite his seemingly cumbersome appearance, Red Tank was remarkably swift, accelerating to over 100 kilometers per hour in an instant. "Wayne, be careful," Erica cried out anxiously. Faced with such a formidable impact, everyone assumed that Bruce Wayne would choose to flee. Otherwise, he would be reduced to mere pulp by the Red Tank. A resounding crash echoed as powerful gusts of air surged outward. Yet, Bruce Wayne did not retreat. Instead, he extended his hands to halt the Red Tank's advance. In terms of strength, the Hulk was only marginally superior to the Red Tank. Bruce Wayne, having harnessed the powers of the Hulk and Thor, naturally surpassed the Red Tank. Stop, stammered a mutant near Magneto. Everyone present was astonished, as they had not anticipated that Bruce Wayne could accomplish what even Colossus, standing beside Professor X, could not achieve with such ease. This level of power was indeed extraordinary. "Red Tank, unleash your full force," Magneto commanded, no longer allowing the Red Tank to hold back. The muscles in the Red Tank's arms bulged, and the ground beneath him cracked as he exerted more force to alter the tide of battle. Nevertheless, Bruce Wayne remained steadfast, unmoving. 3 seconds swiftly elapsed, during which Bruce Wayne successfully replicated the Red Tank's abilities and enhanced them through fusion. Seeing that he could not unsettle Bruce Wayne, the Red Tank opted for a new strategy, fist clenched and aimed at Bruce Wayne. In terms of strength, the Red Tank fell short of Bruce Wayne. In combat prowess, the Red Tank had even less hope of victory. Bruce Wayne lowered his stance slightly, deftly evading the Red Tank's punch, and swiftly maneuvered behind him, lifting the Red Tank and hurling him backward. With a resounding thud, the Red Tank's head was embedded in the ground. Yet, this was not the end. In the blink of an eye, Bruce Wayne unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Red Tank, rendering him unconscious. "Is there anyone else?" Bruce Wayne inquired, causing the mutants near Magneto to retreat in fear. "A bunch of useless wretches," Magneto muttered, before turning to Bruce Wayne with a smile. "Wayne, you have not disappointed me. Welcome to the Brotherhood." Bruce Wayne replied nonchalantly, "Can we release Erica now?" "Of course. Beautiful lady, you may leave," Magneto said with utmost courtesy. "Wayne." Erica hurried to Bruce Wayne's side, anxiously gripping his arm and whispering, "Be cautious of Magneto. He can control all metallic objects around him." Bruce Wayne lightly tapped his forehead. "You should return to the bar and wait for me." "All right." Understanding that her continued presence would only hinder Bruce Wayne, Erica departed without looking back. After she had distanced herself, Bruce Wayne addressed Magneto. "Now, tell me why you summoned me here." Magneto smiled and replied, "Wayne, I trust you have been following the affairs of our Brotherhood and the X-Men? To put it succinctly, those so-called X-Men are nothing but traitors among us mutants. I am orchestrating a war against the X-Men and hope you can lend me your support. Apologies, but I am uninterested." Bruce Wayne turned and walked away. However, the adamantium that lingered on Bruce Wayne's fingertips suddenly detached. It first divided into hundreds of tiny beads, encircling Bruce Wayne, and then a portion coalesced before him into a sharp spire, aimed directly at his brow. Cackling, Magneto emitted a discordant laugh. "Wayne, you cannot truly believe I would allow you to depart so easily, can you? If you refuse to assist us, it implies you are siding with the X-Men. Regrettably, that would compel me to request your exit from this world. Nevertheless, I am willing to offer you another opportunity to reconsider. Wayne, will you aid us in our battle against the X-Men, or will you choose to perish here?" Bruce Wayne turned once more to face Magneto, pointing at his helmet. "I've heard that you wear that out of fear of being controlled by telepathy, is that right?" Magneto, slightly taken aback, nonetheless chuckled. "Indeed. Telepathy is my sole vulnerability. With this helmet, even the mightiest telepath, Professor X, cannot dominate my mind." Before Magneto could finish his statement, he suddenly realized Bruce Wayne had vanished from sight. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of Bruce Wayne, his helmet abruptly flew away. Turning, he found Bruce Wayne standing behind him, holding his helmet. "Truly astonishing. You not only possess the abilities of Sabretooth but also surpass the Red Hulk in strength. Now, you exhibit spatial displacement and object manipulation as well. I have never encountered a mutant with such a plethora of abilities simultaneously." With a sharp crack, Bruce Wayne crushed Magneto's helmet and discarded it upon the ground. Magneto shook his head, stating, "If you could be of use to me, you would undoubtedly become the sovereign of this world. Alas, you have chosen to oppose me, and thus, I must end your life here. With a brief pause, the shards of adamantium surged towards Bruce Wayne like a stream of light. Unfortunately, this assault was in vain. Bruce Wayne utilized his spatial abilities to reappear beside Magneto, grinning at him. The close proximity startled Magneto, leading him to believe Bruce Wayne intended a physical attack, but he was unprepared for his mind to suddenly stall. Clattering. The floating adamantium fragments began to plummet to the ground. Bruce Wayne spoke. Magneto, did you not wish to wage war against the X-Men? Very well. I shall grant you that opportunity. Telepathy, you can even wield that ability. Mystique exclaimed in alarm, turning to flee the scene, only to find herself ensnared by Bruce Wayne's telepathic abilities. At the X Academy, Professor X, heralded as the most formidable telepath on Earth, had, with the assistance of Magneto, constructed a cerebral wave amplifier that enabled him to monitor the movements of all mutants across the globe. Moreover, he could engage in telepathic communication with any mutant, even exerting direct control over them, unless, of course, they donned a helmet like Magneto's designed to shield against telepathy. After concluding yet another telepathic reconnaissance, Professor X removed his helmet and turned to his assistant, Cerebro, saying, "Gather the X-Men." Are we to embark on a mission? Jean casually inquired. Professor X shook his head. Some old friends are arriving. We should go out to greet them. Additionally, inform Beast that we may require some mutant suppression collars. Upon hearing about the mutant suppression collars, Jean furrowed her brow. It is well known that these collars were specifically devised by humanity as a means to counteract mutants, rendering them temporarily devoid of their powers. In the earlier conflicts between mutants and humans, even the X-Men had suffered from the repercussions of these collars. Indeed, the suppression collar represented a profound fear within the hearts of every mutant of that era. Professor, must we truly resort to the use of mutant suppression collars? Jean attempted to sway Professor X's decision. With a serious expression, he replied, Jean, trust me, we need the collars. Very well, I will make the arrangements, she said, guiding Professor X out of the chamber. Half an hour later, a jet aircraft descended upon the X Academy. A beast, resembling a lion with a green mane, emerged from the plane. Upon seeing Professor X, the beast's countenance grew grave as he asked, Professor, what has transpired that necessitates the use of suppression collars? The X-Men standing behind Professor X looked on with equal confusion. Professor X forced a smile and said, you will soon find out. Moments later, alarms blared throughout the X Academy. Cyclops, clutching a tablet, called out, Professor, we have an intruder. Do not be alarmed. We need only to wait here, Professor X instructed, leaving everyone further bewildered. Before long, a figure sprang forth from the woods. Sabretooth. Wolverine bellowed furiously, his metal claws unsheathing from his fingertips as he prepared to engage. Logan, remain calm, Professor X commanded. Yet, upon Sabretooth's emergence, he made no aggressive move, merely standing still. Wolverine frowned, saying, Professor, something seems amiss with Sabretooth. Jean, standing beside them, inquired, Professor, did you use your telepathic abilities to control him? No, it was not me, Professor X replied, shaking his head. A heavy tread echoed, and a towering figure appeared, with Colossus fully armored, exclaiming, it is the Red Tank. With the precedent set by the saber-toothed tiger, Steel Soldier refrained from rash actions, instead observing the surroundings with a vigilant demeanor. Indeed, the Red Tank approached the saber-toothed tiger and halted, displaying no signs of aggression. He too had succumbed to the influence of telepathy. Jean exclaimed in shock, acutely aware, owing to her own telepathic abilities, of the formidable challenge posed by simultaneously controlling both the saber-toothed tiger and the Red Tank. Moreover, the situation escalated as Mystique, accompanied by dozens of Brotherhood members, emerged, with none other than Magneto among them. All present were taken aback by the unfolding scene, internally comparing it to Professor X's capabilities. The prospect of controlling such a multitude seemed beyond even Professor X's prowess. If he could do so, the conflict between the X-Men and the Brotherhood would have long been resolved. Bruce Wayne was the last to step forward, a smile gracing his face as he observed the assembly. It appears you are already aware of my arrival, he remarked. Professor, has he indeed used telepathy to command the members of the Brotherhood? Jean inquired, astonished. Professor X lightly tapped his forehead before maneuvering his wheelchair to face Bruce Wayne. I am Charles, the headmaster of Xavier's school. You may call me Professor X. Noticing that Professor X had no intention of shaking hands, Bruce Wayne smiled, realizing that the professor was the second individual, after the Ancient One, to be privy to his secret. It was no surprise, for Professor X vigilantly monitored the world daily with his telepathic abilities, resembling a voyeur. Few secrets could remain hidden from him. Professor, it seems you have discerned the purpose of my bringing them here. Chapter 53, The Fall of X Academy Indeed. I am profoundly grateful that you have chosen to stand on the side of justice, Professor X remarked as he beckoned Jean to his side, addressing Bruce Wayne. This is Jean, the most exceptional student I have nurtured, as well as my assistant. Jean, Mr. Wayne has just aided our academy in averting a catastrophe. Please convey our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the academy. Wayne, thank you. Jean extended her hand toward Bruce Wayne. Not at all, it was merely a trifling effort. Bruce Wayne replied, casting a sidelong glance at Professor X, silently cursing the old fox for employing such a charming ruse. In a mere 3 seconds, Bruce Wayne had successfully replicated Jean's array of skills. At that moment, Jean had yet to acquire the Phoenix Force. However, she possessed formidable telekinesis and telepathy. In terms of telepathic prowess, Jean was the strongest at X Academy aside from Professor X himself. When Professor X was otherwise occupied, Jean would utilize the cerebral amplifier. Simultaneously, her telekinetic abilities were immensely powerful, even surpassing those of Magneto. Wayne, if you don't mind, we need to address the Brotherhood members first. Additionally, you may accompany Jean to explore and familiarize yourself with the surroundings, Professor X instructed. Of course, Bruce Wayne replied. Please, lead the way. Jean took on the role of a guide, showing Bruce Wayne around the academy. At that juncture, Jean found herself in an emotional hiatus. And after a brief interaction with Bruce Wayne, she discerned that he was a man of remarkable intellect. She was swiftly captivated by his talents. Beyond his brilliance, Bruce Wayne was exceedingly handsome, and combined with the strength he displayed, how could any woman resist? At the very least, Jean felt that Bruce Wayne far surpassed her 2 previous boyfriends. Initially believing that she might never experience a third romantic relationship, Jean unexpectedly found herself developing feelings for Bruce Wayne during their brief time together. In the basement of X Academy, which had been repurposed into a surveillance cell, Magneto, adorned with a mutant suppression collar, was temporarily confined there. Upon realizing that he could not harness his powers, Magneto's mood soured as he touched the collar around his neck. Scoffing, Charles, I never imagined that it would be my brother of decades who would place this upon me. Do you understand, Charles? You have utterly betrayed me. Betrayed our kind. By choosing to side with humanity, you have effectively sentenced mutants to the guillotine. Professor X remains serene, Max, although our positions and perspectives diverge. Just as you consider me a brother, I too regard you as my dearest friend. We have been at odds for decades. Have you not yet grasped the reality? Humanity does not desire war. They are merely fearful of mutants. Likewise, mutants do not seek conflict. What we require is a means to coexist peacefully with humanity. Peaceful coexistence? Charles, I never imagined you would remain so naive. It appears you have forgotten how humanity once treated us. Should I remind you? Look at this. Behold this creature akin to a dog. It serves as the most compelling evidence. You are correct in saying that humanity fears us, for we possess strength that surpasses theirs. The day their technology can restrain our extraordinary abilities, they will not hesitate to wage war against us once more, seizing the opportunity to annihilate us. Charles, we must take action preemptively. Only then can we seize the initiative. Magneto exclaimed, tugging at the suppression collar around his neck. Max, it is all over, Professor X stated, shaking his head. Over? No, this is merely the beginning. Magneto declared passionately, his expression shifting. Charles, do you intend to hand me over to humanity? To have them imprison me once again? Or do you wish to confine me here for eternity? Professor X offered no reply, simply saying, Max, take some time to rest here. With a thud, Magneto collapsed onto the bed, and under the influence of Professor X's telepathic abilities, he swiftly descended into a deep slumber. Bruce Wayne enjoyed a lavish dinner at the X Academy before bidding farewell and returning to the Bat Bar. However, the Bat Bar was closed for the day. Erica anxiously awaited at the entrance, and upon seeing Bruce Wayne, she rushed towards him with excitement. Wayne, it's wonderful. I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Bruce Wayne embraced Erica, saying, Erica, all is well now. No. Erica suddenly pushed Bruce away, her emotions surging. Wayne, I am truly grateful for your hospitality during this time. But I believe it is time for me to leave. Erica. Wayne, please let me finish, Erica interrupted, continuing. My time at the Bat Bar has been so comfortable that I have begun to lose myself, forgetting many things. Today's events have suddenly reminded me of everything. Wayne, I should not remain at the Bat Bar. I must attend to matters I need to confront. Are you referring to the Stickman? Bruce Wayne inquired. Erica nodded affirmatively. The Stickman is merely the beginning. I will confront him, but not just yet. I must find a way to become stronger. Staying at the Bat Bar, I can accomplish nothing. Therefore, I must leave. With that, Erica embraced Bruce Wayne once more, tenderly kissing him on the lips. Wayne, please do not persuade me to stay. I beg you. Erica, since you have said that, what more can I say? If you need me, you know where to find me. Bruce Wayne sighed softly. Thank you. Erica wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, mustering a smile for Bruce Wayne before departing from the Bat Bar without a backward glance. Moments later, Daredevil emerged from the shadows. She has gone? Yes, she has. She is a good girl. Indeed, she is a good girl. The two men exchanged a brief dialogue. After which Bruce Wayne spoke. Care for a drink? I can keep you company if you need. Daredevil responded, I appreciate the offer. Bruce Wayne shot him a glance and replied, I'd rather not have a man stay over, but I can certainly buy you a drink. Let us go. I believe you need it more than I do. Indeed, Daredevil was in dire need of a drink. For Erica's departure left him feeling more despondent than Bruce Wayne, perhaps even tormented. Stick was Daredevil's mentor, while Erica was the woman he had deeply loved. Her absence would surely ignite a fierce conflict between her and Stick. With Erica gone, the Bat Bar seemed to have lost much of its allure. Bruce Wayne had grown disinterested in managing the bar, often retreating to his underground workshop, until one day a guest arrived at the Bat Bar. Wayne, I apologize for greeting you in this manner, but could you come upstairs? A voice echoed in Bruce Wayne's mind. It was Jean communicating with him telepathically. He hastily abandoned his work and made his way to the bar. Clad in a flowing gown, Jean stood like a fairy, her lips curling into a natural smile upon seeing Bruce Wayne. Wayne, Jean, this is undoubtedly the finest gift God has bestowed upon me today. Bruce Wayne approached Jean, embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek, then gestured towards the liquor cabinet. What would you like to drink? That depends on you, Jean replied. Bruce Wayne said, in fact, I have some private reserves. If you're willing, we could head upstairs. Of course, Jean accompanied Bruce Wayne to the second floor. He opened a bottle of red wine that Tony Stark had left behind. Ultimately, the choice of drink was secondary. The alcohol merely served as an excuse. After consuming a bottle of red wine, the subsequent events unfolded naturally. Following a passionate encounter, Bruce Wayne lay in bed, holding Jean close, and remarked, forgive me. I haven't yet inquired about the purpose of your visit. What, is it unacceptable to visit you without a reason? Or do you not welcome my presence? Jean said with a hint of displeasure. Bruce Wayne lowered his head to kiss her, smiling as he said, you know that's not my intention. I just fear something might happen at the academy. Jean then replied, there is nothing amiss at the academy. In fact, I've requested a sabbatical from the professor, so I won't have any commitments for a while. Well, I comprehend your intention. Bruce Wayne bowed his head and kissed, embarking on a second grand battle. The arrival of Jean allowed Bruce Wayne to experience a semblance of a normal man's life. Utilizing a teleportation portal, Bruce whisked Jean away on an impromptu journey, and together they traversed the globe. However, a month later, the X-Men summoned Jean back prematurely due to a mission. Emerging from the teleportation portal, Lee Jess swiftly grasped Jean's arm, surveying their surroundings with heightened alertness. Something felt amiss. Jean too sensed the disquiet. The once vibrant X-Academy now lay in eerie silence. Wayne, my telepathic abilities seem incapacitated, Jean remarked, attempting to reach out to others telepathically, only to discover her powers had vanished. Bruce Wayne similarly endeavored to connect, realizing his telepathy was likewise rendered ineffective. It was as if an invisible barrier isolated them from the outside world. Fortunately, aside from his telepathic prowess, Bruce Wayne possessed Daredevil's heightened senses, which revealed the presence of Wolverine, Cyclops, Colossus, and Storm nearby. As his extraordinary perception broadened, Bruce Wayne discerned that something was indeed amiss. Jean, you mentioned that Magneto and the Brotherhood were imprisoned beneath the Academy, correct? Yes. Is there a problem? Jean inquired, gazing at Bruce Wayne in confusion. He responded, they are no longer here. Professor X and the students are confined inside. How could this happen? Jean pressed anxiously. Unable to communicate telepathically or ascertain the events transpiring within the X-Academy, Bruce Wayne found himself at a loss. The Wolverine Quartet, who had been lurking nearby, emerged into view, and as Jean attempted to approach, Bruce Wayne restrained her. They seem suspicious. I will find a way to stall them while you head to the basement to rescue the others. All right, be careful, Jean replied, and with Bruce Wayne's assistance, she promptly traversed the teleportation portal to the basement. Whoosh, crack. A laser beam shot forth from Cyclops, targeting Jean. To shield her, Bruce Wayne threw himself in the path of the strike, sustaining a charred wound on his chest. Fortunately, his Hulk-like resilience absorbed the blow. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Underneath his formidable healing abilities, the scorched area began to mend. Observing that his attack had little effect on Bruce Wayne, Cyclops furrowed his brow and unleashed another laser beam. This time, Bruce Wayne harnessed the power of the Space Stone to redirect the beam, reappearing behind Cyclops. With a resounding thud, Cyclops was struck by his own assault, collapsing unconscious. Wolverine unsheathed his adamantium claws, surging forth with astonishing speed, akin to a ferocious wolf charging at Bruce Wayne. Previously, Wolverine had proven no match for Bruce Wayne. And now, endowed with the combined abilities of Magneto and Jean, Bruce Wayne became Wolverine's ultimate nemesis. Bruce Wayne, with naught but the power of his mind, caused Wolverine to levitate effortlessly before he was propelled away, vanishing into the distance. Next to strike was Steelman, employing the same tactics he had used against Red Tank. With a resounding thud from his punch, Steelman staggered and succumbed to the ground. Now, only one adversary remained. Storm's eyes transformed entirely to white. her body suspended in midair as turbulent winds swirled around her, dark clouds obscuring the sun above, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Generally, I harbor reservations about striking women, however. Bruce Wayne raised his right hand. When it comes to wielding the power of the Thunder God, Storm would do well to refer to him as brother. The flickering lightning in the sky swiftly came under Bruce Wayne's command, coalescing into a bolt that descended upon her. With a resounding crash, Storm was rendered powerless beneath the onslaught of electricity, collapsing to the ground. Just like Cyclops, she too was taken aback by her own signature move turning against her. A cacophony of discordant laughter echoed through the Academy speakers. Upon hearing that laughter, Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow. Loki. Wayne. You actually remember me. Should I feel honored? Loki's laughter rang out, followed by his declaration. However, had it not been for your interference last time, I would have long since ascended as the king of Asgard. Thus, I have returned to ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions. Bruce Wayne swiftly utilized his super senses to pinpoint Loki's location, and with a flourish, the space stone materialized directly before him. Chapter 54. Crafting the Magneto helmet. Loki's attire today was even more flamboyant than before, wielding a scepter. He appeared to have assumed the role of the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Wayne, I trust you are well, Loki declared, a confident smile gracing his face. However, Bruce Wayne's gaze was fixated on the scepter in Loki's hand, and he inquired in a low voice. You use that scepter to control the individuals of X Academy and create a telepathic barrier? Loki smirked. Indeed. I must extend my gratitude to you. It was your interference that thwarted my plans, leading Thor to drag me back to the Celestial Palace for judgment, ultimately resulting in my exile beyond the 9 realms. You can scarcely imagine the tribulations I endured during that time. Fortunately, I encountered Thanos, who gifted me this scepter, a symbol of supreme power. With it, I can command all, bending the entirety of Asgard to my will. However, before that, I must repay you by making you my puppet. Now, kneel before me. Bruce Wayne felt a jolt of his spirit, his body involuntarily compelled to kneel. In that moment, the voice of Professor X echoed in his mind. Wayne, I can't hold on much longer. You must flee. Regaining his composure, Bruce Wayne realized he had just been subjected to a telepathic assault from the scepter. Had it not been for Professor X's intervention, he would have become Loki's marionette. Once his self-awareness was restored, Bruce Wayne opted not to flee, but instead utilized the power of the space gem to transport both Loki and the scepter away. Initially, he intended to seize the scepter. Yet fearing another mental assault, he resorted to this desperate measure. As Loki's scepter vanished, Bruce Wayne's telepathic abilities resurfaced, aiding the individuals of X Academy in returning to normalcy. Within the laboratory of X Academy, Professor X pointed at the scepter in Loki's grasp and stated, according to my analysis, the power of the scepter derives entirely from this gem, which is highly likely to be the fabled Mind Stone. The Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, possessing the most potent telepathic abilities in existence? Bruce Wayne inquired. Since acquiring the Space Stone, Bruce had begun researching and monitoring the Infinity Stones, hoping to gather all 6, which he believed would enable him to return to his rightful world. Professor X nodded in affirmation. Even my telepathy cannot contend with the Mind Stone. I can only manage to protect myself. Bruce Wayne gazed at the Mind Stone embedded in the scepter and asked Professor X if I were to possess Magneto's helmet. Would it be capable of withstanding the power of the Mind Stone? Professor X pondered seriously for a moment before responding in a somber tone, theoretically. Magneto's helmet does possess a certain degree of efficacy, yet the extent of this efficacy remains uncertain. After all, I am the first to recognize the Mind Stone. Its power can be deemed limitless. Magneto's helmet may prove to be of little use in its presence. One must certainly give it a try. Bruce Wayne began to speak. If Magneto's helmet could grant him a moment's respite, he could seize the scepter and the Mind Stone from Loki. Jean, Professor X instructed. Jean handed a USB drive to Bruce Wayne, stating, this contains the design schematics for Magneto's helmet, which the professor has enhanced in terms of its capabilities. I hope it proves useful. Thank you, Bruce Wayne expressed gratefully, knowing that with the schematics, Stark Industries technology could bring it to fruition. Wayne, Loki's purpose for coming to Earth is undoubtedly more complex than it appears, especially considering Magneto and the Brotherhood have been subjugated to serve as his minions. We are counting on you to find a way to thwart Loki, Professor X said earnestly. Jean, remain by Wayne's side to assist her in completing this mission. Yes, Professor. Jean replied, her heart filled with a sense of joy. Professor, we shall take our leave now, Bruce Wayne said. And he and Jean stepped through a portal to Pym's laboratory. Both Dr. Pym and Dr. Banner were present, yet Tony Stark was conspicuously absent. Bruce Wayne could only contact Tony Stark through his communicator. Hey, Wayne, have you finished your worldwide journey? I've got great news. I've successfully designed several suits of armor. You must come and see. Tony Stark had been immersed in his laboratory, tirelessly researching mecha suits. Tony, let's put the armor aside for now. The Avengers have another mission at hand, Bruce Wayne stated. Another crisis that necessitates the Avengers? I hope it won't be as dull as our last engagement with the Life Foundation. Hold on. I'll be right over. Before Tony Stark could finish his sentence, a portal appeared behind him. Bruce Wayne emerged, saying, "To save time, we decided to come here." He added, "Allow me to introduce Jean, a member of the X-Men." After they acquainted themselves, Bruce Wayne recounted Loki's return and the near obliteration of the X-Academy. "So, you're saying a rascal named Loki possesses an Infinity Stone of equal power to the Tesseract and intends to invade Earth?" Tony Stark succinctly summarized Bruce Wayne's words. Bruce Wayne nodded in affirmation. That would be accurate. However, I suspect Earth is merely Loki's initial destination. His true objective lies with Asgard. His obsession with becoming the ruler of the celestial realm runs deep. What are we waiting for? It's finally time for the Avengers to act, Stark exclaimed. Wayne, you just mentioned a design for Magneto's helmet that can resist mental intrusion. Bring it forth. Tony Stark called excitedly. Having finally found an opportunity to test his newly designed armor, the schematics for Magneto's helmet were replicated by the intelligent assistant J.A.R.V.I.S. and materialized before them in three-dimensional form. Tony Stark exclaimed with excitement, Dr. Banner, Dr. Pym, you must see this. It is truly a remarkable invention. Jane, standing nearby, inquired, Can you create Magneto's helmet? With unwavering confidence, Tony Stark replied, Please omit the question mark. My consideration is not whether I can create it, but rather how to upgrade it and integrate it into my armor. Enhancing the helmet's capabilities would be a significant achievement. Bruce Wayne, naturally, did not wish to impede him, but urged Stark to expedite the process, as no one could predict when Loki might next strike. While Tony Stark busied himself with upgrading Magneto's helmet, Bruce Wayne received a call from the Batbar. Who? Thor? After hanging up, he greeted the others and returned to the Batbar. Inside, Thor, dressed like a cowboy, was engaged in lively conversation with a blonde beauty, eliciting her hearty laughter. A palpable scent of romance filled the air. Wayne, my brother, Thor exclaimed upon seeing Bruce Wayne, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Before introducing the woman beside him, Wayne, allow me to introduce Jane Foster, a brilliant astronomer. Jane, it is a pleasure to meet you. After a brief greeting with Jane Foster, Bruce Wayne turned to Thor, stating, Thor, I have something important to discuss. Thor shook his head, replying, Wayne, I'm here on vacation. I hope you won't ruin it for me. Bruce Wayne mused silently that he might as well admit Thor's return was for a woman. Then spoke up, It concerns Loki. At the mention of Loki, Thor's playful demeanor vanished. Jane, could you please wait for me here? I will return shortly. Wayne, let us converse in your office. Once inside the office, Bruce Wayne expressed his frustration. Thor, the last time you took Loki away, you promised to imprison him in Asgard forever, yet you failed to do so. How did you know? Thor asked in astonishment, as though caught in a misdeed. He quickly clarified, Wayne, it's not that I lacked the authority, it was Odin's decision to banish Loki, and I had no choice. Bruce Wayne waved his hand dismissively. Thor, your family matters are of no concern to me, but your foolish actions have allowed Loki to return. This time, he brings even more powerful equipment, which could spell disaster for Earth. What? Thor exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Loki has been banished beyond the 9 realms. How could he possibly return to Earth? You should see for yourself, Bruce Wayne replied. Bruce Wayne decisively presented the surveillance footage from X Academy to Thor, the god of thunder. My goodness. That scepter bears the Mind Stone. Where on earth did Loki acquire it? Thor exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. After a brief cough, he added, Very well, Wayne. I must concede that this is indeed an error on the part of Asgard. Speak. What is it that you require of me? I need you to serve as bait to lure Loki out, regardless of his true intentions for coming to Earth. I surmise he would be utterly frantic if he were to learn of your presence here, Bruce Wayne articulated. Thor hesitated for a moment before responding. I can act as bait, but there lies a significant issue. How do we defend against the Mind Stone's influence? While ordinary magic holds little sway over me, the Mind Stone is an entirely different matter. Should I fall under its control and become Loki's puppet, it would spell disaster. We shall resolve that issue shortly. I can introduce you to a few old friends. However, it would be prudent to inform your young lady friend first, Bruce Wayne advised. Very well. Wait here for a moment, Thor replied as he dashed out, returning shortly thereafter, running his fingers through his hair. All set. Jane is truly an understanding girl. Once we deal with Loki, I plan to take her back to Asgard to meet my parents. What say you? I think you should focus on confronting Loki, Bruce Wayne remarked as he utilized a teleportation spell to transport Thor to Tony Stark's laboratory, before proceeding with the enhancements. Tony Stark had constructed a prototype of Magneto's helmet based on Professor X's blueprints. This contraption is quite unsightly. Are you certain you wish to wear it? Thor scrutinized the helmet. Thor, if you wish to avoid being controlled by Loki, I strongly advise you to don it, Bruce Wayne cautioned. Very well. I shall wear this hideous item, but how can you assure me it will withstand the Mind Stone's assault? Thor queried, skeptical of the helmet's efficacy. Quite simply, Bruce Wayne replied, activating his telepathic abilities to control Dr. Banner. Slap. Dr. Banner delivered a resounding slap to Thor's face, exclaiming, "Cad." Thor, good heavens. Did I just do something inappropriate? Dr. Banner inquired, bewildered as he regained his composure. Banner, all is well. We merely wish to test the effectiveness of the Magneto helmet. Please, put it on, Bruce Wayne said, taking the helmet from Thor and placing it atop Dr. Banner's head before once again employing his telepathic powers. This time, Bruce Wayne discovered an invisible barrier obstructing his telepathic abilities, rendering him incapable of sensing Dr. Banner's presence. The Magneto helmet indeed proved to be effective. After the experiment, the God of Thunder, Thor, became an unwitting victim, proving the helmet's efficacy. Donning the helmet, Thor proclaimed, "Wayne, what is our next course of action? How shall we draw Loki out?" Captain America raised his hand and suggested, "Gentlemen, I recommend we first turn our attention to the television news." All eyes were directed towards the formidable screen belonging to Tony Stark. The broadcast revealed a report on the mutant assault on SHIELD's clandestine laboratory. The architect of this attack was none other than Loki, who appeared on the screen. "Loki, it is Loki," Thor exclaimed, pointing at the television. As he grasped his mighty hammer, eager to rush to the scene. "Inform me of the location." "Thor, calm yourself. By the time you arrive, Loki may have already departed," cautioned a voice of reason. "What we need to ascertain now is Loki's objective in assaulting SHIELD, Bruce Wayne remarked as he dialed Black Widow. "Wayne, I am currently preoccupied and will return your call later," Black Widow replied, attempting to end the conversation. "Natasha, the Avengers can assist SHIELD in dealing with Loki, but you must first disclose what Loki seeks from SHIELD. Bruce Wayne insisted. "Wayne, did you already know Loki had returned?" Black Widow inquired sharply. "Not much earlier than you, but we have devised a strategy to confront Loki. Thus, I kindly request you answer my previous question," Bruce Wayne responded. "Hold on, I must consult Director Nick," Black Widow said after a moment of contemplation. "You had better hurry. Loki may not grant us much time," Bruce Wayne cautioned. Chapter 55, Loki collaborates with Cassius. The Black Widow swiftly boarded SHIELD aircraft, heading directly to Tony Stark's residence. "Wayne, before I divulge Loki's intentions, I hope you can enlighten me on how you plan to confront him." This statement, delivered by the Black Widow, underscored the foundation of trust between SHIELD and the Avengers. Her words were met with some reluctance, particularly from Dr. Pym, who harbored reservations about SHIELD. "Natasha, if that is the case, I believe we should reconsider our collaboration. After all, Loki's assault is directed at SHIELD. The trouble lies with you, not us." Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Widow acquiesced. "Very well. Based on our current intelligence, Loki seeks the Tesseract. He intends to utilize it to open a spatial portal, enabling the Chitauri army to invade Earth." Thor interjected. "The Chitauri are an advanced extraterrestrial force, and with Earth's current capabilities, we are ill-equipped to withstand their invasion. Therefore, we must find a way to thwart Loki before he can proceed. Now, let us discuss your strategy for stopping Loki," the Black Widow urged. Bruce Wayne presented the helmet of Magneto to the Black Widow, stating, "I trust you are aware that this helmet possesses the ability to negate telepathic interference. Loki wields a scepter endowed with formidable mind control capabilities, which he has employed to manipulate the Brotherhood of Mutants and launch an assault on SHIELD. This helmet serves as an enhanced version. Theoretically, with it, we would be immune to Loki's control. How do you intend to draw Loki out?" the Black Widow inquired. Bruce Wayne pointed towards Thor. "Thor will serve as bait for Loki. Moreover, since you mentioned Loki's desire for the Tesseract, I believe Thor paired with the Tesseract will undoubtedly lure him out. But where shall we procure the Tesseract?" the Black Widow questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Bruce Wayne then harnessed his spatial abilities, retrieving the Tesseract from Pym's laboratory. "Good heavens, the Tesseract has been in your possession all along?" the Black Widow exclaimed in astonishment. Bruce Wayne smiled. "Thus, in this collaboration, it seems that SHIELD is at a distinct advantage. Now, we must devise a method to ensure Loki is aware that Thor and the Tesseract are in our possession. That's simple. Leave it to SHIELD. the Black Widow confidently asserted. A few moments later, every advertisement screen throughout the city began to play the same video in a continuous loop. In the video, Thor, brandishing the Tesseract, boisterously declared, "Loki, the object of your desire is in my grasp. If you dare, come and claim it." Meanwhile, within Tony Stark's workshop, through the concerted efforts of Dr. Pym and Dr. Banner, the Magneto helmet underwent another upgrade, and this technology was integrated into their own helmets. Thor, the God of Thunder, sat alone on a rocky outcrop 10 nautical miles away from Tony Stark's mansion. Through the images relayed by the drone, Black Widow expressed her concern. Will Loki truly appear? That depends on how much he desires the Tesseract, Bruce Wayne replied. No sooner had he spoken than the visuals on the screen abruptly vanished. A smile crept across Bruce Wayne's lips as he remarked, "It seems our plan has borne fruit. This strategy is indeed effective." At that moment, a colossal metallic platform emerged on the water, with Loki standing atop it, wielding his scepter, flanked by Magneto and members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. "Loki," Thor exclaimed, rising with Mjolnir in hand. "Brother, I had intended to visit Asgard in due time. I did not foresee our meeting here ahead of schedule. It is truly delightful. However, I assume you will not easily relinquish the Tesseract to me, will you?" Loki quipped with a teasing expression. "Indeed, you are quite correct, Loki. The Tesseract is here. If you wish to claim it, come and take it," Thor said, patting the pouch at his waist. "In that case, let us engage. Kill Thor." Loki replied with a resigned shake of his head. Under Magneto's command, a metallic platform materialized around Thor's rocky perch, and he transported the Brotherhood members onto this platform. Whoosh! Mjolnir whirled like a tempest, sending the approaching mutants flying away. Utterly useless, Loki sighed, shaking his head, before turning to Magneto and saying, "I am curious if your powers can lift Mjolnir. Let us take this opportunity to test it." With a swift motion, Thor soared towards Loki, hurling Mjolnir at him. Unexpectedly, the hammer halted mid-flight. "What is happening?" Thor exclaimed in confusion, reaching out to summon Mjolnir back, only to find it unmoving. For a fleeting moment, doubt crept into Thor's mind. Had he once again lost his divine strength? "Ha! Thor, I never anticipated that your hammer could be so easily countered," Loki laughed heartily. A series of clanking sounds echoed as the metallic platform beneath Thor shifted, binding him. "Thor, I believe you now comprehend that I am the true king of Asgard," Loki declared with pride. Meanwhile, Magneto approached, reaching for the Tesseract secured at Thor's waist. Suddenly, Bruce Wayne materialized before Loki, snatching the scepter from his grasp. On the other side, Magneto hesitated briefly before seizing the Tesseract and leaping off the metallic platform. Bruce Wayne, wielding the scepter, immediately sensed that something was amiss. He did not detect the energy of the Mind Stone. Simultaneously, Loki, standing there, transformed into the guise of Magneto. "Wayne, it is Loki's trick. The one who jumped down is truly him," Thor thundered. While aiding Thor in his plight, Bruce Wayne approached the edge of the platform to gaze below. Loki had reached the platform at sea level, resuming his true form, brandishing the Mind Scepter in one hand and the Tesseract in the other, exclaiming triumphantly, "Now? Who can stop me?" He raised the Mind Scepter high, commanding, "Wayne, I order you to kill Thor." Bruce Wayne, employing his telekinetic abilities, swiftly seized the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. Loki, momentarily stunned, shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Why has the Mind Scepter failed me?" Bruce Wayne secretly rejoiced, grateful that Magneto's helmet provided some protection. Otherwise, he would truly have fallen under Loki's control. Thor summoned his hammer with a flourish, calling out, "Loki." Without a hint of hesitation, Loki knelt on the ground, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me once more." "Loki, do you think I would still believe you?" Thor leapt down from the air. Confused, Loki found himself at a loss when suddenly a portal appeared behind him. A hand pulled him into the vortex, causing him to vanish. "Loki!" Thor shouted in frustration as his strike missed its target. Bruce Wayne's expression darkened slightly upon noticing that it was Kaecilius who had just pleaded for Loki's departure. Loki had escaped. Yet Magneto and the members of the Brotherhood remained under the Mind Stone's influence, standing there like puppets. As the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft appeared, Black Widow leaped onto the platform, her gaze fixated on the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. Bruce Wayne handed the two items to her, stating, "Though we allowed Loki to escape, we have reclaimed the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. You should take these back as your report." Black Widow stood there, momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion. "Wayne, are you truly willing to hand these over to S-H-I-E-L-D? Bruce Wayne nodded affirmatively, "Of course. You and I are not strangers. I must give you an opportunity to shine, after all. Moreover, I have conditions. I must take Magneto and the Brotherhood with me." After a brief hesitation, Black Widow accepted the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract, saying, "Very well, Wayne, consider this a debt I owe you." With that, she turned and boarded the aircraft, heading straight for the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. After Black Widow's departure, Bruce Wayne lifted the mind control over Magneto and the others. "Wayne." Magneto furrowed his brow upon spotting Bruce Wayne. On one hand, there was a reluctance to underestimate the prowess of Bruce Wayne, and on the other, a bewilderment regarding his motives for their salvation. "Magneto, you and your associates are free to leave," Bruce Wayne commanded. "What?" Magneto exclaimed, furrowing his brow deeper. "Wayne, are you truly willing to let us go? Are you attempting to sway my decision?" Bruce Wayne's expression darkened. No, that is not my intention, Magneto hastily replied, apprehensive that Bruce might indeed reconsider. Wayne, thank you for your benevolence this time. Should you ever require the assistance of myself or the Brotherhood, do not hesitate to call upon us. Bruce Wayne disregarded Magneto, turning instead to Thor. You may return now. I need to visit Kamartaj. Very well, Thor responded, wielding his hammer to soar away. Bruce Wayne utilized a teleportation spell. Not directly to Kamartaj, but into the mirror dimension. To shield himself from prying eyes, he employed the Space Stone to conjure a spatial barrier. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Bruce revealed a yellow gem in his palm, the Mind Stone, which resided atop the Mind Scepter. He willingly relinquished the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract to Black Widow, as those artifacts had lost their utility for him. The pretext of releasing Magneto and the Brotherhood was merely a smokescreen to confound S.H.I.E.L.D. The emergence of Kaecilius reminded Bruce Wayne of the impending demise of the Ancient One. Kaecilius, the Dark Sorcerer, rescuing Loki could not bode well. Dark Sorcerer? Loki scrutinized Kaecilius with keen interest. In the presence of Thor, Loki would readily kneel and plead for mercy, yet he regarded Kaecilius with indifference. When it came to magical prowess, even Baron Mordo paled in comparison to Loki, let alone Kaecilius. Loki soon wore a grin and remarked, "Your recent use of spatial magic was quite impressive. Do teach me." Kaecilius, somewhat dismissive of Loki, believed that despite possessing a formidable hand, Loki had squandered his opportunities. Loki, you do not truly think that a mere spatial spell will suffice to forge a passage for the Chitauri army, do you? Then, do you have a superior method? Loki inquired. Kaecilius replied, utilizing the Tesseract to open a spatial portal is indeed a commendable approach, though not the sole one. Have you heard of the Darkhold? Loki immediately responded, it is a tome of dark magic lost on Earth, containing arcane energies that surpass even the Book of Vishanti. Kaecilius smiled. If you can procure the Darkhold, I am confident that opening a gateway for the Chitauri army to invade Earth will be but a trifling matter. I understand your implication. Are you suggesting that we collaborate to obtain the Dark Grimoire? Loki inquired. Indeed, replied Kaecilius. Without my assistance, your solitary strength would be insufficient to seize the Dark Grimoire. Loki nodded in agreement. Very well, I consent to accompany you in this endeavor. However, prior to that, you must impart the spatial magic you just demonstrated. Kaecilius hesitated briefly before tossing a magical ring to Loki, stating, to open the portal, this is essential for casting the spell. Observe closely, for I shall demonstrate it only once. How much you grasp depends on your own insight. Even a prodigy cannot wield the portal without several months of practice. With that, Kaecilius began to showcase the techniques and methods of the teleportation spell. Mimicking his movements, Loki soon manifested a portal before him, revealing that this spatial magic was not overly complex. With a smirk, Loki derided Kaecilius' lack of innate talent. Kaecilius, indeed envious of Loki's magical prowess, had sought this collaboration for precisely that reason. Now that you have mastered the teleportation spell, are you ready to accompany me in retrieving the Dark Grimoire? Certainly. Lead the way, Loki replied, concealing the magical ring with the thought that with this artifact, he could escape from any confinement. Kaecilius then conjured a portal to Kamartaj, and together they ventured forth, only to find themselves confronted by the Ancient One. Chapter 56. The opening of the spatial passage at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, the director, usually maintains a firm grip on his emotions, unless provoked to genuine anger. Natasha, you have been deceived by that scoundrel Wayne. Fury exclaimed, shaking his fist. Director Fury, I do not comprehend your meaning, replied Black Widow, confusion etched across her face. I witnessed Wayne seize the Mind Stone and the Tesseract from Loki himself, and he handed them over to me without any intermediary. How could they possibly be false? With gritted teeth, Nick Fury replied, Natasha, I cannot fathom how Wayne accomplished this, but do not forget that he is a sorcerer. That man possesses abilities that defy explanation. Even with both eyes fixed upon him, you might perceive only an illusion. In any case, the Mind Stone and the Tesseract you retrieve have been sent to the laboratory for examination. How shall I put this? They are indeed authentic. Yet neither the Mind Stone nor the Tesseract contains any energy signature. To illustrate, it is akin to bringing back 2 eggs, only to find the shells empty inside. Furrowing her brow, Black Widow said, I believe I understand, but I must seek out Wayne. Bruce Wayne and Talia had just completed their evening activities when they found the Ancient One materializing at their bedside. Goodness! Bruce exclaimed instinctively, leaping up. Ancient One. Could you not give me a call beforehand to preserve a modicum of privacy? Wayne, I deeply apologize. My arrival is abrupt. I am here to bid you farewell. The Ancient One responded. Farewell? Wait, are you in a spectral form? Bruce deduced, glancing down to see both himself and Talia still reclining in bed. This indicated that the Ancient One had summoned his spirit, engaging in a metaphysical exchange that was more clandestine than the mirror dimension. Even the ability of telepathy could not detect it. The Ancient One calmly stated, "You are correct. I have passed on, and it was at the hands of Kaecilius." With Loki's assistance, he led a surprise attack on Kamartaj. Bruce Wayne's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Ancient One, what do you require of me?" The Ancient One replied, "Stephen is a remarkably gifted sorcerer, but unfortunately, his time studying magic has been far too brief. His current magical prowess is inadequate to shoulder the responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme, hence I hope you can extend some assistance to Stephen. Furthermore, Kaecilius has successfully pilfered the Darkhold. You must exercise caution in your dealings with this tome." Bruce Wayne grasped the essence of the Ancient One's message. More than seeking assistance for Doctor Strange, the Ancient One was primarily concerned about the ramifications of the Darkhold falling into the wrong hands. "Understood. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" inquired Bruce Wayne. The Ancient One shook her head and replied, "I wish you luck." Upon returning to his body, Bruce Wayne exhaled deeply. The nearby Jean stirred, gently caressing Bruce's hair and asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" Bruce initially nodded, then turned to plant a kiss on Jean's lips. "It's nothing. You should rest a bit longer. I need a drink." Jean rose and embraced Bruce from behind, asking, "Wayne, has something unfortunate occurred?" Bruce nodded in response. "Loki has discovered a means to open a spatial portal. This matter must be communicated to the Avengers and SHIELD without delay. Is there anything I can do?" Jean inquired. Bruce replied, "Jean, it seems you need to return to Xavier's academy and prepare the X-Men." "Understood, Wayne," Jean responded. Bruce conjured a teleportation portal to send Jean back to the academy, then informed the Avengers of Loki's plans via his communicator. He then made his way to Kamartaj. "Who goes there?" "Wayne," exclaimed Wong, brandishing a mystical sword. "Hello, Wong," Bruce greeted. Noting that the damage to Kamartaj was not as severe as he had feared, the targets of Kaecilius and Loki were the Darkhold. Upon acquiring it, they had retreated immediately. "Wong, the Ancient One." Wong's voice faltered as he mentioned her passing. Bruce interjected, "Wong, I am aware of the Ancient One's fate. She bid me farewell before her departure, which is why I have come to Kamartaj." "Indeed. Wayne, did the Ancient One speak of me? Did she blame me for failing to protect the library?" Wong asked, agitated. Although the Ancient One had not mentioned Wong to Bruce, he reassured him. "The Ancient One did not hold you responsible. She said that had Kamartaj not been infiltrated by traitors, the Darkhold would not have been stolen. That scoundrel Baron Mordo. One day, I shall make him pay for this night's betrayal," Wong declared, gritting his teeth. "Where is Stephen? I need to speak with him," Bruce inquired. Wong hesitated briefly before responding, "Please, follow me." In a secluded chamber of the library, Stephen stood with the Eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck, casting a temporal spell on an apple. Under Stephen's manipulation, the apple quickly decayed as time flowed forward, only to revert to its fresh state as time reversed. "Wayne." Upon seeing Bruce, Stephen exclaimed with excitement, "Did you see that? This is a time spell. With it, I can accelerate or reverse time on a person or object." "Wayne, I have finally discovered a way to bring Christine back to life." Wong immediately rebuked, "Stephen, employing time magic is a forbidden art. You may inadvertently create a new temporal branch or even bring about the destruction of this world." With a serious expression, Stephen replied, "Wong, do you not wish for the Ancient One to be revived?" "Of course I desire the Ancient One's return. However, the Ancient One left a testament strictly forbidding the use of time magic for his resurrection," Wong exclaimed loudly. Stephen's countenance shifted slightly. "Wong, I shall honor the Ancient One's last wish. Yet, remember, I am the new Sorcerer Supreme. What I choose to do is my prerogative, and you are merely to obey the commands of the Sorcerer Supreme." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed that the Eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck had vanished, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Wong, what have you just done?" Wong, looking bewildered, replied, "I haven't done anything." He paused, turning to Bruce Wayne. "Was it you?" Bruce Wayne did not deny it. Fixing his gaze upon Stephen, "I promised the Ancient One I would assist you in becoming a true Sorcerer Supreme. Until then, I shall safeguard the Eye of Agamotto. Wayne, return it to me," Stephen shouted, lunging towards Bruce Wayne, only to find himself ensnared within a spatial confinement. "Stephen, your emotions are currently highly unstable. It would be prudent for you to calm down here. I will release you once I have dealt with Kaecilius and Loki," Bruce Wayne stated. Stephen struggled to escape the confinement. Realizing he lacked his ring and could not create a portal, he could only shout, "Wayne, you should understand me when others do not. You know that I came to Kamartaj to learn magic to bring Christine back. Now that I have finally found a way to do so, you cannot stop me. Regrettably, I can indeed stop you," Bruce Wayne replied, instructing Wong, "Please keep an eye on him. I shall return shortly." Wong, caught in a dilemma, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Wayne." Seeing he could not sway Bruce Wayne, Stephen turned to Wong and shouted, "I command you, as the Sorcerer Supreme, to release me at once." Wong dug into his ears. "How strange. I can't seem to hear anything. This is bad. I must have been injured by Baron Mordo." I need to find a way to heal my ears in the Tony Stark workshop. If the Bat Bar is where the Avengers gather during their leisure, then Pym Lab serves as their research facility. The Tony Stark workshop is the command center for the Avengers whenever there is a mission. This time, Black Widow arrived uninvited. Having forcibly breached the defenses of the intelligent assistant Jarvis, she aimed her gun at Tony Stark's head and demanded, "Where's Wayne? I will count to 3. You had better bring him before me. Natasha, Wayne is not here." Tony Stark, perplexed by Black Widow's sudden outburst, hastily raised his hands, with one hand gripping a tactical grenade. Black Widow shouted to the others, "Stay back." "Natasha, I think it would be prudent to explain to everyone what is happening," Banner interjected, having initially intended to intervene. "What has transpired? Don't you all know? That scoundrel Wayne gave me a fake Mind Stone and Tesseract. My reputation at SHIELD is in tatters." The revelation about the authenticity of the Mind Stone and Tesseract was unknown to everyone present. "Natasha, this must be a misunderstanding," Tony Stark attempted to clarify, but was cut off by Black Widow. "Tony, you would do well to remain silent. No man is without fault." Captain America, Dr. Banner, Dr. Pym, and Thor exchanged glances, realizing they were unwittingly caught in the crossfire. "Tony, I will count to 3. If Wayne does not appear before me, you shall bear the blame for his demise," Black Widow proclaimed, her voice resolute. 1. "Natasha, even if those 2 items are indeed fake, you cannot lay the blame at my feet." 2. "Natasha, I am utterly wronged. How is this my fault?" 3. "Wayne." A gunshot rang out, but the bullet instantly deformed and fell to the ground. Subsequently, the weapon and grenade in Black Widow's hands disassembled into a pile of parts, clattering to the floor. Tony Stark, nearly paralyzed with fear, called out to the timely arrival of Bruce Wayne, "You need to handle this woman." Black Widow, equally incensed, retorted, "Wayne, why did you deceive me? Why were the Mind Stone and Tesseract false? Natasha, do you possess any evidence that they were fake when I presented them to you? The Mind Stone and Tesseract have been delivered to SHIELD. How can you be certain they weren't swapped there?" Bruce Wayne queried. Black Widow found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ignoring her, Bruce Wayne addressed the others. "I visited Camartage and confirmed that Loki, with the aid of the Dark Sorcerer Kaecilius, has stolen the Darkhold from there. They will undoubtedly utilize the Darkhold to open a portal for the Chitauri army to invade Earth. I do not know when this will occur, but we must locate Loki in the shortest time possible. If you wish to find him, I know where he is." The voice of JARVIS resonated, projecting a holographic image. There stood Loki and Kaecilius atop a building, surrounded by dozens of dark sorcerers, with a woman bound and gagged nearby. "Is that Pepper?" Before Bruce Wayne could finish his sentence, Tony Stark dashed outside and donned his armor. "They must be atop Stark Tower, kidnapping Pepper Potts in an attempt to thwart us," Dr. Pym remarked, his gaze fixed on the screen. Kaecilius handed the Darkhold to Loki, who, upon opening the tome, began to weave a spell. A beam of dark energy ascended from the book into the sky, transforming into a black longsword that slashed through the void. A rift appeared, revealing the assembled Chitauri mechanical army poised to invade Earth through the spatial conduit. "We must prevent them from advancing." Thor grasped his hammer, ready to soar into the fray like Iron Man. "Thor, I believe our combined efforts will yield swifter results," Bruce Wayne suggested, conjuring a portal that would lead directly to Stark Tower. "Stop them," Kaecilius shouted, sprinting towards Pepper Potts. The surrounding dark sorcerers unleashed magical beams aimed at the portal. Bruce Wayne raised his hand, erecting a spatial barrier to deflect the sorcerer's assault. "Do not approach. Otherwise, I shall take this woman's life," Kaecilius threatened, pressing a dagger against Pepper's throat. "Kaecilius, release Pepper Potts," Bruce Wayne commanded. "How dare you demand such a thing?" Kaecilius retorted, but hesitated, withdrawing the dagger. "Mind control," Loki exclaimed in astonishment, then smirked, adding, "It's futile. You have arrived too late. The spatial conduit between Earth and the Chitauri has been opened." Chapter 57. The Grim Reaper Hela. Bruce Wayne materialized beside Loki, delivering a powerful punch that sent Loki sprawling. In one fluid motion, he secured the Darkhold within a spatial storage. Loki was not mistaken. The spatial portal had officially opened, rendering the containment of the Darkhold futile. A faction of the Chitauri had already traversed the portal, launching an assault on Earth. The remaining Chitauri forces were exhilarated, for they were on the brink of fulfilling their long-held desires. Legia elevated his right hand, harnessing the energy of the Space Stone to seal the portal once more. The Chitauri army. Loki, just rising from the ground. Suddenly, Iron Man arrived, unaware that Kaecilius had fallen under Legia's mental control. He swiftly fired a bullet with precision, obliterating Kaecilius' head. It was a tragic end for Kaecilius, who had once slain the Ancient One and acquired the Darkhold, believing he would dominate the cosmos, only to meet such a grim fate. Only a few hundred Chitauri had managed to slip through the portal to Earth. Originally intent on conquering the planet by force, they now found themselves prey to Earth's superheroes. The battle involved not only the Avengers but also Magneto and his Brotherhood. Magneto, having received some intelligence, fortuitously arrived with his followers. With a surge of power, Magneto dismantled the Chidori's mechanical gear, leaving the remainder defenseless. Thus concluded a battlefield that held the fate of Earth in the balance. Loki, Thor, the god of thunder, struck Loki to the ground, placing Mjolnir upon his chest. With the hammer's weight bearing down, Loki struggled in vain to escape. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. You must believe me. I was compelled to act thus. If I hadn't, I would have perished at Thanos' hands. Loki implored Thor, expressing his willingness to return to Asgard to face judgment. In this regard, Loki displayed cunning. He understood that remaining on Earth would likely result in imprisonment or worse, becoming a laboratory specimen, not to mention Thanos' vengeance. However, returning to Asgard presented a different scenario. At worst, Odin might exile him again or confine him, but with Odin's protection, Loki would not have to fear Thanos' retribution. Furthermore, having learned the art of teleportation, Loki could seize an opportunity to escape. Wayne, I must take Loki with me, Thor spoke, still holding on to the bond of brotherhood as he addressed Bruce Wayne. Thor, if you allow Loki to escape, he may not be so fortunate next time, Bruce Wayne cautioned. Thor nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. This is Loki's final opportunity for redemption. Upon finishing his words, Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer in one hand while firmly holding Loki in the other, summoning the Bifrost to return to Asgard. Bruce Wayne promptly vacated the scene, secluding himself within an alternate dimension where he began to study the Darkhold. Presently, Bruce Wayne possessed the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Mind Stone, alongside the Darkhold and an array of extraordinary abilities. It is believed that, in the near future, he shall undoubtedly discover a means to return to Gotham. Unbeknownst to him, half a year slipped by. During this time, Bruce Wayne had not shown himself, and the business at the Bat Bar had significantly dwindled. Aside from the Avengers and Black Widow gathering at their usual times, one patron consistently arrived each night, the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. Ever since Bruce Wayne had seized the Eye of Agamotto and imprisoned him, Doctor Strange had devoted himself to mastering the Book of Vashandi. Once he had completely grasped its teachings, he began visiting the Bat Bar nightly, hoping to encounter Bruce Wayne. Doctor Strange had now become the most powerful mage of Kamar-Taj. Yet aside from the Eye of Agamotto and the ability to reverse time, he had not found a second method to resurrect Christine. Dr. Stephen, Iron Man Tony greeted the bearded sorcerer. Although Tony Stark always insisted on covering the bill for Strange, the latter steadfastly refused. Mr. Stark, if you have something to convey, please do so directly, Dr. Strange remarked, raising his glass and consuming its contents in one swift motion, subsequently requesting a refill. Tony Stark, taking a seat beside him, stated, since the last battle against the Chitauri, Wayne has vanished without a trace, and no one knows where he has gone. I conferred with others and hope you might consider joining the Avengers. Do you wish for me to replace Wayne? Strange inquired. Tony Stark nodded in affirmation. You could say that. A hint of derision flickered across Strange's face. Tony, I fear this may disappoint you. To be candid, I have no interest in becoming a superhero or safeguarding the peace of this world. All my endeavors are solely for Christine. That scoundrel Wayne snatched something vital from me. And that is the reason for my nightly visits here. Unless you can revive Christine, I suggest you leave. Stephen, you ought to relinquish your obsession. Leave me be, Dr. Strange shouted, momentarily losing control, casting a spell that hurled Tony Stark away. I'm fine. Tony Stark exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, hastily gesturing for the Avengers to refrain from intervening. Let us give him a bit more time to ponder. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Tony Stark turned to see a striking woman adorned in a sleek black outfit, her head crowned with a peculiar black helmet, seated in a booth. Was this a role-playing scenario? Excuse me, has anyone noticed when she took her seat? Tony Stark inquired, perplexity etched on his face. The crowd shook their heads, with Peter Parker cautioning, everyone, be wary, that woman sends shivers down my spine. She exudes danger. The woman approached Doctor Strange, a glass of red wine in hand, and remarked, you possess remarkable potential. Should you pledge your allegiance to me, I could elevate you to the status of my subordinate. Doctor Strange scoffed, if you merely seek a companion to alleviate your solitude, I can oblige. Otherwise, do not squander my time here. A series of melodic giggles escaped her lips as she placed her hand upon his shoulder. Stephen, you appear unaware of the peril that surrounds you. Leave, Doctor Strange retorted, only to be met with an overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, the chair beneath him exploded, sending him to his knees. In that moment, he realized he was rendered incapable of wielding magic, his body ensnared by an invisible grip. I warned you of your precarious situation. You have two choices, pledge your loyalty to me and serve as my pawn. Or, hey, whoever you are, release Stephen at once. Captain America shouted, brandishing his shield. Do you know what I detest most? Being interrupted while I speak, the woman replied, hurling her wine glass. The glass collided with Captain America's shield with a clang but did not shatter. Instead, he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. She had effortlessly subdued Doctor Strange with one hand and sent Captain America flying with a mere glass. The sheer magnitude of her power left everyone astounded. The Avengers swiftly transitioned into a combat-ready stance. There's no need for such tension. If you are willing to serve me as my pawns, I assure you, I shall not kill you, she chuckled ominously. Such audacity, demanding the allegiance of so many superheroes merely to serve her whims. Just as curiosity about this formidable woman piqued. Thor, the god of thunder, entered wielding Mjolnir. Ah, there you all are. By the way, has there been any news about Wayne? Asthar spoke. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The woman turned to him, grinning. Is that not my brother? Thor, how long has it been since we last met? Hela. Thor's tone shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, he swung Mjolnir toward Hela with fierce intent. As everyone believed that Thor's hammer could at least repel Hela, and that Doctor Strange's freedom would significantly bolster their strength, they were unprepared for the shocking moment when Hela effortlessly seized the hammer with a single hand. She became the second individual, besides Wayne, capable of wielding Thor's mystical weapon. Isn't this my hammer? Hela mused, tilting her head to scrutinize it, before sneering, what a pity. It's soiled. With a swift motion, she crushed Thor's hammer in her grip. Not only Iron Man and the others were astonished, even Thor himself was left agape in disbelief. Truly, she was my elder sister, a woman whom even Odin, their father, feared. Thor had become overly reliant on his hammer, especially after losing his divine powers and being unable to lift it. Witnessing Hela obliterate his hammer left him in a state of paralysis. Meanwhile, Hela had already placed her hand on Doctor Strange's head, smiling as she proclaimed, "This is your final chance, Stephen. Will you pledge your loyalty to me and become my pawn?" Everyone was acutely aware of the consequences should Doctor Strange refuse. If Hela could crush Thor's hammer, eliminating Doctor Strange would be a mere trifle. Hela, Thor shouted, launching himself into the air and swinging his fist toward her. Unfortunately, Hela merely waved her hand, and Thor was swatted away like a fly, crashing into a wall and losing consciousness. Die? Doctor Strange spat. Hela chuckled coldly. What a pity, you've made a grave mistake. Stop. The Avengers cried in unison, prepared to intervene, only to find that both Hela and Doctor Strange had vanished without a trace. Mirror dimension, Doctor Strange exclaimed. A swirling mass of black mist suddenly emerged and lunged at Hela, who deftly evaded it after releasing Doctor Strange. Intriguing, quite a clever trick, Hela remarked with a smile. Observing the mist. At that moment, the mist transformed into a human form, none other than Bruce Wayne, who had been missing for 6 months. Clad in a dark batsuit, Bruce appeared ominous, his face partially obscured by the swirling shadows. Having been rescued in the nick of time, Doctor Strange regained his powers, but upon seeing Bruce Wayne, his expression shifted to one of shock. My God, Wayne, you've harnessed the power of the Dark Book. You are now completely consumed by dark forces. You've become a dark sorcerer. Silence, Wayne. I just saved you. I did not do so for you to critique me, just as you sought to resurrect Christine. I too have my own duties to fulfill. Bruce Wayne retorted coldly. Do you think I am invisible? Hela approached, her long legs striding forward. As she gathered dark energy in each hand, Bruce Wayne gazed intently at Hela and declared, You are far too weak now. You are no match for me. Too weak? The Black Bat shall witness who the true powerhouse is. Hela retorted, launching herself into the air, unleashing formidable strength as she charged towards Bruce Wayne. Even Doctor Strange was taken aback by this overwhelming force, hastily conjuring a protective shield to defend himself. Despite his efforts, he was still hurled away by the sheer might of Hela. However, the ferocious energy emanating from Hela failed to harm Bruce Wayne. Instead, he had her pinned to the ground by her throat. I told you you are too weak now. Hela, your strength derives from Asgard. Only by returning there can you reclaim your peak power. In this place, you have no chance of defeating me. I can escort you back to Asgard, but only if you pledge your allegiance to me, Bruce Wayne proclaimed. Despite being subdued by Bruce Wayne's force, Hela maintained her haughty demeanor, scoffing disdainfully. I, the great Hela, goddess of death, the mightiest warrior of the 9 realms, pledge loyalty to a nameless wretch like you? Dream on. With a thud, Hela was pressed firmly into the ground. Bruce Wayne coldly stated, Fool, only by serving me can you return to Asgard and become the sovereign of the 9 realms. Otherwise, you shall perish here. To be honest, I am quite curious whether the goddess of death is truly immortal. As he spoke, Bruce Wayne's fingertips extended sharp claws, slowly piercing through Hela's body. Chapter 58, The Conquest of Asgard. No, Wayne. Doctor Strange exclaimed, swiftly attempting to intervene and prevent Bruce Wayne from proceeding. To his astonishment, another Bruce Wayne materialized before him. It dawned on him that the Bruce Wayne who had subdued Hela was merely a projection. Hela, equally taken aback, could scarcely believe she was unable to defeat even a mere projection. Stephen, do not forget that it was I who brought you to Camartage to learn the mystic arts. It was I who saved you from this woman just moments ago. Are you truly contemplating betraying my kindness? Bruce Wayne asserted. Dr. Strange's expression darkened, fully aware that he was no match for Bruce Wayne, even if he was merely facing an avatar. Wayne, I simply wish to prevent you from making a grave mistake. Stephen, then tell me, what constitutes the correct course of action? To release Hela, allowing her to return and slaughter you and those beyond this place, and then reclaim her throne in Asgard? Is that what you deem right? Bruce Wayne challenged. Strange was momentarily rendered speechless, lost in a fog of uncertainty regarding what was right and what was wrong. Hela, summoning every ounce of strength, extracted the metallic claws that Bruce Wayne had plunged into her body, mockingly declaring, "Fool, with such feeble abilities, you cannot hope to kill me." As the claws were withdrawn, Hela's wound began to heal almost instantaneously. Bruce Wayne snickered. It appears the legends hold truth. Your self-healing factors rival even those of Deadpool. Even if I were to sever your head, you would endure. But what if it were this? Bruce Wayne, who had previously stood before Stephen, now positioned himself before Hela, brandishing a knife. I just mentioned Deadpool, whom you might not know. He possesses remarkable regenerative capabilities and is deemed immortal, even captivating the interest of one of the 5 deities, Death herself. He has attempted various methods of self-destruction, yet he has never used this knife on himself. Do you know why? This knife is a weapon of Deadpool, which I have acquired. Hela, claiming the title of the goddess of death, was not the same entity as the Death among the 5 primordial gods. In terms of power, the incorporeal Death surpassed Hela. Death had even mocked her, dismissing her as a mere imitation. Hela's gaze was fixated on Deadpool's knife, her voice low and ominous, because it is forged from carbonadium. Indeed, Hela, who once accompanied Odin in battles across the 9 realms, recognized the carbonadium at a glance. True, while carbonadium may not possess the hardness of adamantium, it bears a formidable secondary ability. It can suppress regenerative factors. If I were to sever your head with it, Hela, do you believe you could survive? Bruce Wayne inquired. Hela hesitated for scarcely a second before responding. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you, provided you assist me in returning to Asgard and reclaiming the throne that rightfully belongs to me. Furthermore, I am curious to know what you seek to gain from me. Bruce Wayne sheathed his blade and rose. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you personally or in Asgard. I merely seek a means to escape the confines of the multiverse. Once I discover such a method, I shall depart immediately, allowing you to reclaim your freedom. Hela, taken aback once more, exclaimed, You wish to leave the multiverse? Even the 5 primordial gods cannot achieve that. Then I shall endeavor to possess powers surpassing those of the 5 primordial gods. Bruce Wayne replied nonchalantly. Hela gazed at Bruce Wayne in astonishment, realizing that her ambitions were indeed trivial compared to his. Her current obsession remained the throne of Asgard, to conquer the 9 realms, and to become their sovereign. Yet, in comparison to the multiverse, the 9 realms were but a speck of dust. Bruce Wayne aimed to transcend the limitations of the multiverse. Suddenly, he tossed the Eye of Agamotto to Dr. Strange. Take this. With it, you may resurrect Christine, but it may not be what you truly desire. Dr. Strange stared at Bruce Wayne in disbelief. Are you truly willing to let me take the Eye of Agamotto? Bruce Wayne scoffed. Stephen, do you have any idea how many places I have traversed in the past 6 months? The Eye of Agamotto is not unique. Countless eyes exist throughout this multiverse. If I so wished, I could acquire them in bulk. Dr. Strange, increasingly astonished, inquired, Wayne, have you already journeyed through the multiverse? Bruce Wayne replied with an impassive expression, Stephen, hurry and take that thing and leave before I change my mind. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, his voice low, Wayne, we shall meet again. Perhaps. Bruce Wayne dismissed Dr. Strange and addressed Hela. Let us go. It is time to head to Asgard. Hela inquired curiously, do you intend to abduct Thor to compel Heimdall to open the Bifrost? Abduct Thor? There's no need for such sorcery. We can directly access Asgard through the power of the Space Stone. Bruce Wayne replied dismissively. Just as they prepared to journey to Asgard, a woman entered the Bat Bar, Jean Grey from the X-Men. Jean, you have finally arrived. Wayne just returned, though he appears somewhat off. Iron Man Tony immediately informed Jean. Jean paid no heed to Tony Stark, but instead focused on the position where Bruce Wayne stood in the mirror. Bruce Wayne also fixed his gaze on Jean within the Bat Bar. Your girlfriend? Hela interjected with curiosity. Bruce Wayne remained silent, merely raising his hand to create a portal. Once Jean stepped through, the portal vanished. Wayne, it appears you are quite concerned about your friends. Are you afraid I might eliminate them all? Jean remarked with a mocking expression, her gaze falling coldly upon Deadpool's weapon as she stated, The gravest mistake you have made is slaying Deadpool. Otherwise, I would not need to confront you myself. Bruce Wayne scoffed disdainfully. Death, I never imagined you would descend to Earth for a mere man. Nonetheless, even if your true form were to appear, it would hardly pose a threat to me, especially since you are merely a projection. Giggling, Jean responded, Wayne, it seems you underestimate your little girlfriend. Her abilities extend beyond mere telepathy and object manipulation. Not long ago, she awakened the Phoenix Force. One of the most formidable powers in the universe. After a brief pause, she called out to Hela, "It would be wise not to act rashly. For the first to perish here will be you." Hela furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent, yet helplessly addressed Bruce Wayne. "If we were in Asgard, I would hardly regard the Phoenix Force as a threat, but as you stated, I am currently too weakened to engage her in battle. Then let us retreat outside," Bruce Wayne commanded, waving his hand to send Hela beyond the mirrored space. When Hela reappeared before them, Iron Man and the others felt a wave of apprehension. Hela understood that the coldly composed Bruce Wayne was still considerate of those present. Otherwise, he would not have opened the portal for Jean, possessed by death, to enter the mirrored space. The threat posed by the Phoenix Force was overwhelming, and a battle beyond the mirrored space would have far-reaching consequences. However, the mirrored space alone could not contain the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force could effortlessly obliterate a planet, easily shattering the mirrored confines. "Do not worry. As long as you do not provoke me, I will spare you for Wayne's sake," Hela declared, stepping before Thor with a disdainful smirk, remarking, "He seems to be sleeping quite soundly." With that, she delivered a punch to Thor's head, ensuring he remained unconscious. Subsequently, Hela rapped on the bar and ordered, "Bring me a drink, and make sure to include some snacks." "This is not the time for drinking. I mentioned we must head to Asgard," Bruce Wayne's voice interrupted, startling Hela. "Apologies, I thought you would require more time," she replied. "Let us go," Bruce Wayne instructed. Within the mirrored space, Death observed another Bruce Wayne preparing to leave with Hela, prompting the Phoenix Force to surge forth. The two projections of Bruce Wayne immediately charged forward but were swiftly consumed by the Phoenix Force, which not only devoured the two projections, but also obliterated the mirrored space entirely. The formidable force caused the magically enhanced Bat-Bar to collapse. What happened? Jean, bewildered, rose from the ruins, astonished by her surroundings. Was all of this my doing? Death had departed from Jean's body and entered the unconscious Thor. Upon awakening, Thor, harnessing the power of death, reached out and astonishingly grasped the shattered Mjolnir, which had been crushed by Hela, now restored in his hand. "Heimdall, open the Bifrost and take me back," Thor exclaimed, raising Mjolnir high. A rainbow bridge descended from the heavens, transporting Thor back to Asgard. "Heimdall, have you seen Hela?" Thor inquired. Heimdall possessed extraordinary sight and sound, allowing him to perceive events on Earth even while in Asgard, transcending both time and space. Therefore, as soon as Hela appeared at the Bat-Bar, Heimdall was already aware. Unfortunately, he failed to notice that the Thor before him had become a vessel for death. "Yes, Hela and Batman are in the Celestial Palace," Heimdall replied, aware of their invasion of Asgard, but unable to leave the Bifrost due to his duties. With a whoosh, Thor swung Mjolnir and soared directly towards the Celestial Palace, which was currently engulfed in turmoil. Asgard served as the source of Hela's power, and upon returning, her strength was nearly limitless. Here, even Odin was no match for Hela. During this invasion, Bruce Wayne had not even intervened. Hela alone had defeated the entire Asgardian army. "It's Thor. Thor has returned. We are saved. Hela, your doom is at hand," the warriors of Asgard shouted with exhilaration upon seeing Thor. However, upon landing, Thor did not confront Hela. Instead, he swung Mjolnir directly at Bruce Wayne. Smash! Hela grasped Mjolnir once more, a scornful smile gracing her lips as she said, "It seems my foolish brother is utterly useless, having been possessed and manipulated by another." Thor, filled with rage, shouted, "Hela, this does not concern you. Be gone." "Be gone?" Hela scoffed, shattering Mjolnir once again and advancing towards Thor. "Death, it seems you have forgotten that this is Asgard, my domain. You dare to tell me to leave? Do I not deserve some dignity? Oh, I seem to recall you once claimed I was merely a counterfeit goddess of death, correct? Very well. Let us settle this here and see who the true goddess of death really is." Amidst the chaos, Loki escaped from prison, chased by the Doctor, and fortuitously witnessed the fierce clash between Hela and Thor. The situation was decidedly one-sided, with Thor being completely overwhelmed by Hela. Had it not been for the latent power of death, Thor, the god of thunder, would have been vanquished long ago. With a swift thrust of her night sky sword, Hela pierced Thor's chest, leaving Loki in a state of shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Although Loki had incessantly proclaimed his desire to slay Thor, he had never succeeded. Deep down, however, he held a profound admiration for his elder brother, having even met his demise at the hands of Thanos in Thor's defense. "Hela, I never imagined your heart could be so ruthless to take your own brother's life," Death exclaimed in disbelief. "I am the true goddess of death," Hela declared as she forcefully withdrew the night sky sword, causing Thor to collapse to the ground. With the bloodied sword held aloft, Hela surveyed the Asgardian army surrounding her and proclaimed, "I am Hela, the goddess of death, the rightful ruler of Asgard. Those who pledge their loyalty to me, kneel, otherwise meet the same fate as Thor." As the Asgardian warriors wavered, Loki abruptly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Sister, elder sister, I am your third brother, Loki." "Third brother?" Hela replied, her expression one of confusion as she regarded him. Loki crawled toward Hela, calling out, "Sister, though I am merely Odin's adopted son, I truly am your brother. I have heard tales of you since my youth and have always regarded you as my idol." Hela burst into laughter, fully aware of Loki's fabrications. Yet she began to take a liking to this brother of hers. Chapter 59. The Five Black Obsidian Generals. Bruce Wayne spent 3 days within the Library of Asgard, absorbing all the knowledge it had to offer. "Wayne, I should indeed address you as the illustrious Batman." As soon as Loki, who had been waiting outside, caught sight of Bruce Wayne emerging from the library, a sycophantic smile broke upon his face. "Is there something you require?" Bruce Wayne inquired. Loki replied, "I have been commanded by Queen Hela to attend to your needs. Furthermore, I wish to report on Thor's condition. Following your instructions, Tony has been incarcerated in the dungeons of Asgard, and his injuries have fully healed. I am curious as to how you wish to proceed with Thor, esteemed Batman." "Are you suggesting I release Thor?" Bruce Wayne queried. Loki hastily responded, "I never implied such a thing. The great Batman, Thor is your ally, and he has been yearning for an audience with you these past few days." After a moment's contemplation, Bruce Wayne stated, "I am to depart Asgard with Hela shortly. Once we have left, please escort Thor back to Earth." Without further ado, Bruce Wayne summoned his spatial abilities and materialized before Hela. She was engaged in discussions with officials of the Celestial Palace, and upon noticing Bruce Wayne, she waved her hand to dismiss them, rising to greet him with a nod. "Batman, I trust you have found what you sought?" "Almost. Now, I require your company to visit the Dwarven King on Nidavellir," Bruce Wayne instructed. "Now," Hela inquired. Bruce Wayne lightly tapped his forehead and activated the power of the space gem, opening a portal to Nidavellir. This planet was inhabited by the dwarves, renowned throughout the cosmos as the finest craftsmen, creators of many formidable artifacts, such as Thor's axe and Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. "This feels amiss," Hela remarked as they arrived on Nidavellir. As the goddess of death, she sensed the unmistakable presence of mortality. Bruce Wayne closed his eyes, employing his heightened senses to investigate, and remarked, "This place has been overtaken by Thanos' forces. However, we are not too late. The Dwarven King and his kin are still alive." "Who is Thanos?" Hela asked, having never heard of this younger entity, several millennia her junior. In some respects, Thanos bore a resemblance to Hela. Both harbored ambitions of conquering other worlds and wielded remarkably ruthless methods. Many asserted that Thanos' strength surpassed Hela's, but this was not entirely accurate. In a direct comparison of their innate power, Thanos could barely be deemed her junior. Yet, with the Infinity Gauntlet and the Cosmic Forge in his possession, Thanos could effectively suppress Hela. At this moment, Thanos' invasion of the Dwarven realm aimed to coerce the Dwarven King into forging the Infinity Gauntlet for him. In other words, Thanos currently possesses only the Power Stone, recently acquired after a massacre on the planet Xandar. A solitary Power Stone is insufficient for him to vanquish Hela. "Step forth," Bruce Wayne suddenly declared. A figure descended from the sky, a bald woman, half of her body cybernetically modified. It was Nebula. A smile graced Bruce Wayne's lips. Nebula, weapon in hand, appeared momentarily taken aback. "You know me?" Nebula, Thanos' adopted daughter, harbored a deep-seated desire to kill him. The reason was simple. Both she and Gamora had been adopted by Thanos after he conquered their home planet. Having witnessed Thanos' atrocities firsthand, coupled with the modifications inflicted upon her, Nebula's heart was consumed by hatred. Unlike Nebula, Thanos exhibited a peculiar favoritism towards Gamora, even shedding tears when sacrificing her for the Soul Stone. Bruce Wayne not only recognized Nebula, but had also shared a romantic connection with her during his journeys across the multiverse. However, in that alternate universe, Nebula was not the half-machine entity she had become now. "Take us to Thanos. I can promise to assist you in his demise." Bruce Wayne resolved to grant Nebula this modest wish. "You think you can?" Nebula scoffed, raising her firearm to take aim. Yet, no bullets emerged. Under Bruce Wayne's magnetic manipulation, the gun morphed, and Nebula found herself levitating involuntarily. "Nebula, I understand you doubt my capability to kill Thanos. It seems I must first deal with the Black Order." The Black Order comprised Thanos' 5 most formidable warriors, holding a status above both Nebula and Gamora in Thanos' hierarchy. Kill the Black Order? Such audacity. From the void emerged a creature with an octopus-like head, Corvus Glaive, one of the Black Order. Glaive possessed formidable telepathic abilities, having even controlled Doctor Strange with his power, along with exceptional object manipulation skills. "Corvus Glaive, are you following me?" Nebula exclaimed, frustrated. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you would betray Thanos." As Glaive spoke to Nebula, he discreetly employed his telepathy to attempt control over Hela, only to be thwarted by an unseen barrier. Hela possessed more than just formidable physical prowess. As a member of the Asgardian pantheon, she wielded profound magical abilities. "Who dares to attempt to control me? Hela, goddess of death." Hela scoffed, drawing the sword of night and advancing towards Glaive. "Hela, Could you be the Hela from Asgard, daughter of Odin? Upon hearing her name, Glaive's face drained of color. Unprepared for such a powerful adversary standing before him. To perish by my sword, you shall not have lived in vain, Hela proclaimed, raising her blade to strike. Upon confirming Hela's identity, Ebony Maw contemplated fleeing, but Hela's speed was insurmountable, rendering escape impossible. Left with no choice, Ebony Maw resorted to his telekinetic abilities, hoping to thwart Hela's assault. Alas, Hela's might far surpassed Ebony Maw's existence. With a swift stroke, the knight's sword cleaved Ebony Maw's body in two. Nebula, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned, instinctively comparing Hela to Thanos, pondering who was the more formidable foe. Killing Ebony Maw would undoubtedly prove a daunting task for her. If Hela could effortlessly slay him, she could just as easily do the same to Nebula. As she regained her composure, Nebula turned to Bruce Wayne and inquired, "Can you truly assist me in eliminating Thanos?" Bruce Wayne nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall lead you to Thanos," Nebula exclaimed, exhilarated that her long-held desire was finally within reach. With a decisive kick, Hela sent Ebony Maw's lifeless body soaring into the clouds and turned to ask, "Are we ready to depart?" Under Nebula's guidance, Bruce Wayne and Hela proceeded, soon encountering a patrol of soldiers. At the forefront stood a woman who resembled a counterfeit Hela, wielding a golden spear. Upon sighting this woman, Nebula instinctively halted, her desire to flee evident, yet she summoned courage upon seeing Bruce Wayne and Hela. This woman was Dark Knight Proxima, one of the Black Order. A master of close combat and cosmic fighting, her spear, when thrown, transformed into 3 rays targeting her foes, capable of causing death to most beings. "Nebula, who are these individuals?" Dark Knight Proxima demanded. While Nebula was also a combat expert, she felt somewhat overshadowed by Dark Knight Proxima. "Those who seek your life," Hela declared without preamble, launching her assault. As the knight sword swung upward, black spikes erupted from the ground, swiftly dispatching Dark Knight Proxima's minions, even piercing her own right foot. With a swift motion, Dark Knight Proxima shattered the nearby black spikes with her golden spear, immediately hurling it at Hela. The golden beams coalesced in midair, striking Hela and creating 3 gaping wounds in her head and chest. "Is this meant to be amusing?" Dark Knight Proxima scoffed, dismissing Hela's prowess. "Do you find this amusing?" Hela's voice resonated from behind Dark Knight Proxima, startling her into a leap. Countless black spikes pierced through Dark Knight Proxima's body, suspending her in the air. The Hela struck by the golden rays vanished, and with a clang, Dark Knight Proxima's golden spear fell to the ground. Hela reached out, grasping the spear and playfully inspecting it. "This is rather intriguing. Who dares to kill my wife?" A hollow voice reverberated through the void. Nebula immediately began to speak softly. "General Deathblade, the husband of the Dark Knight Proxima, is also one of the 5 generals of Obsidian. The general possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability. Even if his head were severed, he could not be killed. Furthermore, General Deathblade wields a formidable blade, within which his soul resides. As long as the blade remains intact, the general can continuously resurrect." As the words were spoken, a plume of black mist descended from the heavens. General Deathblade bore a striking resemblance to the Grim Reaper depicted on Earth, cloaked entirely in black robes, with skeletal arms exposed, wielding a blade akin to the Reaper's scythe. "Dark Knight Proxima." Upon landing, the general mournfully called out, before his fierce gaze fell upon Hela. "Did you slay Dark Knight Proxima?" With a swift motion, Hela thrust her golden spear forward, employing the very techniques of Dark Knight Proxima. 3 golden rays pierced through the general's head and chest. "What utter nonsense," Hela scoffed. "Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago." Yet, General Deathblade appeared unfazed, brandishing his blade and lunging at Hela. Hela released her golden spear and deftly retreated several meters, narrowly evading the general's assault, extracting the spear from his body. The wounds on General Deathblade began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In terms of self-healing capabilities, he was on par with Hela and Deadpool. "This is intriguing," Hela remarked, drawing forth the sword of the night sky to launch her attack. With precision, she severed the general's head from his neck. With a dull thud, the general's head flew several meters away. Nevertheless, he remained standing, his body unwavering, and once again swung his blade towards Hela. After repelling Hela, he leaped backward to retrieve his head and reattach it to his neck. Hela's sword grew swifter, this time. She not only decapitated General Deathblade, but also sliced his body into hundreds of pieces. The scattered chunks of flesh were drawn together by tendrils of black mist, reassembling into the general once more. Nebula shouted from behind, "It is futile. As long as the general's soul endures, no matter how many times you slay him, he shall resurrect." Hela scoffed disdainfully, this time refraining from using the sword of the night sky. Instead, she delivered a powerful strike that sent General Deathblade flying, effortlessly seizing his blade in the process. Subsequently, Hela gestured towards the blade, forcibly extracting a mass of black mist from within. "Stop. Who are you? Cease at once, or Thanos will, General Deathblade's voice emanated from the black mist. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to invoke Thanos to threaten Hela. But before he could finish his sentence, Hela obliterated his soul. The ability to eradicate General Deathblade's essence was astonishing. Nebula stood in stunned silence, softly murmuring, "Who on earth is she?" At this point, 3 of Thanos' formidable Black Order had already perished, under Nebula's guidance. It was not long before Bruce Wayne encountered Thanos and 2 other members of the Black Order, Supergiant and Black Dwarf. Here, hundreds of dwarves were surrounded by Thanos' minions. While the Dwarf King grasped the freshly forged Infinity Gauntlet, preparing to barter for the freedom of his people. "Hela!" the Dwarf King exclaimed in alarm. Although Hela was Odin's daughter, her infamy in the 9 realms overshadowed even that of Odin himself. The Dwarf King's fear of Hela far surpassed that of Thanos. The 2 great Dark Lords met at this juncture. Upon seeing the Infinity Gauntlet, Nebula anxiously cried out, "Hurry, stop Thanos from putting on the gauntlet, or no one will be able to thwart him." With a swift motion, Thanos seized the Infinity Gauntlet directly from the Dwarf King's grasp and commanded Supergiant and Black Dwarf, "Eliminate them, including the traitor Nebula." Understood, Supergiant and Black Dwarf acknowledged, turning to advance towards Bruce Wayne and his companions. Hela, wielding the Sword of Night, stepped forward and, after a disdainful yawn, remarked, "Don't waste time. You 2 should attack together." Supergiant and Black Dwarf exchanged glances before unleashing their full power in an assault against Hela. Chapter 60. Guardians of the Galaxy. Hela, engaging in combat, displayed remarkable prowess. The Celestial, renowned as a cosmic scout, possessed formidable skills in mental domination, telepathy, psychic transmission, and memory extraction. Although Hela was immune to magic, the relentless mental assaults from the Celestial caused her a degree of discomfort. Black Dwarf, noted for his exceptional defensive capabilities among the Ebony Maw, boasted skin tougher than that of the Hulk. Rather than confront the 2 directly, Hela opted for a strategy of isolating and defeating them one by one. She first maneuvered with Black Dwarf, then seized the opportunity to deliver a physical blow that overwhelmed the unsuspecting Celestial. The Celestial's head erupted into a mist of blood. Next was Black Dwarf. His formidable defenses proved insufficient against Hela's relentless assault. Ultimately, Black Dwarf met a grim fate at the hands of Hela. The battle among the 3 unfolded swiftly, with the victor emerging in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Thanos donned the Infinity Gauntlet, embedding the Power Stone within. Observing the demise of the Celestial and Black Dwarf, he felt no sorrow. To Thanos, their deaths merely indicated their ineffectiveness. He had no need for the useless. "Eliminate all the dwarves," Thanos commanded his army. The Dwarf King, alarmed, rushed forth, exclaiming, "Thanos, you cannot do this. You promised that if I helped you forge the Infinity Gauntlet, you would spare my people. Get out of my way." Thanos replied, kicking the Dwarf King aside. Hela cruelly mocked, "Dwarf King, how naive of you to still hold such beliefs at your age." Naive? The Dwarf King was well aware of Thanos' untrustworthiness, yet under the threat of force, as the king of the dwarves, he felt compelled to make an attempt. With a spurt of blood, he angrily declared, "Thanos, you treacherous fiend." Thanos sneered. His minions were already in motion. But what they did not anticipate was that the dwarves vanished almost simultaneously. The Space Stone? Thanos paused, then erupted in laughter. Who would have thought the Space Stone would appear here, a serendipitous windfall? As he spoke, Thanos lunged at Bruce Wayne with his massive blade. Clang! Hela intercepted him with the Sword of Night. "Daughter of Odin, conqueror of the 9 realms, I am eager to witness your true abilities," Thanos sneered. With a resounding thud, Hela was sent flying by Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, yet she swiftly returned, unleashing an even greater force against him. Observing the impasse between Hela and Thanos, Bruce Wayne teleported to the Dwarf King. "I require your assistance in crafting a set of equipment." The Dwarf King, clutching his chest, inquired, "Were you the one who saved my people earlier?" "Indeed. Just assist me in crafting the equipment, and I can assure the safety of your kin," Bruce Wayne declared. "Why should I trust you?" The Dwarf King retorted, adding, "You are in league with Hela," implying that Hela was unworthy of trust. Bruce Wayne responded, "You may choose not to believe me. However, should you refuse my proposal, I shall depart with Hela, leaving you and your people vulnerable to Thanos' wrath." The Dwarf King, well aware of Thanos' notorious deeds and recalling the near demise of his kin at Thanos' hands, recognized he had no better option. "What do you wish me to forge?" Bruce Wayne replied, "A mech that can perfectly harness the power of the 6 Infinity Stones and traverse the cosmic barriers." "What?" The Dwarf King's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Is that beyond your capabilities?" Bruce Wayne inquired. The Dwarf King's expression grew grave. "The difference between impossible and not possible is negligible. To forge such a mech, from design to sourcing suitable materials, I might spend my entire life without achieving it." With a flourish, Bruce Wayne gestured, and a pile of adamantium, vibranium, and various rare cosmic metals appeared on the ground. "Is this sufficient? My heavens, where did you acquire these materials?" The Dwarf King examined the components needed for the mech with great care, finally nodding in agreement. "With these materials, it should be nearly complete. But I still require a design schematic. How about this?" Bruce Wayne produced a mech design blueprint. This time, the Dwarf King's jaw dropped even further, his eyes nearly popping out. After studying the blueprint intently, he exclaimed, "Where did you find this?" The ability to draft such a mech construction diagram is the mark of a genius. A genius? Bruce Wayne was indeed a prodigy. He had once crafted the Hellbat mech. Assisting Hela in ascending to the throne of Asgard was merely a means for Bruce Wayne to gain access to the library of the gods and expand his understanding of the universe. He had personally designed this mech. However, much like the Hellbat mech required the collaborative efforts of Superman, Wonder Woman, and other Justice League members, this mech, enabling Bruce Wayne to traverse the multiversal barriers, also required the Dwarf King's craftsmanship. "Shall we commence then?" Bruce Wayne instructed. The Dwarf King glanced at Thanos and his army and said, "I can assist you in crafting this mech. But you must drive these intruders away and bring my kin to help. Only then can we expedite the completion of the mech." "Consider it done," Bruce Wayne replied. Turning to face Hela and Thanos, extending his hand to use his telekinesis to seize the Power Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet. Deprived of the Power Stone, Thanos' strength was significantly diminished. Hela seized the opportunity, skillfully severing Thanos' arm along with the Infinity Gauntlet. With the loss of an arm, Thanos' strength was further diminished. Hela maintained her upper hand, and, seizing the moment, struck down Thanos with her blade. In the film, Thanos appeared to possess only formidable physical attack skills. In truth, as a descendant of the Eternals, he harbored numerous unparalleled superpowers. It was as if, despite meeting his grim fate at Hela's sword, his corporeal form vanished upon hitting the ground. Witnessing Thanos' demise, the remaining onlookers fled from the Dwarf King's planet, with merely 2 individuals defeating Thanos and his vast army. This scene left the Dwarf King in complete awe. After Bruce Wayne returned the dwarves, the Dwarf King officially commenced the construction of a mecha. Such an advanced mecha could not be completed in just a day or two. To prevent any mishaps during its creation, Bruce Wayne left Hela as a bodyguard while he returned to Earth. At the Bat Bar, Iron Man Tony rebuilt a new Bat Bar atop the ruins. Unlike the previous establishment, this new Bat Bar could be described in 2 words: sheer opulence. Thud. Thor slammed his beer mug onto the table. Expressing his grievances to Tony Stark, "Wayne is no longer the Batman we once knew. He has become an absolute jerk." Tony Stark poured another beer for Thor. "Thor, you've uttered those words countless times. Honestly, I don't think we can blame Wayne. He did not intervene while Hela was seizing Asgard. Moreover, Hela is your sister. And Asgard's crisis is essentially a matter of your divine household. What do you think?" Loki sighed. "I feel utterly unsafe here. If Sister Hela discovers that I released you, she will surely have my head." "Loki, must you be so ineffectual?" Thor retorted, visibly irritated. Loki shot him a withering glance. "Thor, you seem to have achieved quite a bit, having fought with Hela. And what was the outcome? You were soundly defeated and nearly lost your life. What do you call that?" "It is a matter of bloodline suppression." "Pa, I just what?" Loki inquired. Thor found himself at a loss for words, bitterly muttering, "Ultimately, this is all Wayne's fault. Had he not sent Hela back to Asgard, none of this would have transpired." "Are you lamenting your lost throne, Thor?" Bruce Wayne's voice suddenly echoed within the bar. "Wayne," Thor exclaimed, swinging his fist at Bruce Wayne. Bang. Bruce Wayne held Thor's head, forcefully driving his face into the ground. "Thor, you ought to understand. If it weren't for me, you would have perished at Hela's hands long ago." MMM. Thor, unable to articulate his frustration, simply extended his middle finger. "You fool," he exclaimed. "Rather than lamenting our fates here, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to enhance your own strength. I assure you, Hela will soon return to Asgard. Consider how you will confront her then," Bruce Wayne advised. Thor fell silent, consumed by his worries. After releasing Thor, Bruce Wayne approached and took a swig of beer. "Iron Man, Tony Stark," inquired with a hint of urgency, "Wayne, where have you been during this time?" "It's a long story. By the way, where's Jean?" Bruce Wayne asked. Tony Stark replied. "After the Bat Bar was destroyed, she felt immense guilt and has no recollection of what transpired in the mirror dimension, so she returned to the X-Mansion." "Wayne, I think you should pay her a visit if you get the chance. Her current state is quite unstable." "I understand," Bruce said. "Does anyone have news of Dr. Strange?" He continued, eager to grasp what had transpired during his absence. A mysterious expression crossed Tony Stark's face as he said, "Let me share a secret with you." "Well, it's not precisely a secret. Christine has returned from the dead. It caused quite a stir. However, she and Dr. Strange have had a falling out, and since then, no one knows where they have gone." Kamartaj, Bruce Wayne thought to himself, realizing that Dr. Strange and Christine must currently be at Kamartaj. Meanwhile, Thor rose from the ground, grumbling, "Loki, you scoundrel. What have I done now?" Loki replied, "You are not the only one who has lost the throne of Asgard. I have as well, you know." Loki felt unjustly accused. After spending time in prison, everything had changed. "Well, I must go see Jean." Bruce Wayne's sentence abruptly halted as he stepped out onto the rooftop. Just moments ago, his spider sense had alerted him to imminent danger. Upon reaching the rooftop, he observed a streak of light soaring through the sky towards him. This streak of light was, in fact, a spaceship enveloped in flames. Inside the vessel, a raccoon was desperately trying to regain control while shouting, "Star-Lord, you idiot! You're going to get us all killed. How can you blame me? Do you think I wanted this?" The man who appeared to be the only human aboard retorted, "Come on, we were running for our lives. Finding the ship was a stroke of luck. I didn't have time to check for malfunctions." The raccoon exclaimed. Groots, a wooden figure, clung tightly to his safety harness. Beside him, a green-skinned woman yelled, "Everyone, shut up. Prepare for impact. Oh heavens. If I manage to escape this time, I shall certainly distance myself from you imbeciles. We are about to crash," exclaimed the raccoon. A chorus of screams erupted from everyone, and then, the anticipated sound of impact never materialized. The flames outside the spacecraft vanished, and it was only then that they realized the vessel was hovering atop a building. What on earth happened? Are we still alive? Goodness. We are alive. Look, it appears we have been rescued by that bat fellow. Star-Lord, do all you earthlings resemble bats? Fool, do I look like a bat to you? He must be preparing for Halloween. Squeak, bang. Once the spaceship was gently lowered onto the rooftop, Star-Lord was the first to open the door and step out, eagerly greeting Bruce Wayne. "Hello, Mr. Bat. It is a pleasure to meet you. Additionally, I must express my gratitude. You just saved us. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell me where we are?" "Peter, you are as foolish as ever," Bruce Wayne retorted. During his multiverse travels, Bruce Wayne had, after all, had a past with Nebula and naturally recognized the Guardians of the Galaxy before him. "Peter, are you addressing me?" Star-Lord asked with a forced smile. "Fool, is there anyone else here named Peter?" The raccoon leapt from the spacecraft and approached Bruce Wayne, saying, "Hi there, big guy. It seems you know this fool. That's great. Could you first find us something to eat?" Chapter 61. Your information is outdated. Groot, the sentient tree, leapt from the aircraft. His expression one of vigilance alongside Gamora and Drax the Destroyer. Rocket Raccoon, noticing Bruce Wayne's silence, unsheathed his sharp claws and declared, "Listen. We are the illustrious guardians of the galaxy, the protectors of the entire cosmos. You must offer us the finest delicacies this place has to offer, or else." Before Rocket could finish his sentence, he found himself suspended in midair, struggling and exclaiming, "Batman, I warn you, put me down at once, or else." Suddenly, Rocket realized he could no longer articulate his words. Observing this, Groot extended his arms, attempting to pull Rocket closer. However, a burst of flames erupted, prompting Groot to retract his hands hastily. Meanwhile, Star-Lord, Gamora, and Drax entered a combat stance, yet they refrained from making the first move. Bruce Wayne addressed Rocket, saying, "If you dare to utter another word, I shall transform you into a roasted raccoon." With that, he flung Rocket aside, and, glancing at Star-Lord and the others, remarked, "This is a bar. I cannot ascertain what is delectable here. However, the drinks are plentiful. Come, allow me to take you for a meal." Once freed, Rocket scurried behind Drax, only to peek out from behind him as Bruce Wayne turned away, shaking his fist and muttering, "You were fortunate to escape. Otherwise, you would have tasted the wrath of my raccoon fists." Bruce Wayne abruptly halted, turning to face Rocket, causing the latter to shiver and retreat behind Drax once more. "Idiot, why do you stare at me so? I assure you, I am not afraid of that fellow. I merely choose not to stoop to his level. After all, I am the captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy and cannot bully a human who willingly offers us food," Rocket shouted towards Star-Lord. "Did I look at you?" Star-Lord whistled as he strolled past. Within the Bat Bar, Tony Stark expressed great interest in the extraterrestrial visitors Bruce Wayne had brought along. "Pepper, have you ever encountered a talking raccoon?" "Indeed, it stands before me." "What, do you wish to adopt it as a pet?" "Very well. I shall attempt to negotiate with it." Bruce Wayne was engaged in a video call with Pepper. Throughout this interaction, Rocket maintained a scowl. When Tony Stark reached out to stroke Rocket's ears, the raccoon leapt onto the table and roared, "Enough! Kid, I have tolerated you for long enough. I am the captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy, not a mere pet. If you dare to touch me again, I swear I shall bite your fingers off." Tony Stark promptly informed Pepper, "This raccoon has quite the temper. I deem it unsuitable as a pet." As Rocket Raccoon was about to launch an attack on Tony Stark, he noticed Bruce Wayne entering the room and promptly returned to his seat. "This is all we have, so you'll have to make do," Bruce Wayne declared as he placed a bowl of instant noodles in front of everyone. "Instant noodles? How splendid. It has been ages since I last indulged in such a delicacy," exclaimed Star-Lord, handing a bucket of noodles to Gamora. "This is what I told you about. A culinary delight unique to Earth. I assure you, you will adore it." "How does one consume this?" Gamora inquired, puzzled. "Just eat it like I do," Star-Lord replied as he slurped up a noodle, blowing on it before savoring the taste. "Delicious. I've made up my mind. I shall sample every flavor of instant noodles Earth has to offer. No, I must fill the cargo hold before we leave Earth." Idiot. That is contingent upon you repairing the spaceship first, Rocket Raccoon retorted, rolling his eyes. He imitated Star-Lord and attempted to eat the noodles, exclaiming, hot, hot, hot. Groot. The sentient tree lifted a bowl of noodles and took a sip of the broth, instantly breaking into a blissful smile. I am Groot. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Tony Stark turned to Thor and asked, have you heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy? Thor shook his head, gazing at the Guardians as if they were a peculiar sight. What of you? Stark inquired of Loki. Loki also shook his head. I believe they should not be called the Guardians of the Galaxy. They ought to be named the Galaxy Zoo instead. Idiot. What are you saying? Who are the animals? Rocket Raccoon's temper flared. Had Bruce Wayne not been present, he would have overturned the table. Loki sneered. What? Isn't a raccoon an animal? Rocket Raccoon pointed at his own nose and declared, a raccoon is an animal, but I, Rocket Raccoon, am not merely an animal. I am a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, a superhero. Thor chuckled, amused by the audacity of a raccoon claiming to be a superhero. Kid, what are you laughing at? If you have the guts, let us settle this outside. Rocket Raccoon yelled at Thor. Thor furrowed his brow and asked, are you certain you wish to challenge me? Rocket Raccoon gestured toward the others, asserting, indeed, I shall take you all on. He paused momentarily before turning to Bruce Wayne, adding, but you can sit this one out. Suddenly, a crackle of lightning appeared in Thor's palm, and he sighed, it seems that without my hammer, even a raccoon dares to challenge me. Are you a superhuman? Rocket Raccoon faltered at the sight of the lightning. Superhuman? Little raccoon, are you insulting me? Though I may be somewhat diminished at present, handling a mere raccoon is hardly a challenge for me, Thor stated as he rose, intending to teach Rocket a lesson. Rocket Raccoon immediately knelt on one leg, feigning surrender. Oh, no. Sir, if I have offended you in any manner, I sincerely apologize. May I inquire as to your identity? Ah, never mind. The god of thunder, Thor, felt his spirits dwindle at the thought of Asgard's misfortunes. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned to retreat to his seat. However, Rocket Raccoon, a wicked grin adorning his lips, leapt forth to launch a surprise attack on Thor. With a resounding thud, a kick sent Rocket crashing into the ceiling. Loki, ever the opportunist, snorted disdainfully. In the realm of cunning, Rocket was but a mere novice in Loki's presence. In all the 9 realms, none could dare to bully the king of Asgard. As Rocket tumbled from the ceiling to the table, he realized too late that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Star-Lord had finished his bowl of instant noodles and, lifting Rocket's bowl, remarked, if you don't fancy it, I could take it off your hands. Infuriated by his earlier humiliation, Rocket promptly retaliated with a punch, reclaiming his meal. Groot, having finished his soup, presented the noodles back to Star-Lord. Thank you, Star-Lord expressed gratefully, accepting the offering with relish. The destroyer took a sip of beer, contentedly declaring, ah, the ale of Earth is truly delightful. After devouring his noodles, Star-Lord spoke, Batman, in light of your generous hospitality, I shall bestow upon you a piece of news free of charge. Thanos has seized the Power Stone and compelled the Dwarf King to forge the Infinity Gauntlet. With the Mind Stone, Space Stone, and Time Stone residing on Earth, Thanos' next destination will inevitably be our planet. If you have the means, I suggest you make haste to escape. Otherwise, Thanos will leave no survivors on Earth. Loki's countenance paled at this revelation, for he was the one who had mislaid the Mind Stone. Thor, I believe it would be prudent for us to return to Asgard. Loki managed a strained smile. For at least there, we may preserve our lives. I must take my leave, Bruce Wayne announced, rising from his seat. As he reached the door, he paused to address Star-Lord. Your information is outdated. Thanos has lost both the Power Stone and the Infinity Gauntlet to the Dwarf King, and he, along with the Ebony Maw, has met his demise at the hands of Hela. What? How do you know this? Star-Lord queried, astonished. Bruce Wayne smiled and replied, because I have just returned from there. You need not concern yourselves with Thanos any longer. Rather, contemplate how to deal with the Marauders who are soon to arrive. Star-Lord. Rocket murmured softly, how does he know we are evading the Marauders? Gamora furrowed her brow, saying, I think we should verify whether Thanos is truly dead. Groot chimed in. The Destroyer scratched his head, pondering, so do we still need to seize the Infinity Stones on Earth? Idiot. How could you reveal the secret of our purpose here? Rocket exclaimed. Bruce Wayne chose to ignore the Guardians of the Galaxy thereafter, except for the Time Stone. All other gems reside within Bruce Wayne, and even the Guardians of the Galaxy would be unable to seize them. Prior to visiting X Academy to see Jane, Bruce Wayne made a stop at Kamartaj. Upon seeing Bruce Wayne, Wong was taken aback and, glancing warily around, inquired, have you returned the Eye of Agamotto to Stephen? Bruce Wayne replied, you must be referring to Stephen's resurrection of Christine, correct? You already know? Wong expressed his surprise, then furrowed his brow and said, it's likely not as simple as you think. Stephen has brought Christine back and imprisoned her in the mirror dimension. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen's actions are profoundly misguided, and I am genuinely concerned for both him and Kamartaj. I am here to resolve this matter. Where is he? Bruce Wayne asked. Wong responded, "You should be in the Sorcerer Supreme's chamber. More precisely, within the Sorcerer Supreme's mirror dimension." Understood. Bruce Wayne utilized his spatial abilities and instantly arrived in the Sorcerer Supreme's chamber. Wait, I thought you would not return, Stephen remarked as he stepped out from the mirror dimension upon seeing Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne stated, "Stephen, it appears that resurrecting Christine has not achieved the purpose you desired." Stephen retorted, "She merely has a slight misunderstanding of my intentions. Now, Wade, if you have come here solely to mock me, then you have succeeded. Please leave." Stephen, "I have come to reclaim the Eye of Agamotto, or rather, the time stone within it," Bruce Wayne declared. Stephen scoffed. "Wade, I believe you are mistaken. The Eye of Agamotto rightfully belongs to Kamar Taj and is an artifact that only the Sorcerer Supreme can wield. And I am the Sorcerer Supreme. Regrettably, I must take the time stone." As Bruce Wayne spoke, he launched an attack, a surge of dark energy rushing towards Stephen. "Darkhold!" Stephen exclaimed, instinctively attempting to defend himself, but his defenses were swiftly shattered by the Darkhold's power. Subsequently, Stephen found himself immobilized by the Darkhold's might. Bruce Wayne successfully seized the Eye of Agamotto but did not depart. Instead, he said, "Stephen, in the near future, you will reclaim the Eye of Agamotto. And at that time, I hope you might assist me." "Wayne, don't be foolish. Do you think that after acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, I would not glimpse the future? Among countless possibilities, your chances of successfully breaking the multiverse barrier and traversing to another universe are less than 1 in a billion. You cannot succeed. Even with a 1 in a billion chance, I must strive for it," Bruce Wayne asserted. Stephen struggled momentarily and said, "Wayne, I simply cannot fathom why you are so insistent on returning." Bruce Wayne replied calmly, "Because I do not belong to this world, and my existence may herald catastrophic consequences for it. I must bring an end to everything before such a disaster unfolds." "Are you suggesting that you wish to take your own life?" Stephen inquired gravely. "No, I wish to live," Bruce Wayne corrected him. Stephen sighed and said, "Very well. I understand. Once you are prepared, seek me out, and I shall lend you my assistance." "Thank you," Bruce Wayne expressed gratefully, before asking, "What about you? Have you resolved how to handle your relationship with Christine?" "Just mind your own affairs," Stephen retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "Stephen, I merely hope you will make the right choice," Bruce Wayne remarked, reclaiming the power of the Dark Tome before turning to depart. At the X Academy, Wayne. A distracted Jean stood up hurriedly upon seeing Bruce Wayne. "Jean." Bruce Wayne approached, intending to embrace her. Instinctively, Jean recoiled. No, no, no. "Wayne, keep your distance. I am not myself right now, or rather, I am dangerous." "Is it because of the Phoenix Force?" Bruce Wayne inquired. "How do you know?" Jean asked, astonished. Bruce Wayne stepped forward, gently brushing the hair from her forehead, and said, "Jean, you must not resist the power that resides within you. You should not fear it. You must learn to accept it to master it." "Wayne, I..." Before Jean could finish her words, Bruce Wayne kissed her, and a one-on-one battle ensued.